Chapter 1. I, Spider-Man Qi Tongwei, have returned. Where am I? This is the repository of mind. In a world of urban cinematic dramas, the timeline and settings have been adjusted compared to the original work. Please do not blame me, dear readers. I have lost track of how many days and nights have passed, how much emptiness I have endured. Ugh. Peter Parker suddenly became aware of his existence. He felt an overwhelming sense of weakness at this moment. How should I express it? Ever since I crossed over into the Marvel Universe, becoming Peter Parker and acquiring Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities, I had not felt this weak in many years. To be honest, this sensation was both foreign and familiar. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision shifting from blurred to clear. Before him lay dark yellow wooden planks and a few iron frames. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally realized, this is an iron bed? He was lying on a bed. How many years had it been since he last saw such an old-fashioned iron bed? In the beautiful city of New York within the Marvel Universe, such a thing was quite rare. So where am I? Looking down at his body, he noticed a thin layer of fabric covering him. The sensation was simultaneously strange and familiar. His body could move again, and he reached out his long-lost hand to touch the fabric. Unsure, he muttered, "What is this? What am I covered with? Is this a towel blanket? What is happening? Wasn't I obliterated by the Infinity Gauntlet?" A chilling thought crossed his mind, but he hesitated to confirm it. With the weight of his weakness, he effortlessly sat up, finally seeing his surroundings, which awakened distant memories. Two sets of bunk beds, a pockmarked wooden table, several large green-painted cabinets, and on the floor, a long-forgotten thermos? Books, a desk calendar, and newspapers and posters plastered on the walls. An old, worn wooden guitar. The wooden window let in a strong beam of sunlight. The temperature was not low. He inhaled sharply. What is this? Where am I? Could it be my dormitory at Handong University from years ago? Holy cow, I'm back. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Hi, I'm back. I, Qi Tongwei, have returned. Ha ha. Paterno, Qi Tongwei was ecstatic. On Eagle Peak, he had once shouted, "In this world, no one can judge me, not even God," before taking his own life. Subsequently, he proved himself right. Not even God could judge him. He had traversed in the Marvel Universe, became Peter Parker, acquired superpowers, and joined the Avengers. With his remarkable abilities and the inherent charm of Qi Tongwei, he had thrived. Little did he expect that during the battle between the Avengers and Thanos, with a snap of the Infinity Gauntlet, he would turn to dust. Even more unexpectedly, he had returned. Qi Tongwei reflected on his brief yet glorious life at Handong, and a wave of ambition surged within him. In his previous life, he had meticulously calculated, ascending to heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. Yet he still could not hold his head high before Liang Lu, nor could he compete with the rising star Hou Liangping, let alone the likes of Xiaoai and Li. He could not even protect Gao Xiaoqin and his own son. Fortunately, he had returned. Moreover, he was the only extraordinary being in this world. This time, heaven, I shall judge you. What is this? What is happening? Qi Tongwei sensed something peculiar in his mind. But then, the door opened, and several footsteps accompanied by a voice interrupted him. "Old Qi, what's wrong with you? You're awake? Where did you go last night? Sleeping until now." "Exactly, Old Qi. Wang Xiaoqin from Chunyang's dormitory was just complaining about you, saying you're finished and that you didn't even go to give them hot water today." "Ha!" Qi Tongwei quickly grasped the situation. "Oh no, there's just over a week until summer vacation, and my father's already in trouble." His heart skipped a beat as he recalled something. However, he was fortunate to have been reborn. He would not allow the tragedies of his past life to repeat. Qi Tongwei understood that he had returned to his second year in the graduate dormitory of Handong University. At that time, he was pursuing Chunyang, akin to what is now referred to as a simp. Thankfully, in this era, even a simp could ascend. However, having experienced so much in the Marvel Universe, Qi Tongwei found these matters trivial. He had truly become one who embraces the cosmos. Qi Tongwei did not engage with his roommates, merely greeting them before donning his old black trousers and yellowed white shirt, and stepped out. He paid no heed to the past here, only eager to verify just how weak he truly was. In the secluded woods behind Handong University, with no one around, Qi Tongwei swiftly realized what he had just discovered. He could suddenly see a familiar interface in his mind. It was the display panel of the invincible spider suit bestowed upon him by Tony Stark. He finally understood why he felt so weak now. Suit user, Qi Tongwei. Power, 200.0520000. Spider-Man possesses the strength of 20 tons, but having been reduced to his original form by the Infinity Gauntlet, he now only has a little over 200 kilograms. The human limit for weightlifting is approximately 267 kilograms. Yet Qi Tongwei, during his graduate years, weighed less than 70 kilograms. This power level was enough to crush. Speed, 12.31200. This is merely the peak level of an ordinary human. Usain Bolt's maximum speed during a 100-meter dash is 12.42 milliseconds, however. This pales in comparison to Spider-Man's 200 milliseconds top speed. Attack, 450.1030000. Attack power mainly refers to the maximum leg strength, while it cannot compare to Spider-Man's abnormal 30 tons. 450 kilograms of explosive force far exceeds that of an ordinary person. The peak kicking power recorded for humans, achieved by American MMA fighter Smith, is merely 500 kilograms. Defense, 150.01280. An AK-47 bullet exerts a force equivalent to 300 kilograms, which can inflict damage on Spider-Man, but is not fatal. Presently, Qi Tongwei possesses only a defense of 150, though it far exceeds the human peak value of 100, which pertains to the impact force on an area of less than 1 square centimeter. Endurance, 991.00000. The endurance of an ordinary human stamina, recovery, wound healing, etc. is approximately 6, with the peak human value being 10. Although Qi Tongwei's 99 points are equivalent to several times that of an ordinary person, compared to his time as Spider-Man, he has been weakened by 100 times. How infuriating. No wonder he felt so weak. The majority of his extraordinary abilities had vanished, leaving him comparable to the pinnacle of humanity. However, to Qi Tongwei's delight, 2 of Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities had surprisingly sustained minimal damage from the Infinity Gauntlet. At this moment, an immense ambition surged within Qi Tongwei. In his past life, he had knelt before Liang Lu, that vile woman. He had wept at the grave of Zhao Lichuan, that treacherous villain. He had dug the earth for Chun Yanshi, that ancient relic. He had sought peace with Li Dakong, who could not even manage his own wife. He had bowed to Sha Ruijin, who was born noble and looked down upon all. He had discarded the principles and boundaries he once upheld. He had forsaken the ideals he had once cherished. He imagined bestowing happiness upon Gao Shaoqin, who had once sought warmth in a collective embrace. He envisioned leaving a glimmer of hope for the only son of the Qi family. Yet, absurdly, all he had done was for those so-called prodigies, those so-called second-generation officials, who could easily obtain what they desired. And he, Qi Tongwei, had to abandon everything, exert extraordinary effort, even break the law. Alas, in this life, those matters that had caused him lifelong regret, Qi Tongwei would never allow even a trace of them to repeat. In this lifetime, I shall no longer kneel and fawn over anyone. Liang Lu still wishes to suppress me and force my compliance? There are countless ways to enter the department. Having traversed that path in my previous life, I have learned my lesson how foolish to tread that road again. Now, I possess unimaginable shortcuts that defy your perceptions. I, Qi Tongwei, shall make all injustices of the heavens tremble beneath my feet. I, once the Spider-Man, shall show you what it truly means to be the only extraordinary being under the heavens. Chapter 2. Xinyang. I shall keep my distance from you henceforth. The energy of the Infinity Gauntlet obliterated most of Spider-Man's abilities and equipment. Unexpectedly, it fused the control panel of the extraordinary spider suit with his consciousness. The unmatched power of the Infinity Stones diminished over 90% of his capabilities, leaving his biological intelligence all but destroyed. Qi Tongwei found this rather normal. Yet, to his astonishment, 2 extraordinary abilities had mysteriously persisted. One of these was extraordinary perception. Extraordinary perception enables Spider-Man to sense impending danger up to 3 seconds in advance. Though slightly weakened now, the panel displayed perception 5003000. The average human's reaction time is approximately 300 milliseconds, equivalent to 0.3 seconds. The world's elite athletes can react in about 100 milliseconds. However, Qi Tongwei can sense danger at 500 milliseconds. What does negative 0.5 seconds imply? It means he can predict the imminent dangers that will occur in the next 0.5 seconds. While he may not win the lottery, he can certainly dodge bullets. This is truly a supernatural ability. If he could foresee 3 seconds into the future, he would have no fear of incoming missiles. The other ability is, quite literally, a freak of nature. In a small grove, he attempted to climb a tree trunk and discovered that, despite lacking Spider-Man's physical prowess, the protruding barbs still firmly adhered to the surface of objects. These revelations filled Qi Tongwei with exhilaration. As the provincial public security director, the information he could access was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Qi Tongwei could ascertain that no genuine extraordinary powers existed in this world. Therefore, Qi Tongwei, the Spider-Man, was indeed the sole extraordinary being. With these abilities, to put it simply, as long as he does not act recklessly, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise. Of course, while he may evade bullets, he cannot withstand the impact of widespread missile explosions, let alone nuclear weapons. However, during the peaceful decades ahead, as long as he does not provoke fate, he is unlikely to encounter such absurdly low-probability events. Qi Tongwei exited the grove, striding across the campus towards the graduate dormitory, exuding confidence. He passed by the Handong University playground, which seemed vaguely familiar yet so distant in his memory, where college students appear to have boundless energy during lunchtime. Suddenly, Qi Tongwei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this era. At least he did not have to constantly worry about apocalyptic crises or rush to save the Earth and the universe. He leisurely continued his path, only to be confronted by two familiar figures he had known for decades. A man and a woman, at first glance, seemed to embody a classic pair of golden boy and girl. Yet, for Qi Tongwei, who had weathered the storms of life, they stirred no emotion within him, and he simply walked past. The two, however, clearly recognized him. Hou Liangping, who had skipped class to accompany Zhong Xiaoai to the cafeteria for lunch, observed the approaching figure dressed simply yet exuding charm. A surge of jealousy and disdain welled within him. As Qi Tongwei approached, he could not help but blurt out, "Senior Qi, have you eaten?" Zhong Xiaoai remained composed, merely glancing at Qi Tongwei, which she deemed a polite gesture. Qi Tongwei's heart remained as calm as a still pond. "Oh, monkey, Zhong Xiaoai, I'm off to eat now, goodbye." He could not be bothered to engage in conversation. Hou Liangping's displeasure was evident, while Zhong Xiaoai subtly furrowed her brow, continuing on her way. Hou Liangping, vexed, hurriedly followed. "What's so impressive? He's just the student council president. I could easily outperform him." Hearing Hou Liangping's words, Zhong Xiaoai smiled without responding, her heart filled with indifference. Qi Tongwei, as the student council president, was merely a phoenix rising from a poor farmer's home. In contrast, Zhong Xiaoai was the daughter of Zhong Xiaoai, the mayor of Mo City, and the granddaughter of a founding general, showered with affection. Though Hou Liangping's family background was slightly inferior, knowing Zhong Xiaoai's illustrious lineage, he had devoted years to ingratiating himself, and it seemed he was finally on the verge of reaping the rewards. His disdain for Qi Tongwei only deepened, as Qi's reputation and abilities in school were far superior to his own. Yet, he had Zhong Xiaoai, which was a source of pride. As they walked on, a sudden bang echoed nearby, startling Zhong Xiaoai. A heavy object fell beside her. "What the hell? Can't you throw a shot put without hitting someone?" Hou Liangping roared, directing his ire at a nearby member of the athletics team. The person, clearly at fault, repeatedly apologized. Zhong Xiaoai's heart raced, her expression changing as she realized that Qi Tongwei had miraculously returned, pushing the nearly 15-pound shot put away just in time. Had he not intervened, the consequences were too horrific to contemplate. Both fearful and astonished, Zhong Xiaoai looked at Qi Tongwei, who had just saved her life, and despite her panic, her inherent grace compelled her to exclaim, "Thank you, senior. Are you all right?" Just as she began to inquire about his well-being, the force of the shot put still lingering in her mind, she noticed that he had already turned away, waving his hand dismissively as he continued his path. Hou Liangping had intended to utter another disparaging remark, but, noticing Zhong Xiaoai's expression of fear and concern, he muttered something under his breath and quickly redirected his attention to her, ignoring the other students nearby. Zhong Xiaoai, unable to resist, turned back to glance at the tall figure receding in the distance, quickly averting her gaze and ignoring Hou Liangping's insistent chatter as she hastened away. "Hey, Xiaoqi, wait for me." Hou Liangping hurriedly chased after her. Qi Tongwei, meanwhile, had indeed felt some impact, for the Infinity Gauntlet had severely diminished his strength compared to his full Spider-Man form. However, he was unscathed. In his previous life, he had never heard of Zhong Xiaoai being struck by a shot, but he needed to be cautious of the butterfly effect. At this moment, he recalled that it was time for lunch. He crossed the playground, following the faint traces of memory toward the second cafeteria of Handong University. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, he was intercepted by several female students. "Qi Tongwei, what's going on with you today? Have you forgotten something? We even asked Qinyang about it. You should really thank us." One ordinary-looking girl reproached him, while beside her stood the elegant Qinyang, clad in jeans and a white t-shirt. Resembling a pristine white lotus, she lightly nudged the girl with her elbow. Qi Tongwei racked his brain, recalling that the girl speaking might be Xiaoqin, mentioned by his roommate earlier. Memories of Qinyang, his white moonlight, flooded back. Throughout their university years, Qi Tongwei had tirelessly assisted Qinyang and her dorm mates, fetching water and performing other tasks. Despite his impoverished background, he had always lent a hand whenever possible, hoping that one day he could unlock Qinyang's heart. Yet, upon graduation, when she moved to the capital and he to a rural judicial office, he realized that all his hopes had turned to dust. Upon reaching this thought, Director Qi couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Perhaps in his previous life, he had entertained some lingering feelings for Qinyang, but after enduring the trials and tribulations of over 50 years across two worlds, he had long since seen through it all. The so-called white moonlight had lost its allure for Qi Tongwei. With this in mind, he reluctantly slowed his pace a bit. Maintaining a semblance of politeness, he addressed the cold-faced beauty before him. "Qinyang, I was presumptuous in the past. Henceforth, I shall keep my distance." His words were few and measured. After speaking, he simply walked past her and the other female students. This left the group of young women exchanging bewildered glances. The cold-faced beauty, Qinyang, remained unflinching, yet her expression shifted from hues of green to purple, a sight never before witnessed. Chapter 3. A penny stumps Director Qi in the year 1990. Aspiring to be a sycophant required a certain level of capital. At the age of 23, Qi Tongwei was handsome, charismatic, and brimming with youthful vigor. Despite his remarkable talent, he hailed from humble beginnings. Had Qinyang not been the daughter of Chen Yanshi, her heart would have surely been captivated by Qi Tongwei long ago. Alas, the pride and confidence stemming from her family background compelled Qinyang to cling to her goddess-like facade. Otherwise, although Chen Yanshi lacked the power of Liang Xuanfeng, if he truly intervened to protect his son-in-law, Liang Xuanfeng would have had no reason to engage in a deadly struggle with a mere director. However, for the sake of his nebulous political aspirations, Chen Yanshi extinguished the only flicker of hope for Qinyang early on. This was the sorrow brought about by class disparity. Decades later, having weathered numerous storms, Qi Tongwei had long since come to terms with his past. He would no longer dwell on the unattainable ideal of his youth, leaving only a sigh in its wake. Yet now, having traversed back in time, whether as Director Qi or as the resounding superhero Spider-Man, he had already transcended the barriers of class. Indeed, he stood above it all, looking down upon the masses with a smirk. "I, Qi Tongwei, harbor the universe within me. I do not regard the earth, let alone your social status." As for the seemingly nonchalant words he offered Qinyang, they were not meant to prove anything, but rather served as a condescending decree, heavy with the weight of indifference. Regardless of how Qinyang appeared to mourn the loss of something precious, Qi Tongwei remained unfazed, striding confidently into cafeteria number 2. It was mealtime, and most windows were crowded with students. He curiously observed the throngs of queuing scholars, making his way to the farthest window, which was less frequented. The dishes there, however, were far more exquisite than those at the student windows. "One meat, one vegetable, and a couple of rice," he said, reaching into his pocket for the remaining meal tickets. Yet, he was met only with a disdainful glare from a plump woman in an apron. "This is the faculty window. Go away." Bumping into a brick wall, Qi Tongwei bore no resentment. After all, he had not returned to the school for many years and had simply misjudged the location. He shook his head and smiled, preparing to turn away when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Qi Tongwei's extraordinary perception had already sensed her presence, but due to their familiarity, he exhibited no immediate reaction. Turning his head, he beheld a woman clad in trendy flared pants and a red silk short-sleeve shirt, her cascading waves framing a face adorned with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her curvaceous form radiating allure. With eyes sparkling like spring waters, she smiled at him. Upon seeing this well-known woman, Qi Tongwei displayed no signs of surprise. They were simply too familiar with one another. "Tongwei, are you here at the faculty window for a better meal? What would you like? The teacher invites you." "I've made a mistake, Teacher Liang." "No need," Qi Tongwei replied, uninterested in further conversation. He turned to leave. Watching him pass by, Liang Lu smiled faintly. This handsome young man is still shy around his teacher. In truth, Qi Tongwei felt no shyness whatsoever. Having been indifferent to her in his previous life, he found no reason to feel otherwise now. After queuing for what felt like an eternity, he received a plate of mediocre yet generously portioned food and settled into a quiet spot to eat. As he dined, his thoughts were completely detached from the women he had encountered that day. His mind was singularly focused on one word: money. Qi Tongwei was on the brink of one of the most significant events of his life, one that would impact his entire existence as profoundly as the earth-shattering kneel on Han University's playground. Just a month before the summer break of his second year in graduate school, Qi Tongwei's father, Qi Liangping, had suffered a severe leg injury while chopping wood in the mountains. Delays in treatment led to a grave infection. While it was not unsalvageable, it required an expensive imported antibiotic available only at the provincial hospital. However, Qi Liangping, residing in the impoverished Qi family village, was merely a farmer earning 200 to 300 yuan a year. How could he afford the exorbitant 5,000 yuan for the imported medication? Even so, the villagers pooled their resources and managed to gather 3,000 yuan, ensuring Qi Liangping's leg was saved, but due to their inability to afford the medication, he was left with a surgical removal of a significant portion of flesh, rendering him a cripple for life. This event, even for the Qi Tongwei who would later ascend to the position of public security director, remained an indelible regret. Now, with just half a month until summer vacation, the incident had likely already transpired, but there was still a week before his father's leg would succumb to severe infection. Tragically, Qi Liangping, fearing for his son's well-being, had refrained from informing him. It wasn't until Qi Tongwei returned home for the break that he discovered the dire state of his father's leg, which still had a chance of recovery. Yet, resolving the matter hinged on finances. Thus, during that summer, Qi Tongwei toiled at a blast furnace in Linzhou, working 13-hour shifts day and night as a feed worker, shedding weight from 130 to 100 pounds, earning a meager 900 yuan. Yet, it was still insufficient to save his father's leg. From that moment onward, Qi Tongwei vowed never to experience poverty again, a decision that would profoundly shape his future path. As he took a few bites of his meal, Qi Tongwei devised a plan. In his previous life, the funds for his university education had been gathered by the villagers, as had the money for his father's medical treatment. Consequently, he had devoted his life to assisting his compatriots. In this lifetime, he was resolute in ensuring his family would live well, and that his fellow villagers would prosper. He vowed never again to allow his father to become a cripple. University is a microcosm of society. Even in the communication-challenged 1990s, good news seldom traveled far, while bad news spread like wildfire. This principle held true. By the time Qi Tongwei returned to his dormitory to gather his belongings, several old friends had already gathered around curiously. "Tongwei, I heard you stopped pursuing Xinyang. Is that true? After 6 years of chasing her, are you really just giving up?" "Yes, you treated her so well. Surely you can win her heart," they chimed in, embodying the naive belief in the power of sincere love that characterized their era. Qi Tongwei simply smiled at his endearing classmates. "I've come to a realization, my friends. We are not worthy of her. No need to persuade me. Seeing him so resolute, his friends chose not to press further, offering vague comforts like there are many fish in the sea. Qi Tongwei graciously accepted their goodwill while focusing on a stack of paper, scribbling away. As exams approached, his friends were not surprised by his fervent study habits. As Hou Liangping entered the dormitory, Zhong Xiaoai was already lying down. Did you hear? Qi Tongwei rejected your sister at the cafeteria entrance. Oh, so what if he did? Hou Liangping retorted angrily. Don't you care about your sister's affairs? Zhong Xiaoai scratched his head. Since childhood, I've never dared to meddle in her matters. You know that. Hou Liangping, whose father, Hou Yong, was a low-ranking deputy prosecutor at the Handong Provincial Procuratorate and well-acquainted with Chen Yanshi, understood the dynamics. Despite Chen Yang's aloof demeanor at school, she was a forceful presence at home. With your sister's lofty status, how could she ever look twice at a poor fellow like Qi Tongwei? At that moment, Zhong Xiaoai, having heard the recent events from her roommates, recalled Qi Tongwei's earlier act of kindness on the playground. A flicker of curiosity about him began to blossom within her. However, Qi Tongwei remained unfazed, casually asking his roommate to excuse him from class that afternoon. He proceeded directly to the office of the youth committee in the administrative building. What he was about to undertake seemed, in this era, far more sensational than relinquishing his pursuit of Chen Yang. Chapter 4. Qi Tongwei. You are disrespectful of organization and discipline. In the youth committee office, Liang Lu spotted the newcomer and couldn't suppress a smirk. Oh, isn't this Chairman Qi? What brings you here today? Are you hoping to dine at the faculty canteen again? Don't feel shy. It's on the teachers. Liang Lu sauntered over to Qi Tongwei with a languid gait. As the deputy secretary of the youth committee at Handong University, she lacked the rank to have a private office, yet this space was often solely occupied by her. Some of her softer attributes drew close to Qi Tongwei in a rather ambiguous manner. Qi, however, subtly evaded her approach. Teacher Liang, please conduct yourself with decorum. Rather than feeling offended, Liang Lu found it exhilarating. Tongwei, you have changed. Qi Tongwei was fully aware of what Liang Lu meant by that statement. His rise to the position of student union president at Handong University was not solely due to talent. His good looks certainly contributed. As the daughter of Liang Qianfeng, Liang Lu held a prominent status at the university, making it effortless for her to support those she favored. Over the past 2 years, she had relished the thrill of teasing Qi Tongwei, albeit within certain boundaries. At this time, Liang Lu was in a relationship with someone of considerable standing, which restrained her from acting on her impulses. Nevertheless, her playful harassment of Qi Tongwei gave her an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps, in the future, she would be abandoned by her partner, leading her to coerce Qi Tongwei into a desperate marriage proposal, a seed sown during this period. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Qi Tongwei bore a psychological burden from their past. After all, he had gone a decade without any intimacy with Liang Lu, not for lack of desire, but due to circumstances. Liang Lu had lived recklessly before marrying Qi, to the point where her ability to bear children was compromised, a fact that was more than just unfortunate. In the 10 years Qi endured humiliation, he found himself unable to rise to the occasion when faced with Liang Lu. It is reasonable to believe that no man would willingly engage with something akin to discarded newspapers. Now, as Liang Lu enjoyed her relationship with her former partner, the thought repulsed Qi Tongwei. It took considerable fortitude, akin to Peter Parker's, for him to seek out Liang Lu. Teacher Liang, I have come to resign. I am formally submitting my resignation as president of the student union at Handong University. What? Liang Lu's expression shifted dramatically. The previously turbulent emotions within her settled as she retreated to her chair, gazing up at Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei, let me ask you one last time. Are you serious? She regarded her with a disdainful glance. Teacher Liang, I shall reiterate. I am resigning from my position as president of the student union at Handong University. This declaration provoked Liang Lu's ire. She slammed her hand on the desk, her voice rising in hysteria. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? You are disregarding organization and discipline. She remained impassive, contemplating that it was she who had often flouted those very principles. Noticing Qi's lack of reaction, Liang Lu swiftly altered her tone. Tongwei, I understand your family circumstances. The position in the student union is beneficial for your academic and professional prospects. In essence, she was threatening him, implying that if he did not comply with her wishes, the scholarships and financial assistance he had previously enjoyed would be at risk. Such a joke. Having been reborn, Qi Tongwei, despite his financial constraints, did not regard a few hundred yuan for the semester as significant. For someone like him, once known as the illustrious director Qi, it was trivial. Teacher Liang, I have made my decision. Here is my resignation letter. I have matters to attend to and must leave. With that, he placed the letter down and departed without a backward glance. You, Qi Tongwei, do not go too far. A porcelain cup smashed against the wall of the office, startling the faculty member passing by. Good news seldom leaves the home, but bad news spreads like wildfire. After class, in the first-year political science seminar, several graduate students busily packed their belongings while discussing the latest gossip. Have you heard? Senior Qi resigned from the student union president position this afternoon. No way, really? Yes. Apparently he had a heated argument with Secretary Liang and then quit. Wow, that's bold. He's jeopardizing his future. Exactly. The student union president at Handong is a stepping stone to a decent government position. Right? Previous presidents have all secured prominent roles. County and city leaders are everywhere now. Qi must have lost his mind. Indeed, he's just undone his own prospects. Hou Liangping, upon hearing this news, appeared unusually exhilarated. Shanghai, did you hear? Qi Tongwei just resigned from his position as student union president. What? He gave up that role? What's he thinking? Shanghai had always envied Qi Tongwei. In their time, student union presidents were revered. In 1990, being the president at Handong was synonymous with excellence and strong political acumen. It was difficult to tally how many former presidents had ascended to significant positions in the government. Looks like you've got a chance now, Hou Liangping noted, his demeanor a mix of unease and satisfaction, secretly reveling in Qi's apparent self-awareness of his limitations. By the way, let's invite Sister Qinyang and Xiaoai for duck blood noodle soup tonight. It's been ages since I had it. Sure, I'll check with my sister. Typically, the position of student union president was reserved for third-year students. Yet Qi Tongwei had held the role for several years due to his exceptional performance, an unprecedented situation, largely thanks to the appreciation of the university leadership and peer recognition. Liang Lu had played a significant role in this as well. Now that he had suddenly stepped down, students were buzzing with anticipation. Gaining admission to Handong was already a mark of distinction among students from various provinces. And being the student union president was the pinnacle of achievement among the thousands enrolled at Handong. Upon hearing the news about Qi Tongwei, Zhong Xiaoai couldn't help but gravitate toward the conversation, much to the delight of Hou Liangping, who had coveted that position for years. Xiaoai, Qi Tongwei truly is short-sighted, resigning just like that. By the way, are we going for duck blood noodle soup tonight? Hou Liangping frequently devised ways to invite Zhong Xiaoai out. And while he had yet to succeed in a one-on-one invitation, group outings had proven more fruitful. Zhong Xiaoai seemed indifferent, but was clearly more intrigued by the news about Qi. Whatever, I have no plans tonight. What position did that senior Qi resign from? Zhong Xiaoai was puzzled, as she had always held a somewhat dismissive view of Qi Tongwei. To someone of her background, the offspring of officials, maintaining a low profile in school was paramount, rendering the pursuit of superficial titles irrelevant. Her father, Zhong Xiaoai, had never intended for her to participate in student council activities. Upon her graduation, she would possess numerous accolades. She had always held a disdainful view of those ostentatious student leaders who merely served the teachers. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Hou Liangping felt a subtle discomfort and, with a hint of disdain, relayed this information to Zhong Xiaoai. So, Qi Tongwei has resigned from his position as student council president? What? Zhong Xiaoai was slightly taken aback. Despite her scorn, the student council presidency was a singular role within the university and, although she feigned indifference, she could not deny its intrinsic value. She was astonished that Qi Tongwei had chosen to resign so readily. This revelation only deepened her perplexity regarding his character. The news swiftly stirred considerable commotion among the school administration and the broader student body. Had the information era been more advanced, it would likely have caused a significant uproar in society at large. For Qi Tongwei was the first student council president in the history of Handong University to resign, and indeed, the first to voluntarily step down since the establishment of the student council system in the Summer Kingdom. This unprecedented event left the entire school in a state of astonishment. Chapter 5 Teacher Gao, could you kindly introduce someone for me? Today, Qin Yang's day had been utterly miserable. She could never have anticipated that Qi Tongwei, who had pursued her with unwavering devotion for years, would suddenly abandon his efforts. It was akin to becoming accustomed to enjoying a bun daily, though not particularly enamored with it, only to be informed one day that buns have become extinct. How would one feel? Would one not suddenly regard buns as the most delectable food in the world, lamenting their absence? This was precisely how Chen Yang felt at this moment. In truth, she did not hold any deep affection for Qi Tongwei, yet his abrupt declaration of withdrawal left her feeling inexplicably uneasy, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it as heartache. Qinyang, have you heard? That poor boy Qi Tongwei has resigned from his position as the president of the student council. At this news, Qinyang's heart jolted. She bore no sense of schadenfreude, yet a twinge of complex emotions stirred within her. He had professed his intention to cease pursuing her in the morning and resigned in the afternoon. Could it be that her indecision had caused him to relinquish all hope for the future? Contemplating this, Chen Yang felt an odd sense of comfort. After all, it was his affair, not hers. Yet, despite his modest means, Qi Tongwei was not unattractive, excelled academically, and possessed leadership qualities. Perhaps she might reconsider him after observing him for another 6 months. But now, in his current state, who would find him appealing? Wang Xiaoqin remarked, observing Chun Yang's less than joyful expression. How strange. Why doesn't Qinyang appear pleased? Could she possibly be worried about that boy? Unthinkable. As a daughter of high-ranking officials, she's a princess in her own right. Now that Qi Tongwei has lost all labels, how could she possibly be interested in a penniless boy? Qinyang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, it's nothing. I might just be a bit hungry. Then shall we head to the cafeteria for dinner? Wang Xiaoqin sensed something was amiss. Indeed. Chen Yang felt a slight pang of sympathy for Qi Tongwei's plight. His love for her unrequited, leading him to forsake everything, was rather poignant. Ah, is this what love is? You are exceptional, yet I, Chen Yang, deserve something better. Unfortunately, Qi Tongwei was oblivious to Chen Yang's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely lament. This girl must be somewhat unhinged. Qi Tongwei, having traversed time, harbored no fondness for Chen Yang. If she did not reciprocate his feelings, she ought to have rejected him sooner. Regrettably, such women were not as rare as one might hope. They were nearly non-existent. Chen Yang maintained her distance from Qi Tongwei, neither accepting nor rejecting him. Upon graduation, she swiftly departed for the capital and, through her charm, successfully captivated a wealthy entrepreneur, becoming a prosperous matron. Later, some attributed Qi Tongwei's tragic life to a fateful kneel on the Han University campus. However, in Qi Tongwei's view, Chen Yang played a role no less significant than Liang Lu's in this narrative. After all, their understanding was limited. In this era, few had encountered the phenomenon known as green tea, and the concept of a slut was foreign. They were merely high-ranking officials' daughters and refined young ladies. Qi Tongwei had not anticipated that what he deemed a trivial position, the student council president, would be considered of greater value than he had imagined. With the foresight of the coming decades, he perceived it as nothing more than a hollow title, devoid of any substantive power. He believed it far more beneficial to focus on earning money rather than entertaining notions of political advancement. He had previously held the position of student council president with great aplomb, yet the whims of power had rendered him malleable in the face of Liang Lu's eccentricity. Presently, Qi Tongwei knew of 100 ways to be of greater utility than that trivial title. At this moment, Qi Tongwei had no time to ponder such matters, as he was in the midst of Gao Yuliang's international law class. As soon as the class concluded, he hurried to the podium. Professor, I need to speak with you. Gao Yuliang, already aware of Qi Tongwei's resignation, chuckled. You rascal. I was just about to talk to you as well. Let's go to my office. As a first-level professor and the department head of the law faculty, Gao Yuliang enjoyed the privileges equivalent to a vice ministerial rank due to the department's status as a national key discipline, complete with an independent office. Upon entering, Qi Tongwei efficiently brewed tea and poured water. Observing his adeptness, Gao Yuliang sensed a change in his once familiar pupil, though he could not pinpoint its nature. "You are quite a handful, resigning from the student council. Is it so easy to abandon such a position? What are you thinking?" Faced with his mentor, who had treated him well for decades, Qi Tongwei refrained from dissembling. "Professor, to be forthright, my family is experiencing difficulties, and I must allocate my time to earn money." Gao Yuliang furrowed his brow. "Why did you not inform me of your family's troubles? How much do you need? You can take from me. Do not let small matters lead to greater losses." Qi Tongwei knew that, given Gao Yuliang's character, he would readily offer financial assistance. However, he declined, as he was certain he would soon resolve the matter himself. There was no need to incur a debt of gratitude from his mentor regarding money. "Thank you for your kindness, Professor, but this is a family matter, and I am both obligated and capable of resolving it." Seeing the determination in Qi Tongwei's gaze, Gao Yuliang sighed. "Ah, you are as stubborn as a mule. Very well." Qi Tongwei suddenly recalled how Zhao Ruilong would call him Qi Donkey in the future. He wondered if it all stemmed from Gao Yuliang, a reminder that there are indeed only misnomers and no inappropriate nicknames. "What assistance do you require from me?" Qi Tongwei then shared his intentions with Gao Yuliang, who appeared somewhat taken aback. "What? You want me to introduce that person to you? As a law student, what relevance does he have for you?" "Please, Professor, do not concern yourself with the details. You will understand in due time. He will undoubtedly be of assistance to me." "Very well." Gao Yuliang stroked his chin, picked up the phone, and was about to dial when he suddenly remembered that the individual did not possess a phone and set it down again. "How about this? I will take you directly to him. I estimate he has not yet left." "Thank you, Professor." Gao Yuliang led Qi Tongwei out of the law building towards another departmental building on the west side of the campus. Upon arriving at a large office, they found that all the professors had gone to dinner, except for a bespectacled man in his 30s, diligently reviewing a stack of documents under the lamp's glow. Gao Yuliang gently knocked on the door. The man looked up at the sound, hurriedly standing up. "Oh, Director Gao, what brings you here? Are you looking for a leader? They might all be at dinner. Please take a seat." The teacher, visibly anxious, hastily prepared tea and water. Gao Yuliang quickly intervened. "Mr. Chun, we have come to see you." Only then did the man, referred to as Mr. Chun, notice that Gao Yuliang had brought along an impressive young man. Realizing they were there for him, he felt both puzzled and apprehensive. The law department was a cornerstone of Handong University, a key discipline among national key fields. Gao Yuliang, as the head of the department, held considerable weight, comparable to that of a vice president. "Director Gao, please feel free to command me if you need anything." "Oh, it is not I seeking your help. Rather, my student has a request, and I have brought him here." "Mr. Chun, would you be willing to assist?" Of course, no problem. Director Gao, you are too kind." Mr. Chun eagerly agreed. "Ah, do not be anxious, Teacher Chun. This is my student, Qi Tongwei." "Hello, Teacher Chun." Qi Tongwei hastily greeted. "Ah, greetings to you, Qi. Since you two are already acquainted, I shall leave you to your conversation." "Take care, Director Gao." "Very well, Director Gao. Please take your leave." It was at this moment that the teacher, Chun Guanhua, finally exhaled in relief. There was no denying that the aura of Gao Yuliang had already begun to manifest. Chun Guanhua was perplexed as to why the head of the Political and Legal Studies Department would suddenly introduce him to a student. However, as a junior lecturer, he dared not disregard Director Gao's goodwill. This was a crucial period for him to advance to associate professor, and establishing a connection with Director Gao could potentially secure his position. Thus, Chen Guanhua was careful not to show any signs of negligence. Little did he know that Qi Tongwei was in need of assistance that even Gao Yuliang could not provide, seeking help from someone of his modest stature. Chapter 6. Director Qi's Proficiency in Foreign Languages Classmate. "You are Qi Tongwei, correct? Please have some water." With Gao Yuliang already departed, Chun Guanhua offered the cup of water that had just been poured for him to Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei understood that under the guise of Gao Yuliang's name, Chun Guanhua was at least outwardly compelled to show respect, which was also his intention. However, the crux of the matter lay in genuine ability. Without further ado, he expressed, "Teacher Chun, I have come to seek your assistance. I wish to work and study under you. Chen Guanhua appeared somewhat puzzled. Work and study under me? I have not arranged any positions for such a purpose. You should probably seek the Student Affairs Office. Qi Tongwei shook his head. Teacher Chen, the kind of work-study opportunity one am seeking can only be provided by you. He then elaborated on his thoughts in detail. As Chen Guanhua listened, his brow furrowed deeper. Yet he maintained his patience until Qi finished speaking. Qi Tongwei, what is your field of study? I am a second-year graduate student in the Political Science and Law Department. Political Science and Law? Did you have a foundation in this during middle and high school? Qi Tongwei naturally understood the implication behind his words. To be honest, I came from the mountainous regions of Linshan County. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanhua's frown deepened further. It wasn't that he looked down upon rural students. Rather, Qi Tongwei's request for work-study implied he sought to earn money in a field where Chen Guanhua excelled. However, in that era, for rural students, to earn in such a manner was nearly a pipe dream. He had never witnessed such a thing and found it challenging. Qi, I fear I cannot assist you here. If it doesn't work out, perhaps you can seek Director Gao to inquire at the Student Affairs Office. I am merely a lecturer and truly have no channels. Qi Tongwei, being astute, quickly comprehended Chen Guanhua's concerns. He said nothing further and began to survey the office. Suddenly, Qi Tongwei noticed a book on Chen Guanhua's desk. Teacher, may I take a look at this book? Before waiting a response, he picked it up and began to flip through its pages. Chen Guanhua's expression turned slightly displeased, but considering Qi was recommended by Gao Yuliang, he refrained from displaying his irritation. As Qi Tongwei perused the book, he began to read aloud from it in a calm and composed tone. Initially perplexed, Chen Guanhua wondered why Qi Tongwei had started reading with such a flair. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century in the United States, Beknafis, was born into a Catholic family in Suradawa State. In 1886, the family relocated to a remote area of Tualaizhou, but before the writer's 10th birthday, they returned to his birthplace. Qi Tongwei continued to read effortlessly for about 10 minutes. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Chen Guanhua's eyes widened in astonishment. It struck him that the book Qi Tongwei was holding was the very English original he was about to translate, the collected works of Beknafis. To his disbelief, this book had yet to be translated into Chinese. Chen Guanhua was utterly bewildered. He finally grasped the source of Qi Tongwei's confidence in seeking work study. Chen Guanhua was a modest lecturer in the foreign language department at Handong University, 33 years old, recently married, and unremarkable in many respects. However, his translation skills were commendable. Due to his recent marriage, he faced considerable financial burdens and took on translation work to supplement his family's income. During this era, translators were exceedingly scarce, and his reputation had steadily grown, earning him a modest renown in the translation community of Shandong. In his previous life, Qi Tongwei had known of Chen Guanhua, who later became an expert member of the Shanghai Advanced Interpretation Examination Committee, receiving special state allowances, and eventually became the director and professor at the Institute of Beautiful Literature at the Shanghai Foreign Language Institute. Thus, Qi Tongwei's initial scheme to earn quick money revolved around foreign language translation. It is worth noting that Peter Parker was a native of the United States, fluent in English as his mother tongue. Furthermore, he was an exceptional student from the Marvel Empire University, far surpassing the average American university student in linguistic proficiency. Coupled with Qi Tongwei's own memories and an IQ of 180, he was virtually invincible in the realm of foreign language translation. Consequently, it was no wonder that Chen Guanhua was left speechless. Students emerging from rural backgrounds during this era faced dire scarcity in foreign language learning conditions. Who could have anticipated that Qi Tongwei had achieved such a level? As Qi Tongwei translated the book, Chen Guanhua believed he could never articulate his thoughts with such spontaneity. Moreover, regarding the translation's content, it was evident to him that it met a high standard in terms of fidelity, expressiveness, and elegance, leaving him profoundly astonished. Qi, please wait a moment, he stammered, pulling out another English original book from his desk. Could you read this one as well, just as you did with the previous one? Qi Tongwei calmly accepted the book and began reading it in perfect Mandarin. Chen Guanhua proceeded to verify several books, even producing an obscure translation textbook for Chinese language majors. Qi Tongwei instantly understood that when he spoke with a standard Tualu accent, he had utterly stunned Chen Guanhua into silence. What kind of impoverished student from a rural background was this? In terms of translation alone, not even Chen Guanhua, a master's degree holder in foreign language and literature from Shanghai Foreign Language University, nor a lecturer at Handong University, dared to speak casually in front of Qi Tongwei. Teacher, do you see? Can I work and study under you? Chen Guanhua, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Qi, your skills are impressive. Of course, that is not a problem. I can take on some translation assignments. Currently, the market rate for translation is 50 yuan per 1,000 characters for English to Chinese. And for Chinese to English, particularly in literary publishing, it can reach between 100 to 200 yuan per 1,000 characters. However, noticing Chen Guanhua's hesitation, Qi Tongwei quickly responded with understanding. Teacher, I comprehend the rules. You may arrange the work as you see fit. I am willing to endure hardships. I only require 20 yuan per 1,000 characters. Teachers in that era were still quite earnest, with less of a capitalist inclination. Chen Guanhua unreservedly disclosed the translation market rates to Qi Tongwei. With his high emotional intelligence, Qi Tongwei understood that the ability to secure translation work was primarily due to Chen Guanhua's reputation and skills. As a mere impoverished student, he lacked any leverage to enter this field. Therefore, he unabashedly stated his price of 20 yuan, making it clear that he did not wish for Chen Guanhua to offer him less than that, lest it seem unjust to others. While it may seem, from a contemporary perspective, that translation was arduous work with scant rewards, in the context of 1990, the income and prices were comparable to today's upper-middle-class earnings. Chen Guanhua, a well-known seasoned translator, earned several thousand yuan monthly, a far more lucrative prospect than today's million yuan annual salaries. One can only imagine that in 1990 Shanghai, many real estate properties were priced below 1,000 yuan per square meter. Of course, Qi Tongwei, having lived a previous life, was well aware of myriad ways to earn money, be it through football, gambling, or other means. However, as Director Qi aspired to ascend the ranks in the future, such earnings were not only feasible, but also required a degree of discretion. Some money must be earned with integrity. What Qi Tongwei values most is the path of translation, a route that is scarcely known in this era, yet serves as a shortcut to advancement within the ministry. Chen Guanhua, astonished by Qi Tongwei's understanding, was left speechless, simply smiling in a foolish yet endearing manner. The field of translation is no trivial pursuit. It demands considerable mental exertion, and many seasoned translators experience varying degrees of cognitive decline as they age. Chen Guanhua endures great hardship, attending classes by day and working to earn a living by night. His efforts are aimed at securing a home for his newlywed wife, rather than remaining cramped in the modest faculty dormitory of Handong University. Naturally, he harbors personal aspirations as well, hoping to purchase a residence in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai and establish a stable home. Teacher Chen, when shall we commence? Now, perhaps? Although Chen Guanhua possesses a hint of scholarly naivete, he is no naive youth oblivious to the ways of the world. Tongwei, let us not rush. The emperor is not in immediate want of hungry soldiers. First, let us dine. I shall treat you to crab roe buns and duck blood vermicelli soup. He took Qi Tongwei by the arm, guiding him outward. Qi Tongwei, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted graciously. He understood that individuals as dedicated and exceptional as him in the role of translation are a rarity in these times. Grateful for Chen Guanhua's invitation, he felt at ease. However, before they could even exit the campus, Qi Tongwei's heightened instincts sensed that he was being watched. Unexpectedly, merely a day after his return, trouble awaited him during the course of a simple meal. Chapter 7. It's all right. Teacher Chen, allow me to handle this. I possess ample strength. Gao Mingyuan could not comprehend why Zheng Gu insisted he find an opportunity to deal with a destitute student. After observing for an entire day, he began to discern the underlying intentions. The young man appeared shabby in his attire, yet possessed an admirable demeanor. Most likely, the turmoil stemmed from a romantic entanglement. However, this matter was of no concern to him. He was merely fulfilling a request and offering assistance. Zheng Gu had to tread carefully and he himself must exercise caution to ensure the task was executed flawlessly. Yuan Ge, that lad just left with a middle-aged male teacher. Follow them and seize the moment. He instructed. Understood, Yuan Ge. Outside the northern gate of Handong University, a mere 2 streets away, lay Jinghu Street, an old thoroughfare in Jingzhou. A plethora of culinary delights awaited, and even in this era, the evenings were bustling with activity. Yet, one could not escape the mingling of diverse crowds. Today, being Friday, had already drawn numerous students from Handong University seeking delectable treats. The famed duck blood vermicelli soup restaurant, a venerable establishment operating for decades, was notably packed. Despite the lack of regulations enforcing cleanliness, the interior was warm yet sparsely populated, with patrons scattered at tables outside. Boss, for bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, steamed dumplings, soup dumplings, and pan-fried buns, each in a basket, along with 4 side dishes, called out Hou Liangping, his voice robust, although he felt a slight pang in his wallet. His family's financial situation allowed him to indulge. Furthermore, Goddess Xiaoai had only managed to join them after several attempts, and with it being a group outing, he aimed to be particularly attentive. Coming right up. Please hold on, the boss replied eagerly as he prepared the dishes. Just then, 2 men approached. Chen Hai noticed them first. They were Qi Tongwei and Chen Guanhua. Senior Qi, what a coincidence, they greeted, puzzled as to why the two seemed to be together. Chen Hai, with his simplistic thoughts, was solely focused on the soup dumplings, while Chen Yang suspected Qi Tongwei was feigning a chance encounter to seek him out. A mix of sweetness and bitterness stirring within her. Still playing hard to get, are we? A coincidence, indeed. What an annoying man, she thought. Although Hou Liangping held a certain disdain for encountering Qi Tongwei, he maintained a facade of politeness, extending an invitation. Senior Qi, since we've met, let's dine together. You're a teacher, Chun, right? You taught us foreign languages for a semester in our junior year. Zhong Xiaoai found the combination perplexing. Is Qi Tongwei really following teacher Chun to learn a foreign language? And Chen Yang, they nearly got together. Does the senior still harbor feelings for her? But he is quite handsome, she mused, her cheeks tinged with crimson at the thought. Qi Tongwei, however, had no particular thoughts on the matter, merely feeling vexed at encountering this group everywhere he turned, as if he owed them something from past life. Chen Guanhua, the ostentatious young man, exclaimed, Tongwei, since we've bumped into each other, let us dine together. It's settled. Today the teacher treats us. That one do, teacher, allow me to cover this. Hou Liangping insisted. No way, Xiaoho, after you graduate, you could treat us any time. Today it's on me. Thus, this peculiar group settled at table. Come, everyone, eat heartily. Don't worry about the cost, Chen Guanhua encouraged. He indeed had the means. In terms of legitimate income, he ranked among the higher echelons at Handong University, especially in an era where the average civil servant earned a mere 200 yuan. With the demand for foreign language talents high, he could easily earn thousands by translating several documents weekly. Gao Mingyuan, what is the plan? Gao Mingyuan observed the group enjoying their meal without much interaction and spoke up. Wait for an opportunity to act. Stay alert. Just watch, he replied. The fellow known as Matsi Wuda, though appearing somewhat presentable, carried a shifty demeanor. Excitement coursing through him. Particularly at that moment, he spotted 2 female students, one fair and delicate, the other radiating youthful exuberance and grace. Had Qi Tongwei been aware of Wuda's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly agreed. Previously, his focus had solely been on Chen Yang, oblivious to Zhong Xiaoai's youthful allure, full of vitality, vibrant and blossoming. Today, she wore fitted jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Her upper body neither exaggerated nor lacking. Her waist-to-hip ratio simply exquisite. Though Chen Yang was also beautiful in comparison to Zhong Xiaoai, her looks and poise fell slightly short. Noticing Wuda's unabashed gaze upon her rather than Chen Yang, Zhong Xiaoai felt a flicker of excitement rather than anger, merely casting an annoyed glance at Qi Tongwei, who responded with a charming smile. Matsi Wuda, noticing her expression, felt a thrill. This girl is intriguing, he thought. At this moment, Gao Mingyuan remained oblivious to his subordinates' escalating excitement, feigning interest in a bowl of vermicelli soup while awaiting developments. "Students, your vermicelli soup and dumplings are ready for pickup," the boss announced. As a small business, customers were required to serve themselves. Yet this did not dampen the restaurant's bustling atmosphere. Hou Liangping and Chen Hai volunteered to fetch the food, while Qi Tongwei remained composed, showing no intention of moving. This behavior puzzled Chen Yang. In the past, Qi Tongwei would have eagerly attended to her needs. Little did she know, in typical settings, Qi Tongwei rarely served others personally. As Hou Liangping turned back with the soup, he inadvertently collided with a young man clad in a flashy style, causing some soup to spill onto him. "Watch where you're going." "Ouch, that burns," the young man exclaimed. "Apologies. I'm truly sorry. Are you all right?" Hou Liangping rushed to apologize. "How could I be all right? It's scalding. Try it yourself. This is a new outfit." Feeling uncomfortable with the young man's foul language, Hou Liangping replied, "I didn't mean to. Do you need to see a doctor? I can clean your clothes, or I'll compensate you." "How arrogant. You scalded me and still act proud. What did you say?" "Clean up your language," Chen Hai interjected, having overheard the rising tension. The young man was none other than Matsi Wuda, who began to hurl insults at Hou Liangping and Chen Hai. The confrontation escalated, leaving both Hou Liangping and Chen Hai flustered, ultimately leading Hou Liangping to retaliate. Unexpectedly, Wuda, though appearing tough, was quickly overpowered and knocked to the ground. Hou Liangping felt a surge of triumph. But it was short-lived as 6 more young men rushed out from within the establishment, swiftly overpowering Hou Liangping and Chen Hai. Chen Yang, frightened, sought refuge in Zhong Xiaoai's embrace. Chen Guanhua hesitated to intervene, but was halted by Qi Tongwei. Gao Mingyuan trailed behind a group of rowdy youths, observing the situation unfold. "Young man, you were clearly in the wrong earlier, yet you resorted to violence against my brother. That's dishonorable," he chastised. In truth, he was anxious. The main target was still inactive, and Wuda's handling of the situation was far from efficient. Wuda, having recovered, stood up without any injuries and kicked Hou Liangping. "How unethical to scald someone and then resort to violence," he exclaimed, only to then turn his attention to Zhong Xiaoai and Chen Yang. "Young ladies, do you agree? It's wrong to hit someone. Shouldn't you compensate your older brother?" With that, he reached toward Zhong Xiaoai's shoulder, only to be met with a sharp slap to his arm. In that era, security was far less stringent than today. Observing the commotion, the other patrons in the restaurant began to discreetly exit. When Ma Zi was counterattacked by Zhong Xiaoai, he not only felt no anger, but rather became more invigorated. With a wave of his hand, several individuals swiftly encircled Zhong Xiaoai. Gao Mingyuan had initially intended to intervene. After all, despite their involvement in the underworld, university students in this era are quite precious and should not be subjected to excessive bullying. However, considering that this time they had Zheng Ge backing them, he decided to let Ma Zi proceed. Qi Tongwei sighed, fully aware of the situation, yet he could not remain idle. Just as he was about to rise to negotiate, Chen Guanhua stopped him and whispered, "Tongwei, do not act impulsively. Let the teacher handle it. You should quietly slip away and call for help." Qi Tongwei gazed at Chen Guanhua, realizing why this seemingly frail teacher was destined for great achievements. Such a sense of responsibility is not something just anyone possesses. He offered Chen Guanhua a reassuring smile, grasped his arm to signal that he need not move, and then stood up. "It's all right, Teacher Chen. I will take care of it. I have ample strength." Chapter 8. One Punch Man. Qi Tongwei proclaimed his remarkable strength. Chen Guanhua believed him, for he was aware that Qi Tongwei had grown up in a mountain village. Just as Qi Tongwei stood up to confront the group of young men, Chen Guanhua realized the gravity of the situation. No matter how strong you are, you cannot stand against 8 opponents. Anxiously, he felt lost. However, he would soon be left with an indelible impression of Qi Tongwei's strength. Before the man with the scar could reach for Zhong Xiaoai's shoulder, Qi Tongwei swiftly grabbed her arm and pulled her behind him. Casting a cold glance at the lecherous Wuda and then at the imposing Gao Mingyuan, Qi Tongwei uttered a single word, "Get lost." Gao Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, but Wuda could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, we came out for this guy today." He sneered, "Hey little brat, You sure know how to act tough. With that, he launched a kick towards Qi Tongwei. However, Qi Tongwei merely smiled coldly. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. In the next moment, Qi Tongwei retracted his fist, while Wuda fell straight back, unconscious on the ground. The sudden silence enveloped the room, leaving Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, Chen Guanhua, Chen Yang, Zhong Xiaoai, and the seven from Gao Mingyuan utterly speechless. Their leader truly lived up to his reputation for composure under pressure. What are you waiting for? Get him! Gao Mingyuan's command broke the silence, prompting his 6 subordinates to spring into action. Get him! They shouted as they charged forward, fists raised. In the ensuing chaos, a flurry of sounds erupted. Bang! Crash! Bang! Clang! The scene was a whirlwind of violence. Qi Tongwei shook his slightly numbed hands, realizing that this body was still relatively ordinary. Yet, he felt exhilarated by a small discovery. Gao Mingyuan, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, did not hesitate to turn and flee. Regrettably, Gao Mingyuan was not named Bolt, otherwise he might have escaped. Just as another muffled sound resonated in his ears, Gao Mingyuan found himself enveloped in darkness. How does it feel? Is it nice to touch? Suddenly hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai realized she was unknowingly holding on a Qi Tongwei's arm. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. Is it good to touch? She nearly exclaimed. It was not just good. The sensation was utterly delightful. With great effort, she concealed her admiration and asked, I'm sorry, Senior Qi, how is your strength so immense? You knocked those ruffians down with a single punch. Just a country kid, carrying water, chopping wood, plowing the fields, and farming. Nothing extraordinary, Qi Tongwei replied nonchalantly. The others were left speechless. Hou Liangping thought, what the hell? That's not normal. That's the kind of talk a brute would say. Xiaoai, how could you? Touch him, Chen Yang remarked, strength aside. He is quite handsome. Too bad I won't have a chance with him. Chen Guanhua mused. Having this kid around for jobs is like having an extra bodyguard. It's worth it, Chen Hai added, with Senior Qi's combat prowess. Having him as a brother-in-law would be splendid, but alas, I can't best my sister. Otherwise, I persuade her. Don't just stand there, keep eating. Don't waste anything, Qi Tongwei said, settling down to enjoy his soup dumplings and duck blood vermicelli soup. The others were astonished. Hou Liangping felt a mix of jealousy and anger at Zhong Xiaoai's earlier display. However, since he had just been beaten and Qi Tongwei had resolved his predicament, he could not express his frustration. Hearing Qi Tongwei's words, he vowed to train harder. If that poor kid can do it, then I, the pride of the provincial procuratorate, can certainly do it too. The earnest Chen Hai inquired, Senior Qi, can you still eat? Shouldn't we leave quickly? Chen Yang agreed with his brother. At this moment, all the patrons had fled, and even the owner was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Xiaoai found Qi Tongwei's demeanor quite amusing. She sat beside him, imitating his actions as she took a few bites of the soup dumplings. The rich flavors burst in her mouth, and she was pleasantly surprised. You know, this place really has delicious dumplings, she remarked. Chen Guanhua joined her, being more experienced than the students. Chen Hai, don't be fooled by the owner's absence. Just because the customers have left doesn't mean the owner isn't here. He has likely gone to report to the police. We should just wait here for them to handle it. Otherwise, if they find us at school. Understanding Chen Guanhua's implication, the others grasped the underlying message. If the owner indeed filed a report, the police could come to the school, which would create complications. It was better to wait for the authorities to arrive. After all, they had the upper hand in today's incident. Besides, in this era, how prestigious was a university student? They had that confidence. The group ate and drank contentedly until an old police van arrived outside. Hey, wake up! Gao Mingyuan slowly regained consciousness, touching his still painful cheek, only to find himself facing a middle-aged man in a green police uniform. He jolted upright. Just as he was about to speak, the officer stopped him. In that moment, Gao Mingyuan understood and promptly fell silent. Following a brawl, police typically took both parties into custody. Thus, they were all escorted to the police station. Familiar with the area, Gao Mingyuan recognized the officer who had just awakened him as Lin Weidong, the deputy chief of the Jinghu Street Police Station. Lin Weidong was well aware of Gao Mingyuan's background. This notorious thug was not to be underestimated. He was childhood friends with the deputy district chief and police chief, Wang Zheng. As certain teachers and students naively believed that completing their statements would allow them to return to school, reality delivered a harsh lesson. Soon enough, Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, and Qi Tongwei found themselves handcuffed. The reasoning was simple. The police classified the incident as a brawl, with both sides receiving equal punishment. Is there no justice left? They were the ones bullying us, taking advantage of women. Zhong Xiaoai fumed. We are students from the Political Science and Law Department of Handong University, and Senior Qi acted in self-defense. Chapter 9, he is not my boyfriend, little sister. Have you made a mistake? You claim we were driven by lust, that we were being hands-on? Did I touch you or even come close? It was your boyfriend who gave us law-abiding citizens a thorough beating. My head still hurts, oh dear. Faced with Wu Da's professional rogue rhetoric, Zhong Xiaoai, who was always eloquent in her legal debate classes, found herself momentarily speechless. Particularly, the phrase about your boyfriend rendered her incapable of coherent thought. She couldn't help but feel that this rogue had a point, while they intended to get physical. They hadn't even laid a hand on him before Qi Tongwei knocked them out one by one. After a prolonged silence, Zhong Xiaoai managed to blush and retort, "He is not my boyfriend," but her voice was so faint it barely registered. Is this the crux of the matter? Is this truly what matters? However, Hou Liangping did catch Zhong Xiaoai's words, sending him into a frenzy, an inexplicable emotion threatening to tear him apart. Yet once at the police station, the matter devolved into a he-said-she-said scenario. Chun Guanhua, Zhong Xiaoai, and Chen Yang were quickly informed they could leave, as they had not resorted to violence. In contrast, Qi Tongwei and his companions were less fortunate, essentially detained. As they observed the smug expressions of Wu Da and his cohorts, the crowd simmered with indignation. Except for Qi Tongwei, who wore a stoic expression. He had recognized from the outset that this incident was directed at him. Nevertheless, he felt no concern. Even if he held little regard for Hou Liangping and Chen Hai, it did not diminish the fact that their fathers were high-ranking officials, both legitimate second-generation bureaucrats. Not to mention Zhong Xiaoai, the daughter of a ministerial family. He was indifferent, having suffered no tangible loss. In fact, he found himself unexpectedly benefiting. Today was destined to be nothing more than a farce. As expected, despite the stifling heat of the temporary holding room, after an hour and a half, Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, and Qi Tongwei were released. Zhong Xiaoai and Chen Yang awaited them at the entrance. Chen Laosher had not arrived, likely reassured that his presence was unnecessary. Two middle-aged men in police uniforms accompanied the two women. When Gao Mingyuan noticed Wang Zheng arriving with a provincial leader he had only seen once, he thought to himself, this could be serious trouble. A glance from Wang Zheng made Gao Mingyuan acutely aware that he had no choice but to sever ties. Along with the molar Qi Tongwei had shattered, swallowing his pride alongside his blood. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Regardless of how the police interrogated him, Gao Mingyuan readily admitted that his friends Wu Da and the others had clashed with Hou Liangping, even shamelessly acknowledging his harassment of Zhong Xiaoai. Although they were supposed to be interrogated separately, due to Wang Zheng's presence, certain procedures were not strictly enforced. Wu Da, though puzzled by Gao Mingyuan's candidness about their issues, remained astute enough to follow his leader's lead. Thus, the case quickly took shape, categorizing it as a disturbance instigated by Gao Mingyuan's group. Qi Tongwei and his companions were fortunate enough to witness part of the proceedings, but the intricate details remained beyond their grasp. Offending the sons of provincial procuratorial leaders like Hou Liangping and Chen Hai was undoubtedly uncomfortable, yet Wang Zheng was unfazed, his own background strong enough to weather the storm. What truly concerned him was having angered Zhong Xiaoai, a matter that genuinely troubled him. At most, he could leverage his connections to lighten Gao Mingyuan's punishment. Considering Gao Mingyuan had not physically attacked anyone and had shown restraint throughout. After all, it was only after Wu Da was beaten that he rallied everyone for retaliation, which was, in fact, quite normal. Zhong Xiaoai could hardly contest that point. Even the second-generation bureaucrats had to adhere to reason. However, There was little Wang Zheng could do about Wu De and his associates. As Qi Tongwei departed, he fearlessly exchanged pleasantries with several police officers, as if he had just completed an inspection with the leadership, much to Wang Zheng's irritation. Yet Qi Tongwei bore no psychological burden. Had this been a previous life, anyone present would have bowed low before him, treating him with the utmost deference. Accompanying Wang Zheng was Liu Xiaoming, the deputy director of the Handong Provincial Public Security Department. Qi Tongwei understood that this connection must have been facilitated by Zhong Xiaoai's family. As he passed Wang Zheng on his way out, Qi Tongwei leaned in close and whispered a remark that sent shockwaves through the latter's mind. Chapter 10. What's inside? Can you allow me to slap you? Liang Lu inquired over the phone. Xiao Lu, it's absolutely true. That rascal guessed everything. I'm sorry, I messed things up for you. Zhengge, come on. Who could have foreseen that the little princess of the Zhong family would also be present? If it were just Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, and Chen Yang, you wouldn't have to give them any face. Regardless, thank you, Zhengge. Let my brother treat you to a drink later. Haha, no need for formality. We're all friends here. If you need anything, just let me know. After hanging up, Liang Lu's expression fluctuated. According to Wang Zheng, Qi Tongwei had said before leaving, please inform teacher Liang not to engage in such childish tricks. She truly could not fathom how Qi Tongwei could deduce that she was behind it all. Previously, she had only thought of Qi Tongwei as a remarkably handsome yet hard-working individual, possessing a sharp mind and a decent character, without any particularly extraordinary traits. Now, she suddenly realized the depth of his intellect. You say not to play childish games? Very well, then I shall indulge in something more sophisticated. Who asked me to be so capricious? Liang Lu chuckled softly. Dressed in a scarlet silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful curves, she reclined on the sofa, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Upon exiting the police station, Deputy Director Liu Xiaoming of the Public Security Bureau intended to send Zhong Xiaoai home in a special vehicle. However, the little princess of the Zhong family insisted on returning with her classmates. Liu Xiaoming yielded to her wishes. Chen Guanhua had not anticipated that the matter would resolve so swiftly, nor had he realized the formidable background of Zhong Xiaoai. With a single phone call, the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau and the district police chief promptly arrived. As for Qi Tongwei, Hou Liangping, Chen Yang, and Chen Hai, they were unfazed. For even the most influential student, Liang Lu, dared not speak carelessly in front of Zhong Xiaoai. Few at Handong University were aware of Zhong Xiaoai's background. Yet most of those who did were gathered here. The group ambled towards the school. Qi Tongwei, filled with delight from his recent discovery, was about to investigate further when Zhong Xiaoai called out to him. Senior Qi, thank you for today. However, Qi Tongwei's mind was elsewhere, and he casually replied, it's nothing. Zhong Xiaoai wished to say more, but she noticed Qi Tongwei appeared indifferent, as if he had not heard her. This made her somewhat vexed. Observing Qi Tongwei's nonchalant demeanor only intensified her irritation. This senior, possessing such good looks, was infuriatingly aloof. Meanwhile, the visibly bruised Hou Liangping and Chen Hai noted that both Zhong Xiaoai and Chen Yang seemed to overlook their injuries. Of course, they were merely superficial wounds that looked worse than they were. Exchanging glances with Chen Hai, Hou Liangping feigned nonchalance. Hey Xiaoai, Chen Yang, Chen Hai and I are, heading to the hospital. Hou Liangping wished to elaborate, but Zhong Xiaoai appeared oblivious, which irked him further. All right, I forgot you two were injured. How about I accompany you? Hearing Chen Yang's obviously half-hearted suggestion, Chen Hai felt a twinge of annoyance, but maintained a brave facade. Sis, it's fine. You and Zhong Xiaoai should head back. A couple of guys like us can handle these minor injuries. Hou Liangping felt a sense of despair. Damn it. Why drag me into this, you idiot Hai? He glanced at Zhong Xiaoai, who was grateful towards Qi Tongwei, while Qi Tongwei seemed indifferent. Then he looked at Zhong Xiaoai, who ignored him, and he couldn't help but feel despondent. Why, in the same university, in the same department, was there such a disparity in life? What set me? Hou Liangping, apart from you, Qi Tongwei, in terms of looks, family background, or ability. Was it merely a matter of physical strength? I'm not trained for that. Just then, A melody of a cud of plum wafted from a nearby sound shop. In the sweltering summer heat, Hou Liangping felt his heart freeze, consumed by sorrow and rage. Reluctantly, he followed Chunhai, veering towards the affiliated hospital east of the school. Unbeknownst to Qi Tongwei, the others were caught up in their own drama. He was wholly absorbed in the astonishing data changes of his spider armor control panel. Armor user, Qi Tongwei, power, 200. 05, 20,000, speed, 12, 31, 200, attack, 450, 90, 30,000, 08, defense, 150, 01, 280, stamina, 99, 10,000, vision, 6, 51, 500, perception, minus 500, minus 3,000. Qi Tongwei distinctly recalled that the last time he checked the panel, his attack power was 450, 10 kilograms. It had inexplicably increased by 8 kilograms. But why precisely 8? Why not 7, 5, or even 8? What had happened today that correlated with 8? Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Qi Tongwei's mind. However, he still needed to conduct an experiment to validate his hypothesis. As they walked, an unexpected action from Qi Tongwei left them all astonished. Passing by a sycamore tree, he abruptly halted and, without hesitation, swung his fist against the trunk. A resounding thud echoed as the ancient tree trembled, its leaves cascading down like confetti. A faint imprint of his fist marred the bark, leaving onlookers, including his companions, in stunned silence. Qi Tongwei frowned. The force of impact was reciprocal. Thus, his hand must have felt some pain from the blow. Yet, this minor discomfort was far from his concern. Why did you suddenly hit that tree? Did it provoke you? Chen Yang remarked coolly, observing Qi Tongwei's peculiar behavior. Qi Tongwei seemed oblivious to him, continuing forward. You, Qi Tongwei. Chen Yang's irritation grew as Qi Tongwei ignored him. You've changed. Chen Yang's mind was aflame with frustration. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoai found the scene amusing but stifled her laughter. She had heard tales of Qi Tongwei's relentless pursuit of Chen Yang for 6 years. Now, it appeared he had ceased. His cold demeanor suggested he had moved on, which prompted a startling realization in Zhong Xiaoai. Wait, what am I thinking? Am I losing my mind? She quickly chastised herself. At that moment, Qi Tongwei was troubled by a different matter. His earlier strike against the tree was an attempt to see if attacking it could enhance his strength. The results were clear. His panel data remained unchanged. He deduced that the increase of 8 in attack power was likely due to the 8 strikes he had delivered today, each incapacitating a rogue. This suggested a potential increase of 1 kilograms in attack power per strike. Yet, the outcome had not matched his expectations. What could be the reason? Suddenly, a thought crossed Qi Tongwei's mind. He turned his head to glance at Chen Guanhua, feeling a sense of awkwardness. As for Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, and Chen Yang, he couldn't be bothered to look at them. Reluctantly, she turned her gaze towards the rather pleasing figure of Zhong Xiaoai. Zhong Xiaoai, could you assist me with a favor? A smug thought crossed her mind, realizing that he had indeed sought her out for conversation. Zhong Xiaoai felt a surge of delight internally, yet her expression remained composed. She deliberately cleared her throat and said, Ahem, oh, Qi Shuzhong, please go ahead and tell me what you need. Qi Tongwei scratched his head, wearing a mischievous smile. Well, would you allow me the opportunity to slap you? What on earth? Zhong Xiaoai was utterly bewildered. Chapter 11. Can hitting someone make you stronger? A single statement left Zhong Xiaoai utterly bewildered. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Qi Tongwei soon realized that his words indeed sounded rather peculiar. What I meant was, Zhong Xiaoai, I'm not trying to slap you. Rather, could I just give your palm a light tap? Rest assured, it won't hurt. Zhong Xiaoai racked her brain, unable to comprehend why Qi Tongwei suddenly wished to strike her palm. It was utterly baffling. Could it be that he harbored some odd proclivities? This thought led her to recall some peculiar books she had seen in the library, detailing eccentric behaviors of certain individuals in the United States, involving SM and the like. Pervert, she blurted out unintentionally. What? Qi Tongwei was taken aback. I merely wanted to give a light clap. Why do you call me a pervert? Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Xiaoai had already twisted his intentions in her mind. However, realizing her slip, she blushed and obediently extended her hand. Just once, be gentle. All right. Qi Tongwei was delighted, dismissing any odd thoughts that might have crossed her mind. He reached out, applying a slight force, but not too much. Slap. His hand landed on Zhong Xiaoai's palm. To her surprise, it actually stung a bit. She had not anticipated that her first physical contact with Qi Tongwei would be like this. Wait, no. It wasn't her first. There was that instance when he had pulled her arm to shield her from those ruffians earlier that evening. As this realization hit her, Zhong Xiaoai instinctively touched the spot on her arm where Qi Tongwei had grasped her and then her palm that had just been struck. A strange smile crept upon her face, leaving Chen Yang beside her utterly stunned. Qi Tongwei, what do you mean by this? I offered you a chance. Not only do you not cherish it, but you're also flaunting it in front of me with the little princess of the Zhong family? You will never get another opportunity from me. This is the end. Chen Yang fumed, while Chen Guanhua beside him reflected deeply. Ah, the youth certainly know how to play. He mused. Little Qi seems utterly disinterested in this woman. Who would have thought he was hiding it so well? If only I had possessed such skills back in the day, I wouldn't have had to exert myself so much to win over my wife. Yet, glancing at Qi Tongwei's face and then reflecting on his own, he suddenly felt rather superficial. Learning the tricks of the trade would be futile. How could he replicate such a naturally charming visage? Meanwhile, Qi Tongwei remained blissfully unaware of the unwholesome thoughts of the three individuals nearby. He was engrossed in the interface of the spider suit in his mind. This is useful. Amazing. Woohoo. Just moments ago, when he had clapped Zhong Xiaoai's palm, the number in the attack power section had fluctuated again, but not to the expected 0. 1. User of the battle suit. Qi Tongwei, strength, 200, 05 20,000, speed, 12. 31 200, attack, 450, 91 30,000, 001, defense, 150, 01 280, endurance, 99 10,000, vision, 6, 51 500, perception, minus 500 minus 3,000, while the increase of only 0.01 kilograms in attack power might seem trivial. This revelation thrilled Qi Tongwei immensely, as it validated his hypothesis. Hitting someone could indeed make one stronger. He was yet uncertain if the same applied to other living beings, but at least he knew that when he struck the tree earlier, his attack power had not increased at all. A mere tap on Zhong Xiaoai resulted in a gain of 0.01. So, what if he were to strike 3 million times? Qi Tongwei couldn't contain his excitement. This suggested that his attack power could potentially return to the pinnacle he had experienced as Spider-Man. Could he punch through a tank? That was no mere fantasy. It was something he had accomplished in Marvel. Moreover, judging by his encounter with those 8 thugs today, if he struck a bit harder, say, knocking someone out with a single punch, he might gain 0.1 in attack power. It appeared he needed to find ways to engage in more fights. But in this peaceful era, such opportunities were rare. Could he perhaps become a notorious bandit? He dismissed the thought. Regardless, this discovery filled him with exhilaration. If attack power could increase, could other abilities as well? Qi Tongwei found himself filled with anticipation. If he could regain all the strength he had as Spider-Man, in this world devoid of extraordinary powers, there would truly be no one who could contend with him. Upon arriving at school, Qi Tongwei intended to continue his translation work with Chen Guanhua, showing no inclination to bid farewell to Zhong Xiaoai or Chen Yang. It was Zhong Xiaoai who took the initiative to say goodbye. Teacher Chen, we'll head back to the dormitory now. See you another day. This phrase stirred something within her, for typically, she would merely say goodbye, which often implied a final farewell. However, she unconsciously added a touch of spontaneity, implying a future meeting. All right, see you, Chen Guanhua acknowledged. Qi Tongwei, however, was too disinterested to ponder Zhong Xiaoai's subtle intentions, even waving dismissively without offering a proper farewell, which left her feeling quite vexed. Upon returning to the office, Chen Guanhua had already come to appreciate Qi Tongwei's translation abilities. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he assigned him some technical documents for translation. This type of work required precision without excessive linguistic embellishment. He handed Qi Tongwei a document of around 10,000 words. and they both commenced their tasks. As Qi Tongwei translated, Chen Guanhua occasionally glanced over, his eyes lighting up. This kid writes beautifully. Not to mention, during his previous life, Qi Tongwei had honed his penmanship over decades in politics. In Marvel, he had also taken delight in practicing calligraphy. Now, his script exuded an air of sophistication. They worked diligently until 11 at night. Chen Guanhua rubbed his sore eyes and wrists, only to find that Qi Tongwei had already amassed a substantial stack of completed pages. Goodness, in just over 2 hours, he's finished half. Freak! Chen Guanhua couldn't help but exclaim. Translation was laborious, and he typically managed about 1,000 words an hour, which was already commendable in his field. Yet, Qi Tongwei's efficiency was astonishing. Chen Guanhua felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to a capitalist exploiting his employees. The examination week arrived. Besides taking his exams during the day, Qi Tongwei spent any spare moments at Chen Guanhua's office translating materials. He even sought out old Gao, who readily approved a storage room to serve as his temporary office. For Gao Yuliang, the head of the Political and Legal Studies Department, this was a trivial favor. Zhong Xiaoai grew curious about Qi Tongwei's daily activities. Over the past few days, aside from a couple of fleeting encounters during exam breaks, it was as if he had vanished from her world. Naturally, as a young woman, she felt it inappropriate to pry into his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping was quite pleased with this development. Having sensed a profound threat from Qi Tongwei during their recent interactions, his disappearance was just as well. Hou Liangping felt that at least the impoverished Qi had some self-awareness, keeping his distance from their little Xiaoai. It would be best if he vanished forever. As summer vacation approached, that worthless pauper would undoubtedly return to his impoverished mountain village. He could take advantage of the holiday to invite Xiaoai out for a meal or perhaps for a cup of coffee, which has recently become quite fashionable. However, this was merely a wishful thought on Hou Liangping's part. Whether Zhong Xiaoai would grant him such a favor remained uncertain. Just as everyone was beginning to feel that Senior Qi had vanished from the face of the earth, right before the holiday, after completing his final exam, Hou Liangping eagerly followed Zhong Xiaoai out of the classroom, only to find someone already standing at the doorway. To his dismay, it was none other than that insufferably impoverished Qi Tongwei. Chapter 12. Returning home, the lingering presence of that wretched pauper was irksome. I was keen to witness what tricks he might employ. Hou Liangping felt a deep-seated resentment. Zhong Xiaoai, however, spotted Qi Tongwei and her eyes lit up. Yet, Hou Liangping was quicker, advancing towards him. Oh, isn't this Senior Qi? You've stepped down from your role as student union president. It appears you haven't been idle, keeping a low profile. It's been a while since we last met. Are you looking for me? His words dripped with sarcasm, but Qi Tongwei was entirely indifferent to them. When Zhong Xiaoai emerged, Qi Tongwei approached her directly, saying, Zhong Xiaoai, I need your assistance. Surprised, she responded, Senior, do you need something from me? Indeed. I am seeking a specialist in orthopedic surgery from the Handong Provincial People's Hospital. Zhong Xiaoai was taken aback. Huh? A doctor? What happened? Are you injured? You should hurry to the hospital. Perhaps she was simply expressing a normal concern for a fellow student, but Hou Liangping was seething with anger. Oh no, it's not me. It's my father who sustained an injury back home. Could you help me get in touch with an expert? I wish to bring him to Jingzhou for treatment. Zhong Xiaoai quickly agreed. Of course, I'll help you find someone. Where is your father now? Oh, he's still in our hometown. Today is a holiday, and I plan to bring him over. How shall I contact you then? Jot down my home phone number, and I'll provide you with my pager number. Indeed, Zhong Xiaoai was quite the young lady, already possessing a pager in this era. After exchanging contact information, Qi Tongwei expressed his gratitude with a nod and departed. Once Qi Tongwei had left, Hou Liangping remained beside them, his tone dripping with disdain. Oof, that impoverished fool is shamelessly seeking help. How disgraceful. Zhong Xiaoai, however, was somewhat displeased. We are classmates. Isn't mutual assistance expected? Hou Liangping, please stop talking like that. It's disheartening. With that, she coldly walked away. Hou Liangping was momentarily stunned, hastily trailing after her. Hey Xiaoai, that is not what I meant. Wait, Xiaoai, don't go. Let me explain. Having lived 2 lives, Qi Tongwei understood better than anyone the importance of connections in this era. In his previous life, he had been ruthless in his pursuits. In this life, while he no longer had to resort to such extreme measures, he would not hesitate to leverage any advantageous connections available to him. A week passed, and aside from attending exams, Qi Tongwei immersed himself in translation work day and night. Fortunately, the translation market currently favored sellers, with a dearth of talent and abundant opportunities. In just a few days, Qi Tongwei translated hundreds of thousands of words of English material, expanding from simple technical descriptions to business negotiation contracts, legal documents, and professional papers. Chen Guanhua grew increasingly confident in Qi Tongwei's capabilities, even believing that his skills surpassed his own. On several occasions, he suggested that Qi Tongwei forego his share. However, Qi Tongwei would never engage in such egregious behavior of taking advantage of others. He steadfastly insisted on receiving only 20 yuan per 1,000 words, with the remainder going to Professor Chen. Moreover, Qi Tongwei was not primarily motivated by financial gain. Rather, he cherished the path of translation. In this era, the ability to transcend the prevailing understanding of his contemporaries and carve out a swift, unparalleled path was invaluable. Of course, the income was not insignificant either. Compared to the earnings of a district-level official, excluding other untouchable sources of income, it was certainly commendable. Chen Guanhua felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for Qi Tongwei's principled demeanor. Their exchanges were infrequent, yet Chen Guanhua had begun to regard Qi Tongwei as an equal, harboring a sense of camaraderie across generations. Naturally, Chen Guanhua was quite generous with payments. Having just completed their exams, Qi Tongwei had already earned over 10,000 yuan, which also meant that Chen Guanhua had made an additional 20,000. The efficiency of this income was far superior to his solitary struggles. He silently hoped that this collaborative relationship would endure. Chen Guanhua had an endless stream of work to offer. However, Qi Tongwei first requested a leave of absence to return to his hometown, Qijiazhuang, in Linsheng. Qijiazhuang, a remote little valley. Qi Liangping lay in bed when he suddenly heard the call of his youngest daughter, Qi Tongxin. "Father, my second brother has returned." A surge of excitement coursed through him. Calculating the days, it was indeed time for Wei Hua to be on holiday. However, given his current state, he felt uncertain about how to face his child. After a moment of footsteps, the door curtain of the main room was lifted, revealing a tall young man, impeccably dressed, akin to a local official, entering. Though Qi Liangping was thrilled, he could only muster a simple, goofy smile. Wei Hua's back. Without further ado, he smiled awkwardly. Upon seeing his father lying in bed with his right leg immobilized by a bamboo splint, Qi Tongwei felt a pang of sorrow. Despite having experienced countless grand spectacles in his two lives, tears streamed down his face unexpectedly. "Father, why didn't you tell me you were injured?" Qi Liangping's eyes glistened with moisture, yet he maintained his goofy smile. "Oh, it's nothing really. I would want to disrupt your studies. I'll be better soon." Qi Tongwei gazed at his father, who despite suffering from pain, remained resilient. He marveled at how this seemingly unremarkable, toiling farmer embodied an unyielding spirit that was ineffably admirable. Regardless of how grand or unscrupulous Qi Tongwei became in the future, that stubbornness was a trait inherited from Qi Liangping. Qi Tongwei silently vowed to take good care of his father in this lifetime. The winds of fate must not disrupt their lives again. After asking about the family situation briefly, Qi Tongwei refrained from settling his father down. His father's leg had been injured, treated by a local doctor, and although some expenses had been incurred, there was little point in rushing. He began by expressing his gratitude to each of his relatives and friends in the village. He repaid the nearly 3,000 yuan he had borrowed over the years for his studies, as well as the medical expenses incurred by Qi Liangping. The simple villagers often struggled to articulate their feelings, merely insisting that it was unnecessary and not urgent. Yet, after Qi Tongwei's persistent insistence, they ultimately accepted. They were unaware of the source of Qi Tongwei's newfound wealth, but they all believed, filled with admiration, that Wei Hua, the village's first college student, had truly made something of himself. Since Qi Tongwei was not in need of money at present, he could not allow the villagers to continue to struggle. His education had been supported by the entire village, each contributing a little. Hence, even if some relatives had acted against principles in the past, he had always tried to assist them. Now, he reflected that it was his own inadequacies that had brought about those situations. In this life, Qi Tongwei resolved that it was better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. His true aim was to ensure that his fellow villagers would lead prosperous lives in the future. After taking care of these matters, Qi Tongwei wasted no time. He called his older brother, Qi Tongde, who was working in the fields, borrowed an ox cart from the villagers, and set off for the county seat with Qi Liangping. Qi Liangping initially resisted, insisting that he was nearly recovered. Qi Tongwei understood that his father's leg was not yet fully healed, and that the county lacked the medical facilities and imported medications necessary for complete recovery, which had led to subsequent infections and the near amputation of his leg. When Qi Tongwei placed a thick stack of several thousand yuan into Qi Liangping's hands, assuring him to not worry, he found himself at a loss for words, reluctantly acquiescing. Qi Liangping had never encountered such a sum of money in his lifetime. Indeed, the young man had truly achieved remarkable success. Not wanting to dampen the child's good intentions, he decided to accompany Qi Tongwei. Upon reaching the county town, Qi Tongwei hired a van and set off towards Jingzhou that very night. Lincheng is approximately 500 kilometers from Jingzhou, but the road conditions of that era were deplorable. The family traveled tirelessly throughout the night, and after a grueling journey of over 10 hours, they finally caught sight of the provincial capital just past 7 in the morning. Without pausing, they made their way directly to the People's Hospital of Handong Province. By the time they arrived, it was already 8 o'clock. Qi Tongwei had called Zhong Xiaoai the previous day from the county town. As they pulled up to the entrance of the outpatient building, they were greeted by the striking figure of a woman clad in a flowing white chiffon dress, radiating beauty that was simply breathtaking. Even Director Qi found himself momentarily entranced. It was none other than Zhong Xiaoai. Chapter 13. Accompanying father to the hospital, Qi Tongwei's eyes lit up. Although the attire of this era seemed somewhat antiquated compared to the post-millennial fashion and the Marvel Universe, the vintage aesthetic still possessed a certain charm. He had not anticipated that the young lady would come in person. How commendable! Qi, the director, acknowledged this kindness. Qi Tongde stepped out of the car first and immediately spotted Zhong Xiaoai, but he could barely glance at her. He thought to himself, the big city indeed holds extraordinary beauty. Encountering someone as ethereal as her on a casual outing was beyond his wildest dreams, far surpassing even the stars on television. He never imagined they could have any connection to such ethereal beings. To his astonishment, his younger brother Qi Tongwei walked directly towards the fairy-like figure, leaving Qi Tongde utterly shocked, unable to utter a word. Zhong Xiaoai, you came in person. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai nearly choked on her own words. I got up early and even dressed up specially to wait for you. Is this your reaction? Qi Tongwei, shouldn't you be a bit more amazed? A little more delighted? Just this? Oh, I usually rise early and have nothing much to do. I just thought of visiting an aunt who works here and happened to remember you all were coming today. She replied casually. Just happened to remember? Qi Tongwei questioned, his suspicions aroused. A young lady from a prominent family should be able to simply send a greeting, shouldn't she? This seemed rather generous of her. Cool, mate. Let me take you inside. As he spoke, doctors emerged from the building, pushing a hospital bed. After a brief exchange, Qi Tongwei introduced his family. This is my father, Qi Liangping, my elder brother, Qi Tongde, my younger sister, Qi Tongxin, and this is my classmate, Zhong Xiaoai. Hello, uncle. Hello, Qi Guo, little sister. You are truly beautiful. The doctors, eager to assist, rushed to help Qi Liangping onto the bed at the direction of a stern-looking female doctor in her 50s. Qi Liangping and Qi Tongde were rather reserved, merely expressing their gratitude awkwardly. Only Qi Tongxin gazed with wide eyes at the bustling doctors, occasionally stealing glances at the extraordinarily beautiful sister. Regardless of their circumstances, Qi Tongwei felt no shame towards his family. They would gradually grow accustomed to disregarding the opinions of others and would not fear any authority. After all, they were the family of the extraordinary director Qi of Earth. You common folk are nothing. The most my family does is refrain from bullying others. The misdeeds of those rascals in the village must not be allowed to repeat in this lifetime. With this thought, Qi Tongwei felt a surge of anger. The Qi family needed to be managed. In his previous life, he had been too engrossed in serving beneath others to pay attention. This time, he would not hesitate to put those rascals in their place. Zhong Xiaoai, observing the seemingly rustic girl with her slightly sallow face, found herself intrigued. "And who is this?" "This is my younger sister, Qi Tongxin," Qi Tongwei replied. "Tongxin, your name is much more pleasant than hers." "Hello, little sister. You are truly beautiful," Zhong Xiaoai complimented warmly. The genetics of the Qi family were indeed remarkable. Hou Liangping remained stoic, while Qi Tongwei's mother had once been renowned for her beauty throughout the region. Unfortunately, she had been frail and passed away shortly after giving birth to her third child. Qi Tongwei regretted not being reborn in an era when his mother was still alive. Qi Tongxin desperately wanted to tell Zhong Xiaoai that she was even more beautiful, but found herself hiding behind her elder brother, only managing to mumble, "Sister." "Hello." After a round of introductions, Qi Tongwei was surprised to learn that the older female doctor was none other than Liu Yumin, the director of the Handong Provincial People's Hospital. Zhong Xiaoai's grandparents were old revolutionaries from Handong province, and Liu Yumin, having been a military doctor, had once served under Zhong Xiaoai's grandmother, treating her with great care since childhood. A group of doctors escorted Qi Liangping to the orthopedic department. The ward had long been prepared, and patients in the hallway whispered amongst themselves, speculating about which high-ranking official had come for treatment. The room itself was a private one. Though Qi Liangping did not meet the criteria for such accommodations, Zhong Xiaoai's influence was sufficient to ensure he received them. In stark contrast to what Qi Tongda had envisioned, receiving treatment at a large provincial hospital was far easier than it had been at Linqing County Hospital. When he realized that the young doctor pushing the bed was Lin Lijun, the head of orthopedics, he could hardly comprehend how an ordinary farmer's visit to the hospital could be so uncomplicated. After a thorough examination, the doctors concluded that the situation was serious but treatable. However, a second surgery would be required, along with medication and quality care. Qi Liangping was troubled and asked, "Dr. Lin, how much will it cost? I cannot afford it." In this era, without a stable job, reimbursement was out of the question. Lin Lijun glanced at the expression of Director Liu. She cast a scrutinizing yet smiling gaze at the handsome young man accompanying Zhong Xiaoai, who bore a striking resemblance to the leading actor from Lushan Love. Director Qi, perceptive as ever, quickly understood the unspoken implications. "No worries, father. I have saved up a bit from working part-time. Doctor, you need not worry about the expenses." The surrounding Zhong Xiaoai and the doctors were taken aback. How can one claim to work part-time and have saved up 10,000? This young man, although dressed neatly, appeared to come from modest means. In 1990, who could possibly claim to have saved such a sum? The emergence of 10,000 yuan households was a recent phenomenon. As doctors from prestigious institutions like Xiehe, Tongji, and Xiangyao reflected on their own meager salaries of a few hundred yuan a month, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Why is there such an enormous disparity between people? They pondered. In less than a decade, these top-tier hospital doctors would come to regard such amounts as trifling. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoai, with her elevated standards, found herself wondering if Qi Tongwei was merely boasting. How can a mere student earn more than my relatives working abroad after just a few days apart? Young man, due to the need for second surgery. The cost may run around 5,000, but that is all, Lin Lijun indicated, assuming that since his son hailed from a wealthy family, the funds would be readily available. Qi Liangping and Qi Tongda felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this. They had already spent over 2,000, and with the total expected to reach 5,000. They contemplated whether it would be better to seek treatment back in the county. Qi Tongxin began to understand the financial strain, realizing the difficulty of the situation, though she could not articulate her thoughts. "Doctor, no problem. I will pay an initial deposit of 5,000. If it's not enough, we could discuss it further," Qi Tongwei declared, leaving the others speechless. The illness was neither simple nor overly complex. Initially, the surgery had been performed poorly, necessitating a second operation. The doctors were well aware of the limitations of small county hospitals. Once everything was settled, the doctors gradually exited the ward. Zhong Xiaoai and Director Lu also took their leave, providing the four family members with a moment of solitude. Although Qi Liangping was straightforward, his life experiences had taught him to be perceptive. He urged Qi Tongwei, Wei Zi, I may not have seen much of the world, but I am not foolish. Everything is arranged here. You need not worry. Go and express your gratitude to that young lady. Our family may be humble, but we must uphold our manners. In Qi Liangping's mind, young lady was still a term of respect, and he had yet to grasp the concept of sophistication. In his memory, Zhong Xiaoai resembled a refined young lady from a bygone era of affluent families. Qi Tongwei felt a twinge of nostalgia as he listened to his father's words. Thank her. The scene struck him as rather theatrical, didn't it, father? In my previous life, it was this very young lady and her husband who conspired to bring about my demise. Of course, at that time, we were all loyal to our respective masters, and no one could be faulted. However, this life is distinct from the last. Director Qi is clear about his grievances and is quite righteous. I shall remember this favor. Should Zhong Xiaoai ever require my assistance in the future, I will surely set aside past grievances and offer my help willingly. While I may not be able to assist with significant matters at the moment, surely I can lend a hand with smaller ones. For instance, I excel in foreign languages in this life. Might I not help a classmate with their studies? Qi Tongwei suddenly envisioned numerous conversational techniques and grammatical structures. Just then, he noticed Qi Liangping's stern expression, as if an old vine were poised to strike him. Qi Tongwei ceased his frivolity. Very well, father, rest assured. You all take a moment to relax. I shall go check on my classmate and bring back some breakfast for you. With that, he hastily opened the door in search of Zhong Xiaoai. Such is the terrifying weight of bloodline suppression. Even if one were Spider-Man, it would be of no consequence. Even Spider-Man fears Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Does he not? Chapter 14. Who is first? Zhong Xiaoai felt a pang of regret for her earlier remarks made out of vanity, claiming she had come to see Qi Tongwei's father. He had taken her words at face value, without a hint of gratitude. Frustrated, she continued her conversation with Lu Yumin as they headed home. Zhong Xiaoai, who is that? Turning around, she found it was Qi Tongwei, and her mood instantly brightened. Oh, it's Senior Qi. Do you have any instructions for me? Qi Tongwei paid no mind to her sarcastic tone. My father told me to thank you properly. Your father told you to thank me? Don't you have any thoughts of your own? Zhong Xiaoai pouted, clearly displeased. Qi Tongwei hesitated. He had abilities to offer help, but overstepping could come across as boastful. Should he mention tutoring her in foreign languages? Preparing for graduate exams? Zhong Xiaoai was already a graduate student, and it was uncertain whether she would pursue a doctorate. Realizing he had just returned and his previous self, a loquacious Spider-Man, had not yet faded, he thought it might be a bit presumptuous to say such things. However, Qi Tongwei was always one to recognize his mistakes. Look at what you're saying. Since Ms. Zhong has helped me so much, of course, I need to express my gratitude. How about I treat you to a lavish meal? Though still somewhat dissatisfied, Zhong Xiaoai found it rare for Qi Tongwei, known for his temper, to offer such a gesture. She decided to seize the opportunity. That won't suffice. It's too cheap for someone of your stature. I'll need to think of something more fitting. You owe me one, and when I remember, you must agree to fulfill one of my requests. Zhong Xiaoai held some reservations. Even though Qi Tongwei claimed to have earned a substantial amount through hard work, she remained skeptical, having witnessed his family's humble background. Perhaps she could seek his assistance for a small favor at an appropriate time. Upon hearing her words, Qi Tongwei's perspective shifted. Oh, a bit presumptuous, are we? Well, I can't blame you, Miss Zhong. Although I'm the son of a high-ranking official, the value of my favors is not easily quantified. To speak bluntly, I could procure a nuclear bomb from the United States, if necessary. If all else fails, I could always climb the technological ladder and gather my resources. He realized that discussing such matters could easily lead others to think him mad. Enough of this. Lu Yumin, with the wisdom of experience, observed the playful banter between the two youngsters. It seemed that Zhong Xiaoai harbored a bit of interest in this so-called poor student. Yet it appeared Qi Tongwei was rather indifferent. However, she thought it unlikely for them to connect, given their differing backgrounds. Unless, of course, the Zhong family were to accept a son-in-law from outside. Gossip aside, She had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the youth. Qi Tongwei, not wishing to linger, quickly acquiesced. All right, you call the shots. I need to go pay the hospital deposit now. Wait, I'll go with you, Liu Yumin chimed in with a smile. Let us go together. There will likely be a crowd. As anticipated, the payment window at the Provincial People's Hospital was a scene of long lines that could make one question their existence. Fortunately, Liu Yumin did not need a queue, as she walked directly to the insurance counter. Those inside had already noticed the arrival of the big boss and hurriedly opened the door to welcome the trio. Seeing this, Qi Tongwei felt reassured that seeking Zhong Xiaoai's help had been the right choice. Everything was proceeding with remarkable efficiency. With years of experience as a high-ranking official, he sincerely thanked both Liu Yumin and Zhong Xiaoai once more. Before long, Qi Tongwei produced a bundle of rarely seen 100 yuan notes and promptly paid the 6,000 yuan deposit. Zhong Xiaoai and Liu Yumin regarded him with newfound respect. Having the ability to present such a sum openly suggested he was indeed wealthy. In this era, unlike the future, borrowing money was not an option. However, Zhong Xiaoai recalled that Professor Chen Guanhua was quite renowned at the university, known for having made a significant fortune after leaving the state service. But he was a national-level translation expert. What skills did Qi Tongwei possess? She still felt that Professor Chen had perhaps helped him out of pity. She had never heard of Qi Tongwei's foreign language proficiency, despite being in the same graduate program. With this thought, the halo surrounding Qi Tongwei in her eyes began to fade. Nonetheless, facilitating contact with the hospital was a trivial matter, and she felt no significant emotion about it. After feigning concern for Qi Tongwei for a moment, she took her leave. Regardless of Zhong Xiaoai's opinion of Qi Tongwei, since she had made an introduction, the Provincial People's Hospital would do its utmost to treat Qi Liangping. There was no need for Qi Tongwei to worry. They rented an extra bed to ease the burden of care for their father, as the doctor indicated he would need to stay for at least half a month. Qi Tongwei also secured a room in a modest hotel nearby. The siblings found it far more luxurious and clean than their own home, but out of concern for expenses, they initially insisted it was unnecessary. Naturally, they were persuaded by Qi Tongwei to accept the arrangement. They would grow accustomed to this. Good days were just beginning. Back home, arrangements were made for relatives to assist, so there was nothing to worry about. Qi Tongxin, however, was approaching her final exams. Although her performance in her rural middle school was decent, it was not outstanding. She could seek help from her teachers or devise a plan to address any issues later. In this era, many girls dropped out of school in an instant, especially with such a significant family crisis at hand, so it was hardly a concern. Qi Tongwei also planned to find a way to transfer his younger sister to a school in the big city. Upon hearing that Qi Tongwei intended to continue working and studying, the three members of the Qi family, frightened by the prospect of his income, hurried to send him off. What did it matter if his leg was broken? It was not as if he had lost his head. Right now, Qi Tongwei's pursuit of work and study was the family's top priority. With benefactors to support him, he had to seize the opportunity. Qi Tongde did not dare allow his minor ailment to hinder Qi Tongwei. The pressing matter was that they still needed to provide for the family. So Qi Tongwei disregarded any romantic sentiments. Upon returning to school, he immediately immersed himself in the endeavor of translation and earning money. With the holidays upon him, he no longer needed to go to that storage room. Instead, he worked diligently from his dormitory, significantly increasing his efficiency compared to the exam period. However, Qi Tongwei did not deliberately pursue speed. Instead, he sought additional resources on Arabic from Professor Chen Guanhua, embarking on a self-study journey of the language. As he twisted his tongue to pronounce the unfamiliar sounds, he reminisced about the biological intelligence he once had. If only he still possessed it, he would have to exert such effort. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by Thanos. In this era, the Middle Eastern tycoons were far more generous than their Western counterparts. Arabic, too, was among the most lucrative languages, sometimes fetching translation rates up to 5 times that of Chinese English. With Qi Tongwei's impressive IQ of 180, he made rapid progress. Days passed, and the earnings Qi Tongwei garnered from Professor Chen had already surpassed 10,000 yuan, racing toward the 20,000 mark. He had truly become a wealthy individual. However, most of his earnings had been used to repay family debts and cover his father's medical expenses. At last, he had begun to accumulate some savings. The summer vacation had passed in roughly half a month. The local graduate students in the law and political science department organized a small gathering, consisting of 6 or 7 individuals centered around Hou Liangping, Zhong Xiaoai, Qin Yang, and Chen Hai. Naturally, the conversation turned to matters concerning the school. When discussing the final exams, the local students were the first to be informed of the results, while those from out of town would have to wait until the start of the new term to find out. Hey, have you heard? The top score in the second-year graduate exam this time. Guess who it is? Wang Xiaoqin teased, deliberately building suspense. Several individuals attempted to guess a few names, but all their guesses were in vain. You would never have imagined it. It is Qi Tongwei. What on earth? What? Is it true? That despicable and impoverished fellow? Upon unveiling the mystery, everyone was astounded. Chapter 15. Journey to the Magical City. The announcement of Qi Tongwei's top score in the exam left everyone astounded. Chen Yang was particularly taken aback. Although she had always regarded Qi Tongwei as a backup option and claimed not to harbor any affection for him, her quiet concern and understanding of him were undeniable. Despite his esteemed position as the president of the student council and his commendable overall qualities, Qi Tongwei had never distinguished himself in his specialized subjects. Thus, it was utterly unexpected for him to achieve the first rank this time. Hou Liangping, Chen Hai, and others were equally astonished. Could it be that Qi Tongwei had devoted himself to his studies after resigning? However, Zhong Xiaoai held a different opinion. She was aware that Qi Tongwei had been busy with part-time work every day, leaving her puzzled as to how he could have improved his grades so significantly. Wang Xiaoqin, however, shifted the focus. What a pity, she scoffed. His overall score doesn't even make it into the top 10. Excellence is utterly unrelated to him. What? No way. Is that true? The group was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't they just stated that he ranked first in the exam? How could his overall score fail to place him among the top 10? Qi Tongwei had never dropped out of the top 10 before, consistently earning scholarships year after year. What was going on? It was rumored that his usual performance had been particularly low. Had it not been for the department head's intervention, he might not have even made it into the top 20. In the law program of the political science department, there were only 45 students in a class, and students these days generally worked hard. Thus, the disparity in scores was not vast. Yet, for Qi Tongwei to fail to enter the top 10 was indeed quite exaggerated. He deserved it. His self-inflicted misfortunes were his own fault. Hou Liangping reveled in the misfortune, thinking to himself that Qi Tongwei had severely offended the student council and was fortunate if he graduated at all. Surely, Director Gao is fair-minded. With his academic performance, he wouldn't be unable to graduate, would he? Are you joking? You don't know? Teacher Liang, who oversees the student council, has quite a background. What background? Wang Xiaoqin asked, intrigued. Teacher Liang's father is the third-ranking official in the province, and our principal is also of vice-provincial rank, but in front of him, that means nothing. Hou Liangping, Qin Yang, and Chen Hai were already aware of Liang Lu's identity, so it was no surprise to them. The other students, however, were hearing it for the first time and thought Qi Tongwei was courting disaster. A child from a peasant family. How could he even compare with the offspring of high-ranking officials? The key was that he was in the wrong. Zhong Xiaoai furrowed her brow. Although she understood the harshness of reality, she felt uneasy. After all, in the century-long history of the school, there had never been a student like Qi Tongwei who operated so mysteriously. Yet, she instinctively felt uncomfortable. Qi, emerging from a small town, was rumored to be facing issues at home. His youthful naivety could lead to such reckless actions, which was regrettable. Hou Liangping feigned neutrality, as if not entirely blaming Qi Tongwei. Yet, he secretly disparaged his humble origins and lack of awareness. Chen Yang displayed a look of regret as well. Everyone felt that Chen Yang was genuinely kind-hearted, expressing sympathy for someone who had failed in pursuit of their goals. In truth, she merely reaffirmed her belief in her own choices, further dismissing Qi Tongwei and feigning sympathy toward him. Chen Hai also felt it was quite a pity. The other students unanimously deemed Qi Tongwei foolish. All the accolades of being an outstanding graduate, a commendable postgraduate, and an excellent student leader were now beyond his reach. Wasn't he that foolish? These were all opportunities that were within his grasp, ones that they could only dream of. He had squandered them himself, foolish to the extreme. Graduating from a postgraduate program typically began with a secondary position. With these honors, one's salary could be elevated in coveted positions in the provincial office organizational department, or public security bureau would eagerly seek them out. Perhaps only Zhong Xiaoai vaguely sensed that Qi Tongwei might not value these accolades anymore. Indeed, Qi Tongwei had little regard for such trifles and was no longer in Jingzhou. 5 days prior, he had accompanied Chen Guanhua to the magical city. Chen Guanhua's wife worked in a magical city, and it was a prime opportunity for a translator, especially during the summer vacation, prompting Chen Guanhua to return with Qi Tongwei in tow. From Huanghe Road to Shengjing Road, from Feixiao Road to Fuzhou Road, the bustling metropolis was a world of its own. Chen Guanhua intended to show Qi Tongwei the wonders of the city, but to his surprise, Qi appeared unimpressed. Although Qi Tongwei was unfamiliar with the magical city, he had visited frequently in his previous life. The vibrancy he had witnessed then was incomparable to the present. Moreover, having spent over 20 years in the beautiful city of New York, he had seen far more extravagance. It was merely a nostalgic feeling, not a sense of novelty. At the Hamilton building, adjacent to the Bund, they took a vintage yet exquisitely decorated elevator straight to the 12th floor. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the dazzling trilingual sign of the Hanwen Translation Company. A meticulously dressed, middle-aged man in casual suiting awaited them. "Professor Chen, we have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Mr. Fu, my apologies for intruding." "Not at all. We are counting on your esteemed expertise to resolve our issues." "And who might this be?" "This is my assistant and a top student from Handong University, Qi Tongwei. Mr. Qi possesses remarkable talent. It is evident he is no ordinary individual." As he spoke, he presented his business card. Qi Tongwei mused that the man had a keen eye, instantly recognizing him as the singular extraordinary being in this world. He graciously accepted the card, glancing at it before casually tucking it into his pocket. Did this young man not show proper respect? Fu Xiaodong noticed this moment and felt a flicker of displeasure, but quickly suppressed it. After all, he was brought in by Chen Guanhua, a significant asset to the company. Who would dare to offend monetary interests? Upon entering the spacious office, it was bustling with activity. Everyone was diligently engaged, and a line of students appeared to be waiting for something. "Qi, I am here today to assist Mr. Fu with the interview process. You can take a moment to relax and explore." Fu Xiaodong called to the receptionist nearby. "Xiao Zhao, please fetch a cup of coffee from Mr. Qi. American style. No sugar, thank you." Qi Tongwei did not hesitate, prompting the receptionist, who had voluminous curls, to smirk slightly. Fu Xiaodong paid no mind to this and led Chen Guanhua into the conference room. Who was this person, so full of himself? A tall, fashionable young woman with a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses, sitting at a desk, inquired of Xiao Zhao. "I don't know. He was brought in by Professor Chen. He seems a bit pretentious, wanting an American coffee without sugar. But he is indeed quite handsome. You hopeless romantic, hurry and deliver the coffee to your handsome guy." Wang Mingzhu glanced at Qi Tongwei, who was savoring the coffee Xiao Zhao had handed him, her eyes filled with mild disdain. In this day and age, university students often had inflated egos, but in the magical city, there were many experiences they had yet to encounter. The coffee tasted decent, reminiscent of the beans from Yunnan. As Qi felt a fleeting gaze upon him, he looked up to see a young woman seated sideways at her desk, typing away on her computer. Wow, such long legs? Qi Tongwei thought, momentarily captivated. Chapter 16. Mind your own business. Qi Tongwei leisurely leaned against the reception desk, sipping his coffee. The petite and charming receptionist, Xiao Zhao, couldn't help but strike up a conversation upon seeing his handsome face. "Sir, if you need a refill, just let me know." Qi Tongwei looked at the cute young lady and replied, "Sure, thank you, beautiful." In the era of Director Qi, compliments like beautiful and handsome were quite commonplace. However, in the year 1990, such remarks could carry a slightly flirtatious undertone. This made the usually cheerful Xiao Zhao blush, pondering how this dashing man also had a hint of mischief about him. Within the translation company, Aside from the likes of Xiao Zhao at the reception and a few financial and administrative staff, the majority were professional translators, predominantly in written translation. The number of interpreters was notably limited, many of whom were stationed abroad. In those days, individuals studying foreign languages were generally quick to embrace new ideas and were quite fashionable and open-minded, with women making up a significant portion. The sudden appearance of an attractive man in the company instantly captured the attention of many, including Wang Mingzhu. Observing Qi Tongwei seemingly engaged in conversation with Xiao Zhao, she couldn't help but criticize internally. He certainly had the looks, but his demeanor seemed less than earnest. Before long, several female translators, fatigued from their written work, emerged to fetch water or coffee, intentionally or unintentionally gravitating towards Qi Tongwei to strike up a conversation. He welcomed their advances, as most of the women were indeed quite appealing, which lifted his spirits. However, these women did not include the long-legged beauty he had glimpsed upon entering. Unable to resist, Qi Tongwei cast another glance at her. Wow, so tall, he mused, recalling a popular term that would emerge over 2 decades later. At that moment, a tall, fashionably dressed female translator with a chic short skirt and a fitted t-shirt approached him with an air of confidence. "I saw you come in with Teacher Chen. What do you usually do?" "Oh, I'm also involved in translation," Qi Tongwei replied candidly. Wang Mingzhu perked up her ears upon hearing this. "Wow, fellow translator? Which school did you graduate from?" "Where are you from?" "I'm from Chang and graduated from Tongwei," the tall short-haired girl revealed, a Northwest native, which explained her spirited demeanor. "I hail from Handong, Lincheng, and graduated from Handong University," Qi Tongwei stated. "Handong University? Wow, you're from Handong's Four Languages Department. So you're a student of Teacher Chen." "Not quite. I'm from the Political Science and Law Department." "What? Really? The Political Science and Law Department?" Several young ladies expressed their surprise. Is someone from the Political Science and Law Department really doing translation? Crossing over to snatch our jobs? Wang Mingzhu also overheard this and couldn't help but scoff. I thought he was some high-achieving student from a foreign languages institute. Turns out he's just a latecomer to translation. In this era, the translation market was undoubtedly dominated by graduates from a few prestigious foreign language institutes, leaving little room for disdainful hierarchies. Resources for learning were simply more abundant there, and other schools couldn't provide a genuine education. Qi Tongwei, hearing the remarks, chuckled and said, "So, that tall-legged beauty, does that mean you specialize in translation?" Wang Mingzhu felt her face flush at the comment, realizing she had let her thoughts slip earlier. Hearing Qi Tongwei refer to her as tall-legged beauty made her both angry and flustered, unsure how to respond. Her temper flared. "Mind your own business. Just manage yourself." In this era, even a slightly frivolous remark could easily label someone as a rogue. Qi Tongwei merely smiled, unfazed. "So, what is your main focus? Written translation or interpretation?" The tall, short-haired girl, sensing the rising tension, interjected, I dabble in both." As for the extent of her dabbling, that was known only to Qi Tongwei himself. "Really? You dabble in both? Consecutive interpretation? You wouldn't be doing simultaneous interpretation, would you?" In terms of interpretation, there were primarily 2 types, consecutive and simultaneous, with simultaneous interpretation being the most challenging and demanding the highest standards. "I have a basic understanding of both," he replied, a hint of modesty in his tone. Wang Mingzhu let out a derisive snort. How boastful. As a graduate of a prestigious foreign language institute, she had been swiftly recruited by a major trade company in Shanghai right after graduation and was now interning with a friend of her father's during the summer. Being a top student, she was well aware of the stringent requirements for simultaneous interpretation, despite the presence of 40 or 50 interpreters in the office. None would dare claim proficiency in simultaneous interpretation. The only acknowledged expert was Professor Chen Guanhua in the conference room. Although he was a lecturer, everyone respectfully referred to him as Professor Chen due to his exceptional skills. Qi Tongwei, unaffected by Wang Mingzhu's mockery, found her to be quite amusing. He had already learned her name from his colleagues. Professor Chen Guanhua was busy interviewing with Fu Xuedong, who was keen to recruit top talent during the summer, hoping to secure a few genuine prospects. As beautiful women came and went in Qi Tongwei's vicinity, the workload for translators was heavy, leading them to seek brief respites to engage with this somewhat rule-breaking handsome man. The striking Wang Mingzhu, despite being an intern, demonstrated impressive skills and occasionally bantered playfully with Qi Tongwei in a light-hearted manner, all while remaining diligent in her work. Throughout, Qi Tongwei made no effort to explain himself. Wang Mingzhu grew increasingly convinced that he was merely a facade, likely fearing exposure of his true abilities. Her disdain for him deepened. She detested men who relied solely on their looks, lacking genuine knowledge and merely deceiving women. If Qi Tongwei had known of her profound prejudices against him, he might have thought Wang Mingzhu had suffered some past romantic wounds. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Mingzhu hailed from an affluent background, having been pampered and excelling in her studies, leading to an elevated sense of self-worth. After finally entering university and dating a rather handsome boyfriend, her high standards and refusal to engage in intimate relationship activities led him to stray with a senior from the Latin language department. To Wang Mingzhu, Qi Tongwei likely seemed no different from that former boyfriend, making it hard for her to form a positive impression. What's going on? Just as Qi Tongwei was enjoying a leisurely chat with the female translators over coffee, a burly foreigner entered the office. Despite his gestures, everyone recognized he was speaking English, specifically the variant from the United States, though his accent was peculiar. No one in attendance could quite grasp what he was saying. Today seemed particularly unfortunate. If there had been a competent interpreter present, it wouldn't have been a problem. After all, even with a heavy accent, it was still English. The issue lay in the fact that the majority of the office staff were written translators, with few possessing strong listening or speaking skills. Only Wang Mingzhu, whose abilities were decent, proactively stepped up to assist. However, after a few exchanges, she was drenched in cold sweat, having been trained in refined British English. The corpulent man, should he have spoken in a standard form of English, would have posed no challenge. However, the accent he employed was distinctly unfamiliar, leaving Wang Mingzhu utterly perplexed. In light of the current predicament, it appears that only one solution remains: to interrupt the ongoing interview and summon teacher Chen Guanhua to manage the situation. The others present are either recent graduates vying for positions or engaged outside, just as everyone was at a loss, and Miss Wang was anxiously stamping her long legs. A languid voice, accompanied by an equally peculiar inflection, suddenly broke through the tension. "Hey dude, how you doing?" Chapter 17. The northeastern dialect of the beautiful country upon hearing the voice that resonated like the call of a long-lost kin. The plump foreigner instantly became animated and struck up a conversation with the individual nearby. A few moments later, Wang Mingzhu looked on in astonishment as the foreign gentleman, whom she had initially dismissed, was engaging in lively discourse with Qi Tongwei, sharing camaraderie as if they were old friends. Such a scene was rare for her, even among the international students at her school back home, leaving her momentarily speechless. She realized that this young man, seemingly akin to her age, possessed an unexpectedly high level of spoken English, articulating with an accent indistinguishable from that of the jovial foreigner. While she could grasp fragments, the entirety eluded her comprehension. Nevertheless, the situation had stabilized at least. The short-haired lady, named Fong Ying, who appeared to be a junior supervisor in the translation team, interjected, "Mr. Qi, does this gentleman have specific requirements?" "Oh, indeed," Qi replied. "He mentioned that there is an urgent on-site negotiation with a domestic enterprise this afternoon. Arriving here unexpectedly and in haste, he found himself unable to locate suitable translators. Someone recommended Han, and he specifically sought us out. He also indicated that the meeting is pressing and is set to commence in just over an hour." "What translation services are needed?" Fong Ying inquired further. "Simultaneous interpretation is required. This Mr. John Douglas is their appointed negotiator and also the vice president of his company," Qi explained. John Douglas, in his urgency, never anticipated the difficulty of finding a translator in the bustling metropolis. Although his accent was somewhat pronounced, it was merely one of the many regional dialects of the beautiful country. Having never encountered such a circumstance back home, he was fortunate to cross paths with Qi Tongwei. At this moment, Wang Mingzhu felt a tinge of embarrassment in facing Qi Tongwei, having previously derided him. To her surprise, his proficiency was indeed commendable. Fang Ying found herself in a quandary. But our simultaneous interpreters are all occupied today, and Professor Chun is currently interviewing candidates. What shall we do for an event that is just over an hour away? Qi Tongwei learned that the company had no available personnel today and engaged in further conversation with John. This time, everyone understood the discussion, for Qi was addressing straightforward matters, namely, the pricing. Many present who understood English were able to follow along. Perhaps due to John's genuine urgency, he proposed a rate of 200 an hour for the negotiation. Qi turned to Fang Ying and asked, "Since you have no one available, what if I step in?" While the group had no doubts regarding his spoken English, simultaneous interpretation and casual conversation were entirely different realms. Qi discerned their apprehension and promptly communicated the situation to John. Understanding the predicament, John was left with no choice but to take a chance. With Qi Tongwei volunteering, a brief test of simultaneous interpretation was conducted on-site. Typically, simultaneous interpretation demands intense focus and mental stamina, with high-level interpreters requiring breaks after approximately half an hour of continuous work. However, with Qi's exceptional intelligence and remarkable endurance, he was undeterred by such trivialities. He seamlessly translated John's authentic Massachusetts accent into Mandarin. As a lively discussion ensued among the group, Qi concurrently rendered John's words into his regional accent, leaving the experienced interpreters astounded. Fang Ying, needless to say, was thoroughly impressed. Even Wang Mingzhu, a paragon of excellence, had to concede that Qi Tongwei's impromptu translation skills surpassed many esteemed figures in their translation academy, including the heads of departments and textbook editors. Moreover, the professors at their institution might not even be familiar with John's accent. With Fang Ying left with no alternative, given the lack of suitable interpreters, Qi Tongwei's serendipitous encounter proved fortuitous. Had the accent been from another region, even a native like Spider-Man might have struggled to comprehend. As it stood, John's Massachusetts accent was akin to that of Captain Carol Danvers, an old acquaintance of Spider-Man, leading to a familiarity with the nuances of the dialect over time. As Qi Tongwei demonstrated his commendable ability, Fang Ying seized an opportunity to report back to her supervisor. When Fu Xiuedong learned of the unfolding events, he interrupted the interview to inquire about Chun Guanhua's thoughts. Chun, already aware of Qi Tongwei's capabilities, but having never witnessed his simultaneous interpretation firsthand, was cautious, particularly given John's heavy accent. Ultimately, he expressed confidence in allowing Qi to proceed. Fu Xiuedong, valuing Chun Guanhua's opinion, agreed, "The contract will be signed with your company, and you can arrange for his remuneration later." Chun Guanhua, being a partner of Hanwen, found this arrangement agreeable, appreciating the tactfulness of his colleague. As lunchtime approached, Wang Mingzhu, feeling a pang of guilt, ventured next door to fetch 2 portions of the renowned soup rice from the city and presented it to Qi Tongwei. "Suiga, I may be a bit brash due to my youth, but please don't take it to heart. I apologize and invite you to lunch." Qi Tongwei was genuinely touched by her sincerity. "Oh, it's nothing, Miss Wang. It seems we've become acquainted through this exchange. After all, having more friends opens more avenues, doesn't it? This soup rice is quite delectable." Caught off guard by her charm, Qi nearly misspoke but quickly regained his composure. A man who is both handsome and talented naturally leaves a profound impression. Thus, Wang Mingzhu's perception of Qi Tongwei underwent a complete transformation. Although she still found his occasional gaze towards her legs somewhat inappropriate, she chose to overlook it, as she had grown accustomed to such attention from men over the years. Moreover, Qi's gaze was neither lewd nor intrusive, but rather appreciative. While Wang Mingzhu felt a hint of annoyance, she couldn't muster any true disdain. Even though she dressed modestly, she found herself unconsciously adjusting her posture while conversing with him. The foreign gentleman, however, was oblivious to her allure, focused solely on devouring the seemingly unremarkable yet delicious soup rice. Having finished lunch early, Fu Xiuedong and Chun Guanhua concluded their morning interviews, and Fu gained a deeper impression of the previously somewhat arrogant young man. A talent indeed, considering extending an olive branch. He decided it was best to discuss matters directly with Chun Guanhua and refrained from mentioning it openly, given that afternoon interviews awaited. Regardless of Chun Guanhua's trust in Qi Tongwei, the day was yet to unfold. As the proprietor of the company, Hou Liangping naturally felt compelled to ensure everything was foolproof and decided to assign an assistant to Qi Tongwei. He glanced around and realized, to his dismay, that there was not a single professional interpreter present in the office that day. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting Wang Mingzhu. "Ah, Uncle Fu, what's the matter?" she inquired. "Well, could you accompany young Qi to that company this afternoon? Lend him a hand and learn a bit while you're at it," he replied. "Of course. I'd be delighted," Wang Mingzhu exclaimed with excitement. "Rest assured, Uncle Fu," she continued. The two families had been close for generations, and Wang Mingzhu had grown up in familiarity with Hou Liangping. With just a glance, she understood that he was asking her to keep an eye on things to prevent any mishaps. This thoughtful niece brought a smile to Hou Liangping's face. Reluctantly savoring the last remnants of his soup-soaked rice, the stout foreigner, John, then led Qi Tongwei and Wang Mingzhu downstairs. Awaiting them below was a crown sedan that he had arranged through the hotel. The trio embarked on their journey, and after half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt before an imposing entrance in Yangpu district. Having previously registered, they were granted immediate access to the factory. Peering through the car window, Wang Mingzhu's expression turned to one of astonishment as she beheld the familiar grand entrance, adorned with golden characters that proclaimed, "State-owned Modu Cigarette Factory No. 2. Chapter 18. Foreign Trade Negotiations at the Second Tobacco Factory of the Magic City, known in later years as the Magic City Tobacco Company. Here, a renowned product, Huazi, takes center stage. During the journey, casual conversations ensue, and Wang Mingzhu becomes aware of an unexpected revelation. The seemingly unremarkable, plump man speaking broken English is, in fact, the vice president and chief technology officer of the second-largest cigarette manufacturing equipment company in the United States. At this particular time, the company faces a minor financial predicament, coinciding with a significant order from a major domestic manufacturer. In a rush, he departs without adequate preparation. Fortuitously, he encounters Qi Tongwei, a prodigious figure. John, the American, finds the situation quite surreal. Having been in the bustling metropolis for several days, he observes that in this vibrant city, filled with diverse individuals from around the globe, there is no inherent superiority attributed to Americans. His attempts to engage with translators and local professionals have revealed the challenges of navigating the local business landscape, as many regard him as merely an American farmer, skeptical of his qualifications. Relying on Qi Tongwei, who is yet to grasp the full depth of the situation, John hopes to clarify some technical details. They possess confidence in their technology, were it not for the troubles caused by the son of their major shareholder, who squandered funds on gambling. John would not find himself in such a precarious position. This business deal is now crucial for the company's survival. In a brief half-hour journey, Qi Tongwei rapidly acquires tobacco-related technical terminology, leaving Wang Mingzhu astounded. Upon entering the opulent conference room, it becomes clear that this is Qi Tongwei's time to shine. Initially, there was no need for John to worry about translation, as the Magic City Tobacco Company had made arrangements. However, the cautious man insisted on finding his own translator. The local government places great importance on this negotiation, with Director Liu Xiaokong personally attending. At just 40 years old, he is a young official from the foreign affairs system. The afternoon proves arduous, with discussions extending from 12:30 to 19:30. 7 continuous hours filled with intricate technicalities, contract nuances, pricing negotiations, and procedural details. Wang Mingzhu feels like a mere ornament, grasping less than 5 of the conversation, relegated to offering applause and smiles for emotional support. Yet, she witnesses Qi Tongwei's adeptness, clear, composed, and authoritative, conveying information accurately to both parties. The company's own translator appears ineffectual, often left speechless, while Qi Tongwei's command of technical English far surpasses that of anyone present. As discussions unfold, legal complexities arise, and it becomes evident that Qi Tongwei, ostensibly John's translator, does not exclusively favor the American. He consistently advocates for the domestic manufacturer's interests, simultaneously assuming the role of an impromptu legal translator. The factory's legal advisor struggles to articulate English legal terms, yet Qi Tongwei swiftly interprets their meanings for John. John realizes that although Qi Tongwei is negotiating for his country's benefit, he does so without deceit, clarifying the details of the opposing party's requests. Unbeknownst to those present, Qi Tongwei is a graduate student in law at Handong University, renowned for its legal studies, rivaling the prestigious Summer National Politics and Law University. Under the mentorship of the department head, Gao Yuliang, an authority in both domestic and international law, Qi Tongwei articulates theories and legal references that leave the factory's legal advisor feeling inadequate. Meanwhile, Wang Mingzhu is left in awe, realizing the immense value of a seasoned interpreter well-versed in international law in the realm of foreign trade, a rarity akin to a scorpion's feces. Qi Tongwei, meanwhile, feels regretful for shouldering dual responsibilities while receiving only a single payment. The complexity of the negotiations results in a surprisingly smooth process, culminating in a preliminary letter of intent. The Huazi factory, indeed affluent, settles on a staggering sum of $10 million, feeling rather fortunate in the deal. The factory's leadership, elated, rewards Qi Tongwei and his companions with 10 boxes of premium cigarettes, a gift that delights him. Post-negotiation, director Liu Xiaokong takes a moment to converse with Qi Tongwei, astonished to learn of his status as a graduate student. He expresses interest in collaborating with Hanwen Company for upcoming large-scale investment activities modeled after the Canton Fair, to which Qi Tongwei readily agrees. Due to the preliminary nature of the agreement, John declines the factory's offer for further hospitality, eager to return and report to his superiors. Once outside the factory, John is ecstatic about securing such a substantial deal, which alleviates his company's pressing financial concerns and promises a brighter bonus this year. He embraces Qi Tongwei, filled with gratitude. Although Qi Tongwei is accustomed to the nuances of American customs, he politely declines John's exuberant display of appreciation, citing cultural differences. John, unfazed, exclaims, "Qi, you're truly my angel, my savior, my Jesus." Insistent, he invites Qi Tongwei to the German restaurant at the Peace Hotel for a beer. Qi Tongwei remains indifferent, but Wang Mingzhu's eyes light up at the prospect. She has long wanted to visit the Peace Hotel and has yet to experience the German restaurant, famed for its sausages and beer. With a kind heart, Qi Tongwei agrees to join. At the restaurant, as the dishes arrive, Qi Tongwei discovers that the seemingly exquisite Wang Mingzhu is, in fact, an avid foodie. Even he, accustomed to luxury, must concede that the restaurant's offerings are indeed authentic, given its status as an established five-star hotel. While Qi Tongwei maintains a casual demeanor, John and Wang Mingzhu grow increasingly animated, enjoying their meal and drinks to the fullest. John, the stout fellow, appeared quite robust, yet his capacity for alcohol was surprisingly poor. Within less than an hour of drinking, he succumbed to inebriation and had to rely on the hotel staff to assist him back to his room. As for Wang Mingzhu, the young lady, her own tolerance for alcohol was rather mediocre, yet she was both inexperienced and fond of drinking. It wasn't long before she too reached her limit. Clutching her glass and rambling nonsensically, Qi Tongwei, realizing the situation, thought to himself, "This is a disaster. I certainly did not encourage you to drink." He urgently replaced her beer with a soft drink. However, to his dismay, upon tasting the beverage, Wang Mingzhu adamantly refused to accept it and insisted on having more alcohol. No matter how Qi Tongwei attempted to dissuade her, he could not prevail. He was left with no choice but to let this little inebriate indulge. As the evening progressed, it became apparent that Wang Mingzhu harbored considerable emotional turmoil. Soon, a disjointed tale of her ex-boyfriend's betrayal emerged. It was evident that she was using the effects of alcohol as a means to vent the frustrations that had accumulated over the past few days since her graduation. Observing her gradually losing consciousness, Qi Tongwei found himself in a quandary. Given her current state, it was clear she would not be able to return home alone. Perhaps he should consider taking her back himself? Chapter 19. Night in Tokyo. Cheng Guanhua had brought Qi Tongwei to the enchanting city of Shanghai, initially inviting him to stay at his humble abode. However, given the limited space in his home, Qi, being the considerate person he is, expressed a desire to experience the hotels of Shanghai, a novelty he had yet to encounter in his lifetime. Cheng Guanhua acquiesced, knowing that with Qi Tongwei's current income, affording a hotel was hardly a concern. After all, Chen Guanhua was also residing with his father-in-law, living under someone else's roof, which spurred his relentless pursuit of wealth, all in the hope of purchasing a home. He could easily afford an apartment, but yearned to secure a charming little villa instead. That evening, Qi Tongwei sent a pager message to Chen Guanhua, informing him that he had found a hotel to stay at, explaining it was arranged by an American businessman, reassuring him not to worry. Chen Guanhua had complete faith in Qi, whose social acumen surpassed even his own. Little did he know, Qi was accompanied by a rather troublesome companion. As for how Wang Mingzhu was handled, Qi Tongwei relayed the truth to Chen Guanhua, stating he would contact Fu, the general manager. Upon reaching Fu Xuedong, he learned that Fu intended to personally drive over to pick up Wang Mingzhu. To Qi Tongwei's surprise, it seemed the young lady shared a rather special relationship with the manager. When Fu arrived at the restaurant, the scene was quite a spectacle. Wang Mingzhu was clinging desperately to Qi Tongwei, incessantly demanding drinks. Qi, feeling exasperated, pushed her face away with one hand, managing to keep her firmly pressed against the table. Thanks to his long arms, Fu Xuedong, bemused, felt reassured by Qi, believing if there were any issues, they would have manifested by now. Initially, Qi contemplated collaborating with Fu to escort Wang Mingzhu to the car. However, she stubbornly clung to Qi, leaving him with no choice but to lift her effortlessly into his arms. To his astonishment, despite her slender appearance, Wang Mingzhu possessed a surprising softness and allure in certain areas, albeit not quite matching up to Zhong Xiaoai. Nevertheless, her legs were undeniably captivating, leaving Qi in a state of delightful turmoil. Fu was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly lean young man had considerable strength, as Wang Mingzhu's stature certainly did not suggest she was lightweight. Once in the car, Wang Mingzhu continued to cling to Qi's neck until they reached a residence, located in an area of elegant old villas. Upon arrival, Fu Xuedong navigated to the entrance, where a middle-aged woman, presumably the housekeeper, opened the door. She was startled to see Wang Mingzhu in the arms of a man. Just as she was about to exclaim, Fu quickly explained the situation. Though the housekeeper regarded Qi with evident suspicion, yet felt helpless against Wang Mingzhu's grip. "Could you please help me carry her to the bedroom?" Qi requested of the housekeeper. Despite her petite frame, Wang Mingzhu's stubbornness was formidable. After a considerable struggle, the housekeeper managed to pry Wang Mingzhu's arms free, allowing her to finally settle down and fall asleep. As Qi departed the Wang residence, he recounted the day's events to Fu Xuedong, who was quite pleased. Having previously discussed Qi's situation with Chen Guanhua, Fu understood that Qi was unlikely to secure a position at their company, as he had yet to graduate. However, there were ample future opportunities for collaboration with Hanwen Translation Company. Seizing the moment, Fu expressed his intention to offer Qi a partnership, second only to Chen Guanhua's role, given his business acumen and the success of his translation firm. Upon hearing this, Qi acknowledged he would give it serious thought. Fu then inquired where he should drop Qi off. "Mr. Fu, I've informed my teacher that I won't be staying with him tonight. I'll be fine at the Peace Hotel." Fu, recognizing that Qi had earned a substantial sum that day, agreed to drop him off at the bustling Huanghe Road. As night fell, Huanghe Road remained vibrant and lively, and Qi marveled at the unique charm of this era in Shanghai. After wandering for a while, he stumbled upon a familiar establishment adorned with bright lights. Night Tokyo, the name echoed in his memory from the dining set Wang Mingzhu had brought him earlier. Intrigued, he stepped inside. Having grown up in Subei, Qi found some similarities in culinary habits with Shanghai. The soup rice that Wang Mingzhu had brought him left a lasting impression. As he entered, his striking presence caught the attention of both patrons and staff. After being directed by a server, he chose a window seat. Moments later, a woman with dyed short hair approached him. "Oh, sir, I'm so sorry for not noticing you earlier. Please, do let me know what you would like to order." Qi observed her, noting she appeared to be around 30, youthful yet bearing the marks of experience, devoid of any hint of weariness. Her features were striking, her large eyes sparkling with warmth. And while she may not have possessed Wang Mingzhu's long legs, her curves held a distinct allure. Indeed, the allure of this vibrant city was undeniable. and Qi found himself reflecting on the abundance of beautiful women he had encountered that day. Meanwhile, seated opposite the owner was a man in an impeccably tailored suit, even in the summer heat, showcasing a design sensibility that resonated with the era's fashion. As the man noticed Qi Tongwei's gaze upon him, he offered a smile in return. Qi Tongwei observed the man, whose striking features included sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, complemented by an upright posture. His attractiveness was only marginally inferior to that of the esteemed readers present, leaving a favorable impression on Qi. The proprietress, noticing the exchange of glances between the two, chimed in with a light-hearted tone. "Ah, my dear boss, this gentleman is also a shareholder in our establishment. His name is Abayo, and I am the owner of this shop. You may call me Lingzi." Chapter 20. As the wind rises, greetings, Madam Boss and Brother Abayo. A friend of mine packed a delightful bowl of soup rice for me at noon, and I found it quite remarkable. Is this the friend you mentioned? Ah, she is a tall and beautiful young lady. Wow. Could it be that Miss Wang you're referring to? Indeed, Wang Mingzhu. Are you well acquainted? Oh, not particularly, but it seems that Miss Wang has been dining here frequently lately. She must have just started working in this area. Lingzi appeared to be quite impressed by Wang Mingzhu. Sir, if you don't mind, shall we share a meal? I have a busy evening ahead and was just about to eat. The man called Abayo recognized that Qi Tongwei seemed quite extraordinary and exuded a likable aura, prompting him to extend an invitation for a meal together. His uncle had once taught him that a man should possess charisma and charm. Yet Qi Tongwei, though dressed in a manner far removed from the old gentry of the magical city, emanated an air of sophistication that intrigued him. With his uncle absent, he planned to inquire about how to navigate interactions with such a person. Qi Tongwei accepted the invitation without hesitation. Thank you, then. Thus, their fates intertwined as they made each other's acquaintance for the first time. As they conversed, Abayo revealed that he was also engaged in foreign trade and that he was well acquainted with Chun Guanhua's translation company, Hanwen, and surprisingly familiar with Fu Shiwedong. Qi Tongwei couldn't help but marvel at how bustling yet small the magical city was. He had barely been there a day and already encountered numerous acquaintances. It became evident to Qi Tongwei that Abayo and Lingzi shared a deep camaraderie. These two individuals were indeed quite interesting. The more Abayo conversed with Qi Tongwei, the more astonished he became, realizing that while Qi may not possess extensive business knowledge, he had a remarkable clarity in dealing with people. The casual remarks he made conveyed an uncanny insight into the world, reminiscent of his uncle's enigmatic presence. After several jugs of yellow wine, bowls of soup rice, and a few small dishes, Abayo and Qi Tongwei chatted like long-lost friends until late into the night. Abayo then inquired about Qi Tongwei's residence, offering to drive him home. I reside at the Peace Hotel. What a coincidence. I also stay at the Peace Hotel. Upon asking Lingzi, Qi Tongwei discovered that Abayo had long-term reservations for an English-themed room at the Peace Hotel. Though Qi had no frame of reference for this, he could surmise that Abayo's financial means were substantial. As they stepped outside, Abayo stopped before a crown sedan, opening the door to gesture for Qi Tongwei to enter. Qi Tongwei's concern arose. Ah, Abayo, we cannot drive under the influence. We mustn't mix drinking and driving. Abayo appeared momentarily bewildered. Having spent years in law enforcement, Qi Tongwei was particularly vigilant about such matters. Suddenly, he realized that it was still 1990, and the concept of prohibiting drunk driving had yet to take firm root in public consciousness. Brother Abayo, let's take a taxi instead. Some habits are ingrained within one's very being. Qi Tongwei also wished to remind readers not to engage in drunk driving. Upon reaching the hotel front desk to check in, Qi Tongwei initially intended to reserve a standard king room at 80 per night. However, upon recognizing him as a companion of their esteemed client Abayo, the staff graciously upgraded him to an executive suite at no charge. Aware that this was a favor extended due to Abayo's influence, Qi Tongwei accepted with gratitude. After bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective abodes for rest. The following morning, Qi Tongwei enjoyed breakfast at the Western restaurant of the Peace Hotel. By 9 a.m., after a brief stroll of less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the 12th floor of the Hamilton building, only to discover that Wang Mingzhu had yet to arrive for work. Xiao Zhao, with a curious expression, seemed eager to learn about Wang Mingzhu's whereabouts from the previous night. Since Qi Tongwei had done nothing noteworthy, he chose to remain reticent, prompting some whispers among the staff. After a while, Fu Xiaodong arrived early and greeted Qi Tongwei. Tongwei, thank you for escorting Zhu home last night. I trust you had a restful night? This remark enlightened everyone, but also dampened the mood. Meanwhile, Wang Mingzhu lay in bed, just waking up. Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang? I'm here. What happened, miss? How'd I get home yesterday? Miss, do you truly remember nothing? It was a rather handsome gentleman who brought you back along with Mr. Fu. Wang Mingzhu rubbed her still throbbing head. Who did Uncle Fu bring her back with? Oh no, it couldn't be that Qi Tongwei, could it? How mortifying. At this moment, fragmented memories began to surface in her aching mind. The German beer was indeed delightful, but drinking too much was truly unpleasant. Oh dear, how embarrassing. What did I do yesterday? Am I even going to the office today? Oh, how vexing. Wang Mingzhu was distressed over her drunken antics from the previous night. Would Qi Tongwei think she was infatuated? What had she done? It seemed rather improper. Wang Mingzhu, why do you lose your composure at the sight of a handsome man? What about your dignity? Your education? Have all those years of study gone to waste? As Wang Mingzhu wallowed in her confusion, Qi Tongwei was formally joining Hanwen Company. Fu Xiaodong signed a temporary contract with him and discussed the investment promotion series event that Liu Xiaokong had mentioned the day before. Fu Xiaodong was particularly delighted. He had heard of this large-scale conference and was concerned about how the company could secure an invitation. To his surprise, Qi Tongwei had unexpectedly established a connection with the head of the city's foreign affairs office. This young man truly was a fortuitous blessing. He felt a twinge of regret. No, he must consult Professor Chun when he returned. However, Fu Xiaodong immediately tore up the freshly signed contract, insisting that Qi Tongwei's remuneration be elevated to the highest tier without delay. After all, this young man had achieved significant recognition in a single stroke. Having earned one, for 101 afternoon, Fu Xiaodong had taken nothing for himself. While he appreciated financial gain, he recognized the value of nurturing talent like Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei was a man of mutual respect. The more Fu Xiaodong demonstrated understanding, the more he felt inclined to assist. Fu Xiaodong's remuneration for Qi Tongwei was now set at a base salary of 1,000 per month, with translation fees calculated separately, 300 per hour for English to Chinese simultaneous interpretation and 400 per hour for Chinese to English. This was undoubtedly the highest level of compensation in the magical city and across the nation, reflecting an acknowledgement of Qi Tongwei's translation abilities. In the ensuing period, Qi Tongwei's work routine became remarkably structured. At this juncture, the foreign trade sector in the magical city was experiencing rapid growth, and translation companies were in high demand. Fu Xiaodong's firm was inundated with daily orders. Typically, ordinary simultaneous interpreters worked a maximum of 5 to 6 hours a day. But Qi Tongwei, with his exceptional capabilities, filled his schedule to the brim, often taking on assignments single-handedly without showing any signs of fatigue. The 2 or 3 simultaneous interpreters and numerous consecutive interpreters in the company regarded him with deep admiration, bestowing upon him the nickname the Great Demon King. Thus began Qi Tongwei's intense work regimen, during which he would engage in 8 to 9 hours of high-intensity labor each day. Thanks to his extraordinary resilience and stamina, he could even work independently for 12 to 13 hours during particularly significant occasions. This also allowed his little treasury to reach 50,000 yuan in just over half a month. Qi Tongwei tirelessly amassed wealth, while in his leisure moments, Wang Mingzhu would occasionally engage in playful banter with him. They would sometimes gather for meals with colleagues from the company. Recently, he often arranged outings with a few friends to enjoy a bowl of rice soup in the vibrant night scene of Tokyo, accompanied by a drink or two. His relationships with acquaintances like Bao and Lingzi grew increasingly intimate. Such a life was indeed delightful. In Bao's eyes, Qi Tongwei and Miss Wang were a perfect match. However, the observant Lingzi noticed that Wang Mingzhu seemed to harbor a particular interest in Qi Tongwei, while Qi Tongwei himself remained unperturbed. At most, he felt a mere man's raw desire for beauty, devoid of any deeper intentions, which left Lingzi somewhat anxious for Wang Mingzhu. Qi Tongwei was not merely translating for the sake of translation. He was also using this time to gain an understanding of the fundamentals of foreign trade business in the bustling metropolis. Moreover, with a rising star in the field of foreign trade, by his side, Qi Tongwei awaited an opportunity. He aimed to seize the favorable winds of openness to elevate his wealth to new heights. Chapter 21. The first encounter with Mu, August 2nd, Huading Hotel. The inaugural foreign trade exchange fair in the magical city has officially commenced. At the behest of the municipal government, 8 simultaneous interpreters and numerous written translators from Hanwen Translation Company set aside their ongoing tasks to ensure the smooth operation of the event. Among them, the distinguished Qi Tongwei and Chen Guanhua immediately took their places in the booth as the conference began. In large international gatherings, simultaneous interpreters typically work within these enclosed booths. The environment is isolating and monotonous, demanding unwavering focus for the duration of the proceedings. Liu Xiaokong, a seasoned diplomat, has brought in several experts from his former institution in the capital for on-site support. Such high-intensity work necessitates that interpreters receive adequate rest. Otherwise, any mistakes could lead to significant complications. Fortunately, the conference includes breaks. On the second day of the event, having already endured over 5 hours of continuous interpretation the previous day, Qi Tongwei was informed upon arrival that he was required to take a mandatory rest. Although he was akin to Spider-Man, needing no breaks, Qi understood the goodwill of his superiors and graciously accepted their guidance. Bored and restless, he wandered around the conference and exhibition areas. Upon stepping out of the central office zone, numerous staff members from the Foreign Affairs Office greeted him eagerly, clearly impressed by his remarkable performance the day before. Many journalists and business representatives had assumed that a senior expert from the AIIC, International Association of Conference Interpreters, had been stationed in the booth to assist the country. Statistics indicate that by December 2024, there will be over 600 official AIIC members globally, with only 22 from China. This is a pivotal year for China as it steps onto the world stage. Meanwhile, in an alternate timeline, it is still the year 1990. Among the AIIC members, only about 30 hold the highest internal certifications, typically serving at meetings involving heads of state or CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. Could the municipal government of the magical city simply hire such talent? Participants were left wondering about the grandeur of this provincial-level conference. Only those within the Foreign Affairs Office knew the truth. The so-called AIC senior expert was nothing more than an undergraduate student rumored to be studying law, a rather unconventional choice. Qi Tongwei was amiable and engaged with the staff, while a group of enthusiastic volunteers from the Shanghai International Studies University blushed with excitement. Upon entering the exhibition hall, he noticed a young man clad in a deep blue suit, with dark skin and a bushy beard, presumably from the Middle East, struggling with his English. He was anxiously gesturing to several committee members. His English was quite poor, with his tongue tripping over words, uttering only fragmented phrases that failed to form complete sentences. The staff appeared equally helpless. Interpreters fluent in Arabic were exceedingly rare and all occupied in the booth. The young man was sweating profusely, clearly distressed. Just then a voice, somewhat stiff yet passably fluent, speaking the same language as the Middle Eastern youth, reached their ears. The young man turned in delight at the sound, spotting a tall and strikingly handsome East Asian man, second only to the readers of this book, who was greeting him in Arabic. "Sir, is there something I can assist you with? I believe I understand a bit of Arabic." "Hello, my name is Muhammad, a clothing merchant from Kuwait. I've come to the magical city." The staff were taken aback, realizing this was the same outstanding interpreter, Qi Tongwei, from the previous day's meeting. This Qi interpreter speaks with a charming accent in English, and he can also speak Arabic. Indeed, there are very few Arabic speakers in our school, and yet Qi can manage it as a second language. Does your school even offer Arabic as a second language? Not in our year. We are all focused on French, Spanish, and Russian for romantic pursuits. We had 2 in the previous cohort, but none as impressive as Qi. Director Lu certainly has an eye for talent. He is indeed exceptional. What on earth, is he even human? Doesn't T seem like it? The group, now aware that Qi Tongwei had approached, exchanged whispers of admiration and greeted him respectfully. They briefly introduced Muhammad, assuring him that Qi Tongwei was the designated interpreter for the conference, and then they departed. Blessed by fate, Muhammad felt incredibly fortunate. It was as if a pillow had been placed beneath his head, just as he felt sleepy. He promptly expressed his request to Qi Tongwei. "Mr. Qi, I require assistance. Would you accompany me to the nearby CAF to discuss?" "Certainly, Mr. Muhammad. You may call me Peter." Understanding that foreigners often struggle with Chinese pronunciations, Qi Tongwei preferred to use his given name. Although Qi was not particularly fond of coffee, he acknowledged that the freshly brewed coffee at the Hou Liangping Hotel's Western restaurant surpassed the instant nestle of Hanwen Company. Muhammad, of a similar age and seemingly from a prosperous background, shared that Kuwait was still a typical Middle Eastern nation thriving on oil wealth. He had recently graduated from university and aspired to carve out his own path in the clothing market. Historically, silk products from the Jiangnan region of Xia country have been favored by Middle Eastern royalty and affluent individuals. Muhammad had conducted market research in Kuwait and discovered the potential for silk trade, yet the majority of channels were monopolized by TURs. Despite Kuwait's wealth, it was relatively small, and few ventured to establish connections in Xia country. Most would prefer to sell a few barrels of oil instead of engaging in such efforts. However, Muhammad was different. With a large family, he realized that the oil business had no room for him as the youngest son. The silk trade in Xia country, on the other hand, appeared to be a vast blue ocean of opportunity. He believed that authentic silk from the origin would surpass the TUR's reprocessed goods. Driven by youthful enthusiasm, he immediately booked a flight to the magical city with his savings. Upon arrival, however, he was taken aback. Finding an Arabic translator in such a large city proved to be a challenge. He could have located a few, given that the magical city was the premier international metropolis of Xia country, but coincidentally, the inaugural foreign trade exchange fair had summoned all available Arabic translators. Fortunately, Muhammad was clever enough to attend the exhibition, where he fortuitously encountered the esteemed Qi, whom he now requested to be his personal translator. "I can offer you." Muhammad hesitated, aware of his limited funds that he needed to reserve for his entrepreneurial endeavors. "I can provide you with a daily compensation of 1,000 USD. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Muhammad decided to strike a deal. Chapter 22. Two banquets. Upon hearing this, Qi Tongwei realized that the young Mu, a small yet affluent tycoon, had indeed been taken advantage of by unscrupulous merchants. He seemed rather generous with his money. The simultaneous interpretation fees for this negotiation conference were set at the highest market rates. A Chinese English interpreter was offered an hourly wage of 500 yuan, given that it was a less common language, whereas English-Chinese interpreters only received 300. Excluding the exceptional case of Qi Tongwei, a standard Arabic interpreter could only work a maximum of 5 hours a day, earning around 2,500 yuan, and would need to rest the following day. Yet, Mu directly offered 1,000 US dollars, equating to over 8,000 yuan for a single day. Although this rate was not particularly outrageous for senior experts of the AIC, it was indeed exorbitant for typical interpreters. Naturally, Director Qi felt he was worth such a price. "Young Mu, I can accept, but I have simultaneous interpretation duties for 3 days during the conference, so I won't be able to take on your tasks during that time. However, I am open to overtime at other times," he explained. The young Mu, being quite savvy, was delighted. "No worries. I'll consider those 3 days as a break, and I will cover your fees," he replied. The agreement was reached amicably, and there was no need for Qi Tongwei to report this to Hanwen, as the tasks assigned during this period were solely for the conference, allowing interpreters to rest during non-conference hours. Qi Tongwei saw the young man as honest and felt no need for a contract, confident that he could make Mu regret coming to Xia country if necessary. Conversely, Mu perceived Qi's approach as a sign of trust, enhancing his impression of Xia country. The upcoming Foreign Trade Exchange and Negotiation Conference was attended solely by large state-owned enterprises, with smaller companies unable to compete. Which state-owned enterprise wouldn't seek to leverage this opportunity to secure foreign clients and earn some foreign currency? Over the next few days, Qi Tongwei accompanied Muhammad to visit several state-owned garment manufacturers exhibiting in the region. They were all major state-owned enterprises from the magical city and the Jiangnan region. producing top-quality silk products with impeccable craftsmanship. Muhammad was quite pleased and signed several intention contracts with these leading manufacturers. However, Mu always seemed somewhat dissatisfied. That afternoon, after the exhibition, Muhammad invited Qi Tongwei for dinner once again. Having dined daily at the Western restaurant of Hou Liangping Hotel, Qi felt a bit weary of the routine. "Hey, Mu, you've been treating me all these days. Today, let me treat you," he declared. Mu readily agreed, and Qi took him to a halal hot pot restaurant named Namlishan on Wuyuan Middle Road in the magical city. They indulged in authentic lamb hot pot, so delightful that the inexperienced young Mu nearly licked the sesame sauce bowl clean. Accompanied by fine Longjing tea, Muhammad confided in Qi Tongwei. "Peter, you must have noticed by now that while our silk products here are quite good, they still fall short of my expectations. In a week, I'll be returning home, and I'm uncertain if I can achieve more. My friend, we visited all the major manufacturers in the vicinity. What more do you have in mind?" "Peter, these products are satisfactory, but the prices are a bit steep. Although they are slightly cheaper than those from TURs, they lack competitive strength." After sipping his tea, Mu gazed into the distance, sighing. "Ah, Peter, you don't know. My father has 17 children, and I am the youngest son. My family isn't lacking in money, but the oil fields aren't meant for someone like me. We may not be a prominent family, but we have our share of troubles. If I want to avoid being sidelined, I must quickly earn more for my family. But Peter, how can I possibly compete with my brothers who run the oil fields?" Qi Tongwei suddenly realized that even the wealthy from the Middle East had their hierarchy. In essence, Mu simply wanted to acquire more affordable silk. Qi patted Mu's shoulder. "Brother, you should have mentioned this sooner. It's not difficult at all." Muhammad's eyes lit up. "Really, Peter? Do you have a solution?" "God bless. Calm down, let me explain. The participants of the expo are primarily state-owned firms, but in recent years, many private and collective enterprises have emerged, producing silk products of commendable quality at significantly lower prices." "Wow, that is fantastic. Peter, let us hurry." "Hold on, I'm not finished. The issue lies in the paperwork, which can be a bit tedious. This is somewhat characteristic of our Xia country. Can that be resolved?" Qi's eyes sparkled as he thought of someone. "Here is the plan. I'll introduce you to a friend of mine. I can't promise it will work, but would you like to give it a try?" Having recognized Qi as his most trusted friend in Xia country, Muhammad readily agreed. "Of course, Peter. If you can assist me, I'll reward you with 10,000 barrels of oil." Qi Tongwei felt a bit overwhelmed. As expected, gratitude from Middle Eastern tycoons came in the form of oil. "All right, let me check if he's busy. We can call him over to discuss this face-to-face." With that, Qi stepped out of the restaurant, found a phone booth, and paged someone. At this moment, in Jingzhou, at the Jinlin restaurant, Hou Yong had arranged a grand dinner. He invited several influential directors from the inspection system to accompany him. However, the evening's main character was merely a deputy division-level cadre, Liang Lu, the deputy secretary of the youth committee at Handong University. Positioned as the guest of honor, Liang was quite accustomed to such small gatherings. "Director Ho, you're too kind. Was it necessary to invite me out for such a trivial matter? You could have just called me directly." "Ah, Secretary Liang, you misunderstand. You're unaware that I've listened to Liang Ping drone on about you until my ears have calluses. He says you are highly respected at the university, caring for the progress of your students, and leading the youth committee to new heights. You provide excellent job opportunities for the students each year. Although you don't teach, you still have a wide-reaching impact." Hou Yong excelled at flattery, and he brought along a group of handsome young inspectors who eagerly echoed his praises. Before long, Liang Lu was nearly beaming with joy. Although Hou Liangping was the highest-ranking official present, he did not dare take the lead, content to serve tea and water as a subordinate. After several rounds of drinks, Hou Yong finally revealed the purpose of the gathering. "Secretary Liang, my son is about to graduate from his first year. He will inevitably need some practical opportunities at school. Could you?" Liang Lu sensed the underlying meaning. "Director Ho, you're being too modest. Liang Ping is one of the most outstanding students in the entire law and political science department." However, she then shifted the conversation. "Unlike some students whom we've absorbed into the organization, yet seem to have lost their way. To be candid, our former student council president was initially quite remarkable, yet gradually, he succumbed to the path of opportunism. It is truly unfortunate." Hou Liangping, listening nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. Though he harbored jealousy towards Qi Tongwei, he felt powerless to act against him. Unexpectedly, Teacher Liang was quite ruthless, swiftly labeling Qi Tongwei with such a damning title. How alarming! Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a dead comrade does not impede the living. As long as he achieves his goals, that is all that matters. Hou Liang nodded in agreement. Secretary Liang was correct. The youth must maintain a firm stance, lest they stray onto the wrong path. Hou Liangping has always aspired to align himself with the organization, and I dare to inquire on behalf of this disappointing lad. Secretary Liang, might it be possible to secure a position for Liangping as the vice president in the student council when he reaches his second year of graduate studies? Liang Lu, clearly in high spirits, especially with a group of handsome men drinking alongside her, was elated and exuberant. She boldly interrupted Hou Liang, responding with enthusiasm. Vice president? No, it should be president. President? Secretary Liang, you are truly surprising me today. Chapter 23. The most poisonous woman's heart. Although the president of the student union at Handong University lacks both reputation and rank, the significance of the position cannot be underestimated. Hou Liang was pleasantly surprised by Liang Lu's swift agreement, feeling quite honored. Secretary Liang, you have given me quite a surprise today. Haven to you? Excellent. Thank you. I'll finish this jug, and you are welcome to enjoy as you please. Liang Lu, with her grace and beauty, commanded admiration. Indeed, we shall drink to that. A group of individuals raised their cups filled with liquor toward Liang Lu. Equally pleased, lifted her glass in acknowledgement and seized the opportunity to discuss a matter with Hou Liang. Director Hou, I happen to have a request for you. Ah, you flatter me, Secretary Liang. Your affairs are our own, he replied. It concerns one of my students, who seems to have lost his way on the road of life. However, we cannot abandon him. Can we? Hou Liang nodded, intrigued by what she was about to reveal. As we understand it, this student hails from a revolutionary old district, and he expressed a desire upon entering the university. I was wondering if, during his internship in the third year, we could assist him in finding a suitable position for his development. Hou Liangping was taken aback. This teacher Liang possesses remarkable character. Is she repaying malice with kindness? Though seasoned, Hou Liang was unsure of Liang Lu's true intentions. She then clarified her motives. The environment may be challenging, but those impoverished citizens in the mountainous revolutionary areas desperately require legal services, do they not? Young people truly need such experiences. I have heard that in certain places in Liangshan County, even vehicles cannot pass, and birds cannot fly there. Is this not an ideal opportunity for our exceptional youth to answer the call and make their mark? The room erupted in astonishment. Unbelievable. This woman is fierce. Can people even access such remote areas? Have you heard of this place? She seems composed, yet her resolve is formidable. Formidable? More like deadly. Let us be cautious, brothers. I feel uneasy and long for home. The seasoned officials present were astounded by Liang Lu's audacity. Hou Liangping felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. However, Hou Liang, well versed in the ways of the world, quickly responded. Indeed, Secretary Liang's dedication to her students is deeply moving. Let me consider it. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he continued, I recall a judicial office in Yigu Township, Liangshan County, which is still inaccessible by road. The villagers have relied on climbing cliffs for generations to enter and exit the village. It has long been a point of mobile assistance for our Zheng law system. Although the work may be sparse, the effort required to reach it aligns perfectly with your notion of training. The younger attendees silently applauded their leader's astuteness. Hou Liangping felt dwarfed in comparison to his father's adeptness. His father and teacher Liang had swiftly dispatched Qi Tongwei to a village judicial office so remote that even birds could not reach it. Was this the essence of power? It was both terrifying and alluring. For the first time, Hou Liangping grasped the profound implications of power. What he did not realize was that Liang Lu was the daughter of Liang Xuanfeng, the secretary of the political and legal committee of Handong province. Such trivial matters did not warrant the involvement of his father, Hou Liang. In reality, Hou Liang understood that Liang Lu was deliberately using this example to admonish his son. Hou Liangping. These second-generation elites were certainly not simple figures. He quickly signaled to Hou Liangping to express his loyalty. Liang Lu observed the young man, who was only slightly less appealing than Qi Tongwei, and felt a sense of triumph. Qi, you take my kindness for granted. Let us see if I can make you kneel and beg for mercy. At that moment, Qi Tongwei remained oblivious to the fact that his beloved teacher Liang was deeply concerned about his future. His fate seemed once again whimsically controlled by power. He was busy introducing Abayo to Muhammad. Abayo had many connections. Upon hearing Muhammad's request and the cost from state-owned factories, he frowned. I know some private manufacturers around Shanghai, but to be honest, the cost cannot be significantly reduced, perhaps less than $1 per meter, which would not be substantial for Mr. Muhammad. However what? Just tell me, stop keeping secrets from me. Qi Tongwei interrupted as Abayo began to feign mystery. Abayo replied with a smile, You see, Handong is also a major silk-producing province. I remember several counties around Jingzhou have numerous silk producers. With the policies relaxed, many township enterprises have entered this trade. I believe you could certainly take Mr. Muhammad to explore this opportunity. Qi Tongwei's eyes lit up. Oh, right. I remember now. My classmate from the dormitory. His family seems to be engaged in township collective enterprises. His name is Lei Dijia, and like me, he comes from the countryside. Although his conditions are considerably better than ours, he often mentions a cousin of his, who seems to be quite the entrepreneur, establishing a cable factory and a cement factory, later moving on to a silk processing plant, and he has done quite well for himself. I hear he has 2 wives. Abayo teased. I see you envy him for having 2 wives. Get lost, Abayo. Don't play coy with me. You know you're not interested. Come on, you scoundrel. I don't want to talk to you. Despite not understanding the conversation, Muhammad sensed that his matters were progressing favorably. Qi Tongwei explained the situation to him. So, we'll head back to Handong and find my classmate from the dormitory. Abayo, you must accompany us. The foreign trade procedures will need your expertise. Abayo replied earnestly, Tongwei, are you serious? This order is quite significant. You could handle it yourself with your intelligence. Abayo, leave the specialized tasks to the professionals. Can I trust you with this? Abayo was once again touched by Qi Tongwei's generosity. It was no wonder he wanted to consider him a friend, as he had introduced such a major business opportunity in just a few days. Little did Abayo know, Qi Tongwei was merely trying to avoid complications. Those who labor must manage others. He was not familiar with the intricacies of foreign trade, and while policies had relaxed, everything still had to go through the Shanghai Foreign Trade Corporation, which he had no access to. Due to his beliefs, Muhammad could not consume alcohol, or he would have certainly indulged. The 3 handsome men enjoyed hot pot, discussing business until midnight. The following day, Qi Tongwei continued to serve as a chief interpreter for the English-Chinese translation at the Foreign Trade Exchange Expo, alongside Chen Guanhua. During a break, the organizing committee summoned Qi Tongwei for a discussion. Chapter 24. Diplomat Qi. Upon entering the conference room of the organizing committee, one is immediately struck by the throngs of translators present. Indeed, the committee had summoned all the English-Chinese translators for this meeting. It turns out that a press conference is scheduled in 3 days, during which the mayor of the Magic City will deliver a speech necessitating an interpreter. The Chinese manuscript is readily available, crafted by a skilled scribe from the municipal government, so there should be no issues. Ordinarily, finding a translator of acceptable proficiency would pose no challenge. However, therein lies the problem. Liu Shaokong, the leader renowned for his meticulousness, found the translation draft unsatisfactory. Consequently, he summoned the entire translation team for a talent showcase, granting them just 1 day to refine the 4,000-word keynote speech. As long as their spoken English was T2 subpar, one of them would be chosen as the conference interpreter. This opportunity for fame had all the translators clamoring with excitement, abandoning their tasks to work fervently through the night. Yet within mere hours, they received a notification to return and rest. The manuscript had been finalized. The numerous translators left utterly bewildered, questioning the abrupt turn of events. In their search for answers, representatives from various prestigious foreign language institutions approached the organizing committee. The committee, in turn, selected a few of the most distinguished translators to review the manuscript. Those elite individuals entered with confidence, but emerged disheartened. Well, it is what it is, they lamented. This guy is a genius. The realization struck them. The speech had been penned by Qi Tongwei, the very person they had speculated might be an AIC senior translator. Little did they know he was merely a graduate student from the political science and law department of Handong University. After sending away some seasoned translators, Liu Xiaokong became enamored with the exquisitely handwritten translation. Its elegance surpassed that of the esteemed professors he had encountered during his studies at the Royal Academy in the land of the rising sun. Each sentence flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of the quality he had witnessed while working on a project involving the Prime Minister's speeches. Without hesitation, he made his decision. This interpreter, Qi Tongwei, had left a profound impression on him during their previous encounter at the Magic City Tobacco Factory. Truly, he was a rare talent. Alas, Liu knew that once this grand event concluded successfully, higher authorities had already hinted at potential changes in his own position. It would be a shame if Qi were to be whisked away to the Foreign Affairs Office of the Magic City. 2 days later, the grand closing ceremony of the inaugural Foreign Trade Exchange Fair was held, accompanied by a press conference. Mayor Zhong Xiaoai confidently presented the Magic City to journalists from over 50 countries. In his concluding remarks, a phrase not originally in the Chinese manuscript was incorporated. Inspired by the grandeur of Qi Tongwei's English version, "The Magic City welcomes you." Little did anyone anticipate that this eloquent phrase would grace the front page of the following day's Magic City Daily and even be reprinted by the nationally circulated Summer People's Daily. Even Zhong Xiaoai was taken aback by the unexpected recognition he garnered from a seemingly modest provincial event. In the audience, a strikingly beautiful woman, who had long grown tired of the pompous figure on stage, focused solely on the dapper man at the translation booth, Qi Tongwei. This woman was Zhong Xiaoai, who had come to visit her father during her summer break, unaware that she would encounter the fabled chief interpreter of the conference. Dressed elegantly, she hesitated to reveal her connection to Zhong Xiaoai, hoping instead to surprise him. After the press conference concluded, Zhong Xiaoai found himself puzzled, searching for his daughter, wondering where she had wandered off to. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoai observed from a distance, feeling a mixture of irritation and jealousy as she watched another woman flirting with Qi Tongwei. "Her legs are even longer than mine," she fumed. Despite her frustration, she reassured herself that she was still superior in some way and decided to abandon her desire to confront Qi, departing in a huff. Outside the venue, Zhong Xiaoai awaited his daughter, ready to head home, when she suddenly appeared. "Where have you been?" he questioned. Without sparing him a glance, she coldly retorted, "What do you think? Going home for dinner?" Startled, Zhong Xiaoai was left wondering who had upset his little firecracker. With the successful conclusion of the event, the Magic City entered a phase of fruitful collaboration. Reports indicated that investment intentions reached nearly $300 million during the fair, an impressive figure for that era, especially considering the entire nation's foreign exchange reserves barely exceeded $10 billion at the time. For the municipal government and Zhong Xiaoai, this represented a significant achievement. In just 10 days, Hanwen Translation Company, led by Fu Xuedong, netted nearly 100,000 yuan after deducting interpreter fees, an amount comparable to his earnings over 2 or 3 months. Throughout the translation community in the Magic City, it became widely known that, in addition to the prominent Shen Guanwen, Qi Tongwei had emerged as a formidable figure, earning the nickname Little Diplomat Qi due to his striking presence. During this time, Qi had also accrued a respectable income, $5,000 and nearly 10,000 yuan in cash. While this may seem trivial in the future, in that era, it marked him as a minor tycoon, especially considering he had earned every penny with integrity. As for Muhammad, despite his modest standing at home, he was quite affluent and generous. In recent days, his contracts had nearly been finalized. However, he was perplexed when Qi Tongwei advised him against placing excessively large orders as a newcomer. Although Xiao Mu was perplexed, he still accepted the suggestion from Peter, whom he regarded as a sworn brother. This decision infuriated the state-owned enterprises to the point where they nearly reported him to the authorities. They were on the verge of pointing their fingers at Qi Tongwei and denouncing him as a traitor. "You scoundrel! Are you a citizen of Xia or a citizen of Ka? How can you disregard the opportunity to profit from foreign investments while sidelining the orders from our own people?" Chapter 25. Do bad girls waste opportunities? Not only did several leaders from state-owned enterprises regard Qi Tongwei as a traitor, but Comrade Mu also found himself perplexed. Yet, Qi Tongwei spoke to him earnestly, saying, "Brother, this is your first time in Xia country. Although money is not an issue, one must control risks. A steady stream is the way to prosperity." While he appreciated the sentiment, Mu was not naive. This remark diminished his impression of Qi. He suspected that Qi intended to steer the substantial orders to his classmate in Handong. In recent days, he had come to understand a particular saying among the Xia people: a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Thus, business is business. That said, Qi Tongwei had indeed assisted him significantly in recent days. It was a fair trade. Maintaining a purely transactional relationship had its merits. Just as Mu was comforting himself with this thought, an unforeseen event transpired. When Mu followed Qi Tongwei to Handong and signed a contract with a rugged man named Lei Dongbao from Lei family village, he was astonished to discover that the contract amount was merely a fraction of what the two state-owned enterprises had offered. Mohammed was bewildered. "I had prepared to secure a substantial order, and this is the outcome?" After concluding his journey in Xia country, Qi instructed Bao to drive Mu to the airport. Although Bao did not profit significantly from this order, he still made a modest gain, more than a monetary reward. He valued having met a new partner like Qi Tongwei. Before parting, Mu once again inquired about Qi's intentions behind the arrangements. Qi's gaze flickered slightly, a hint of reluctance in his expression as he smiled. "Brother, didn't I tell you? A steady stream is the way to go. Our brotherhood is the same. Once your channels are established, come back to Xia country, and I shall host you." Regardless of whether Mu should trust Qi's words, at that moment, he genuinely believed him. Tears welled in his eyes, reluctant to bid farewell to this new brother from Xia country. As he watched the plane ascend into the clouds, Qi murmured, "Mu, of course. One must seize opportunities, but not just yet. Yet, I wonder if that day will ever come." Time passed swiftly. Director Qi's fulfilling and pleasant holiday was nearing its end. In the days leading up to his departure, Bao hosted a farewell for Qi in night Tokyo. Wang Mingzhu, the little wine enthusiast, had indulged herself excessively. In a state of blissful inebriation, she leaned close to Qi's ear and whispered, "Brother Qi, I told my family I wouldn't be home tonight. I'm staying at Lingzi's." Her demeanor, inviting and carefree, stirred something within Qi Tongwei. Throughout the night, he found himself subtly entangled in Wang Mingzhu's advances, almost losing control. However, once Wang Mingzhu became utterly inebriated, Qi, along with Lingzi and Bao, escorted her back to the old mansion. This act only deepened their admiration for his character. In the wee hours, lying in her bedroom, Wang Mingzhu was seething. "This Qi, I've thrown myself at him, and he's still isn't a man?" In truth, she misjudged Qi Tongwei. He was not one to waste opportunities. Yet the problem lay in the fact that Wang Mingzhu did not appear to be a bad girl at all. Unlike in later times back then, even someone like Liang Lu, once playful, ended up with Qi for a lifetime after exhausting her pursuits. A girl of Wang Mingzhu's caliber, once accepted, would demand a lifetime of responsibility. Yet, Qi Tongwei was not ready to plunge into such entanglements, as he had not yet indulged himself enough. Thus, for several days following, he did not encounter Wang Mingzhu at the office. She was likely avoiding him intentionally. Before leaving the Magic City, during an external event, Qi Tongwei encountered Lu Xiaokong once more, where he served as a translator. After the event, Lu specifically requested to speak with Qi privately. Their conversation was cordial and friendly, culminating in a significant consensus on a particular issue. During the summer break, the student council at Handong University made a decision to appoint Comrade Hou Liangping as the vice president of the student council. Even before the semester commenced, Hou appeared invigorated, stepping out with a newfound confidence. Coincidentally, the first day of classes was set to feature a high-profile event, reportedly attended by leaders from the Handong Provincial Committee. At this moment, Hou was effectively the head of the student council, though formal confirmation awaited an electoral process. He dared not falter during this pivotal event, arriving a full week in advance to oversee all preparations. To win over the student council members, Hou spared no expense. investing all his accumulated pocket money into lavish meals and drinks for his peers, ensuring they were well catered to, at least on the surface, appearing to regard him as their esteemed leader. After all, in those days, most students lived in poverty, making such indulgences rare. He even expanded his horizons at the Golden Scale restaurant, though many believed that Hou Liangping's capabilities paled in comparison to those of Qi Tongwei. Yet, Hou's generosity far surpassed that of the former. On the opening day of school, the Grand Hall of Handong University gleamed with opulence, decorated in a manner that was dignified yet not stifling. Outside the hall, floral arrangements adorned the entrance. The event was scheduled to commence at 10 in the morning. By 9, the school's administrative staff, along with Hou Liangping and the student council members, had prepared thoroughly, maintaining an orderly atmosphere as they awaited the arrival of distinguished guests. The students participating in the event had undergone rigorous selection, each excelling academically and hailing from reputable backgrounds. Of the 20,000 students at Handong University, only 600 were fortunate enough to attend this event, underscoring the organizers' commitment to excellence. The university's leadership, often scattered due to meetings or overseas engagements, had gathered for this rare occasion. Hou Liangping, accompanied by a few student aides, stood guard at the designated VIP entrance of the hall. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by Liang Lu to make a name for himself. Following this event, the university leadership would likely harbor a favorable impression of Hou Liangping as the temporary head of the student council. Subsequently, the election process would merely be a formality, and his ascension to student council president would be a natural progression. As Hou was instructing his aides on certain protocols, a series of crisp footsteps approached from a distance. The school had been unusually generous for this event, providing Hou and his colleagues with matching black sweatpants and white t-shirts emblazoned with the Handong University emblem. This was indeed a noteworthy privilege for that era. However, the approaching figure, tall and dignified, was clad in a suit on this scorching summer day. "Who is this trying to show off?" one of the aides muttered. Hou Liangping frowned and quickly tugged at the aide's sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. He understood that at this moment, anyone who could approach the VIP entrance was likely no ordinary individual. Yet, as the figure drew near, Hou's irritation grew. Damn, why is he everywhere? Can't he just disappear? Chapter 26. My father is Hou Yong. As that person approached, Hou Liangping took a few steps forward, inadvertently blocking the entrance of the VIP room behind him. It's been a couple of months since we last met. Senior, you seem to have done quite well for yourself. That outfit is quite nice. Where did you borrow it from? Isn't it hot in this summer heat? The newcomer was Qi Tongwei, who glanced at Hou Liangping with a smile. A monkey? Already busy at the start of the semester. Senior, I have something to attend to and need to prepare in the VIP room. Could you please step aside? Upon hearing this, Hou Liangping's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he pondered for a moment. Senior, if you are here for today's event, you should be seated in the audience area of the main auditorium. However, your name is conspicuously absent from the list of attendees for this meeting. Hou Liangping felt confident in this assertion. He had meticulously reviewed the list of 600 students alongside the student leaders, scrutinizing each name. He might not recall every individual, but he was certain that Qi Tongwei was not among them. This realization heightened Hou Liangping's vigilance. Hey, could this country bumpkin be here to cause trouble after losing his scholarship? He exchanged glances with two student officers. Regaining his composure, Hou Liangping adopted a righteous demeanor and met Qi Tongwei's gaze with calm resolve. Senior Qi, I'm afraid you cannot enter. He observed Qi Tongwei, impeccably dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, appearing rather sophisticated. This only solidified Hou Liangping's conviction that Qi Tongwei intended to create disruption, deliberately dressing up as if he were genuinely attending the meeting. Hou Liangping was resolute in preventing him from entering, while Qi Tongwei, taken aback, could hardly fathom this turn of events. Given his increased income from translation work, he had long since lost interest in the expensive tailored suits offered by the old tailor in Magic City, recommended by his uncle. Yet, ironically, this very attire led Hou Liangping to suspect him further. What on earth is happening? I merely arrived with the leadership team for this event. Who would have known there would be last-minute adjustments to the speech? Had it not been for a senior's urgent recommendation, I would have steered clear of this nonsense altogether. However, the allure of an additional 200 service fee proved too tempting for the frugal and filial Qi Tongwei, who thought it would only take him an extra 15 or 20 minutes. He had heard that a rare batch of yaks had recently arrived in Jingzhou, and he could buy one to treat his father. Thus, he eagerly volunteered, claiming to be well acquainted with the backstage of the auditorium at Handong University, assuring them he could swiftly take care of it. Yet what happened? He was unexpectedly blocked by this self-important junior and a former student council member. How humiliating. The student council officers recognized Qi Tongwei and attempted to persuade Hou Liangping. Chairman Hou, Senior Qi seems to genuinely have matters to attend to. Let him pass. Upon hearing this unintentional slip of the tongue from an officer, Hou Liangping's sensitive nerves were further agitated. He disregarded their counsel, becoming even more resolute. Students, think carefully. Do you know what kind of background Qi Tongwei comes from? He emerged from a mountain village, and that suit is clearly expensive. After 40 years of peace, have you all forgotten? What if he is funded by enemy agents? My fellow students, in such an important foreign affairs occasion, with such significant responsibilities, can we so easily allow him entry? Have you forgotten your duties? Although it seemed that Hou Liangping was merely rambling in that era, his words instilled a sense of doubt among a few. They could not help but question Qi Tongwei, who had followed them for 2 years, a legendary student council president known for his humble background, while he maintained a dignified demeanor and exhibited care for his peers. His family's financial situation was indeed dire. However, now he donned an impressive vintage suit they had never seen before, appearing even more dapper than the stars on television. The more they thought about it, the more they began to see the reason in Hou Liangping's words. But as he was their former president, they felt a moral obligation. Qi Tongwei was a person of good character, and they hesitated to act against him. Yet, Hou Liangping remained resolute at the door, refusing to let Qi Tongwei pass. Even a humble person has their limits. Damn it, it's been years since I've encountered such pettiness. Qi Tongwei, slightly irritated, sighed. Ho! Open your eyes and see clearly. With that, he pulled out a work ID from his pocket, revealing the official staff badge for the event. Hou Liangping's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He glanced at it, but, for reasons unknown, became even more convinced of Qi Tongwei's intent to disrupt. That worthless piece of paper can be easily acquired for $10 outside. Who knows? Just wait until the teacher arrives, then it will be clear. In that era, counterfeit IDs were just beginning to emerge, and Hou Liangping's words only served to confuse the student officers further. Qi Tongwei, exasperated, thought, is this guy's brain stuck in a door? What grudge does he hold against me? Is he drunk or something? He glanced at his expensive watch and sighed. Hey, monkey, why do you refuse to see the reality? I'll make it clear. If you delay my work, you will not enjoy the consequences. Hou Liangping, though uncertain, clung to his rigid impressions. Qi Tongwei, a mere country bumpkin, what important matters could he possibly have? At this moment, Hou Liangping felt emboldened. We are standing on the side of righteousness today. This event is exceptionally rare, a high-profile international affair. Even the police and military have been mobilized to maintain order. In his heart, Hou Liangping felt it was crucial as a candidate for the next student council president to be unwavering. Qi Tongwei had long harbored resentment towards the school. If anything were to go awry now, it could become a political incident. Qi Tongwei, now unwilling to waste any more breath, showed him his work ID, yet was still denied entry. There was nothing left to say. With his tenacity, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Step aside, or I cannot guarantee what will happen next. He then glanced at the nearby student officers. Are you all going to block me too? Seeing Qi Tongwei now more confident than he had been as president, they were at a loss for how to respond. Some began to urge Hou Liangping. Chairman Hou, since Senior Qi has a work ID, we should just let him in. There is no need to take on this risk. Yes, he has a badge. It's not our responsibility. Upon hearing dissent from his side, Hou Liangping became displeased. That is a fake ID. Damn it. How is this not our concern? Let me tell you, allowing him in with a fake ID would make us liable for negligence. What is wrong with you all? My father is Hou Yong, the deputy chief of the Handong Provincial Procuratorate. You don't trust me? Since his university days, Hou Liangping has deliberately maintained a low profile, Although his family background is not a secret to certain privileged students, it is the first time he has revealed his origins to the members of the student council. The council members had long speculated about his lineage, recognizing him as a scion of influential figures within the provincial political and legal system. Being part of the Han University lineage, they were well aware of the connections. Yet, they were taken aback today when Hou Liangping openly disclosed this information. Indeed, he is a second-generation official. They found it hardly surprising. At this moment, several of them thought to themselves, since the tall figure has stepped forward, he shall bear the weight of the falling sky. It is laughable. The aura of power has crushed the last straw of their resolve. One is the son of the deputy chief of the provincial procuratorate, while the other hails from a humble farming family in a remote area of lynching. Whose words carry more weight? One needn't say. The stance has quietly shifted. A few junior members of the council discreetly positioned themselves beside Hou Liangping, guarding the entrance. Qi Tongwei stood with his hands in his pockets, a wry smile on his face. He was genuinely amused. Truly, one who refuses to drink respectfully is destined to face the consequences. Chapter 27. Is the security at Handong University really this lax? Qi Tongwei smirked coldly and uttered a dismissive "get lost." Immediately thereafter, he slowly withdrew a hand from his trouser pocket and raised it lightly. Yet before it could descend, a resounding slap echoed through the air, startling several officials nearby. Did something just fly by? One exclaimed. Did you see that too? I thought I was imagining things. Where's Hou Liangping? They suddenly realized that the person who had been standing in front of Qi Tongwei had vanished without a trace. Where is he? They shouted, abandoning their post at the door and frantically searching for Hou Liangping. They spotted him lying 3 meters away in the corridor. Initially relieved, they were then struck by fear. Hou Liangping, Chairman Hou. They rushed over only to see a bright red handprint on his left cheek, lying unconscious on the ground. Oh no, he can't be dead, can he? One among them, possessing some medical knowledge, felt for Hou Liangping's pulse and breath. He's not dead. He has a pulse and is breathing. He must have just fainted. Just fainted? They gasped in horror. Qi Tongwei had knocked Hou Liangping out with a mere slap. This was utterly terrifying. The usually honest and simple lad from the mountains displayed such ferocity. The urban students, who had harbored some subtle prejudices against rural students, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Where's Qi Tongwei? I didn't see him. The others remained silent, knowing full well that they had indeed seen him. Meanwhile, Qi Tongwei silently observed the combat suit's interface, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he swaggered into the VIP room. Moments ago, the attack power displayed a momentary fluctuation. Combat suit user, Qi Tongwei, strength 200, 05 20,000, speed 12, 31 200, attack 451, 01 30,000, 0 defense 150, 01 280, stamina 99 10,000, vision 6, 51 500, perception minus 500 minus 3,000. The remaining officials stood nearby, instantly entering a state of confusion. Did they really witness it? Were they supposed to intervene? What nonsense! Didn't they see someone unconscious on the ground? Who in their right mind would go and interfere? They felt utterly unqualified to enter the fray, instead focusing on reviving Chairman Hou. Chairman Hou, Hou Liangping, wake up. Are you all right? After 6 or 7 minutes, several teachers from the school's youth committee arrived, followed by a procession of leaders making their way over. A middle-aged female teacher, elegantly dressed in a white professional suit, led the way. Upon noticing a group of students supporting an unconscious figure at the VIP room's entrance, she approached, startled. Hou Liangping, what happened? Quickly step aside. The leaders are on their way. The officials swallowed hard at her words. As she lightly kicked Hou Liangping, he began to regain consciousness, groggily awakening to find Liang Lu before him. Suddenly, he remembered the urgency of the situation. Ignoring the throbbing pain from the slap, he exclaimed, Teacher Liang, it's bad. Qi Tongwei is here, causing trouble. What? Liang Lu gasped in shock. Where is he? Hou Liangping, still dazed, stammered. He went into the VIP room. Without hesitation, Liang Lu pushed open the door to the VIP room. Beyond the entrance lay a lavish corridor, adorned with 2 reception rooms. As she passed one with its door ajar, she glimpsed a well-dressed figure hunched over a desk, diligently writing. "Qi Tongwei, what are you doing here?" Liang Lu called out, momentarily taken aback by his handsome demeanor. Suddenly recollecting her purpose, she sternly commanded, "Qi Tongwei, this is not a place for your antics. Leave immediately." Qi Tongwei, recognizing her familiar voice, looked up to find it was indeed Liang Lu, dressed in a formal suit. She reminded him of the day he had knelt on the playground of Handong University to propose. A cold smirk crossed Qi Tongwei's face, realizing this woman was quite invested in today's event. Uninterested in her reprimands, he retrieved his work ID from his briefcase and displayed it, signaling her to take a look for herself. Liang Lu, incensed, ignored his gesture and saw him scribbling something that appeared to be finished. Fuming, she stepped forward and snatched the paper from his hands. The pages were filled with meticulous English writing. "What are you trying to prove?" Without a second thought, she tore the sheets to shreds. Qi Tongwei, unfazed, simply remarked, "I can't concern myself with your erratic behavior, but I hope you can bear the consequences." Her blood boiling at his disdainful tone, Liang Lu retorted, "Qi Tongwei, you intend to sabotage a major diplomatic event for the province? Prepare for expulsion. How dare you speak to me like that? Are you tired of living?" She thought back to their last encounter, where she had considered sending him to a remote mountain area as a form of mercy. Now, witnessing his insolence, she felt an urge to retaliate. As she gazed at the dapper Qi Tongwei, a dark thought crossed her mind. If she couldn't have him, perhaps it would be better to destroy him, just like others had done. At that moment, footsteps echoed as a group of people strode in. A well-dressed man rushed to Qi Tongwei, asking anxiously, "Xiao Qi, where's the speech?" "Here." Qi Tongwei shrugged, indicating the pile of shredded paper on the floor. "What?" Lu Xiaokong's blood pressure skyrocketed as he glimpsed the torn remnants. "What happened?" Lu Xiaokong, in disbelief, crouched down to gather the scattered papers. Upon recognizing the fragments of Qi Tongwei's speech, his face darkened. "Who did this?" Qi Tongwei, feeling a mix of helplessness and grievance, explained, "I was busy writing here when a lunatic burst in and tore it to pieces. In this era, retyping on a computer would have been a breeze, but back then, even if one had a printer, there simply wasn't enough time to retype everything." Lu Xiaokong's frustration boiled over, and he lost his composure. "Is there no sense of decorum? Is this how you handle the tasks assigned by Zhongyang? Is the security at Handong University really this subpar?" Liang Lu felt somewhat bewildered, wondering who this individual was and what pretense he was adopting. However, upon noticing the presence of Zhong Xiaoai, the esteemed president of Handong University, a deputy ministerial-level official, her astonishment grew. To her surprise, even Feng Weidong, the provincial committee member and secretary-general, was in attendance. Although their ranks did not surpass that of her father, they were nonetheless of equivalent deputy provincial-level status. Moreover, Feng Weidong was the chief secretary of the provincial committee. Liang Qianfeng could hardly afford to lose face in this situation. At that moment, he found himself at the mercy of this seemingly cultured middle-aged man, rendered speechless by the reprimand. Who was this person, and why the pretense? Chapter 28. During the ascendant phase of his career, Principal Zhong Xiaoai of Handong University found himself rather disheartened. The Secretary-General of the Provincial Party Committee, Feng Weidong, shared a similar sentiment. However, upon discovering that the instigator was Liang Lu, their astonishment dissipated. After all, she was the daughter of Secretary Liang. Although she usually presented herself with dignity and grace, the veterans within the committee were well aware of her capricious nature. As the principal, Zheng could not remain passive. Reluctantly, he pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Lu, reprimanding her. "Teacher Liang, this institution is not a playground for your whims. Cease your current tasks immediately and return to pen as self-reflection. What are you still standing there for? Depart at once." Old Zheng is quite the seasoned performer. Feng Weidong understood the situation clearly. Zhong Xiaoai had shown Liang Lu far too much leniency. He could have articulated his thoughts, but chose not to. This was not a venue for her entitled tantrums. He could have commanded her to leave. Yet, as a provincial-level principal, he exhibited restraint, also considering the dignity of Liang Qianfeng. However, The authority that needed to be asserted could not be overlooked. You are the daughter of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission Secretary. While Liang Chuanfeng holds a greater power than I, he remains my equal. His daughter is under my purview, and her audacity in such a significant diplomatic event cannot go unchecked, no matter the public perception. More importantly, what would Zhong Yang think of me? A farce. Liang Lu felt a twinge of injustice, but dared not retaliate, leaving in a huff. Principal Zhong, how do we resolve the current predicament? Indeed, these second-generation individuals often proved more troublesome than beneficial. Yet, a significant foreign event was imminent, with esteemed foreign dignitaries poised to deliver speeches. Ironically, it was Liang Lu's eccentric actions that had led to the destruction of the very speech manuscript of one such important figure. Was this not disastrous? With merely 5 minutes to spare, there was no time to rewrite it. The group stood in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of a group of foreign dignitaries, led by a tall, bespectacled Caucasian gentleman. Feng Weidong, Zheng Guofeng, and Liu Shaokong hastily approached to greet them. Zheng Guofeng, anxious, was the first to speak. Principal Schmidt, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Our staff has encountered a minor issue. Would it be possible to delay the event by half an hour? Upon uttering these words, he was met with silence. No one had translated his request. Liu Shaokong cursed inwardly, feeling utterly humiliated. As a senior official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he had not been reduced to the role of a translator in over a decade. Frustrated, he stepped forward to speak with the portly foreign dignitary. His embarrassment was palpable. Here they were, on home turf, asking for a delay. Principal Schmidt, however, remained unfazed, inquiring, Mr. Liu, what seems to be the issue? Oh, Principal Schmidt, I sincerely apologize. The speech manuscript you requested has encountered some difficulties. Upon hearing this, Schmidt chuckled. No need to postpone. I can improvise on the spot. Liu Shaokong felt conflicted. In such a crucial diplomatic setting, the speeches delivered by either side's dignitaries could not be casual. Who could predict whether an impromptu address might jeopardize the delicate relationship between their nations? He could not afford to gamble with his political future. Schmidt, perceptive as he was, seemed to sense Liu's unease. What happened to the speech? Can I take a look? Liu, caught in a dilemma, exchanged glances with Zheng Guofeng, who nodded in understanding. An assistant hastily began to sweep the scattered remnants of the torn speech towards a trash bin. Schmidt, astute as ever, pointed to the assistant's activity, asking, Is this it? May I have a look? Liu cursed silently, realizing that Handong University had displayed a lack of foresight. The shredded manuscript should have been discreetly disposed of, not left for the foreign dignitaries to discover. Before he could intervene, Schmidt approached, unobtrusively sifting through the fragments of paper. Liang Lu had merely torn a few pages, not pulverizing them completely. Schmidt quickly pieced together the first page, and his eyes lit up. Splendid. Mr. Liu, this manuscript appears sound. It conveys the very sentiments I expressed earlier in the vehicle. He continued to assemble the second page, revealing that all fragments were indeed present. After examining the remnants, Schmidt smiled confidently. Mr. Liu, I believe there is no need to postpone. We only need to reassemble this document. This speech is entirely viable, even exceptional. Would you care to take a look? At this point, Schmidt recognized that this was likely an unforeseen mishap. The attendees had not yet had the chance to review the manuscript. Liu Shaokong, uncertain, exchanged glances with Secretary Feng and Principal Zheng before stepping forward to examine the document. Zheng, with a moderate command of English, found the text to be quite coherent. Yet, he was no match for Liu Shaokong, a seasoned diplomat. Liu's eyes swiftly scanned the text, and he couldn't help but internally commend its quality. He recalled the earlier conversation in the van, where Schmidt had unexpectedly decided to alter the speech. Liu Shaokong had firmly opposed this change, but Schmidt's request had left them all in a quandary. Secretary Liu, Principal Zheng. Mr. Liu, I have long heard that the quality of your government speeches is world-class. Why not let you find someone to help me distill my previous points into a simple outline? The implication was clear. Diplomacy is fraught with subtleties. If Liu Shaokong declined, it would reflect poorly on their nation. Yet, to acquiesce would mean falling into Schmidt's trap. Crafting a speech in Chinese was within their capabilities, and English translations posed no threat. However, a direct English speech? Aside from a few top-tier writers within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he felt uncertain. As Lu grappled with this dilemma, he fortuitously spotted Qi Tongwei, the translator he had specifically invited, whose confidence seemed to radiate from him. Whether it was Qi or Peter Parker, a brilliant student from Imperial University, they hardly regarded such trivialities. Liu Xiaokong felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could salvage the situation. Principal Schmidt, I can arrange for our translator to prepare a speech for you on site. However, if it is not ready before the meeting, may I ask if you could still deliver the previously agreed-upon manuscript? However, Schmidt nonchalantly declared that it was of no consequence, asserting that he could improvise on the spot. With a single remark, he effectively obstructed Liu Xiaokong's path entirely. The implication was clear. Are you unable to produce anything? Then it matters not how I perform live. I shall not adhere to my previous script. You may handle it as you see fit. This Schmidt, who outwardly presents himself as the esteemed president of Yale University, is indeed affiliated with a prestigious institution. It is noteworthy that the current president of the United States, as well as countless former presidents and innumerable influential figures in American politics, are alumni of Yale. It is often referred to as the preparatory class for the White House. Who would dare to let him speak recklessly? What if he were to utter something inappropriate? Here I am, at the pinnacle of my career, striving for progress. Among those present, whether it be Feng Weidong or Zheng Guofeng, each one of them, do they still aspire for advancement? Just as several officials from Xia country found themselves in a state of despair, a confident voice suddenly resonated through the room. Chapter 29. With no one to support my lofty aspirations, I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Just as several prominent figures found themselves at a loss, a voice brimming with confidence rang out. No problem, Mr. Schmidt. Please give us 20 minutes. Feng Weidong and Zheng Guofeng were taken aback, exclaiming, Who on earth is that? What audacity! What are they thinking? Is there no sense of discipline? Can such words be uttered so casually? Liu Xiaokong silently cursed as well. In such a crucial diplomatic occasion, what if something went awry? Wouldn't that put us in a perilous situation? However, upon witnessing the self-assured demeanor of Qi Tongwei, who had just spoken, Liu Xiaokong managed to calm the nearly volatile Feng Weidong and Zheng Guofeng, deciding to take a gamble. Thus, the scene unfolded where Qi Tongwei boldly stormed into the welcoming passage of the Handong University auditorium to prepare his impromptu speech. Who could have anticipated the dramatic turns that would transpire? First, the student council's acting president obstructed his path, only to be swiftly dealt with. Then, a frenzied female teacher tore up the speech manuscript. Yet, now that Mr. Schmidt had affirmed the torn speech, Liu Xiaokong felt reassured and instructed the staff at Handong University to promptly procure some tape. They painstakingly pieced together the shredded pages of the speech, creating a somewhat battered manuscript that, fortunately, remained readable. However, presenting such tattered sheets felt rather dismal. It was the astute assistant to the principal who suggested preparing a binder from Mr. Schmidt, which would lend an air of formality and conceal the manuscript condition. Thus, it was settled. 5 minutes later, the resplendent auditorium of Handong University was filled to capacity. 400 distinguished educators and 600 exceptional students gathered, enveloped in silence. Bilingual banners hung in the hall, proclaiming the International Exchange Conference between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xiaogua, Yilin University of Beautiful Country, and Handong University. As Feng Weidong, the provincial secretary, and President Zheng Guofeng led the procession to the podium, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. 15 individuals took their seats at the head table, led by Feng Weidong, followed by Zheng Guofeng, President Schmidt of Yilin University, and Liu Xiaokong, with several vice presidents from Handong University and board members from Yilin University seated in an orderly fashion, their bilingual nameplates prominently displayed. As the leaders settled in, the teachers and students below, upon recognizing those on stage, were filled with excitement, yet many displayed expressions of astonishment. 15 individuals, men and women of various ethnicities and ages, were present. However, occupying the last seat was a young man in his early 20s. The shock deepened as many realized they recognized this young man. Is it him? Could it really be him? My goodness, how is this possible? Wasn't he already out of favor? What kind of background does he have? Is he perhaps the illegitimate son of a powerful figure? The head table is reserved for esteemed individuals. What merit does he possess to sit there? Yet, some in the front rows understood the reasoning behind his presence, which left them even more astonished. The once withdrawn and brooding young man now exuded vitality, confidence, and an undeniable charm. He sat upright at the podium, seemingly more radiant than the person seated at the center. His nameplate was slightly longer than the others, inscribed with Translator, Qi Tongwei. Hou Liangping sat among the student leaders in the front rows, witnessing the familiar figure on stage, the one he had interacted with just moments ago. A tumultuous wave surged within him, and the pain in his still swollen face became unbearable, overshadowed by an acute emotional anguish. How could it be him? How could the once impoverished, unremarkable youth now occupy such a position? It was inconceivable, absolutely unbelievable. No. Meanwhile, those who had been strategically positioned behind Hou Liangping were equally unsettled. Chen Hai stared in disbelief at the man he had long admired from afar. He could not fathom that in a previous life, he had met his demise at the hands of this very individual. In this life, he aspired to become a man like him. Incredible. Senior Qi is truly exceptional. Chun Yang, adorned in a pale pink ensemble that accentuated her elegance, gazed at the dazzling figure on stage, struggling to reconcile this image with the memory of the impoverished youth who had once pursued her relentlessly. Unable to afford even modest gifts, laboring tirelessly for 3 years to support her dormitory. Chun Yang's emotions were a tumult of anger and confusion. How could this be Qi Tongwei? What qualifications did he possess to attend such a high-profile conference, let alone sit at the podium as a translator? What else could he be hiding from me? Did I truly misjudge him? Was Qi Tongwei truly that extraordinary? Doubts crept into her mind, accompanied by a twinge of regret, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, I was not wrong. His abilities may not have been lacking, but what difference did that make? The chasm of social class cannot be bridged merely through effort. Upon graduation, I would secure a position in a major state enterprise, a government agency, or even in the capital. No matter how talented he may be, it changes nothing. Qi Tongwei, we shall see. I, Chun Yang, the daughter of Chun Yen, will not falter. Feng Weidong, seated between the two university presidents, exuded an air of authority. Familiar with the proceedings, he calmly pressed the microphone button and, with an air of practiced poise, addressed the audience. Comrades and students, today we gather here to solemnly hold the International Exchange Conference between Handong University and Yilan University. The leaders attending today include, as he concluded, the anticipated strains of the national anthems did not immediately follow. Instead, a magnetic, charming voice with a flawless American accent resonated through the auditorium speakers, reaching the ears of the 1,000-strong audience of faculty, students, and dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will. The attendees felt as though the voice was akin to that of a renowned broadcaster from beautiful country, and this voice emanated from the striking figure seated at the end of the table, the once illustrious yet self-sabotage president of the Handong University Student Council, now standing in an unexpected and magnificent spotlight at the center of the stage, dazzling all in attendance. Zhong Xiaoai could hardly contain her excitement. Ever since learning that Qi Tongwei was working diligently alongside Cheng Guanhua, her suspicions had been piqued, and it was only during their trip to the magical city that she truly comprehended the transformation he had undergone. In the eyes of the public, Qi Tongwei, hailing from a humble and remote village, had dedicated an extraordinary amount of effort, far beyond that of ordinary individuals, to attain such resplendent capabilities. Now, as Zhong Xiaoai gazed upon him, adorned in a perfectly tailored suit that even her discerning eye could not critique, he exuded an air of elegance, seated there with an imposing presence. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes began to ripple with intrigue. How could she, her senior, be so unexpectedly remarkable? What secrets lay hidden beneath his exterior? Her curiosity surged. She yearned to know. In formal international conference settings such as this, it is customary to employ simultaneous interpretation techniques. Renowned translators like Chen Guanhua from Handong University, along with a cadre of professional diplomats like Liu Xiaokong, were present, complemented by a host of outstanding students from the university's Foreign Language Institute. Yet, after years of listening to countless speeches by leaders and peers, the representatives from Handong University had grown accustomed to the routine, even weary of it. However, today, a voice emerged that could not be overlooked, a voice they once admired yet simultaneously misunderstood. Now, it resonated with an impeccable quality, difficult to critique, and an extraordinary charisma that shone brighter than that of thousands of peers. As Qi Tongwei translated the speeches of leaders from Xia country, such as Feng Weidong, into English, he continued with the address of President Schmidt from Elin University, rendering it into Chinese. His eloquent delivery, filled with aspirations and well wishes for the friendship between the two nations, left both faculty and students in awe. With a calm demeanor, a touch of charming confidence, and an irresistible smile, he presented yet another flawless performance. In the front row, Gao Yuliang gazed at this student, whom he both adored and resented. He couldn't help but recall his favorite line of poetry: "No one supports my aspirations to ascend the skies. I shall tread the snow to the mountain's peak." Chapter 30. To be an athlete? After being expelled from the backstage of the auditorium at Handong University by Zhong Xiaoai, Liang Lu stubbornly refused to leave the campus. She was determined to see what that old Zheng and the so-called supervisor Lu were so intent on protecting regarding that impoverished youth named Qi. Did he possess some extraordinary abilities? However, as she watched from the audience, observing the spirited and commanding figure on stage, a singular thought consumed her. How infuriating! What I cannot attain must be destroyed. Alas, how lamentable! She believed it would be effortless to ruin Qi Tongwei. Such is the caprice of power. Even to this day, it must be stated that Qi Tongwei had not engaged in any substantial interaction with her. Speaking of romantic affairs, they had never even dated. Any semblance of flirtation was entirely one-sided. Her infatuation. She cared little for Qi Tongwei's thoughts or desires. Simply because her father, Liang Chuanfeng, held considerable power, she believed she could dominate everyone at Handong University, save for a select few, such as Zhong Xiaoai and her own partner. Beyond these individuals, she envisioned everyone else groveling at her feet. Was this a possibility? Not only was it feasible, but tragically so. Such is the ruthless reality. Yet this time, it was unfortunate for her. Though Qi Tongwei was indeed a poor student, he was also someone who had weathered countless storms across two worlds. Qi Peter Parker Tongwei, the Universe Hall director, Qi Tongwei. In truth, the ability to translate is not akin to organizational skills or interpersonal abilities within institutional frameworks. If a leader deems you capable, then you are. If not, you are still deemed so. But translation relies solely on genuine skill. If one is competent, they are recognized as such. If not, they remain incomprehensible. It is a manifestation of hard power. Naturally, Qi Tongwei possessed even greater strengths, albeit not widely acknowledged. The International Exchange Conference at Handong University unfolded amid the astonished gazes of many who once deemed him a pariah. Over the ensuing days, a multitude of academic exchanges, artistic performances, and discussion forums emerged from snippets in popular news, inspiring countless students across Xia country with reverence, longing, and imagination towards the ivory tower of academia and Handong University, which had ascended to new heights following this event. Yet within the walls of Handong University, the spotlight seemed perpetually focused on one individual, the legendary senior who had forsaken the coveted position of Student Union President, a title pursued by many. As a third-year graduate student, there still remained numerous formal courses. Yet, all professors across disciplines unanimously accelerated their teaching pace, for after October, the graduate students would depart the campus to embark on an internship journey, an experience critical to their lives and unforgettable. During this brief yet intense period of study, many students from affluent backgrounds had already secured their future internship placements, leveraging the connections of their parents and grandparents. However, this phenomenon was confined to the fourth-year undergraduates and third-year graduate students. Others felt no such pressure, just as everyone seemed to exert themselves to the utmost. Qi Tongwei remained unfazed, possessing the luxury of indifference. Although he had returned merely 2 months prior, he had thoroughly transformed his previously challenging circumstances. Unlike his past self, this time around, his father, Qi Liangping, had fully recovered from his leg ailment thanks to the consultations arranged by Zhong Xiaoai and Qi Tongwei's unrelenting efforts for treatment. Initially, Qi Tongwei intended for his younger brother, Qi Tongxin, to study in Jingzhou, yet his father insisted on bringing both the eldest and youngest sons back, which he acquiesced to without concern. Qi Tongwei was not worried. His capabilities ensured that his brother's educational environment would not significantly impact him. Upon their return, Qi Tongwei reserved soft sleeper tickets on a train typically reserved for senior officials. Initially, Qi Liangping resisted vehemently, but relented entirely upon receiving the 10,000 yuan Qi Tongwei had provided. Observing the surroundings, it was clear that none appeared to be benevolent. Just before boarding, Qi Tongwei overheard his father and elder brother, Qi Tongde, conspiring about building a house. Although Qi Tongwei disapproved of this endeavor, he chose not to intervene. They could proceed as they wished. Otherwise, the money might lead the impoverished farmers back home to sleepless nights. After several months in the field of translation, Qi Tongwei had amassed a total of $6,000, untouched and unspent domestically. In addition, after covering his father's medical expenses and daily costs, he had saved nearly 20,000 yuan. This time, he gifted his father 10,000 yuan, leaving him with sufficient funds for personal expenditures. In this era of Xia country, such an income was remarkably substantial. Not only in Xia country, but even in this age in the United States, it could be considered a golden collar. Yet, for Qi Tongwei, the significance of the money lay not in its amount, but in the fact that every cent represented his hard-earned, honest labor. He vowed never again to earn a single penny through unscrupulous means. Academically, Qi Tongwei was already aware of his grades for the semester and merely chuckled at the thought. After all, he was a graduate student now. Why concern himself with Liang Lu's petty antics? Pursuing a PhD? What did he have to prove? It was preposterous. With his current reputation at Handong University, he was widely regarded as the most admired male figure on campus. The moniker of Little Qi the diplomat had quietly spread throughout the university. As he walked through the halls, groups of female students would blush and point at him. It was rather bothersome. As for his roommates and classmates who incessantly fretted about internships, Qi Tongwei paid them no mind. The only matter weighing on his thoughts was the recent discovery that his attack power could indeed increase through combat, or rather, that Spider-Man's strength could be restored through fighting. It seemed he would need to find ways to engage in more brawls. Yet, in this peaceful era, opportunities were scarce. Should he return to his original profession, perhaps as a police officer? That was feasible, but opportunities for confrontation were limited. How many obstinate criminals could there be? Even if there were, they would not withstand a single punch from him, the Spider-Man of Qi. As the inaugural Asian Games unfolded in Xia country, the familiar voice of a female announcer echoed through the campus broadcast. Qi Tongwei pondered the notion of becoming an athlete. It was impractical. Yet, as the sole extraordinary individual with an exceptionally enhanced physique, he realized that if any envious nation were to take notice under the global spotlight, it could spell trouble. At that moment, he recalled the invitation from Liu Shaokong, and his heart steadied. Surely, that place would offer ample opportunities for combat, wouldn't it? While Qi Tongwei contemplated his next steps, he remained blissfully unaware that many others were also keeping a watchful eye on him. Chapter 31. Chunyang. I offer you a formal opportunity to pursue me in recent days. Qi Tongwei has been preoccupied not only with contemplating his future and evading the incessantly fluttering presence of admirers in the campus, but also with a more vexing matter. He has observed 2 individuals perpetually lingering before him. One of them, perhaps, is somewhat excusable. After all, they are classmates who cross paths frequently. However, Chunyang, the belle of the law school's third-year class, with her ever-changing attire, from dresses to flared pants and batwing blouses, seems to deliberately flaunt herself in front of Qi Tongwei and, by extension, all the male students on campus. Is this appropriate? Is she unaware of the high rate of male virgins in this era? Although Chunyang has never directly engaged Qi Tongwei in conversation, It is evident even to the blind that her demeanor has shifted from avoidance to a more conspicuous approach towards him. Moreover, her so-called friends, including Wang Xiaoqin, seem to relish in perpetuating this burgeoning scenario, even going so far as to liken Chunyang and Qi Tongwei to a match made in heaven during their idle chatter. Yet, Qi Tongwei finds little interest in stooping to the level of these intellectually challenged graduate students. He scoffs at Chunyang's blatant invitation for him to formally pursue her. Qi, the director, sees through her intentions with clarity. Once merely the impoverished president of the student union, he now stands as a distinguished translation expert sought after by numerous government enterprises in the Magic City, allegedly earning a monthly income in the tens of thousands. Such a transformation is unfathomable to someone like Chunyang, whose values have been shaped by her upbringing under Chen Yanshi. If only she could comprehend the burden of living a life fraught with such struggles that Qi Tongwei once endured. However, the current Qi Tongwei is a different man altogether. The talented individuals of Handong University are in high demand, making it increasingly difficult for them to remain in the province. Is it any wonder that Chunyang's interest has been piqued? Does this not align perfectly with her aspirations for the future? Regrettably, Qi Tongwei has seen through the alarming nature of this woman and chooses to keep his distance. Qi Tongwei, you have changed. How can you treat me this way? Chunyang thinks to herself, lamenting the bitter fruit of her past actions towards him. In this lifetime, Qi Tongwei's retribution is even harsher than her own. Yet, in the face of another persistent figure who frequently occupies Qi Tongwei's sight, he finds himself unable to be so callous. In this era of flowing white garments, the enchanting Zhong Xiaoai, adorned in a chiffon dress, makes her appearance with such uncanny timing outside the classroom as the third-year classes conclude. This phenomenon brings both joy and sorrow to her male admirers. The joy stems from her striking appearance, which, despite revealing less than 20 centimeters of her legs, has made her the undeniable white moonlight in the hearts of many, a veritable campus beauty. The sorrow arises from her awkward attempts to engage Qi Tongwei with greetings that leave many, including Hou Liangping, who often trails behind, exasperated and heartbroken. Chunyang, Qi Tongwei's classmate, seethes with jealousy but refrains from expressing her ire, acutely aware of Zhong Xiaoai's formidable background. How do we all become so foolish? We all transition from the second year, yet the second-year courses are on an entirely different floor, many not even in the same building. Is it not peculiar that Zhong Xiaoai appears with such serendipity unless she is skipping classes? Qi Tongwei is unable to treat Zhong Xiaoai with the same disdain, as he politely engages with her, enduring her incessant chatter. He vows it has nothing to do with her legs, which rival those of Wang Mingzhu, nor her superior physical attributes. After all, she has assisted in finding experts for his father. Her loyalty cannot be disregarded. As Qi Tongwei navigates through the throngs of students, he catches sight of Zhong Xiaoai, who seems intent on drawing nearer to him. Wang Xiaoqin, witnessing this, feels compelled to defend her friend. Zhong Xiaoai is utterly shameless. Unsatisfied with Hou Liangping, she dares to pursue our Yang. Chunyang, though somewhat gratified by Wang Xiaoqin's sentiments, quickly stifles her friend's words. Fully aware of the perilous implications of Zhong Xiaoai's affiliations. Hey, Yang, what is the matter? Xiaoqin, please refrain from speaking carelessly. There is nothing between Qi Tongwei and me. Do not say such things again. Yang, are you? No, I cannot bear it. Xiaoqin, I beg you, I appreciate your concern, but truly, do not say another word. All right? With that, Wang Xiaoqin falls silent, understanding the unspoken truths. Although she is oblivious to Zhong Xiaoai's identity, she is acutely aware of Chunyang's standing. Chunyang secured her internship at the Handong Provincial Procuratorate through a mere introduction from a so-called uncle, without needing to involve Chen Yanshi. It is hardly surprising which director would refuse the daughter of the second-in-command such a trivial request. Words may not always carry intent, yet the listener is bound to interpret them. Thus, amidst the crowd, Hou Liangping's heart burns with jealousy upon overhearing Wang Xiaoqin's words. Though he has yet to win Zhong Xiaoai's affection, his pursuit is known throughout the law school. At this moment, he feels as though his name should be changed to Greenping instead of Liangping. The frustration overwhelms him. He would gladly shred Qi Tongwei into pieces if only he could. Yet, he is acutely aware of Qi Tongwei's formidable prowess. Having observed it once and experienced it firsthand, he knows he cannot compete. The last slap took over a week to heal. The inner turmoil is unbearable, prompting Hou Liangping to hasten his steps. Catching up to Zhong Xiaoai and Qi Tongwei, he is startled when a figure blocks his path. Zhong Xiaoai gasps in surprise, instinctively seeking refuge in Qi Tongwei's embrace. Qi Tongwei, without thinking, wraps an arm around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush. He assures himself that although the sensation is delightful, it was never his intention. Protecting a fellow student is his duty. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping's fury intensifies, and he yearns to confront the pair before him. However, after reflecting on Qi Tongwei's formidable strength, he dares not act on his impulse. Chapter 32. I would indeed like to learn a foreign language from you. Hou Liangping, are you capable? Although Hou Liangping was overwhelmed with tears, he continually reassured himself, drawing strength from within. Silently, he urged himself that love requires restraint. Consequently, the words that escaped his lips were indeed measured. Xiaoai, what are you up to? Qi Tongwei, you are here too? Upon realizing that the person before him was of the Hou family, Qi Tongwei relaxed, his hand that was around Zhong Xiaoai's waist naturally falling away. Zhong Xiaoai frowned, a spark of anger igniting within her. Hou Liangping, are we so familiar? Please, refer to me as Zhong Xiaoai. Hou Liangping's heart was torn asunder, a maelstrom of anguish within him. He reflected on his 5-year pursuit of Zhong Xiaoai, now met with such disdain. The sorrow he felt was beyond description. Yet, he could not allow himself to erupt. His ambitions were far-reaching, necessitating a stoic bearing. He suppressed his grief and indignation, striving to maintain a calm and earnest tone. Zhong Xiaoai, please do not misunderstand. As classmates, I simply wish to remind you that in public, there are distinctions between men and women. The moment he mentioned this, Zhong Xiaoai's irritation surged. She had no intention of engaging with Qi Tongwei. Despite her body's honest reactions, her heart staunchly refused to acknowledge it. However, she could not forget the stunningly beautiful woman she had seen by Qi's side at the exhibition in the magical city. An unsettling fire of jealousy ignited within her as she returned to Handong University, determined to reclaim her dignity. In recent days, her rapport with the senior had been strengthening, only to be disrupted by Hou Liangping's unwelcome interference. Previously, she had thought little of him, merely considering him somewhat obsequious. Yet now she found him utterly loathsome. Her large eyes widened in fury as she confronted Hou Liangping with unwavering resolve. Hou Liangping, my desire to learn a foreign language from Senior Qi is none of your concern. Her words resonated with conviction, steeped in righteousness. The onlooking students, though sensing something amiss, found her reasoning compelling. Zhong Xiaoai's sentiments echoed the voices of many female students at Handong University. If one were to inquire among the female students, how many would not wish to learn from Qi Tongwei? Hou Liangping was rendered speechless. Although he could not articulate why the phrase learn a foreign language unsettled him, he found himself at a loss against Zhong Xiaoai's earnest argument. Yet, her fury was palpable, and she was determined not to let him off easily. I truly wish to learn from you. Hou Liangping, are you capable? Her tone, though not heavy, seemed to chill the entire law faculty's teaching building. Throughout history, the question, are you capable, has always struck at the very soul of a man. At this moment, despair engulfed Hou Liangping. In many respects, he was uncertain of his capabilities, but when it came to foreign languages, he knew he fell short compared to Qi Tongwei. In truth, he could not claim to be proficient. Among the over 10,000 men at Handong University, be they students or faculty, not a single one would dare assert their competence in the presence of the esteemed diplomat Qi. As Hou Liangping languished in this existential inquiry, the other male students, who shared his sentiment, were jolted from their stupor only to discover that Zhong Xiaoai had already drifted away, laughing and conversing with Qi Tongwei. As for Hou Liangping, he was of no concern to anyone. Following this brief interlude, Qi Tongwei resumed his routine of attending classes, leaving them, and occasionally encountering junior female students. Life was serene and untroubled. During his free time, he would visit Chengguanhua for a manuscript. He would retreat to a storage room in the main building, locking the door behind him to indulge in his solitary moments. To be honest, his reprieve lasted only a few days. After Zhong Xiaoai publicly declared her intention to learn a foreign language from him, Qi, being well-versed in social etiquette, could not bear to undermine the junior's earnestness. Naturally, he made time to impart his knowledge, expending only a modicum of energy. Under Qi Tongwei's meticulous guidance, Zhong Xiaoai's foreign language proficiency, particularly in speaking, advanced remarkably in just a few days. She mastered many techniques with ease. On this particular day, Qi was engrossed in translating a best-selling book from the beautiful country, while Zhong Xiaoai quietly perused a hefty English tome, appearing as though she were preparing for a doctoral examination. She had long ceased to care about the scrutinizing gazes and gossip circulating within the school. Moreover, both were unmarried. Who could fault them for learning a foreign language or dating? Qi Tongwei approached the translation with seriousness, as the rewards were substantial. For a 200,000 word book, the fee was 150 per 1,000 words. Though Qi was affluent, he would not turn away from money. After all, Chengguanhua could no longer uphold the laughable agreement of 20 per 1,000 words, especially since Qi had long since established a reputation in the translation industry that rivaled Chen's. Both were absorbed in their tasks when, suddenly, a rare knock echoed through the storage room door. Typically, only Zhong Xiaoai would knock, yet she was present. Who could it be? Qi Tongwei called for the visitor to enter. As the door opened, a young man dressed in a strikingly rare cobalt blue tracksuit, adorned with the white three-leaf clover logo of Adidas, stepped inside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qi Tongwei paused momentarily. The visitor, upon entering, was equally taken aback. "Oh, Xiaoai is here too. I hope I'm not intruding." He smiled at Zhong Xiaoai, his demeanor humble, and surveyed the well-dressed duo. "Lu Ge, what brings you here?" Zhong Xiaoai recognized the man, though her tone was devoid of warmth. Qi Tongwei feigned ignorance, despite being aware of the man's identity. After all, this was not the appropriate time for them to be acquainted. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Shenglong, Mr. Lu." Zhong Xiaoai offered a lukewarm introduction. "Titles matter little, my friend. I'm a decade your senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Lu Ge, just like Xiaoai does." Lu Shenglong was quite familiar. Qi Tongwei, however, dismissed him. This Lu Shenglong was far from ordinary. Chapter 33. Behind the scenes, Mr. Lu, what brings you to me? Qi Tongwei inquired directly, without preamble. "Ah, my brother, your esteemed reputation precedes you. I happen to have some materials that I wish to translate into English. I shamelessly sought the help of Director Gao, who informed me that you would be here after school, and indeed, I did not come in vain. Could you possibly assist me?" Upon hearing this, Qi Tongwei realized that Lu Shenglong had even sought connections with Gao Yuliang. "Please, Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This is a trivial matter. Just tell me what you need," Qi Tongwei replied. Lu Shenglong placed several sheets of manuscript on the table. "Could I trouble you to translate this material? I am aware of your capabilities. It's 5,000 words, and I would ask for your help without compensation. How does 1,000 yuan sound?" Clearly accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, Lu Shenglong immediately pulled out a thick wad of cash to hand to Qi Tongwei. "Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Helping a teacher is only right. There's no need for money. Just leave it here, and you can collect it tomorrow." Qi Tongwei hastily interjected. "Oh, brother, how can that be? That would be quite embarrassing. I must insist on giving you the money." As they engaged in a gentle tug-of-war, Zhong Xiaoai observed in silence, feeling somewhat perplexed. In her view, it was entirely reasonable for Qi Tongwei to charge for his translation, regardless of Lu Shenglong's status as a teacher. Did Qi Tongwei deliberately acknowledge his identity? This thought left Zhong Xiaoai uneasy, feeling a pang of irritation. Why treat me equally while flattering this fellow? What gives? Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After much back and forth, it was clear that Lu Shenglong was no match for Qi Tongwei's persistence, and he ultimately conceded. "I appreciate your generosity, my brother. I owe you one. I'll treat you to drinks later. Then I shall not disturb your studies any further." Farewell. With that, he bid them goodbye and turned to leave. Zhong Xiaoai continued to harbor disdain internally. What a pompous act. Who do you think you are? My friend doesn't need your concern. However, in the next moment, Lu Shenlong returned, appearing somewhat sheepish as he addressed them. By the way, my friends, there is a small favor I must ask of you. Upon seeing Lu Shenlong return, Qi Tongwei smiled and said, Mr. Lu, you need not be so formal. Please, go ahead. Lu Shenlong rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat bashful. Xiaoai, Tongwei, regarding today's matter, I must ask you both to keep this from Liang Lu. Qi Tongwei, sensing the underlying implications, was not surprised, while Zhong Xiaoai found herself bewildered. She was well aware of Lu Shenlong's relationship with Liang Lu. His caution suggested that he was indeed wary of her. But Qi Tongwei's demeanor raised her suspicions. Did he also know about their relationship? Of course. Qi Tongwei was fully aware. He had known for quite some time. Lu Shenlong was none other than Liang Lu's legitimate boyfriend and the son of Lu Enting, the governor of Handong province. Zhong Xiaoai feigned exasperation, raising her hands. Oh, Lu Gu, you must realize that I have nothing to discuss with Sister Lu. Lu Shenlong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the princess of the Zhong family held no regard for him, let alone for Liang Lu. Qi Tongwei offered Lu Shenlong a reassuring glance, which made Lu Shenlong smile. Thank you both. In a few days, I'll treat you to Australian lobster. With that, he left feeling relieved. Why did Lu Shenlong wish to hide this from Liang Lu? Qi Tongwei understood the reasons all too well. As for the astute Zhong Xiaoai, upon seeing the paper Lu Shenlong had entrusted to Qi Tongwei for translation, along with a recommendation letter, she immediately grasped the situation. It appears Lu Shenlong wishes to go abroad. No wonder he seeks to conceal this from Liang Lu. They have been together for many years, and the conversation of marriage looms. This could end badly. Zhong Xiaoai felt no pity for Liang Lu. She had never held a favorable opinion of her, merely feeling a hint of regret. Qi Tongwei, however, knew that Lu Shenlong's feelings for Liang Lu were rather lukewarm. In their original timeline, they had been entangled in a passionate affair. At this juncture, Liang Lu seemed to be facing the repercussions of her relationship with Lu Shenlong, which had led to unforeseen complications. Yet, Qi Tongwei was unaware that Lu Shenlong had been secretly preparing for his overseas plans for quite some time. Although Lu Shenlong did not hold a prominent leadership position at Handong University, he was quite renowned and particularly popular among students, especially the female demographic. The son of the Lu family had always been free-spirited and idealistic, intent on applying to a prestigious foreign institution, a pursuit that demanded significant effort. Naturally, given Lu Shenlong's background, acquiring a recommendation letter from a notable professor or securing assistance to write a paper was not particularly challenging. His prolonged lack of success stemmed from the difficulty of finding someone of genuine caliber in the niche field of philosophy and art history within domestic academia. As Qi Tongwei examined the still imperfect paper, he felt a stirring within. Mr. Lu, it appears I can indeed lend you a substantial hand. I wonder, will Yang Laosher appreciate this surprise? Qi Tongwei, once a top student at Imperial University, had dabbled in philosophy and art history. His confidence stemmed from his acquaintance with Tony Stark, who had transformed himself into a master of philosophy and art history in pursuit of romance. Indeed, he had learned something valuable. Qi Tongwei pondered, is this truly sufficient for Liang Lu? His expression darkened, yet a faint smile flickered as he gazed out the window. Zhong Xiaoai inadvertently caught a glimpse of this expression, causing her to recoil in surprise. She sensed an enigmatic charm about Qi Tongwei, one that eluded her understanding. Time passed quietly, and another stretch of tranquil days unfolded. During this period, Zhong Xiaoai continued to pursue Qi Tongwei for language lessons. Yet she hesitated to breach the unspoken barrier between them. Despite having already determined her feelings for Qi Tongwei, she maintained a semblance of feminine reserve, secretly hoping for a spark of romance from him. As for Qi Tongwei, he adhered to his principle of nonchalance, neither initiating nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Thus, he was unlikely to express his feelings. This approach left Zhong Xiaoai's daily language learning a mix of joy and disappointment, yet her heart fluttered with anticipation. As September drew to a close, Zhong Xiaoai realized that Qi Tongwei was soon to leave the school for his internship. Chapter 34. Someone absent self-proclaimed good friend Zhong Xiaoai naturally took it upon herself to accompany Qi Tongwei on a shopping excursion, assisting him in selecting some clothing and accessories. Director Qi, who detested trouble, was more than willing to enjoy the ease of having someone else take care of matters for him, especially since financial resources were not a concern. Whenever Zhong Xiaoai showed interest in something, Qi Tongwei promptly purchased it, which eventually made her hesitant to express curiosity about anything. Although she was aware of his newfound wealth, as the National Day holiday approached, Zhong Xiaoai still decided to gift Qi Tongwei something special. When Qi Tongwei beheld the exquisite, vintage suitcase, rarely seen in the country at that time, he couldn't help but marvel at Zhong Xiaoai's generosity. Seeing him accept the gift with delight brought her great joy. But her thoughts wandered. She wondered if, during his internship away from school, he would ever understand her longing when he came across the suitcase. The National Day holiday was a mere 3 days long. After bidding farewell to his dear friend Zhong Xiaoai, Qi Tongwei embarked on an overnight train journey back to his family home in Lincheng, Qijia village. As he set foot in the village that had nurtured him, he reflected on the villagers who had selflessly supported him in his youth, despite their own hardships. He felt a profound sense of nostalgia, realizing that in his previous life, he had devoted himself to ensuring that all his fellow villagers found their place within the system. Yet, upon reflection, it had not proven to be the wisest choice, as a few had grown arrogant and abused their newfound influence, forcing him to clean up their messes and engage in unsavory dealings, casting shadows over the once pure bonds of community. In this second life, Qi Tongwei understood that the most enduring values were not power or wealth, but rather the hearts of the people and the principles that govern them. It was time to establish those principles, beginning with the Qi family. Qi Liangping had already roped in Qi Tongwei and several young men from the village to commence construction on their family property. Observing the father and son duo laboring diligently, Qi Tongwei felt no inclination to intervene, especially since they had spared his younger sister, Tongxin, from the toil. Qi Liangping refrained from asking Qi Tongwei for help, believing that his younger brother, being a government official, should not be engaged in such menial work. Meanwhile, Qi Tongxin, having missed her final exams due to her brother's influence, was now diligently studying at home. Qi Tongwei had initially intended to let her be, but her persistent requests for tutoring left him both amused and exasperated. He was puzzled by her newfound dedication to her studies, as she had never shown such diligence in their previous life. Unbeknownst to him, although Qi Tongwei had been a university student in his past life, he had never taken his sister to the city to witness urban life firsthand, nor had he brought her to the hospital to meet the enchanting Zhong Jie, which had left an indelible mark on Qi Tongxin. The Qi family was known for their stubbornness, and little Tongxin was no exception. Consequently, Qi Tongwei found himself bereft of the luxury of lounging comfortably at home, as he spent the 3 days laboring as a tutor. With no one to prepare meals, he either scrounged food from the construction site or shared meals with villagers. Fortunately, he always brought gifts of tobacco, alcohol, and meat to the homes he visited, allowing his relatives and neighbors to witness firsthand his accomplishments. Meanwhile, in the Handong provincial family housing complex, the life of leisure that Qi Tongwei coveted was being enjoyed daily by Zhong Xiaoai, who had grown increasingly lethargic. Aside from eating and sleeping, she spent her days idly gazing out the window at her desk. She pondered what Qi Tongwei might be doing now and whimsically considered whether she should install a telephone for his family. In the living room, Zhong Xiaoai's mother, Yao Ruixiang, the vice president of the Handong Provincial High Court, seized a moment of leisure to watch a popular television drama, Hui Feng, when the phone rang. She answered it casually. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Annie, I am Zhong Xiaoai's classmate, Hou Liangping. Is Zhong Xiaoai available? I would like to inquire about some paper-related matters." Yao Ruixiang furrowed her brow, recalling that this was the son of the provincial procurator's Hou Yong. The young man was quite presentable and had always been rather composed, though a bit too serious. Her expression softened slightly. "Xiaoai, pick up the phone. Someone's calling for you." "Okay," Zhong Xiaoai responded reluctantly. thinking it unlikely to be a call from that obstinate man. She answered the extension in her bedroom, her impatience growing when she realized it was indeed Hou Liangping. With the last vestiges of patience, she listened to his clumsy reasons for calling about schoolwork for a few seconds before finally losing her composure. Summoning the last remnants of politeness, she said, "Please do not call again. I fear Tongwei might misunderstand." With that, she hung up without a second thought. Yao Ruixiang silently pressed the hang-up button in the living room, her brow furrowing once more. Who exactly was this Tongwei? Outside, the provincial procurator's family housing complex. Beneath a telephone booth, the northern winds howled. As Hou Liangping listened to the busy signal, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, collapsing to the ground. Tears streaming down his face as he cried out in anguish, no. This year's National Day coincided with a mid-autumn festival. After the holiday, all third-year graduate students would pack their bags and scatter in different directions. On October 4th, their advisor, Chen, gathered all the students in a classroom to announce their respective internship placements. However, on this particular day, several students were notably absent from this important meeting, including the unexpected presence of Wang Xiaoqin. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqin had already donned a brand new women's suit and reported to the personnel department of the Handong Provincial Inspection Office. The other absent student was, of course, her close friend and confidant, Chen Yang, who had not only skipped the meeting but was already far from Jingzhou. 1,000 miles away in the capital, Chen Yang, clad in a white suit, drew the attention of passing men as she sat quietly in the opulent office of the Summer National Import and Export Company, waiting for her internship interview to commence. She gazed out the window in the direction of Handong, reflecting on the man who had once fervently pursued her but had suddenly cast her aside. With renewed determination, she murmured to herself, "Qi Tongwei, today you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall make you regret it." A long-lost confidence flickered across her face. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Handong University, the students awaited their fate, only to realize that, aside from Chen Yang and Wang Xiaoqin, there was yet another individual who had failed to show up. Chapter 35. Integrity and Nobility. The students in their third year of graduate studies had long been aware of the circumstances surrounding Wang Xiaoqin. She had reported to the second hall of the Higher People's Procuratorate in Handong Province ahead of all her peers, thus commencing her internship. To her classmates, this was a commonplace occurrence. They had heard countless tales from seniors about such matters. It was simply a matter of being adept at ingratiating oneself and maintaining advantageous connections. Naturally, her starting point was somewhat elevated compared to others. However, for students of Handong University, a prestigious institution, the majority need not fret over their internship placements. After all, it was the foremost university in Handong Province and the pinnacle of legal studies in Xia Country. Numerous government agencies and enterprises vied for the attention of these exceptional students, and only a small fraction would secure positions at their internships, often being poached by other organizations. Yet, that solitary position was sufficient to justify the fierce competition. Liang Lu sat alone in the youth committee office, having prepared a cup of instant Nestle coffee, adopting a leisurely demeanor as she quietly contemplated her surroundings, as if strategizing from a distance. She held a stack of student internship assignment forms in her hands. After a while, the graduate student secretary, Chen, politely knocked on the office door. "Teacher Chen, you're here to collect the internship forms, aren't you? They're all ready for you." Although Chen was slightly older than Liang Lu, she dared not adopt an air of superiority before this young lady. After expressing her gratitude with utmost respect, she took the forms and exited the office. Upon leaving, Chen noticed that the topmost assignment form in the stack belonged to the most distinguished male student in their class. Upon glancing at the assignment, her pupils involuntarily contracted. What is this place? The students were eagerly awaiting the announcements. "Classmates, I will now declare the internship assignments. Qi Tongwei, are you present?" The first name called was indeed Qi Tongwei. However, the students had already realized that 3 individuals were absent today, aside from Chen Yang and Wang Xiaoqin. The third being Qi Tongwei himself. "Teacher, he isn't here." "Very well, we will announce his assignment later." As she read out the names, students approached the front to collect their internship forms, some excited, others somewhat disheartened. Chen Aijin took considerable time to outline the precautions for the internship period. But despite her waiting, Qi Tongwei had still not arrived when the class meeting reluctantly concluded. Instead, a few unexpected guests arrived. Chun Hai, Hou Liangping, and Zhong Xiaoai. Ah, Ho Chun Zhong, what brings you here? The third-year students greeted the second-year students with warmth. Hou Liangping was reluctantly about to speak when Zhong Xiaoai impatiently inquired, "Where is Qi Tongwei? Where has he been assigned?" The group of students shook their heads. "We don't know either. We haven't seen him. Look, Teacher Chun is already packing up to leave." As Chen Aijin gathered her belongings to depart, Zhong Xiaoai pressed forward. "Teacher, She suddenly felt it was somewhat abrupt to confront the teacher and became shy, pulling Chun Hai closer. "Hey, you go ask. Why does it have to be me again?" Chun Hai mumbled as he received a fierce glare from Zhong Xiaoai, prompting him to dejectedly approach Chen Aijin. "Teacher, we want to inquire about which unit Qi Sr. has been assigned to." "Huh? You're asking about him? By the way, do you know where he is?" "I was just about to find him. Here is his assignment form. I'm not sure what this place is." Upon seeing Qi Tongwei's assignment form, which clearly stated, Internship Unit, Judicial Office of Yigu Town, Lincheng County, Chen Hai and Zhong Xiaoai were left in a state of bewilderment. They both knew that Qi Tongwei was from Lincheng, so they did not initially consider the implications of such an assignment. Chen Aijin remarked, "If you happen to see Qi Tongwei, please tell him to promptly collect his assignment form. I must be on my way." Zhong Xiaoai then realized, "Where on earth is Qi Tongwei?" She urged Chun Hai to find someone from Qi Tongwei's dormitory to inquire. They conveniently located Lei Dijia, the third roommate of Qi Tongwei. Lei Dijia was equally clueless about Qi Tongwei's whereabouts. "Hey, Ahai, don't mention it. We're puzzled as well. Last night, Qi took his suitcase and left." "What?" Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed. "Left? Do you know where he went?" "No idea. You and T say when we asked. Quite mysterious. You all know Qi. He is a person of influence, so we didn't want to pry too much." Zhong Xiaoai noticed a detail in Lei Dijia's words. "You said he took a suitcase?" "Yes, a rather nice large one, equipped with a handle and wheels." Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai felt a chill. Could it be? Has Qi Tongwei truly left without a word? Feeling somewhat dejected, her only remaining clue was the assignment form. Yet, from Chen Aijin's tone, it seemed Qi Tongwei had not yet collected the form. Did he already know about his internship unit and report there? Zhong Xiaoai discarded her modesty and questioned Qi Tongwei's classmates, but none knew where he was. Naturally, Hou Liangping feigned ignorance, and Zhong Xiaoai did not suspect anything amiss. However, having deep roots in Handong for decades, a mere place name posed no challenge for her. She headed directly to the school as communications office and called her uncle, who worked in Qianzhou, the city where Lincheng is located. Once connected, Zhong Xiaoai inquired, and after a moment of contemplation, her uncle suddenly said, "Xiaoai, the Yigu town you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be that Yigu town, would it? Why? Is someone going there for an internship?" "That's great. Uncle, do you know where it is?" "A classmate of mine has been assigned to the judicial office there." The voice on the other end grew serious. "Xiaoai, that classmate possesses integrity and nobility. Truly commendable." Zhong Xiaoai found this remark peculiar. Qi Tongwei possesses integrity and nobility? It sounds almost like an insult. "Uncle, please stop being cryptic. What exactly is Yigu Town? Is it a good place?" "Xiaoai, Yigu Town cannot be deemed a good place. It could be described as a desolate area." Following her uncle's explanation, Zhong Xiaoai finally understood what kind of place Yigu Town was. It was the most perilous village in Lincheng County, where the town, consisting of several hundred households, was precariously built on a cliff. It was said that even birds struggled to traverse it, and nimble monkeys could only gaze in despair. The local residents relied on a vine suspended from the sheer cliff to enter and exit. Each year, some would fall from the cliff to their demise. "Xiaoai, I've heard that since the founding of the nation, generations of villagers have aspired to construct a hanging road leading outside. Over the decades, many villagers have perished in the process. Surely your classmate will join this noble endeavor." Zhong Xiaoai listened to her uncle's words and quickly concluded that it was implausible for Qi Tongwei to have volunteered to go there. It was absurd. A distinguished student from Handong University, a diplomatic figure, and reputed translator at the AIC International Association of Translators. How could he possibly venture to such an isolated and treacherous place? Sentimentality? Nonsense. Qi Tongwei was utterly detached from such notions. After such an extended period of interaction with him, what advantage has he not taken? Yet, he has shown not a trace of affection. That scoundrel! Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed fiercely, while she verbally condemned Qi Tongwei with fervor. Her mind was preoccupied with the question of who might be covertly undermining him. After a moment's contemplation, a shadow of concern crossed her face. She quickened her pace, making her way towards the main academic building. Chapter 36. The breaking point. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor of the third floor of the main building. Inside an office, an elegant young woman was sipping Nestle coffee while humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, after the sound of the footsteps, a striking figure appeared at the door, startling her and causing a few drops of coffee to spill from her cup. Xiaoai, what brings you here? Please have a seat. It's been a while since you last visited, she said. However, Zhong Xiaoai showed no inclination to be cordial. Teacher Liang, I demand an explanation, she asserted. Liang Lu felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and replied in a soft tone, Little AI, where should I even begin? Zhong Xiaoai produced an internship registration form and placed it before Liang Lu. Upon seeing it, Liang Lu's heart sank. Oh no, this girl, when did she become involved with that? She thought, yet she continued to feign ignorance. Xiaoai, are you inquiring about the internship? The arrangements are made by the organization. I merely facilitate the process. Asking me won't yield any answers. Zhong Xiaoai, well-versed in her family background, had heard enough. Liang Lu's evasive response only solidified her suspicions. It's that wretched woman who is behind this. She fumed, feeling utterly wronged and furious. During this time, she had nearly lost all dignity as a young woman, almost resorting to throwing herself at Qi Tongwei, that scoundrel. But he remained aloof, irresponsible, and now had seemingly vanished without a trace. A wave of indignation surged within her, as if a fire was raging in her chest. In an instant, the poise of the Grand Princess of Handong dissipated. Pointing an accusatory finger at Liang Lu, she exclaimed, Liang Lu, you have gone too far. Return my senior Qi to me. Typically, Liang Lu would not dare to confront Zhong Xiaoai, for although she was the daughter of Liang Qianfeng, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Zhong Xiaoai was no ordinary student. Her father, Zhong Xiaoai, was the mayor of Modu, and her grandfather, Zhong Qianli, was a legendary figure known as the King of Handong, a founding general who wielded immense power for 18 years. Even so, having Zhong Xiaoai point a finger at her left Liang Lu feeling somewhat humiliated. Xiaoai, you are mistaken. This internship placement is an organizational decision. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, what is your relationship with Qi Tongwei? Oh, are you feeling shy? Liang Lu taunted, her confidence growing. As an older sister, I understand. There is no need to rush. In terms of verbal sparring, Zhong Xiaoai would not be a match for Liang Lu. Enraged and flustered, Zhong Xiaoai could hardly find her words. Liang Lu, reveling her upper hand, added, By the way, I ascend Qi Tongwei pursuing Qinyang? Perhaps you should ask her. At the mention of Qinyang, another detestable figure, Zhong Xiaoai could no longer contain her rage. In a fit of fury, she let out a primal scream, flailing her arms towards Liang Lu's face. Caught off guard, Liang Lu barely had time to react before a loud slap rang through the air. Ah! Liang Lu shrieked, her voice filled with terror as she felt the sting of Zhong Xiaoai's nails on her cheek. Zhong Xiaoai, have you lost your mind? Liang Lu shouted back, attempting to retaliate. Yet, in a physical confrontation, even 10 Liang Lus would not stand a chance against Zhong Xiaoai, who had been raised under the stern guidance of her military grandfather. Liang Lu was swiftly subdued. Ouch! Ah! Stop, it hurts! Please, I'm sorry. Don't hit me anymore. Liang Lu cried, her voice filled with desperation. As several teachers rushed to the scene, they were met with the shocking sight of Liang Lu, bloodied and sprawled on the floor, with a beautiful young student raining blows upon her. What are you doing? Stop! Call security immediately. Someone shouted. This is terrible. Liang teacher is being assaulted. Several teachers tried to intervene, but they found themselves frozen in place, intimidated by Zhong Xiaoai's unbridled fury. Those gathered at the office doors stood in stunned silence, witnessing the chaotic scene unfold. Liang Lu, despite her screams, was powerless to defend herself. Hai and Hou Liangping, who had stealthily followed behind, were utterly dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated that the demure and graceful Zhong Xiaoai they had known for 6 years could unleash such ferocity. The incident escalated quickly, reaching even the principal, Zhong Guofeng. But when he discovered that the assailant was Zhong Xiaoai, he was utterly flabbergasted. Whose daughter is she? The granddaughter of that esteemed figure, he thought. Liang Lu had chosen the wrong person to provoke. As the vice-ministerial principal, he had to tread carefully around her family's reputation. The king of Handong was not to be trifled with. Thus, he called both parties' parents, resigning himself to the role of a bystander. After Zhong Guofeng's arrival, it took less than 15 minutes for security to lightly restrain Zhong Xiaoai before she was released. Zhong Xiaoai, this matter is beyond the school's capacity to resolve. Please contact your family, Zhong Guofeng instructed. The few teachers present, especially those of higher rank, gasped in disbelief. The vice-ministerial principal had declared that the school could not handle the situation and suggested the student call her parents. An astonishing turn of events. Initially, the teachers expected the matter to escalate dramatically. However, a small car soon arrived to take Liang Lu to the hospital, followed shortly by another vehicle to escort Zhong Xiaoai away. After that, the teachers heard no further developments regarding the incident, leaving them with an unsettling sense of dread. Some teachers, recalling the details of that day, noted that the car that picked up Liang Lu was a blue model, while the one for Zhong Xiaoai was a red luxury sedan. News of the incident had already spread among the elite circles of Handong. It was said that the climax began when Liang Lu sobbed in front of Liang Xuanfeng, leading to an outcome that stemmed from a young girl as silent tears before an elderly man. Feeling sympathy, the old man personally called Liang Xuanfeng, who thereafter remained utterly compliant. Upon hearing that his precious granddaughter had been involved in an altercation, Zhong Qianli's first reaction was disbelief. But once he confirmed the truth, his second thought was that the individual who had been struck had it coming. Thus, he only placed a perfunctory call to Liang Xuanfeng as a courtesy. If that fool insisted on an explanation, he would soon learn the weight of the name king of Handong. Yet, seeing Zhong Xiaoai in tears, Zhong Qianli's heart ached. His attempts to console her proved futile. Ultimately, Zhong Xiaoai, with a quivering voice, lamented her loss of Qi, insisting that Zhong Qianli help her find him. Zhong Qianli felt a mix of anger and helplessness. His little granddaughter seemed oblivious to the fact that she had likely been led astray by some unsavory character. However, with her request hanging in the air, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he made a call to the principal of Handong University, Zhong Guofeng. Although Zhong Guofeng dared not dismiss Zhong Qianli, he clearly stated that he was unaware of Qi Tongwei's whereabouts, only knowing that his files had been transferred by a highly confidential unit. Zhong Qianli was taken aback by this revelation, and Zhong Xiaoai, overhearing, was equally stunned. Before bursting into tears once more, in a fit of urgency, Zhong Qianli decided to contact the central government directly. The level of confidentiality is of little concern to the average person. However, for someone like Zhong Qianli, who holds the highest classification of secrecy in Xia country, it is hardly an issue. Shortly thereafter, a crimson telephone in the house rang, and Zhong Xiaoai dared not listen in. After a while, Zhong Qianli hung up the phone and reassured his precious granddaughter, saying, "Xiaoai, you need not worry. Your senior is unharmed." However, his whereabouts remain classified for the time being. We shall have to wait a while. Listening to this non-answer, Zhong Xiaoai felt utterly lost. Where on earth has her senior gone? Meanwhile, her thoughts lingered on Qi Tongwei, who had already boarded an international flight and had been airborne for over 10 hours, soon to arrive in a distant corner of the globe. Chapter 37, Journey to Kawat, a desert gem in October, basks in the relentless heat. Qi Tongwei disembarks from the airplane, clutching his exempted luggage. Dressed in a tailored suit, he dismisses the sweltering 35 degrees Celsius. After all, with his remarkable physique akin to Spider-Man, discomfort is foreign to him. Yet, to avoid appearing foolish in the eyes of embassy colleagues and locals, he prudently removes his suit jacket. The airport buzzes with activity, teeming with men clad in white robes and brandishing large mobile phones, adorned in traditional Kawat attire. Occasionally, one might spot women draped in black silk cloaks, veils concealing all but their eyes. Nevertheless, no one appears hurried. Upon exiting the airport, luxury vehicles line the streets, including the likes of Lanfania. Qi, ever observant, discreetly assists Liu Xiaokong, carrying his bags and suitcase. Years of ingrained habit compel him, despite Liu's initial protests against such attentiveness. Liu Xiaokong, pleased with the young talent brought by Qi, takes the initiative to introduce the customs and culture of Kawat. Qi listens intently, frequently inquiring, thus providing excellent emotional value to his superior. The group boards a coaster en route to the embassy. The Summer Kingdom's embassy in Kawat is situated not far from the city center, offering a serene refuge amidst the bustling streets, where numerous embassies are nestled among leafy lanes. The true protagonist of this gathering is Liu Xiaokong, recently appointed as the new ambassador. After a brief respite, he dons a crisp formal suit. Qi Tongwei and his companions follow Liu into the embassy's reception hall, where camera flashes illuminate the room. This venue also serves as the site for today's press conference. Ambassador Liu exudes charm and confidence, delivering a grandiose speech meticulously refined by Qi. He navigates questions from international journalists with poise, marking the official commencement of his tenure in Kawat, while receiving congratulations from Kawat's officials and diplomats from various nations. Among the attendees is a strikingly attractive translator, rumored to be a new diplomatic attaché and Liu's secretary, who swiftly garners attention in Kawat's foreign affairs circle due to her exceptional looks and translation skills. Liang Lu would never have imagined that her efforts to reassign Qi Tongwei to a remote location would be thwarted. The Foreign Affairs Department had already included him in the new batch of overseas attachés, albeit under the guise of an internship. Strict confidentiality surrounded this arrangement, known only to the university's president, Zhong Xiaoai, and the chief of the administration office. Discipline prohibits any disclosure of Qi's whereabouts, leaving Liang Lu oblivious to his current location. Faced with an internship channel she had never encountered, she could hardly obstruct Qi's promising future. Kawat stands as one of the wealthiest nations in terms of per capita income, a status it has enjoyed for decades. The local currency, Kawat dinar, boasts an exchange rate of 1 to 20 against the Summer Kingdom's currency, far surpassing the value of the US dollar. Liu Xiaokong's invitation to Qi was both a long-considered decision and a fortunate coincidence. The Kawat embassy is modest, with only one full-time translator, who has recently transferred to Al-Iraqi. While others are familiar with Arabic, none possess the proficiency of translation that Qi does. After soliciting his opinion, Liu brought him to Kawat, with the understanding that he could fill in as needed during his internship, and, if Qi desired to remain upon graduation, it would not be an issue. Though officially designated as a translator, Qi's role primarily involves serving as Liu Xiaokong's secretary. It is well known that Qi, despite his past as a police officer, possesses a remarkable talent for catering to leaders, an expertise that proves invaluable in his current life, where he finds serving the cultured Liu to be a trivial task. Liu Xiaokong, grounded and pragmatic, having risen through the ranks of governmental service, prefers a hands-on approach. He often delegates his tasks to Qi, allowing him to manage his own affairs without concern. During his time in Kawat, Qi occasionally engages in translation work arranged by Chun Guanhua, earning some supplemental income. The embassy's stipend, a mere 500 a month, pales in comparison to his side endeavors, which he pursues more for passion than profit. Seizing every opportunity, Qi accompanies embassy staff to various official events, attending receptions hosted by other consulates or social organizations. This new experience starkly contrasts with his previous lives as Spider-Man and Qi, offering him a fresh perspective. Kawat's opulence is reflected in its culinary offerings, where he savors a wealth of gastronomic delights, expanding his horizons. At these events, he encounters a diverse array of captivating women. Due to his intriguing origins from a mysterious Eastern nation, many express keen interest in the handsome translator. resulting in an abundance of business cards finding their way into his pockets. The embassy enforces strict protocols regarding these cards, mandating that each one undergo rigorous scrutiny upon his return. After enduring repeated inquiries, Qi grew weary, ultimately discarding the cards into the trash, though contact with these individuals remained inevitable. One fateful day, the embassy receives an invitation from the renowned oil magnate family, the Salad clan, to attend the engagement ceremony of one of their heirs. Kuwat's laws permit each male citizen to marry up to 4 wives, with all wives holding equal status. For the affluent nobility and oil tycoons, such regulations are often rendered moot, with tales of individuals marrying dozens and fathering hundreds of offspring. The embassy frequently receives similar invitations, as the country's newfound prosperity has burgeoned since the Industrial Revolution nearly a century ago. Consequently, oil magnates revel in grand displays, inviting diplomats from various nations to showcase their status. Ambassador Lu, recognizing the significance of such relationships, authorizes a counselor responsible for external communications to attend the event with a first-rate secretary. Qi accompanies them, not as a translator, but rather as a journalist tasked with covering the occasion. The large family, eager for media attention, extends invitations to reporters from various countries. Fortuitously, recent vacancies arose at the Summer Kingdom's news agency, prompting the head of their Kuwait bureau to appeal to Liu Xiaokong for assistance. After much persuasion, the ambassador reluctantly agreed, assigning Qi the temporary role of a certified journalist for the Kuwait bureau, with credentials issued by the Summer Kingdom's national news agency. Thus, the newly appointed diplomatic attaché finds himself exceedingly busy in the days to come. Yet, I still feel that this journey was worthwhile. The banquet was hosted at the opulent estate of the Salard family. To refer to it as extravagant would not be an exaggeration in the least. The main structure resembles a nearly 100-story skyscraper. Surrounding it is a complex of buildings that includes conventional villas, mansions, and traditional architectural styles. These cannot simply be termed estates. Perhaps small town or CBD would be more fitting. Inside the skyscraper lies a world of its own. It is understandable for the wealthy to reside in villas or mansions, or even like Stark, perch on a cliff. However, to inhabit such a skyscraper is a sight to behold. The engagement ceremony was conducted in accordance with the traditions of the Kuwait nation, infused with some international elements, a practice of embracing local customs. In this religious country, the consumption of alcohol is strictly prohibited. Thus, no alcoholic beverages were served to guests. Instead, a lavish array of exquisite fruits and delectable dishes was provided, all available in unlimited supply. However, when Qi Tongwei beheld the photograph of the groom, prominently displayed in the center of the grand hall, he could not help but reflect once more on the capricious nature of fate. Chapter 38. An encounter with acquaintances in the Kingdom of Kuwait. Such engagement banquets are indeed commonplace, given the prevalence of polygamy. However, not all noble offspring possess the standing to host such lavish events. According to the guests, it is the exceptional prowess of the youngest son of the Salad family that has earned him this honor. Recently, the situation in Asia has been exceedingly tense, particularly following the conclusion of a fierce conflict between the Kingdom of Roka and the Kingdom of Inglo. Although Roka emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory at best. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Kuwait has not played a commendable role in the aftermath of the war. The promised loans intended to support Roka were, in truth, merely war funds that have yet to be dispersed. To exacerbate the situation, Kuwait significantly increased its own oil production during Roka's wartime reduction of output. It is worth noting that while Roka may not possess oil reserves as abundant as those of Kuwait, it remains a nation rich in oil. Who would have imagined that the affluent Kuwait would exploit the conflict to undermine Roka's oil production? This region is renowned for its vast oil resources. Consequently, Kuwait's increase in production has led to a dramatic plunge in international crude oil prices. The nation that once fought alongside Roka has now delivered a cutting blow to its erstwhile ally. Despite Roka's national policies ensuring that the oil trade remains profitable, the king's decisions have undeniably harmed the interests of many oil barons. Amidst this downturn in oil trade, the youngest son of the Salad family has ingeniously sought alternative avenues for profit. While his siblings remained entrenched in the oil business, he discreetly pivoted his focus, importing a significant quantity of exquisite silk from a distant eastern nation. Upon arrival in Kuwait, the silk was met with overwhelming enthusiasm and quickly sold out, resulting in an astonishing profit margin of 200%, amounting to 400,000. Although this sum may not be substantial in the grand scheme of the Sealad family's wealth, it represents a remarkable new source of profit and has instilled a sense of renewed hope within the family. This young son has swiftly ascended to a position of prominence, drawing the attention of his father, the family patriarch. In a gesture of favor, the patriarch arranged for his son to be engaged to the reportedly stunning daughter of a Kuwait parliamentarian, marking her as his third wife. The engagement ceremony, infused with exotic charm and religious customs, truly opened Qi Tongwei's eyes. The guest of honor graciously acknowledged each attendee according to local traditions. Mohammed Sealad, the youngest scion of the oil magnate family, appeared radiant, accompanied by his meticulously veiled third wife, as he greeted the officials from the Summer Nation's embassy with warmth and generosity. However, amidst this moment of glory, Muhammad's gaze fell upon a figure that was strikingly familiar. Unable to believe his eyes, he exclaimed, "You are Qi." Zhao, the embassy's counselor, paused momentarily. "Oh, little Qi, Mr. Muhammad?" Qi Tongwei chuckled. "Ah, Mr. Muhammad, what a coincidence. Who would have thought we would meet again, so far from home? A pleasure indeed." Yet, Muhammad's expression darkened for an instant before transforming into a smile. "Ah, so it is truly you, Qi. My friend, you're my lucky star. It is thanks to your introduction that I secured this lucrative deal." Zhao and Secretary Lu exchanged astonished glances, hardly expecting that Qi Tongwei, the young man before them, had connections in Kuwait. Their innate curiosity prompted them to seek the story behind this unexpected acquaintance. Muhammad patiently elaborated, leaving the embassy officials astounded. "Counselor Zhao, who would have thought that young Qi has already achieved such success in business as a student? Indeed, we often reminisce about our own youthful naivety, as we were but young lads, oblivious to the world, merely memorizing Arabic vocabulary." However, unbeknownst to Zhao and Lu, young Muhammad harbored a very different sentiment. "Damn it, is the Almighty present? Why am I so unfortunate? I shall never partner with this vampire again." The two men had crossed paths back in his homeland. Muhammad had studied abroad and evidently absorbed some of the local culture. Qi Tongwei, perceptive as ever, realized that this young man had developed a certain depth in character during their brief separation. For reasons beyond explanation, Qi could easily surmise that Muhammad harbored no fondness for him, likely viewing him with the same wariness one reserves for a thief. Yet, when Muhammad faced Qi, he donned a radiant smile, masterfully embodying the art of dissimulation. Qi Tongwei could not help but ponder, "Ah, a true master, even without my connections. Should Muhammad possess a future, his potential is boundless." However, whether that future was attainable in these peculiar times remained uncertain. Indeed, it would be remarkable for Muhammad to hold any favorable feelings towards Qi Tongwei, especially after the overwhelming demand for Summer Nation silk had been fully capitalized upon, leaving him more incensed than ever at Qi's monopolization of resources. Muhammad was well aware that the silk quantities available could scarcely satisfy his ambitions. Yet Qi had chosen to withhold introductions to the silk trade during Muhammad's initial, disoriented visit to the Summer Nation. A bloodsucker, a demon, a miser, a true opportunist. Having recently become well-versed in the idioms of the Summer Nation and familiar with multiple cultures, young Muhammad resolved to bring more associates next time. He even contemplated a visit to the Summer Nation's port island, seeking out merchants familiar with the mainland to assist him. After all, how could the youngest son of the Sealad family, having lain dormant for over 2 decades, let such a historic yet newly lucrative opportunity slip away? Chapter 39. The embedded journalist Muhammad was utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that Qi Tongwei, this translator, or perhaps one might say, a broker, would undergo such a transformation and become a member of the Summer Kingdom's embassy? This not only implied that he was now an official representative of the Summer Kingdom, but also that, despite their differences, young Mu, with his deep family roots, could not afford to offend Qi Tongwei. Although he had not spent much time in the Summer Kingdom, he had already been significantly influenced by its profound cultural ties. Even in Kawat, he dared not claim to be a local authority, especially with Qi Tongwei's current public identity as a diplomat. While the Summer Kingdom's power may not be the most formidable, it certainly surpassed that of the tiny Kawat. After all, it was the sole nation that had maintained an undefeated record against the formidable, beautiful nation. Wealth is one thing, but lacking decorum is akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace. Moreover, who could truly ascertain the depth of Qi Tongwei's connections within the Summer Kingdom? He would eventually need to engage in business dealings with them. Therefore, outwardly, he could not afford to offend this cunning individual. He had to navigate the situation with subtlety, adopting a facade of cooperation, and exercising patience and strategy to safeguard his interests. It was indeed a considerable challenge for this young heir of the oil magnate family, who had only interacted with the Summer Kingdom's people for less than 2 months, to absorb such ancient cultural nuances. The days following the banquet returned to a state of tranquility. For an extended period, Qi Tongwei became the busiest individual at the embassy in Kawat. The situation was dire. The international landscape in the Asia region had become exceedingly tense, especially among neighboring countries, where verbal hostilities erupted daily. What was the cause of this turmoil? It was, of course, related to oil. The president of the Loka Kingdom, Mbesa, accused the king of Kawat of being an ungrateful scoundrel, claiming he presented one facade in public while harboring treachery behind the scenes, a disgrace to their religious nations in Asia. He even threatened to retaliate against Kawat with the most severe measures. Kawat, on its part, neither acknowledged nor refuted these claims, secretly harboring a sense of vulnerability. While they dispatched several negotiation teams to placate President Mbesa, the promised assistance remained unfulfilled. As for the Loka Kingdom, they too harbored ulterior motives. They had previously extended a substantial loan to Kawat, and now, given the considerable hardships endured and lives lost in the conflict, they might very well refuse to repay even a fraction. Gradually, the situation seemed to deteriorate day by day. Finally, on October 20th, President Mbesa declared that he would resort to military action to retaliate against the treacherous Kawat. The sentiments of the Loka people had been deeply wounded. Mbesa was not merely making empty threats. The seasoned Loka Kingdom swiftly mobilized 100,000 troops to the border overnight, causing the Kawat aristocracy to feel uncertain. Could it be that the bearded man truly dares to strike? Indeed, what is his motive? His nation owes us a significant sum. Some began to realize that something was amiss. Goodness, is it because they owe us money that they act this way? Indeed, this is troubling. Thus, the Kawat Kingdom, sensing the shift, hastily sought assistance from the beautiful nation and other former colonial powers. A century ago, they were the colonizers. Now, Kawat had become their creditor. They understood that they had lent considerable funds and resources without pressing for immediate repayment, even investing billions in their country. Surely, it was reasonable to ask them to advocate on their behalf internationally, to apply pressure on Mbesa to temper his ambitions, wasn't it? However, their optimistic calculations proved misguided. The multinational coalition, led by the beautiful nation, issued a statement filled with grandiloquent rhetoric, ultimately conveying the message. Ah, dear Loka and Kawat, the disputes between your nations are matters of internal affairs, and we shall not interfere in the sovereignty of nations. At this revelation, the king of Kawat was utterly bewildered. Last year, I bought a watch and was told not to meddle in internal affairs, yet you are the masters of intervention. How disingenuous of you. When you sought oil from me, you did not speak this way. But now that oil prices have dropped, you have amassed a substantial stockpile. And now you dare convey this to me? What did this mean? Unlike the chaos among the higher echelons, the common folk in Kawat were oblivious to the mounting tension. Life continued in a state of harmony, filled with song and dance. Meanwhile, the aristocracy had already begun preparations. During this period, Director Qi was preoccupied with compiling reports on these developments, tirelessly sending them back home. His part-time journalistic role was rapidly evolving into a full-time endeavor. In bureaucratic systems, once they become accustomed to an individual they tend to overutilize their capabilities, especially when it comes to writing materials. During this time, the head of the summer news agency's Asia region had ceased to mention the deployment of personnel. The reason was simple. Qi Tongwei proved to be exceptionally capable. With his striking appearance and keen intellect, he far surpassed the previous Kawat correspondent in aptitude. There was no need to pay him a full salary. A modest stipend would suffice, amounting to a mere $300 a month. He even took on the responsibilities of a photojournalist, making him an unparalleled asset. The only concession was that he received a junior journalist card, equivalent to a bureaucratic position, as Qi was still in his internship phase. Had he graduated, he would have been granted a higher starting position. Such positions are invaluable domestically, yet abroad, particularly in Asia, a region with a long history of conflict. The question remains, would one dare to step forth? With desert minefields, zones of biological warfare, and isolation barriers, would one be willing to experience such dangers? Not to mention that during this time, Qi Tongwei had transformed into a prominent journalist, leading a fulfilling life, while the young women in the embassy rarely saw him. Meanwhile, his old friend Muhammad's family was not idle either. Suddenly, Muhammad's father, Lord Saraid, along with several elder sons and a young wife, announced a vacation abroad, encouraging interested family members to join. Muhammad had initially intended to go, as it was a rare opportunity to strengthen ties with influential figures. However, he was preoccupied with preparations for his second trip to the Summer Kingdom, needing to conduct extensive research and make numerous calls to consulting firms and brokers in Hong Kong. Thus, he decided to remain at home. Little did they know, the subsequent developments would prove far more dire than they had anticipated. Chapter 40. The discipline of flatulence in the Summer Nation. At Handong University, Zhong Xiaoai's mental state for quite some time resembled that of a living corpse. Although she learned from her grandfather that Qi Tongwei had not suffered any losses or found himself in peril, due to confidentiality protocols, the old man, Zhong Xiaoai, had not disclosed Qi Tongwei's whereabouts to her. This left her heart suspended in uncertainty, devoid of peace. "Senior, where have you gone?" I miss you so much." Observing Zhong Xiaoai's disheveled state, as she seemed to have lost her appetite and vitality, Hou Liangping felt both heartbroken and infuriated. His heartache stemmed from the evident decline in Zhong Xiaoai's physical and mental well-being, which was apparent to all, her eyes always clouded with sorrow. His anger, however, was directed at the root of Zhong Xiaoai's despair, that Qi Tongwei, whom he had always looked down upon. "Damn you, Qi Tongwei, what makes you so special?" he thought. "Is it just that your foreign language skills are slightly better, or that you're a bit stronger, or that you excel in fighting? You're just a despicable rogue, a worthless scoundrel." He huffed. "What good is being good at fighting? Sooner or later, you'll be educated by the iron fist of the democratic dictatorship of the Summer people." Having grown up in a family compound associated with the inspection system, Hou Liangping was acutely aware of the immense power certain forces wielded. Thus, when he heard Chun Hai mention that his sister, Chen Yang, had declined the initial arrangement by Chun Yanshi to intern at the High Procuratorate of Handong Province and instead went to the import and export company in the capital, he exhibited great disdain. Hou Liangping's family had always placed a higher value on power. He scoffed at Chen Yang's choice. In his view, as long as one possessed power and connections through her father, Chun Yanshi, ascending to prominence was merely a matter of time. The so-called central enterprises may seem glamorous, but in reality, they were unwieldy behemoths. What good was a high salary? In the capital, a mere brick could crush several department heads. Hou Liangping looked down upon such things. He aspired to rise through the ranks, from department to ministry. Harboring such thoughts, he relentlessly pursued Zhong Xiaoai. Despite her evident affection for Qi Tongwei, he refused to relent. After all, dreams must be cherished. If Hou Yong could enjoy a life of soft living, why shouldn't his son? Earning a living through one's capabilities was nothing to be ashamed of. However, at that moment, Hou Liangping felt a twinge of regret. He had heard that Qi Tongwei had not reported to the judicial office in Yegu Town in Linqing County. It was said that once one entered that place, returning was uncertain. Why hadn't Qi Tongwei gone? Alas, what a pity. It's unfortunate that my father orchestrated a host of connections for this matter. But he quickly reconsidered, It seemed Qi Tongwei could not bask in glory. For in this era, refusing to comply with the assigned internship units was a serious affair. Schools, organizations, and units would impose severe penalties. Qi, we shall see. I am eager to witness how you will conclude this. It must be said that in this regard, Hou Liangping was remarkably in sync with teacher Liang Lu. While he awaited Qi Tongwei's downfall, he was unaware that teacher Liang Lu was far more pragmatic and radical than he, ready at any moment to transform his anticipated joke into a reality. Since the last encounter, where Zhong Xiaoai had soundly defeated her, Liang Lu felt that her reputation, built over the years, had been utterly tarnished. Though she rationally recognized her inability to retaliate against Zhong Xiaoai, she vowed to ensure that Qi Tongwei would face dire consequences. Liang Lu could not believe that Qi Tongwei could simply vanish. After all, he was still a graduate student at Handong University, and she was determined to find a way to hold him accountable. As the deputy secretary of the Student Youth Committee, the allocation of internships and employment dispatch was traditionally a joint responsibility between Liang Lu and the Student Affairs Office. She began gathering evidence, obtaining telegrams from the judicial office in Yigu Town, which confirmed that Qi Tongwei had not reported to his internship unit. Armed with this proof, Liang Lu submitted a report to the Student Disciplinary Committee at Handong University, alleging Qi Tongwei's serious violations of school rules and organizational discipline. In her capacity as Deputy Secretary of the Student Youth Committee, she formally requested the university to impose severe penalties on Qi Tongwei. How severe? Her recommendation was for immediate expulsion from the university, nothing less than ruthless. She felt justified in her actions, believing that her status warranted such treatment. In this era, disobedience to organizational discipline could indeed lead to expulsion, a grave accusation. However, Liang Lu was taken aback when her proposal for disciplinary action was rejected by the Student Disciplinary Committee. This left her feeling humiliated. Damn it, it's one thing for Zhong Xiaoai to bully me, but how dare these institutions of the school not afford me, Liang Lu, the respect I deserve? Fuming, she stormed into the office of the Student Disciplinary Committee, where Director Kong Weiqing, who also served as the head of the school office, was exasperated by her presence. Although Liang Lu was of a lower rank, she pointed an accusing finger at him, unleashing a torrent of invective. Kong Weiqing, resigned to his fate, remained silent and patiently explained, "Secretary Liang, please calm down. Qi Tongwei's situation involves special and legitimate reasons." "What legitimate reasons?" she demanded. Kong Weiqing appeared troubled. "Secretary Liang, I cannot disclose specifics due to confidentiality protocols." I know how your office operates. I won't buy that excuse," she retorted. Kong Weiqing, feeling cornered, finally divulged. "I can only say that another unit has placed him on their internship list, and it is a confidential organization. That is all I can say for now." Liang Lu's heart sank momentarily, but she quickly dismissed it with skepticism. "Confidentiality? Please. I often see various classified documents on Liang Qiwenfeng's desk. Such matters are trivial for those of our status. Moreover," she thought, Qi Tongwei was merely a worthless scoundrel. What could possibly be classified about him? Thus, the headstrong Liang Lu disregarded the situation entirely, unaware that some principles truly ought not to be trampled upon. Chapter 41. Speak freely. Liang Lu was acutely aware that any classified documents would originate from the Office of Document Circulation at Handong University. She deliberately arranged a meeting with Director Xiao from the office, who had once been a close acquaintance and also her suitor, over a meal. Having previously been a devoted admirer of the Princess Liang, Xiao was elated to be invited by her. After several rounds of drinks, when Liang Lu revealed her intentions, Xiao was taken aback. How could this be? He thought, though he had long since given up on any romantic aspirations with Liang Lu. Rumors of her extravagant lifestyle over the past 2 years had led him to fantasize about possibilities. But now, the reality was starkly disappointing. Liang Lu sought the contents of a highly confidential document related to Qi Tongwei's whereabouts. And although he had merely registered the document as a confidentiality officer, he was privy to some information. Yet, the risk was too great for him to entertain any further. "Liang, I truly apologize, but I haven't seen the content," he said, expecting disappointment from her. However, he quickly pivoted What I do know is that this document definitely came from the Provincial Medical Bureau. Beyond that, I am unable to assist. Liang Lu felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. Is this coward truly unaware, or is he feigning ignorance? Nonetheless, his mention of the Provincial Medical Bureau sparked a realization in Liang Lu. Indeed, who would dare disregard my family's reputation at the provincial level? She expressed her gratitude to Xiao, albeit only providing him with a modicum of emotional value, which he relished for the day. The following day, Liang Lu skillfully navigated her way to the provincial office, discreetly inquiring about the document, while masquerading her intentions under the guise of concern for student welfare. Absurdly, did they truly think the provincial officials were so naive? The usually demanding Princess Liang found herself unable to obtain the answer she sought. As she endeavored to uncover Qi Tongwei's whereabouts, she was intercepted midway by Liang Xiaoai, who took her back home in silence, his demeanor dark and brooding. Liang Lu looked at her father in confusion, noticing his expression of disappointment, and she felt a hint of grievance, ready to plead her case. Yet in the next moment, Liang Xiaoai erupted in anger. Liang Lu, do you understand what you are doing? This is a classified document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How dare you inquire about it? Liang Lu was left stunned. It's just a document. Isn't it? Why is Dad making such a fuss? She had often seen similar documents in his office. What she failed to grasp was that merely observing was worlds apart from brazenly probing for information. Do you know why I brought you back? Secretary Feng Weidong has already given me a verbal warning. I'm a loss for words. Neither you nor your brother ever provide me with peace of mind. If it weren't for my good relationship with Secretary Feng, this matter would have been reported to the provincial authorities long ago. Are you trying to escalate this situation? Liang Lu, do not cause any more trouble. Do you think I can shield you from everything? This is a matter of central importance. It's monumental. Think about it. Even Zhong Xiaoai's grandfather has not disclosed anything to her. Are you out of your mind? At this point, Liang Lu fell silent, her resentment towards Qi Tongwei intensifying. What kind of luck does Qi Tongwei have to be entangled in such affairs? I must show him my authority before he graduates. Otherwise, if he continues to overstep, how can I maintain my dignity in Handong? Liang Lu, though lacking in substantial abilities, was adept at orchestrating retaliation when faced with displeasing individuals and situations. In her previous life, Qi Tongwei had seen through her, and despite appearing to lower himself to marry her, he had managed to dominate her life. After a decade of marriage, he had ceased to treat her well. Yet, Liang Lu remained undeterred, believing she could not be outmatched by Qi Tongwei. In Handong, she was convinced no one could escape the Liang family's influence. Meanwhile, at the Summer Kingdom's embassy in Kawat, a routine work meeting was underway. A topic of discussion was the analysis of the situation between the Luoka Kingdom and Kawat. The prevailing sentiment in the international community was that conflict between the two nations was unlikely. Ambassador Lu, Luoka has just emerged from a significant conflict. I believe they're unlikely to engage in another fight, especially since they're severely depleted. They seem to be in dire need of funds. Perhaps Kawat will provide some interest-free loans or investments. It is improbable that anything will happen in the short term, remarked Councillor Lu, echoing a consensus among the attendees. Indeed, Councillor Lu is correct. The ambassador concurred. How could they possibly engage in conflict again? Luoka is currently self-absorbed, and at most, Kawat might offer them some financial support. As everyone agreed, Ambassador Liu Xiaokong was preparing to conclude the meeting based on the majority's opinions when he noticed Qi Tongwei quietly taking notes in the corner. A thought struck him, and he remarked, "Xiao Qi, feel free to share your thoughts. We encourage open dialogue here." Surprised by the sudden invitation, Qi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback. Having traversed back in time, he was well aware of the historical context. In truth, Qi had always been a military enthusiast, deeply interested in matters of defense. His high-precision sniper rifle was more of a hobby than a necessity for his role as the head of the Public Security Bureau. Although he was aware of the eventual direction of the situation, he quickly declined. "Ambassador, I am merely here to take notes. I am not well-versed in these discussions and would rather not showcase my lack of expertise in front of esteemed leaders." Qi Tongwei was reluctant to attract attention. To him, his time in Kawat was an opportunity to enrich his life experiences. While he had traveled abroad for inspections in his past life, none compared to this experience. He was keen on enjoying his time, and if he could simultaneously advance his goals, that would be even better. The leaders at the embassy regarded Qi Tongwei as a perceptive young man, and their impressions of him were generally favorable. However, Liu Shaokong seemed unusually determined to hear Qi's opinion today. Just speak freely. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. The others, noting the ambassador's interest, urged Qi to share his thoughts. Chapter 42. Seeking attention, Qi Tongwei found himself unable to evade the situation any longer. As a man of stature, how could director Qi capitulate to the whims of the moment? Naturally, he chose to speak candidly. Ambassador, esteemed leaders, I personally believe that the current situation has escalated to a critical level. On the surface, the disputes between our two nations appear to revolve around oil and economic issues. However, many have overlooked a fundamental element. Qi Tongwei spoke with eloquence, and for the first time, the audience realized that the usually charming junior diplomat had delved deeply into the dynamics between the nations of Loka and Kawat. The point we often neglect is the personal influence of President Mbesa of Loka. His rule is widely recognized as monopolistic. Qi, speaking in the context of a formal meeting, was diplomatic but clear. Those present, all seasoned bureaucrats, understood the implication, an authoritarian regime. As for the opposition in Loka, it is currently fragmented. Rumor has it that certain individuals have aligned themselves against the government post-war, and in such a climate, the likelihood of Mbesa instigating conflict with Kawat has significantly increased. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. Yet, many felt that Qi's remarks were somewhat sensationalist. Undeterred by the mixed reactions, Qi continued to articulate his insights. Whether or not a conflict will ensue can be discerned with careful observation. If Mbesa aims merely to intimidate Kawat, one might expect the deployment of reserve or newly conscripted troops as a show of force. However, esteemed leaders, have you noticed that the main forces stationed at the border are the very heroes recently withdrawn from the Loka and Ingluo War, the 10th Division? They returned home grievously wounded and were quickly redeployed to the border. I fear that the recent discussions surrounding financial aid, loans, and oil are merely a smokescreen orchestrated by the old man. At this point, Qi fell silent, leaving the room in contemplative quiet. Liu Shaokong's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Qi Tongwei, with his exceptional translation skills and broad knowledge, possessed such astute political insight. His ability to gauge the prevailing winds of change was indeed remarkable. However, the majority present remained skeptical. They thought, so many experts have failed to see it. Yet this young man has. They chuckled at the absurdity. The situation in Loka, to them, was merely an intriguing analysis by Qi, yet they could not overlook the presence of powerful nations. On the Gulf side, the United States effectively guards maritime routes, while traditional European powers loom on land. And to the north, the formidable bear of Russia casts its watchful gaze. Frankly, Mbesa rose to power with the backing of these nations. How could he dare to provoke Kawat? A mere intimidation would suffice. Suddenly, they perceived Qi Tongwei as perhaps too youthful, having initially appeared to sidestep the issue. Yet, he remained poised to capture the ambassador's attention. The perspectives of the embassy staff contrasted sharply with those of Ambassador Liu Shaokong. There were exceptions, of course. For instance, military attaché Luo Dingda, a graduate of the Northern Army Command Academy, recognized the profound impact a commander can have on the course of war. He meticulously analyzed Qi's statements and felt a chill of realization. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, he found Qi's assertions to be entirely plausible. Upon hearing dissenting opinions among his subordinates, Liu Shaokong promptly declared, "Let us proceed this way. Qi, please summarize everyone's viewpoints into a cohesive overview for my review tomorrow before it is submitted to the department. Is that agreeable, Qi?" "Absolutely, Ambassador," Qi replied with enthusiasm. What unfolded in the embassy's conference room was merely a microcosm of similar scenes taking place across various international organizations in Kawat. The ongoing disputes between the two nations had captured the intense scrutiny of establishments stationed in Kawat, a city renowned for its oil and as one of the world's energy hubs. Every development therein influenced the international crude oil market, a key indicator of the global economy. Would the two nations engage in warfare? This question had sparked widespread global discussion and concern. The CN News Agency's bureau in Kuwait felt compelled to voice its perspective during this pivotal moment. However, the unfortunate reality was that the bureau was short-staffed. Thus, the young diplomat Qi Tongwei had no choice but to shoulder the burden. He attended every press conference held by embassies or the Kuwait government, juggling both photography and reporting duties. Even the last remaining editor at the bureau was astonished. My word, this young man has only been here a few days and has already performed remarkably well as a foreign correspondent. The reports he returned with were undeniably of high quality. Consequently, this led to an assignment from the CN News Agency's headquarters for a video interview, slated for broadcast on Central Television. The content was straightforward, a brief discussion of the current situation in front of the Kuwait National Assembly building, complemented by reports from the CN News Agency's offices in Loka and the United States. Qi Tongwei was tasked solely with covering the Kuwait segment. Prior to the recording, Qi had meticulously prepared his script, which had been personally reviewed and approved by Ambassador Liu Xiaokong and Wu Shi, the head of the CN News Agency's Asia Division. What astonished the public was the Bureau's stance, which for the first time expressed a degree of optimism regarding the current situation while not dismissing the possibility of war. In essence, it conveyed a neutral position, presenting a balanced view. This revelation sparked considerable upheaval domestically, as it signified a notable shift from prior sentiments that had deemed the likelihood of war negligible. For some sensitive individuals, this represented a significant change in the prevailing narrative. On Central Television, the viewers across the nation tuned in at 7 p.m. as the broadcast commenced with a familiar tone of peace at home, contrasted by turmoil abroad. As the segment transitioned to international news, the anchor announced, "Now, let us watch a report from our bureau in Kuwait." The screen transitioned, revealing a young man clad in a dark vest, holding microphones from both the CN News Agency and Central Television, an image strikingly rare in contemporary times. Against the backdrop of Kuwait's coastal breeze, a magnetic voice resonated through the airwaves, reaching countless households. Greetings to the viewers of Central Television. I am Qi Tongwei, a reporter from the CN News Agency's bureau in Kuwait. Chapter 43. Power is Truth, a television station capturing the attention of the entire populace of Xiaoai, as well as numerous diplomatic missions stationed in Kuwait, is none other than the newly prominent Xiaoai News Agency. Qi Tongwei made his dazzling debut on the global stage, appearing for the first time before the cameras with an air of nonchalance and elegance, embodying the demeanor of a great nation. The adjectives employed to describe this foreign correspondent before the lens hardly seem exaggerated. Dear viewers, the recent conflict between Kuwait and Roka has garnered significant attention as per the latest updates received this morning from Xiaoai News Agency. Roka has stationed approximately 200,000 troops within a mere 10 kilometers of the Kuwait border. The current situation has elicited mixed sentiments. While some express optimism, numerous local officials and citizens voice their concerns. Fixated on President Mbesa of Roka's declaration regarding the potential outbreak of war, the Xiaoai News Agency will remain vigilant on the front lines, delivering timely reports to both the nation and the world. This is a report from Xiaoai News Agency correspondent Qi Tongwei. Thank you for your attention. Considering the estimated 10 viewership rating of the Central Television station during this era, even with the proliferation of televisions that may not match future standards, it is safe to say that tens of millions of citizens are collectively transfixed by the emergence of this new correspondent. What a handsome young man. Indeed, he is quite impressive for his age. He must be a top student from some prestigious university. Absolutely, he embodies the image of a prosperous and stable nation. Countless viewers engaged in fervent discussions before their screens. Alas, in this age devoid of forums or comment sections, Qi Tongwei's striking appearance would certainly have ignited a trending topic. In Jingzhou City, at the Zhong family residence, following dinner, Zhong Xiaoai was engrossed in the continuous news broadcast while his granddaughter, Zhong Xiaoai, languidly flipped through a book in the adjoining study. Xiaoai, that classmate of yours. What was his name again? Something like Qi? Zhong Xiaoai's robust voice floated through the room. Oh, Grandpa, his name is Qi Tongwei. What about it? Come here and have a look. Is that him? What, Grandpa? Suddenly, Zhong Xiaoai was jolted into alertness. Isn't that him? Zhong Qianli pointed to the male reporter on the screen. At that moment, Zhong Xiaoai, the cherished princess of the Zhong family, covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the composed figure on the screen who spoke with such confidence, as if poised to change the course of history. Tears welled in her eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Zhong Qianli sighed, silently observing his beloved granddaughter, who seemed to be engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Who could have predicted that Qi Tongwei, whom the entire Handong University had searched for in vain, would re-emerge in such a dramatic fashion on the highest echelons of Xiaogua's media? Zhong Xiaoai felt a surge of astonishment, yet as she contemplated, it all began to make sense. She should have anticipated this. The recent appointment of Liu Xiaokong, a supervisor from their university, as the ambassador to what had been reported in Sharon Daily, a name that had lingered in her mind without much thought. Now, piecing it together, it was entirely plausible. Liu Xiaokong, former director of the Foreign Affairs Office in Modu, had recognized Qi Tongwei's potential and took him abroad as he began his new role as ambassador. Everything aligned perfectly, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoai felt a sense of relief regarding Qi Tongwei's whereabouts. Clearly, his situation wasn't too dire. However, another emotion stirred within her, a profound sense of longing and unexpressed sorrow. She was acutely aware of her feelings for Qi Tongwei, a desire to be perpetually by his side. Initially, they had shared daily moments at Handong University and in Jingzhou, but now they were worlds apart. Her emotions were a tapestry of pride for this capable young man, mingled with an aching nostalgia and a complex array of feelings. Moreover, she mused, if that wretched girl were to find out, she would surely be infuriated. How delightful it would be to see her seethe. Meanwhile, Liang Lu, still at Handong University, had also learned of the news but found herself engulfed in an inexplicable turmoil. Qi Tongwei, how remarkable you are! I cannot deny your brilliance. Yet the more exceptional you become, the more I yearn to bring you down. Why can't you initially? Liang Lu had no grievances against Qi Tongwei. He too had wished to avoid entanglements with her. Yet, as the saying goes, one's nature is hard to change. Despite their apparent lack of connection, in her heart, Qi Tongwei's status as student council president and the admiration he garnered were all due to her influence. I may not give you anything, but you cannot choose to reject me. This attitude had been ingrained in her since childhood. Liang Lu could not help but contemplate a possibility. If Qi Tongwei were to show interest in her, would she still treat him the same? It was a question that lingered. Yet, in her mind, it was only fitting that exceptional young men should revolve around her, regardless of her relationship status. Reflecting on her boyfriend, she sighed heavily, feeling a sudden pang of regret for Qi Tongwei, realizing their connection was one of fate yet devoid of fulfillment. Alas, such was life. Qi Tongwei's misfortune was not her fault. It was simply the nature of society, where power reigns supreme as truth. Chapter 44. A stunning debut news about Qi Tongwei. He made an extraordinarily dazzling appearance throughout the entire Xi'an nation, re-entering the vision of all students at Handong University. The once seemingly vanished young diplomat, Qi, who had seemingly crossed paths with the well-known high-ranking official's son, Teacher Liang, now returned with a nonchalant demeanor. Historically, the populace has refrained from confronting the authorities, such has always been the way. Most students at Handong possess this understanding. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qi Tongwei would once again emerge, this time in a magnificent manner, captured by television cameras, across the vast ocean, thousands of miles away. On the campus of Handong University, those young ladies who believed he had vanished were now astounded by his glorious return. They seemed to have become even more ardent fans of Qi Tongwei. In the cafeteria, after class, or during late-night chats, the sole topic among the girls was Qi Tongwei. Young Master Hou Liangping was acutely aware of this and was infuriated. This upstart, this wretched pauper, how could he ascend to such heights at the central station? Outrageous! Who does he think he is? Impossible! The Hou family, deeply entrenched within the system, understood all too well the influence wielded by mainstream media like the Central Station. Moreover, He not only represented the central station, but also the even more prestigious Xia news agency, which had broadcast across China since the days of the founding generation. How terrifying! Now, Qi Tongwei possessed such a unique identity. It was truly unprecedented at Handong University, possibly even among all graduate students. No one had ever boasted such a resplendent, or some during their student years. The future of Qi Tongwei was simply unimaginable. How could Hou Liangping not feel envious? How could he not feel indignant? His dorm mate, Chen Hai, had always idolized Qi. The recent incident where Zhong Xiaoai fiercely confronted Liang Lu had only deepened Chen Hai's admiration. An idol is an idol, after all. It is said that one might fight fiercely for a beloved. Qi Sr. was indeed a testament to that. It was incredibly inspiring, wasn't it? In this era, people could hardly fathom such exhilarating events. Now that Chen Hai witnessed Qi Tongwei becoming a foreign correspondent, it seemed only natural. An idol, after all, seemed to validate some of Chen Hai's thoughts and perceptions about him. He found it entirely unremarkable. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Xia Nation Import and Export Corporation, Chen Yang received a call from his graduate school friend, Wang Xiaoqin, as soon as he arrived at work. Wang Xiaoqin was utterly enamored with the internship opportunity that Chen Yang had helped her secure. It would be even better if she could stay on afterward. The long-distance calls that once seemed unfathomable now came free of charge. Just the day before, she had learned of Qi Tongwei's news and hastily called her benefactor, her dear friend Chen Yang, to report. Upon hearing the latest news about Qi Tongwei, Chen Yang found it hard to believe and started to question his life. He had thought that coming to the capital and interning at a renowned state-owned enterprise like the Xia Nation Import and Export Corporation was already a step into the most sophisticated international circles among Handong University students. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the person he once looked down upon, the impoverished scholar from a remote village, Qi Tongwei, had genuinely stepped onto the international stage that she and many of her classmates had only dreamed of, even voicing his own opinions. Chen Yang's thoughts raced. She felt that many of the beliefs she had held onto for years were now once again shaken by Qi Tongwei's various actions. Was she truly mistaken? In the family quarters of the Handong Provincial Party Committee, Zhong Xiaoai and Zhong Xiaoai exchanged glances. In truth, Zhong Xiaoai had long known Qi Tongwei's whereabouts. As a high-ranking official, his level of confidentiality surpassed that of many diplomatic matters. Although he could not disclose certain sensitive information, today, revealing Qi Tongwei's situation to his beloved granddaughter, Zhong Xiaoai, through such a means seemed rather fitting. Thus, from this moment forth, many matters no longer required secrecy for Zhong Xiaoai. Xiaoai, don't get too excited. Your grandfather has something else to tell you. Zhong Xiaoai remained indifferent, having just learned the information she most wanted through a nationwide broadcast. Little did she expect that Zhong Xiaoai would continue. Xiaoai. Here's the thing. The military attached at the Kuwait embassy was a former guard of mine. I never thought that this connection would lead to. Zhong Xiaoai, initially aloof, suddenly perked up upon hearing this. Grandpa, does this mean you can contact Qi Tongwei anytime? Zhong Xiaoai waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? Do you want your grandfather, a founding general, to contact him? No matter how he serves abroad as a correspondent, he is still just a young lad. It's absurd. Even if I don't mind, he would surely be taken aback. Zhong Xiaoai thought this over and agreed. It would indeed be inappropriate for her grandfather of such high status to reach out to a mere subordinate. However, she was genuinely concerned for her senior Qi. Her expression clouded with worry. Zhong Xiaoai understood his granddaughter's sentiments all too well. He deliberately left her in suspense before finally saying, "All right, Xiaoai, here's the plan. In a few days, I'll call my old subordinate and ask him to arrange for his guard to take care of Qi Tongwei and Kuwait. You need not worry." "Oh my, Grandpa, I love you," Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed joyfully, embracing the old man excitedly. Stop, you little rascal. My old bones are about to fall apart from your shaking. Be gentle." In truth, the old man was internally elated. His granddaughter had grown up, yet their relationship remained strong. However, it lacked the intimacy of her childhood. He never expected that today, due to a certain young man. His precious granddaughter would reveal her youthful demeanor once more. Zhong Xiaoai found himself torn between jealousy and gratitude when Luo Dingda, stationed as a military attaché in Kawat, received a call from his former commander. Now a general in a certain military district in the northwest, he became increasingly curious about Qi Tongwei, whom he held in high regard. He couldn't help but wonder about the background of this young man. Which high-ranking official's son was he? Why would he choose to train himself here instead of staying in the homeland? Qi Tongwei had always been low-key and talented within the embassy, but Luo Dingda now realized that this young man was indeed a hidden gem. It turned out that when his former commander contacted him, he did not disclose Qi Tongwei's true identity, merely requesting that he look after him. After all, General Zhong also had his pride. He couldn't just go around saying that it was his granddaughter who had taken a fancy to someone. After hanging up the phone, Luo Dingda could not help but silently reassure the old leader, "You are indeed overthinking." For Qi Tongwei was currently thriving not only within the embassy, but also throughout the political landscape of Kawat. Chapter 45. The unscrupulous translator. The popularity of Qi Tongwei is perhaps an exaggeration when described as blooming like flowers. And to say he is adored by all is a reserved statement. At the very least, Ambassador Liu Shaokong feels that Qi Tongwei appears as if he sprang forth from nowhere, akin to a magical monkey, possessing remarkable capabilities. He bears little resemblance to a freshly graduated university student. Rather, he resembles a seasoned official who has spent a lifetime in power. Ironically, he is indeed exceptionally talented. The more one engages with him, the more he seems like a hidden treasure. Liu Shaokong's intuition is not misplaced. Qi Tongwei has risen to the position of director of the Public Security Department, equivalent to a vice-provincial rank. The intricacies of provincial affairs are far more convoluted than those within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs abroad. The ambassador primarily embodies the image of Xia country, yet his authority pales in comparison to that of a provincial public security director. Consequently, Liu Shaokong increasingly values Qi Tongwei. He is astonished to discover that even Luo Dingda, the military attaché known for refusing to show favoritism in the embassy and remaining neutral, seems to maintain a good rapport with Qi Tongwei. Although military personnel are not devoid of humanity, they tend to be straightforward in their dealings. When someone is treated well, it is genuine and unequivocal. Yet, it is unfathomable to imagine that this connection stems from Qi Tongwei's little female admirer's family. At this juncture, the diplomatic spat between the nations of Luka and Kawate intensifies in the public arena. Although Kawate possesses wealth, it remains at a disadvantage and dares not stoke the flames further. In stark contrast, President Mbesa of Luka is vociferously declaring his intent to teach the Kawate nation a lesson for harming fraternal sentiments, boasting of 1 million troops at the border. However, this is merely bravado. Everyone knows that following a previous war, Mbesa's actual combat-ready veterans number merely 50,000 at best, with the potential to mobilize another 50,000 reserves in times of conflict. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of impending war grows increasingly palpable, as if a spark could ignite it at any moment. Many citizens, upon encountering similar news, cannot help but recall the audacious remarks of the strikingly handsome young reporter Qi Tongwei from the Xia News Agency. Could it be that another war is on the horizon? Despite Kawate's significantly greater wealth, the disparity in military strength is not negligible. As a permanently neutral nation, Kawate's armed forces are a mere 20,000. How could they possibly contend with Mbesa's million-strong army? The more this is the case, the more unfavorable the international narrative becomes from Mbesa. The public begins to perceive that as a presidential figure, he is merely putting on a show, who would lose their sanity and suddenly launch an attack on a neighboring country. The international community and the populace typically employ rational judgment in assessing the behaviors of nations. Yet they often overlook the predominant role of human factors in interstate relations, whether in times of war or throughout history. They find it inconceivable just how terrifying a dictatorial president can truly be. Qi Tongwei enjoys a rather comfortable existence within the embassy. Although his income is modest compared to what he earned as a translator and part-time broker in the bustling metropolis, the entire diplomatic sphere of Kawate is now aware of his presence at the Xia embassy. particularly among the female staff stationed abroad, many of whom are either single or unattached. There is a palpable excitement. At various diplomatic gatherings, numerous young women eagerly call out his name, Qi, with enthusiasm. Thanks to director Qi's charm, he hardly needs to exert effort. It is not uncommon for him to receive little notes from admirers. Many of these foreign ladies are indeed quite open. For instance, the fiery and alluring journalist, Mady Bowen, has gone to great lengths to cultivate a connection with Qi Tongwei. However, the embassy's strict regulations prohibit any undue personal interactions with foreign personnel. Primarily, it is not Qi Tongwei's preference. Otherwise, he would not mind engaging in something more intimate to shed his virginity. His mind frequently drifts to a couple of familiar figures, specifically two women, one surnamed Zhong and the other Wang. One shares his days learning foreign languages, while the other is exuberantly forward, almost ready to pounce on him. These two ladies, so assertive and relentless, await my return home. Qi Tongwei's thoughts meander through countless unrecorded musings. Yet, he cast them aside, having initially intended to earn a bit of money and enjoy life with a sense of freedom. However, he finds himself unexpectedly navigating an alternative path in public service. Though merely an intern, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has its standards. Not to mention, Qi Tongwei's translation skills rival those of an expert in the AIIC presidency, warranting such arrangements. With his graduate degree, he could have secured a third-class diplomatic secretary position upon graduation, equivalent to a deputy or even a principal rank. Yet, as he has yet to graduate, he has only been granted the title of diplomatic attaché. However, diplomatic ranks do not strictly correspond to civil service positions. A diplomatic attaché could be at either a departmental or deputy departmental level. As an intern, this title is merely a temporary arrangement. For Liu Xiaokong, this is not a challenging task. After all, arranging a position for an intern in the prestigious Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by a fully empowered ambassador, is hardly an insurmountable feat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is not an exaggeration to say that a single brick could crush several departmental officials. Yet, should the students of Handong University discover such extraordinary treatment, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. To have secured an institutional position before even graduating, everyone else started on the same starting line, while Qi Tongwei seems to have begun at the finish line. If the likes of Liangping were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. Amidst the international uproar, the capital city of Kawate remains calm and serene. The affluent individuals of Yasi drive their luxury cars along the streets and shop at high-end boutiques. Recently, the 13th son of the Selade family, Mohammed, is in the spotlight, driving his newly acquired Mercedes GW460, the first generation of the G-Class, purchased through military connections, accompanied by his third fiancée, Livia, as they shop for gifts. Traditionally, couples are not permitted to meet before marriage, yet in modern society, Kawate has become considerably more progressive. After all, their union is all but confirmed. The consequences of calling off the engagement would be severe. Mohammed, I've noticed you seemed a bit down lately. Is it because your father took your brothers on a cruise abroad? Mohammed, with one hand on the wheel, assesses the luxurious silk cloak draped over Livia, particularly the portion enveloping her lower body. He marvels at its exquisite texture while responding somewhat helplessly, "No, they did invite me, but I didn't go. I stayed behind to keep you company. You're so good to me, Mohammed. I always knew you were too capable to be overlooked by your father." Livia's mention of this topic strikes a painful chord within Mohammed. Let's not dwell on that. My silk business may not fare well in the future. Why is that? The quality of the silk you import is exceptional, and it feels. As she feels Mohammed's hand caress the fabric, Livia's cheeks flush as she continues, "So comfortable." "Livia, you see, this batch of silk was procured through an unscrupulous translator from Xia country. I had hoped it would turn my fortunes around, but that individual refused to introduce me to more suppliers under the guise of risk management." "Oh, I see. He knows his silk will sell without issue. So the next time you approach him for imports, he'll likely extort you." "Exactly, Livia. In Xia country's parlance, that scoundrel is certain to open his mouth like a lion. What is even more terrifying is that this individual possesses considerable influence in their country, you know? He is now a diplomatic official at the embassy of the Xi'an nation in our country. Livia was also taken aback. What sort of person had her fiancé encountered? Oh, almighty, it is truly frightening. He is nothing short of an iblis, the Arabic term for Satan. Indeed, he is a devil, spouting some insipid justifications, some nonsensical risks. In Kawat, in Yashi, who dares to impose risks upon the Selade family? It is laughable. As Muhammad cursed the unscrupulous translator, he drove his fiancée to a high-end jewelry store on the outskirts of the city to select adornments. While driving, Livia suddenly pointed to the distant road outside the city, where a vast cloud of dark sandstorm was rolling in, exclaiming, "Oh, almighty! Muhammad, what is that over there?" Muhammad slowed the car and gazed into the distance. It appeared to be not just a sandstorm. There were numerous vehicles and people, all fleeing in terror towards the city. His pupils dilated in alarm as he exclaimed, "This is not good." That is, Chapter 46. The outbreak of war. Muhammad was enveloped in a sense of dread, a feeling echoed by the expressions of countless individuals fleeing into the city, their faces painted with terror. Beneath the swirling yellow sands lay an endless procession of steel beasts, tanks, armored vehicles, and military off-roaders adorned in desert camouflage. The distant whir of helicopter blades further intensified the atmosphere of impending doom. In light of the current situation, Muhammad's apprehensions quickly solidified into a grim understanding. There was no need for conjecture. The following moment was punctuated by a series of resounding explosions that provided a stark confirmation. Boom! Bang! Kaboom! The cacophony of artillery and rockets shattered the air, announcing the arrival of the forces from the kingdom of Roka. The relentless bombardment struck numerous buildings and the ground along the city's entryways, even before the troops had fully entered. In a state of panic, Muhammad veered his vehicle towards the safety of the city. Accompanied by the chaos of explosions and Livia's piercing screams, they witnessed a nearby car struck in the rear, erupting into flames. In his frenzy, Muhammad could not help but shout in terror, the sheer force of adrenaline propelling him forward with a fierce determination. He pressed the accelerator, racing towards the sanctuary of his home. The explosions continued to reverberate, with the northern edge of the city ablaze in multiple conflagrations. The streets were thrown into disarray. Vehicles jammed together in a frantic attempt to escape. "Hurry up! Don't block the road. At this rate, we're all doomed," Muhammad cursed wildly, navigating through any available gaps, heedless of the scrapes and bruises inflicted upon his pristine vehicle. With the thoroughfares congested with people and cars, he diverted onto smaller paths. Many in a state of panic abandoned their vehicles, scattering in all directions. "Oh my God, this is hell. I want to go home," Livia cried, her face streaked with tears. "Be quiet. We must return to my home. My children are still there." Upon hearing this, Livia fell silent, her sobs the only sound. Muhammad's foremost concern was for his children and his two wives. His mother had accompanied his father on a vacation abroad, thus sparing him further worry. They had sought refuge from the looming threat of war by traveling overseas, but who could have anticipated that the conflict, once thought distant, would suddenly erupt? In that moment, the notions of power, wealth, and status lost all significance to Muhammad. The singular desire to survive consumed him. Though they had never directly experienced the horrors of war, its terror was vividly imaginable. The recent explosions had already been harrowing enough. As for his business, with the advent of war, what relevance did it hold? His recent silk imports had been sold out, leaving him with little to fret about. Fortunately, he had encountered that unscrupulous translator, which limited his import volume. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Muhammad, nearly causing him to lose control of the vehicle. He steadied himself, attempting to regain composure. "God above, God above, God above," he recited fervently in his mind. Could it be that Qi Tongwei foresaw the potential for war? The thought sent a wave of fear coursing through him, momentarily overshadowing the dread of the conflict. He recalled Qi Tongwei, the charismatic, extraordinary figure who was sincere and courteous, yet shrouded in an air of mystery. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Qi had anticipated the possibility of war. Back in August, the war between the Kingdom of Roka and the Kingdom of England had not yet concluded. Was it possible that Qi had foreseen a future invasion of Kawat by Roca? Damn it, Muhammad thought, overwhelmed by the terrifying implications of his realization. Within mere seconds, he felt a profound sense of fear towards Qi Tongwei, recognizing his formidable intellect. It explained why someone who had appeared so genuine would also harbor ulterior motives. This was not mere deception. It was akin to sorcery. In that moment, he contemplated that perhaps Qi had genuinely wished to help him mitigate risks. He resolved that if he survived, he would seek an opportunity to apologize and express gratitude to Qi in person. Navigating through the labyrinthine streets, he pressed on towards home, catching sight of military helicopters soaring southward in the distance. The earlier sound of blades was not from the invading forces of Roca, but from the city as they retreated southward. This realization sent a chill down Muhammad's spine. If military aircraft were taking flight, it meant only one thing. The royal family of Kawat was fleeing. Damn it, if the king is abandoning ship, what hope do we have? Muhammad thought despondently as he approached home, passing through the embassy district, where the gates of foreign embassies stood firmly shut, deserted and forlorn. As he traversed a narrow alley, he spotted a white Mercedes van parked nearby. A vibrant figure was seen holding a microphone, seemingly addressing a camera. Muhammad had no time to marvel at the journalist's dedication. His focus remained on reaching home. Yet, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered about that figure. Chapter 47. The ambassador's fury on the morning of October 18th. While enjoying breakfast, Qi Tongwei greeted Zhong Xiaoai, the office director and secretary. Director Zhong, I have an interview to conduct this morning. Just wanted to inform you. Director Zhong had long grown accustomed to this versatile figure in the ambassador's eyes. You rascal. You're about to make this side gig your full-time job. Hey, Director Zhong, it's all part of the job. I'll treat you to drinks later. Within the embassy, there was not a single person who held a poor relationship with Qi Tongwei. You can't treat me. Don't you dare. Find an opportunity to go on a business trip to Lian. Let President Wu treat you instead. It's ridiculous to use our people like this. One person doing two jobs. Just drown him in drinks when you get back and have him reimburse you. Thank you, Director Zhong. I'll take your advice. Qi Tongwei chuckled. I've finished my meal, so I'll be on my way. Get going, but be careful out there. Rest assured, President Wu had excellent relations with the embassies of several countries in Asia. And Zhong Xiaoai's remarks were not meant to reprimand, but rather to advocate for Qi Tongwei, a subordinate he valued. Qi Tongwei felt a mix of indifference and gratitude towards such gestures, believing in the natural flow of life. He had resolved never to schematically pursue personal gain. Yet fortune seemed to favor him at every turn. Indeed, he had encountered extraordinary luck in this life, and not just once. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a favored son of destiny. As he arrived at the parking lot and started his vehicle, he encountered Luo Dingda, who was jogging in the embassy's courtyard. Tongwei, where are you off to this early? Colonel Luo, I have an interview task today. Luo Dingda furrowed his brow. The recent instability in the situation weighed heavily on his mind as he was responsible for military intelligence and was acutely aware of the circumstances. However, after some contemplation, he felt reassured as he had not yet received any intelligence indicating that Luogua was about to take military action. In fact, Xiaogua was more concerned about the movements of the beautiful country. If there were no unusual activities there, it generally indicated that no significant actions were anticipated. Little did anyone know how meticulously Baseza had kept its operations under wraps, with not a whisper of its intentions leaking out. Unable to say much more, Luo Dingda offered a few safety reminders and resumed his run. Qi Tongwei was somewhat puzzled by the concern shown by Colonel Luo, the military attaché. He dismissed it, attributing it to his own aura of being a favored son of destiny. Driving the luxurious Mercedes-Benz provided by the Xi agency, he left the premises. He had just informed the director about an interview arrangement, but the truth was there was no such arrangement at all. Currently, he was the sole representative of the Xi agency at the Kawat branch, maintaining a direct line of communication with the Asia branch. Whether there was an arrangement was anyone's guess. Not needing to worry about the branch, Qi Tongwei had long been authorized by President Wu to act independently. However, as he was merely a part-time employee at Xi, he still needed to request leave from the main embassy. Qi Tongwei first wandered through the streets. capturing some empty footage in preparation for his upcoming sensational interview. At that moment, he was the only person besides Luo Guo who was aware that Mbisse's forces had launched a surprise attack on the northern border of Kawat, advancing swiftly toward the city. Indeed, Qi Tongwei vividly remembered the events of October 18, 1990, at 2 in the morning. Due to uncontrollable factors, the timeline differs from that of the real world. Please forgive the discrepancy. With Mbisse's command, the Luo Guo army brazenly invaded Kawat without warning, both internationally and within Kawat itself. The 20,000 troops of Kawat were no match for Luo Guo's forces. Historically, Luo Guo had taken merely 10 hours to occupy the entirety of Kawat. Qi Tongwei firmly believed that the nearly identical situation and public sentiment would not differ significantly in this war. For safety's sake, he chose a strategic location, parking near the embassy in a back alley that afforded a view of the main street. He set up his camera and listened intently. After a brief period of normal city sounds, the air was suddenly filled with explosions, gunfire, and the whirring of helicopters, accompanied by distant cries of alarm. The vehicle's intercom erupted with frantic calls. Unfortunately, Qi Tongwei had already lowered the volume. Realizing this, he lifted the microphone and, facing the camera, calmly began his broadcast. He believed this would be the first report on Luo Guo's invasion of Kawat. Dear viewers, this is Qi Tongwei from the Xia Agency reporting. Local time is 9 a.m. on October 18th, and Luo Guo's ground forces have already entered the capital city of Kawat. As of the time of this report, the station troops in Kawat have yet to organize effective resistance. Based on the current situation, I personally analyze that Luo Guo must have launched its offensive at dawn, employing a blitzkrieg strategy. Boom! Bang! In the midst of the interview, the camera and microphone clearly captured the increasingly closer sounds of artillery, even recording the flash and explosion of shells on the nearby streets, with billowing smoke and fierce flames. This usually quiet back alley, devoid of traffic, now witnessed the occasional vehicles fleeing for safety. As a vehicle driven by Muhammad passed by, he caught a glimpse of the familiar figure reporting live. In his panic, he failed to recognize that this reporter was Qi Tongwei, a person he had recently harbored a deep-seated aversion toward, but whose attitude had shifted dramatically in the past few minutes. Muhammad felt a pang of remorse for his friend. Qi Tongwei possessed a heightened sense of awareness akin to that of Spider-Man. He noticed the passing vehicle belonged to his first business partner, causing his heart to tighten. He understood the misunderstanding Small Mu had about him, yet he did not dwell on it. On the contrary, he wished for nothing but safety for this kind-hearted, decent young man. After all, Small Mu had once regarded him as a friend. Well, let us just take it one step at a time. With thoughts racing, Qi Tongwei remained unfazed. He continued to provide an overview of the current situation and even pessimistically predicted that Luo Guo could potentially occupy all of Kawat by noon. After completing his broadcast, Qi Tongwei deliberately positioned himself at the alley's entrance, capturing footage of the terrifying scenes of Luo Guo's war machinery wreaking havoc on the streets of Kawat. Once he finished, he decisively left the scene. He was not afraid, but he recognized that his Spider-Man-like abilities were limited. A gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall. As he started the vehicle and increased the intercom volume, Zhong Xiaoai's anxious voice immediately came through. Calling Qi Tongwei, please respond. This is Qi Tongwei. Director Zhong, I apologize. I was outside recording and didn't hear you. Qi Tongwei, where are you? The ambassador wants to speak with you. The next moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the intercom, nearly overwhelming Qi Tongwei's sensitive ears. You little rascal. Get back here now. Do you hear me? Hurry back to the embassy. To hell with the Xia Agency. To hell with Wu. You belong to me, not the Xia Agency. Get back here now, do you understand? Understood. Ambassador Lu, please don't worry. I'm just in the alley next to the embassy, less than 500 meters away. I'll return immediately, so rest assured. At that moment, Lu Xiaokan was about to continue his scolding. Hearing this, he shouted furiously, Nonsense! Come back and see me at once. Yes, Ambassador. Qi Tongwei stuck out his tongue and took a safe shortcut towards the embassy. Inside the embassy's communication room, a group of staff members fell silent, many of whom had been with the Foreign Affairs Department for years. It was the first time they had witnessed Ambassador Lu so enraged. Chapter 48. A global stir as Qi Tongwei emerged from the alley. Distant sounds of gunfire echoed from the royal palace, signifying the fierce resistance of the royal guard. Qi, well-versed in this historical context, felt a mix of speechlessness and admiration. He was speechless because King Gabriel III of Kuwait had just fled to Set al-Arab with several members of the royal family aboard a military helicopter. Yet, he admired Prince Fard, the king's brother, who bravely fought alongside a group of valiant royals, sacrificing themselves in battle. Every nation possesses its share of patriots, he mused. Upon returning safely to the embassy, Qi was surprised to find Liu Shaokong waiting for him in the lobby. Seeing Qi return unscathed softened Liu's demeanor, restoring his refined ambassadorial poise. Tongwei, it's good to have you back. Xian Hua, inform everyone to work in the secure inner rooms and, if necessary, in the basement. As Liu began to return his office, Qi interrupted. Ambassador, I have an urgent news report that requires your review. Liu was taken aback. What news could it be? Indeed, Ambassador, it concerns the invasion of Kuwait by Loka. Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Quickly, Xian Hua, let us head to the secure viewing room. Inside the room, Liu, Zhong Xiaoai, Luo Dingda, and Qi gathered to review the footage Qi had captured. He had wasted no time, filming only 15 minutes of material, with nearly every second rich in content, apart from some empty shots of Kuwait streets for comparison. Luo's astonishment grew as he realized the exceptional grasp Qi had on the situation, and the precision of his intelligence analysis left the seasoned operative feeling humbled. However, before the footage had even finished playing, Liu interrupted decisively. Xian Hua, no need to continue. I fully concur. Arrange for this to be sent to the ministry and the headquarters of the Xi'an News Agency immediately. Expedite the approval process. Prioritize data transmission. Hurry, hurry, hurry. An hour later, both the Xi'an Foreign Ministry and the Xi'an News Agency's secure office received an urgent AAA-rated message from the Kuwait Embassy. The personnel, recognizing the gravity of the situation, acted swiftly. Within 5 minutes, the report was on the desks of the ministry and the news agency's leaders. The officials at the Foreign Ministry, upon reading the report, immediately contacted the Central Court, relaying the information to the highest levels. Simultaneously, the leaders at the Xi'an News Agency initiated wartime emergency procedures for rapid approval while demanding immediate broadcast through the central television and radio stations. Thus, within an hour and a half, news of Loka's invasion of Kuwait reverberated across the entirety of Xia, and, astonishingly, this explosive report reached the world through a media outlet still relatively obscure. The global reaction was one of shock and condemnation towards Loka and its president, Besa Davidson. The president of the Associated Press was incensed upon learning that the Xi'an News Agency had reported the invasion first. How could the Xia pig scoop us on this? Are you all utterly incompetent? What? You're still compiling information? Transmission takes time? Damn it. The leaders of major news organizations, including the British Rotho Society and the Flan News Agency, expressed their outrage, reaching out to the Kuwait News Bureau for explanations. Meanwhile, the global media began to take notice of Qi Tongwei, a journalist of remarkable talent and charisma who had already gained considerable influence in Kuwait's foreign affairs sector. Upon hanging up from a call with Liu Shaokong, Wu Shi, the Xi'an News Agency's Asia Bureau chief, found himself conflicted. This young Qi is exceptionally talented, but alas, he belongs to the Foreign Ministry. How could such a gifted journalist be lured to our agency? He decided to apply for a special subsidy for him, hoping to make Qi feel welcomed. Although Qi could foresee the monumental impact of this report, he remained detached. To him, the conflict between nations paled in comparison to the impending doom of an extraterrestrial invasion. It was merely a fresh experience from a participant's perspective, devoid of any deeper concern. The embassies of various nations were secure, at least for the time being. The Xia Embassy, fortified by historical victories from over 30 years ago, was relatively safe from Besa's threats. What truly preoccupied Qi was the safety of his sole friend in Kuwait, the young man who had provided him with his first substantial fortune, Muhammad. Qi's concern was not unfounded, as Muhammad's situation was indeed precarious. Chapter 49. A plea for help. The time difference between Kavart and the imperial capital of Xia country is 5 hours. Thus, when this news first aired on the central television station, it was 6 in the evening. Public interest was initially tepid. However, soon after, it was featured again on a continuous news broadcast. As countless citizens in Xia country witnessed this report, they were struck by the dire straits abroad, and simultaneously felt a pang of anxiety for the reappearing handsome young man. Students from the Political and Legal Studies department were accustomed to watching continuous news broadcasts, a habit diligently cultivated by Gao Yuliang throughout their university years. As Hou Liangping watched the news, he found himself envious of Qi Tongwei for making 2 appearances on the nation's top media outlets within a week. While he took a somewhat schadenfreude delight in seeing the flames and explosions not far from him. May you perish there, you scoundrel. I wish you an early glorious end. Far away in the imperial capital, Qinyang could not help but reflect on the unpredictability of fate. He once believed that Qi Tongwei was at the forefront of all Handong scholars, an esteemed foreign correspondent. Yet, now it seemed he had become a war correspondent with his life hanging by a thread, leaving Qinyang feeling somewhat melancholic. Upon hearing the news, Liang Lu felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, her partner Liu Shenglong constantly praised Qi Tongwei, even during dinner while watching the news, which stirred a forbidden thrill within her. Liu Shenglong likely had no idea that the very person he admired was someone she wished would meet a swift demise. Qi Tongwei, do not let yourself die on the battlefield of the 2 nations. It would be much more satisfying if it were at my hands, she thought. In a certain old Western-style villa in Magic City, Wang Mingzhu was having dinner with her parents while watching the news. Suddenly, she claimed to feel unwell and retreated to her room, where, turning away from her parents, tears streamed down her face. The last time Qi Tongwei appeared on screen, she learned he was on a foreign assignment. Although she had harbored some resentment, knowing he had a duty allowed her to forgive him in her heart. Yet today, seeing him once again in a perilous war zone left her distraught. After all these years, she had finally encountered someone she cared for deeply. Heaven, please protect him. Do not let anything happen to him. At the embassy in Kavart, Liu Shaokong calmly issued a series of commands. It was now wartime, and his orders were akin to military commands. He demanded the immediate activation of the embassy's emergency plans and a transition to wartime status, with around-the-clock shifts on duty. Fuel reserves and incinerators were to be kept ready, awaiting orders to destroy sensitive documents and prepare for evacuation. Ironically, Qi Tongwei found himself with free time. Today, the world's most significant news was his report. At that moment, the troops of the Raka nation had just advanced into the city, which was not particularly dangerous yet. However, the situation had certainly changed. One could easily imagine journalists from various countries braving the hail of bullets to report from Kavart City. Nevertheless, the first scoop had already been claimed by the Xi'an news agency, leaving others to merely echo its sentiments. At this time, the embassy was indeed the safest place. Mbesa was no fool. He understood the limits. This attack would not have been possible if the beautiful nation had not repeatedly stated that it would not interfere in the internal affairs of the 2 countries. He would never have dared to act otherwise. Following this, there was no need for international news agencies to report further. Local time at 3 in the afternoon, Mbesa publicly declared in the capital of Raqqa, Dagba City, that the Raqqa army had occupied the entirety of Kavart. Less than an hour later, he announced that Kavart was now the 15th province of Raqqa. The international community was thrown into utter disarray. No one had anticipated that the forces of Raqqa would commence their offensive at the weakest point of defense early that morning, seizing the entire territory of Kavart in just over 10 hours. The beautiful nation, the British Isles, France, and Westie were quick to condemn Mbesa's actions. They had no choice. The fate of Kavart was originally of no concern to them. Yet with such a turn of events, oil prices were bound to skyrocket. Realizing this, the motive behind Mbesa's actions became clear. The Bear Nation, East D, and Xia country remained watchful, yet had not declared their positions. At an unknown time, Luo Dingda unexpectedly arrived at the embassy's main office area and found Qi Tongwei. Xiaoqi, come here for a moment. Colonel Luo, what is it? You have a call from the homeland. Qi Tongwei was taken aback. Shouldn't it be Zhong Xiaoai calling him? What was Luo Dingda doing? Moreover, during such a time, Who will make a long-distance call to him? He pondered but obediently followed Luo Dingda to the office. Luo Dingda pointed to a red phone that was already picked up. Answer it. Someone is looking for you. Although Qi Tongwei felt some suspicion, he did not dwell on it. Usually, one would not dare to answer such a confidential call. But Qi Tongwei had seen his fair share of grand occasions. He approached and took the call. Hello, this is Qi Tongwei. Who is this? To his surprise, there was a long silence on the other end, followed by a sobbing female voice. The sight of the usually unflappable Qi Tongwei suddenly felt a chill. Ah, it's Zhong Xiaoai. Senior, please don't stay in Kavard any longer. Can you come back? I beg you. I'm so worried about you. Qi Tongwei was momentarily a loss, but he quickly understood why Luo Dingda had treated him with such regard. It all stemmed from this. He should have realized it earlier. Zhong Xiaoai's family background indeed afforded her the means to make a call. Drawing from his past experiences of soothing Gao Shaoqin and dealing with various young ladies, he finally managed to reassure Zhong Xiaoai that he was not in danger. Only then did he learn that Zhong Xiaoai had already persuaded her grandfather, Zhong Qianli. If Qi Tongwei merely nodded, they would arrange for him to return home. Such a burden to owe a favor to a beauty, Qi Tongwei lamented. If only he had resolved matters with Zhong Xiaoai earlier, there would have been no need for Liang Lu to complicate matters. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Xiaoai had even physically confronted Liang Lu over this issue. After ending the call, Qi Tongwei sheepishly smiled at Luo Dingda, who returned a knowing smile, both men understanding the unspoken bond between them. The specialized red phone was something he had to monitor. It was a matter of discipline. Although Zhong Xiaoai had called him using Zhong Qianli's phone, it was already somewhat irregular. Yet, who would dare question Zhong Qianli? Conversely, Luo Dingda could not afford to overlook such discipline. As he exited the military office, he heard a junior secretary, Xiao Lu, calling out, Tongwei, Tongwei, hurry over. Someone outside is calling for you. Qi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback by the number of people seeking him today. Following Xiao Lu to the first floor, he looked out into the courtyard and saw Lu Shaokong, Zhang Xinhua, and several other ambassadors and counselors gathered in a secure area. Outside, the embassy gates were tightly shut, but he could vaguely hear the chaotic cries of a crowd. Among them was a desperate voice calling out, Qi Tongwei, Qi Tongwei, it's Muhammad. Please help me. My friend, my brother, I am Muhammad, Qi Tongwei. If you cannot save me, please save my child. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Oh God, help! The crowd erupted into further panic cries. Qi Tongwei furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Lu Shaokong. Chapter 50. Taking responsibility in crisis, Lu Shaokong was acutely aware of Qi Tongwei's intentions. With a hint of helplessness, he remarked, Tongwei, we do express sympathy for the people of Kawat, but this is ultimately an internal affair of their nation. We will not obstruct the entry of refugees. Yet we cannot permit them to enter the embassy, as that contravenes regulations. An embassy can only fulfill its humanitarian obligations. Accepting refugees during wartime is akin to declaring war on the nation of Loka. Qi Tongwei, well-versed in international law, understood the impossibility of the situation. Though Xiao Mu harbored some misunderstandings towards him, those were rooted in unspeakable circumstances. With countless citizens of Loka in distress, he felt powerless. However, having already formed a bond with Xiao Mu, Qi Tongwei could not bear to stand idly by while others suffered. Resolutely, he stated Ambassador Lu, in my capacity as the acting head of the Kawat Bureau of Xinxi News Agency, request your approval for field reporting during wartime. Astonished gasps filled the air among the advisors, secretaries, and colleagues present. Qi Tongwei, do not be foolish. Indeed, Lu Shaokong's temper flared at this proclamation. That scoundrel Wu Shi had, upon learning of Qi Tongwei's report on Loka's invasion of Kawat, swiftly secured his appointment with the headquarters of Xinxi News Agency. The higher-ups at the agency, without hesitation, designated Qi Tongwei as the temporary wartime head of the Kawat Bureau, bestowing upon him an intermediate reporter title. This appointment was classified as wartime, receiving urgent endorsement from the Central Military Commission, the Central Propaganda Department, and the Central Foreign Affairs Committee. Although Xinxi News Agency was merely a public institution, It had served the central government since the founding of Xia and retained several traditional systems from the era of Guoming. These systems operated beyond the purview of the State Council and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Liu Shaokong, feeling exasperated, had already cursed Wu Shi for half a day. He recognized that Qi Tongwei's intention to report was not solely for the sake of journalism. It was also a duty to document the barbaric actions of Loca's forces against the Kawat populace during this turbulent time, regardless of domestic or international considerations. As the mouthpiece of the Xi'an nation, Xinxi News Agency had an obligation to ensure that someone was on the front lines in times of conflict. Even amidst the myriad powers surrounding Asia, including those from the beautiful country and various European nations, the voice of the Xia people must not be silenced, especially in times of peril. This was an unwavering discipline and a glorious tradition. Observing Qi Tongwei's resolute gaze, Liu Shaokong reluctantly acquiesced. "You little rascal, if you must go, then go, just be cautious." "Yes." Qi Tongwei nearly saluted instinctively, but managed to restrain himself. Liu Shaokong, a gentleman well-versed in diplomacy for decades, had never lost his composure even during the eruption of war between nations. Yet in the span of just a few days, he found himself cursing more frequently due to Qi Tongwei's actions. The embassy staff understood well that deep affection often accompanies stern admonition. Qi Tongwei was a person of responsibility, capability, and charm, quickly becoming the joy of the embassy within a mere 20 days. Moreover, he was known for his willingness to assist others, possessing a deep sense of loyalty. He had already reported Xiao Mu's situation, and having established connections in Xia, he was determined to help despite the danger. How could anyone not admire such a Qi Tongwei? Conversely, there was concern for his safety. Despite the admonitions, Liu Shaokong instructed Zhong Xiaoai and Luo Dingda to arrange for portable protective armor to be placed in the interview vehicle, along with helmets and bulletproof vests marked with the insignia of both Loca and Xia. Most importantly, several prominent Xia national flags were affixed to the vehicle, signaling to Loca's forces that this was a news vehicle from Xia and that they should refrain from reckless actions. Deeply touched by their concern, Qi Tongwei accepted the equipment with gratitude. To ensure safety, he drove the vehicle out of the embassy through a side entrance and circled around to the front, only to find the nearby embassies of the beautiful country and Britain crowded with refugees. Fortunately, the number of refugees gathered at the Xia embassy was relatively small, just Xiao Mu and his family, with Loca's troops engaged in their onslaught. Most of their attention was directed towards the throngs of refugees, momentarily neglecting Xiao Mu's family. Seizing the opportunity without attracting the military's attention, Qi Tongwei hurriedly approached. Seeing a familiar white van approaching, Xiao Mu felt a twinge of wariness. "Muhammad, get in the car." A familiar voice called from the open window. Upon recognizing Qi Tongwei, Xiao Mu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. As soon as he entered the vehicle, Muhammad profusely apologized. Qi Tongwei, dismissing any previous misunderstandings, quickly alleviated Xiao Mu's concerns with a few reassuring words. Once inside, the Loca military typically refrained from targeting foreign press vehicles, so as long as Xiao Mu remained undetected, they were temporarily safe. Muhammad immediately shared the difficulties he faced with Qi Tongwei, who listened intently, his brow furrowing. It turned out that Muhammad had been hurrying home with his fiancée, Olivia, only to discover that the estate of the Salade family had been completely surrounded by Loca's forces. In despair, Muhammad lamented that while his first wife and son were away on a trip, his second wife and youngest daughter remained trapped at home. He had not returned home and had come directly to seek Qi Tongwei's help, not with the expectation of saving his entire family, but rather to rescue Livia. He intended to confront the Loca forces alone. During their journey, they had come to understand that the political and economic motives of Mombasa were secondary. Loca's military had gradually lost control and had begun pillaging and wreaking havoc, particularly targeting wealthy oil families. The consequences for those who resisted were painfully evident. "Qi, I beseech you, please save Livia. I hereby declare our engagement null and void. She may marry another." Observing the earnest and sincere Muhammad, along with Livia sobbing in his arms, Qi Tongwei felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "Silence. Muhammad, where is your home? Guide me." No, no, Qi. You needn't concern yourself with our home. It is lost. Thank you, but it is futile. I have resigned myself to fate. Just save Livia, I implore you. Confronted with individuals who were feeble, yet willing to sacrifice themselves in the face of war, Qi Tongwei was reminded of memories not too distant. He firmly patted Muhammad's shoulder to halt his lamentations and spoke earnestly. Xiao Mu, let me tell you, the embassy cannot currently shelter Livia either. We have no choice. I believe we must attempt to rescue your family. In that moment, Muhammad grasped Qi Tongwei's intent. His heart, once ashen, was suddenly reignited by an indescribable spark. Was it hope? Chapter 51. Stealthy Search. Muhammad was on the road home with Livia. Their car tires had long been punctured by the forces of the Roca Kingdom. Fortunately, the armor of the vehicle remained relatively intact. Though the two were in a state of disarray, neither had sustained any injuries. As they abandoned the car, not far from home, they spotted their residence surrounded from afar. On their way, they had just witnessed fierce gunfire between the Royal Guard and the Roca military. Given the intensity of the conflict, it seemed inevitable that the Selade family mansion would also suffer. Without hesitation, young Mu decided to seek out Qi Tongwei. The embassy of Xia was not far off and had become his last glimmer of hope. After some twists and turns, Qi Tongwei returned with him to the Selade mansion. The city was now completely under the control of the Roca forces, with soldiers stationed at every corner conducting inspections. Thankfully, Qi Tongwei's vehicle bore prominent symbols of the United Nations and Xia, which spared them for scrutiny. The seasoned soldiers of Roca, having endured a decade of warfare against Ingluo, understood that in modern combat, the most troublesome adversaries were not enemy soldiers, but rather the representatives of major powers. Thus, they faced no significant interrogation. Young Mu and Livia, hidden beneath the seats, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Qi Tongwei found a secluded spot to halt the vehicle, his mind troubled by the current situation. Alone, he would have feared no small contingent of Roca troops, but with two dependents in tow, the stakes were higher. After contemplating, he turned to young Mu and inquired, "Do you have any photos of your wife and daughter?" Taken aback, young Mu responded, "My second wife has no photos worth mentioning, but I do carry a recent picture of my daughter with me every day." Qi Tongwei glanced at the photo and asked, where might they be hiding? With no one else to trust but Qi Tongwei, young Mu divulged the location of the hidden chamber in his home without reservation. He thought it prudent to familiarize Qi Tongwei with the surroundings since they would be entering together, harboring no suspicion. "Understood. I believe this place will remain undisturbed for a while. You both should stay hidden in the vehicle and give me 5 minutes, Qi Tongwei instructed. Young Mu, slightly bewildered, stammered, "Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean? I intend to fetch your wife and child alone." Qi Tongwei asserted. No, Qi. That's far too dangerous. I must accompany you." Young Mu vehemently disagreed, engaging in a heated exchange with Qi Tongwei. In a moment of frustration, Qi Tongwei struck young Mu at the nape of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness. "Shoo!" Qi Tongwei quickly silenced Livia. "Do not cause commotion. Rest assured, young Mu will be fine. He will awaken shortly. If he goes with me, it will only complicate matters. Stay hidden and wait for me here." Livia, eyes glistening with tears, nodded in fear. Without delay, Qi Tongwei exited the vehicle, secured the door, and sprinted with astonishing speed toward the rear wall of the Selade estate. Livia had never witnessed anyone run so swiftly, save for the Olympic sprint finals. In awe, she watched as Qi Tongwei effortlessly scaled the towering 4-meter wall. "Oh my God, is this the martial prowess of Xia?" Livia was profoundly astonished. The Selade mansion sprawled over an extensive area, characterized by its ornate Yashi architectural style. From the rear, the mansion's front gates stood wide open, revealing a courtyard in disarray, clearly having endured fierce conflict. Qi Tongwei's heart sank at the sight, but he quickly regained composure and stealthily proceeded in the direction indicated by young Mu. He estimated that at least 15 soldiers were rummaging through the premises. Utilizing his spider sense, Qi Tongwei navigated carefully, successfully evading several small squads of 3 soldiers each. The soldiers, while looting, erupted in raucous laughter, their pockets filled with so-called spoils of war, some even boasting about women they had encountered that day, stirring unpleasant memories of Xia's troubled history for Qi Tongwei. As he advanced, a sudden loud bang echoed. Gunfire. Following this was a man's faint scream. Qi Tongwei stealthily approached the source of the sound and concealed himself, observing several soldiers attacking a structure. A man clad in a brown t-shirt was taking shots at the soldiers from behind a wall. Qi Tongwei remained motionless, wary of revealing his presence, as he was still searching for young Mu's wife and child. However, the firepower from the Roca soldiers was overwhelming. A grenade was thrown, followed by a deafening explosion and a cloud of smoke. A few soldiers emerged, dragging the injured man out. He was likely a guard of the Selade family, gravely wounded but still alive. Qi Tongwei breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the man had not succumbed. Yet in the next moment, a soldier with an AK-47 coldly fired 2 rounds into the man's head. Execution? Damn it. These veterans are relentless. There is no time to save him. Where will I find anyone alive now? Qi Tongwei's veins throbbed with anger, but he maintained his hidden position, knowing that any resistance would indicate something was amiss nearby. Search thoroughly. Whoever finds something claims it. The soldiers urged each other. Qi Tongwei felt a sense of urgency. The guard's previous hiding spot was adjacent to the concealed chamber young Mu had mentioned. Silently, he maneuvered toward that direction, finally entering the room. Positioned just outside the door, he was less than 3 meters away from a trio of soldiers, hidden from view by a blind spot in the ceiling. He could hear their heavy breathing clearly. If anyone were to approach from outside, they would easily spot him. Yet, Qi Tongwei remained unfazed. As long as the soldiers inside remained unaware, he would detect any incoming presence. His extraordinary spider sense alerted him that young Mu's wife and daughter were likely hidden within this room's secret chamber. Though the soldiers had not yet located them, they had sensed something unusual about the room. Some began knocking on the walls, noting the uneven thickness. Hey, something's off here. Call the others over to help search. If not, we'll use explosives, one soldier suggested. Qi Tongwei's heart sank at the sound of their conversation. Time was running out. With no further delay, he decided to abandon concealment. In the next instant, Qi Tongwei descended gracefully from the ceiling, stepping quietly into the room. The soldiers were still engrossed in their examination of the walls, preparing to radio for assistance. One soldier, positioned sideways to the door, caught a glimpse of something amiss in his peripheral vision, just as he turned his head. Chapter 52. Escape from the Sa family residence. As the soldier was about to glance over, a shadow suddenly loomed large, appearing before him in an instant, leaving him no time to cry out. He felt a sharp pain in his throat and instantly lost consciousness. The other 2 were still groping along the wall when they suddenly heard a commotion. Turning back, they had barely begun to pivot when they were struck forcefully at the nape of their necks. Qi Tongwei, wearing protective gloves, did not hold back this time. He delivered a full-force blow. The human throat and cervical spine are utterly incapable of withstanding an impact of nearly 500 kilograms. In Qi Tongwei's mind, the panels of his armored suit flickered a few times. Armor user, Qi Tongwei, strength, 200, 05, 20,000, speed, 12, 31, 200, attack, 454, 11, 30,000, 111, defense, 150, 01, 280, endurance, 99, 10,000, vision, 6, 51, 500, perception, minus 500, minus 3,000. Observing the changing data, a thought crystallized in Qi Tongwei's mind. His earlier realization that striking opponents could augment his attack power had been confirmed. It appeared that a simple slap could increase his attack by 0.01 kilograms. Knocking someone unconscious could enhance it by 0.1 kilograms, and a lethal strike could boost it by 1 kilogram. Elated by this discovery, Qi Tongwei knew he could not afford to linger. Although his earlier actions in dispatching 3 individuals had attracted no immediate attention, he was aware that the remaining groups would undoubtedly suspect something if he delayed. He hurriedly followed the directions Muhammad had provided to locate a mechanism. The design was ingeniously concealed, merging with the screw on the back of a drawer pull on a cabinet. Most people would merely pull the handle, never thinking to turn the screw behind it. Upon activating the mechanism, a seemingly inconspicuous section of the wall began to rotate slowly, revealing a room approximately 3 square meters in size. The lights were off, but he could discern the outline of a woman draped in a long robe and veil, cradling a 2- or 3-year-old girl. The young child, blissfully unaware, had fallen asleep. Qi Tongwei recognized the girl from a photograph. She was indeed Muhammad's daughter, Ashana. The woman must be his second wife, Gustan. Trembling with fear, Gustan dared not make a sound. Qi Tongwei gestured for silence, producing a photograph from his pocket and whispering to her, "Do not worry. Your husband Muhammad sent me to rescue you. Here is the photo he gave me. See for yourself." Gustan took the photograph from Qi Tongwei's hand, recognizing it as the one Muhammad always carried of their daughter. Though still hesitant to fully trust the situation, she found herself with no other options. The room was also a small treasure trove, containing several safes, some gold bars, and stacks of US dollars. Qi Tongwei surmised that the safes likely held genuine valuables like property deeds, bonds, and stocks, while the gold and cash lay carelessly outside. However, it seemed that young Muhammad's wealth was not substantial. Considering this, Qi Tongwei grabbed a nearby tote bag and filled it with the gold bars and cash. Gustan, witnessing this, dared not utter a word. Yet, Qi Tongwei reassured her, "You must take this with you. In times of need, it will be invaluable during your escape." Whether she believed him or not was of no concern to him. The gold bars may not have appeared large, but combined with the cash, they weighed nearly 50 kilograms. Far too heavy for Gustan to carry alone. Thus, Qi Tongwei took it upon himself to bear the burden. Before departing, he cautiously dragged the 3 soldiers' bodies into a hidden compartment. He then took the child from Gustan's arms, saying, "Follow me," and try to remain as quiet as possible. The terrified Gustan could only nod in response, afraid to make a sound. Utilizing his spider sense, the 3 moved stealthily back to the location where Qi Tongwei had scaled the wall to enter the courtyard. He first secured the child to his back with a climbing rope, effortlessly scaling the wall in a few swift motions. He then tossed a rope down to Gustan, instructing her to tie it around herself and climb up. Following his guidance, she noticed how Qi Tongwei seemed to exert little effort as he effortlessly pulled her, nearly 110 pounds, up. This man possesses tremendous strength. It is quite frightening. Gustan, who initially harbored some misgivings, now had no thoughts of resistance. Recalling the fate of the other women in the Sa family, she felt a shiver of dread. Although she had not witnessed the grisly events, she had faintly heard the horrifying screams echoing from the hidden compartment. For women in the Elan nation, such sounds heralded death. With no greater fear than that, she resigned herself to fate. Once Qi Tongwei had safely placed Gustan and Ashana on the ground beyond the wall, he suddenly leapt back over, retrieving the bag filled with gold and cash before swiftly returning. Gustan, holding Ashana, felt a flicker of relief upon seeing Qi Tongwei return with the bag of gold. She was not foolish. How could a young Muhammad, who had only recently gained minor recognition within the Sa family, have such a powerful ally? As they hurried to the white van parked deeper in the alley, Luia, upon seeing Qi Tongwei with the 2 women, was instantly filled with excitement but held back her voice. Opening the door, the astute Luia immediately addressed Gustan. "You must be Gustan. I am Luia." Gustan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Though they had never met, she was aware of Luia's name. "Oh, you are Muhammad's fiancée?" "Yes, greetings, sister. But where is Muhammad?" Luia gestured behind her. "Oh, by the grace of God." Upon seeing the man lying in the vehicle, tears streamed down Gustan's face as she could not contain her sorrow. However, Luia quickly covered her mouth, urging, "Sister, do not be agitated. He is fine, just unconscious. He will be all right." Luia's hands were already wet with tears. She could sense that Gustan was on the verge of collapse. Upon learning the truth, Gustan felt a profound sense of relief, but could no longer suppress her tears. It dawned on her that the man before her was indeed the one Muhammad had sent to rescue them. He was like a messenger sent by God. In that moment, Gustan hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Qi Tongwei, who was unconcerned with such formalities. He quickly helped the 2 women into the vehicle, instructing, "Do not panic, sister. Young Muhammad is my good brother. You are not yet out of danger. We must find a safe place to settle. With that, Qi Tongwei lifted the bag of gold once more. Chapter 53, A Temporary Refuge. Encountering Qi Tongwei, he placed the heavy bag of gold beside Xiao Mu's head, startling both of his wives. The sound seemed to have also shaken Xiao Mu from his stupor. Qi Tongwei gently patted his face a couple of times and said, Xiao Mu, your wife and children have been rescued. You two should rest for now. We need to find a safe hiding place. As Muhammad slowly regained consciousness, he was bewildered by Qi Tongwei's words. Meanwhile, Guston had already collapsed in his arms, sobbing intermittently as she recounted the harrowing events of the past few minutes. Li Weiya, standing nearby, trembled slightly, her expression hidden behind a veil, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of mirth. Little Ashana remained asleep on the car's floor, wrapped in a small blanket, oblivious to the turmoil around her. After hearing his second wife narrate the recent dangers, and recalling his own experience of being knocked unconscious without any reaction, Muhammad realized how little he knew about his enigmatic friend from the Summer Kingdom. Qi, where shall we go next? Qi Tongwei started the vehicle, pondering for a moment before responding. If you wish to ensure your complete safety, escaping to Sait al-Arab would be ideal. However, the army of Loka has likely sealed the borders, so planning is essential if you wish to leave. You cannot enter the embassy. Let's first find a place to take refuge. Muhammad nodded in agreement, and both women shared no objections. At this moment, he was wholly reliant on Qi Tongwei's guidance. As for the refuge Qi mentioned, Xiao Mu could not fathom what it might entail. The vehicle wound through narrow streets, with Qi Tongwei possessing an almost supernatural sense of navigation, adeptly avoiding Loka's patrols. Muhammad was astonished to discover that every route Qi took remarkably evaded the presence of Loka's military forces. This was partly due to the sheer size of Cavate City, which, despite Loka's occupation of the entire country, only deployed around 200,000 ground troops, less than half the city's population. Hence, it was not surprising that their journey was uneventful. As they arrived at their destination, Muhammad recognized it as a traditional impoverished area of Cavate City, characterized by low-rise buildings typical of Arab urban landscapes. For a nation boasting the highest per capita income globally, this so-called slum was merely a lesser contrast to the affluent districts, still relatively better than conditions in many developing countries. Qi Tongwei chose a secluded alleyway, stopping at a two-story house with tightly shut doors and windows. The surrounding homes appeared deserted, likely abandoned as families fled. It was well known that Loka's military campaign, under the guise of invasion and occupation, primarily aimed at seizing oil, not obliterating cities. Mombasa sought a functional cavate, not a ravaged one. Even so, many civilians took advantage of the chaos to escape towards the borders of Cavate and Sait al-Arab. The proximity forced them to flee, while others with means resorted to boats. Loka's territorial waters were only 12 nautical miles wide, leaving the coastline largely uncontrolled. If they had vessels, the sea remained a viable escape route. However, aside from ships from nations like Beautiful Country, it was likely that local vessels had long since departed, leaving no one to endure the bombardment. Of course, a significant portion of Cavate's populace remained in the city. Many were elderly residents who had spent their lives there, finding it far more daunting to abandon their homes than to face death in familiar surroundings. Indeed, this sentiment echoed universally. Few desired to become exiles unless absolutely necessary. Although this house was situated in a modest neighborhood, its interior was relatively well kept. Qi Tongwei wasted no time in forcefully breaking the lock, and upon entering, he found the place in disarray, evidence that the family had hastily evacuated, taking only their valuables. To Qi Tongwei, the living conditions seemed adequate, yet Muhammad's family, accustomed to a life of luxury, found it less than satisfactory. Xiao Mu, Qi Tongwei said, in times of war, one must not be overly particular. You must make do for now, and if circumstances permit in the future, you should compensate the owners for their loss. Xiao Mu and his family nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of such a gesture. Sighing, Qi Tongwei believed that Muhammad's family would soon adapt to their new reality. You'll stay here for now while I return to the embassy to procure some food and see if I can arrange for your passage to Sait al-Arab. He understood that, through official channels, assistance was no longer feasible. Before departing, he took a 12.5 kilogram gold bar and 20,000 from Xiaomu. Having spent a lifetime as a police officer, he was acutely aware that wherever there was a need, no matter the state of law and order, a smuggling network could always be found, especially in turmoil. Qi Tongwei sought these gray channels, knowing that the embassy would require knowledge of local customs and the undercurrents of society. After ensuring the safety of Muhammad's family, Qi Tongwei did not rush back to the embassy. Instead, he captured some non-sensitive footage on the streets, even in the presence of Loca's military personnel. The soldiers had grown accustomed to such activities, as news agencies from around the world were constantly filming. As long as no overtly sensitive images were captured, the Loca forces showed little inclination to intervene, believing themselves to be engaged in a just war, having been indoctrinated by Mombasa for years. Once he completed his tasks, Qi Tongwei returned to the embassy, where he swiftly requested some convenient food supplies like bread and milk, enough for 4 people for 5 days, along with 2 large barrels of drinking water totaling 40 liters. After preparing these essentials, he sought out Luo Dingda, not for any trivial matter, but to locate a local smuggler or a less than reputable broker, essentially a trafficker. Qi Tongwei was well aware of Luo Dingda's true responsibilities as a military attaché, especially those conducted in the shadows. He assumed there were channels connecting him to the various factions within Cavate, if not to the military itself. In this era, the military inevitably had its gray areas. Upon explaining his intentions, Luo Dingda slightly furrowed his brow, pondering, how does Qi Tongwei, a university graduate from a poor mountain village, know so much about these undercurrents? Why would he seek me out for such inquiries? Were it not for his familiarity with Qi's dossier, Luo Dingda might have suspected him to be a scion of a prominent family, for his knowledge was far beyond what one would expect from his background. Chapter 54. The BRICS assassin through the phone call from Zhong Xiaoai. Luo Dingda had come to understand that Qi Tongwei was likely to become the grandson-in-law of his former superior. Despite his suspicions regarding such a task, he was naturally inclined to offer assistance and convenience within his means. Thus, he provided Qi Tongwei with a phone number and an address, detailing the points of caution and the necessary code words for their meeting, encouraging him to reach out should the need arise. Qi Tongwei's decision to become a war correspondent resonated with his military background. Even the elder of the Zhong family would not permit Qi Tongwei to become a coward at such a juncture. Therefore, Luo Dingda not only refrained from opposing him, but also expressed his support and admiration. However, he could not help but issue a final word of caution. Little Qi, the situation outside is chaotic. You must take utmost care. Remember, your family will worry, and so will comrade Zhong Xiaoai. A warmth enveloped Qi Tongwei's heart. Rest assured, Colonel Luo, I am well aware of my responsibilities. Once prepared, Qi Tongwei first drove to deliver food and water to Little Mu's family before taking a roundabout route, avoiding heavily guarded areas, and arriving at the affluent district of Kawat. This was the neighborhood where the Szilard family resided. Instead of heading to the grand Szilard mansion, he sought a less ostentatious residence belonging to another wealthy family. The front door was ajar, its condition long neglected. Sensing the absence of life within, he quietly entered with his camera. As anticipated, the yard was littered with the bodies of guards who had evidently perished in fierce combat, left unaddressed. These grim sights would serve as material for his footage. He activated his camera, shouldering it as he ventured deeper into the estate. The remnants of looting were strewn about, creating a scene of utter devastation. Inside the main quarters, he encountered the tragic sight of 2 or 3 female corpses, their clothing in tatters. It was a heart-wrenching tableau. Qi Tongwei sighed deeply, suppressing his discomfort while diligently documenting the harrowing images. When they would be broadcasted was uncertain. Time was of the essence, and he recorded as much as he could. He understood that this was a fleeting opportunity. Soon, the forces of the Lokaka military would receive orders to clear the areas they had plundered, for certain truths could not be revealed to the international community. After all, at this very moment, Mombasa was waving the banner of so-called justice, and they had to maintain the facade that their actions were not excessively heinous to avoid intervention. Mombasa, on the surface, would never allow his troops to engage in such acts. Yet, the military, after 8 years of warfare, found many of its lower-ranked soldiers in dire poverty. Upon arriving in a wealthy place like Kawat, it was inevitable that some soldiers would behave uncontrollably. Their commanders were well aware of this, but often chose to turn a blind eye, effectively condoning such tragedies. Mombasa was not oblivious to the situation, but he was powerless to address every issue. The grievances of the lower ranks were merely a reflection of the myriad domestic conflicts. The culmination of these escalating tensions was what prompted him to instigate this war. The ultimate goal was to provide an outlet for the contradictions within Lokaka and to restore some degree of economic stability. At its core, was it not also about consolidating his own power? Yet, unbeknownst to Mombasa, a series of audacious maneuvers by a humble reporter from the East would soon plunge Lokaka into an irretrievable abyss. As for Qi Tongwei, he had anticipated the outbreak of war long before arriving in Kawat. Simply put, he would not have come had there been no conflict. For someone with his capabilities, what could be a more fortuitous opportunity for growth than the chaos of war? To be frank, he secretly hoped to encounter an ambush by Lokaka soldiers. Though this was merely a fleeting thought, he could not afford to act recklessly just yet. Despite possessing human limits, he did not possess the extraordinary recuperative abilities of his past life as Spider-Man. A bullet or explosion could still prove fatal. For now, he needed to bide his time. It was not the moment for recklessness. However, should circumstances compel him to act, such as rescuing Little Moo's family, he would not hesitate to intervene. War was unpredictable, with surprises lurking at every turn. The following day, when Qi Tongwei contacted the smuggler to negotiate a price and drove to find Little Moo's family, he arrived at their door to find several soldiers stationed outside, seemingly on guard and occasionally leering. A chill swept through Qi Tongwei. He forced himself to remain calm and pretended to pass by in his vehicle. Sure enough, as he rolled down his window to drive past the house, several soldiers immediately raised their weapons, warning him in broken English to refrain from any interviews and to leave at once. Feigning a helpless smile, Qi Tongwei continued to drive, his Spider-Man-like vision catching sight of the intense resistance occurring within. The cries of women and children were heart-wrenching, yet the soldiers appeared unconcerned. After driving a short distance, he suddenly halted. The soldiers, curious, turned to look, catching sight of a strange, glimmering smile reflected in the van's rearview mirror. In the next moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. The soldiers hastily raised their weapons, only to see a gleaming object hurtling toward them. Bang! The unidentified object struck the first soldier squarely in the face, caving it in like a cake, and continued to collide with the second and third soldiers. The second soldier's head was flattened upon impact, while the third, though somewhat buffered, let out a half-hearted cry. In a flash, a figure darted forward, seizing the glimmering object lodged in the first soldier's face. Bang! The third soldier's visage was obliterated in an instant, before the remaining bodies could even collapse. The soldiers inside the house erupted into chaos upon hearing the commotion. But by then, Qi Tongwei had already plunged into the interior, brandishing the dazzling object. Inside the modest space, 7 soldiers stood packed together, momentarily halting their actions in surprise. The cries of Ashana echoed through the air. Qi Tongwei quickly assessed the situation, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Little Moo lay battered and incapacitated, yet alive. Guston and Livia's black robes were in tatters, but fortunately, their undergarments remained intact. In a moment of daze, Little Moo, Guston, and Livia recognized their savior. Through Ashana's tear-filled eyes, they beheld a tall foreign uncle, swiftly wielding a bright, yet bloodied brick. Bang! Crash! Bang! Boom! After 7 sharp sounds, no one remained standing in the room. Suddenly, Livia cried out, "Watch out!" Qi Tongwei had already sensed the danger. But evasion was futile. The gun was not aimed at him. He lunged protectively toward Ashana. Bang! A gunshot rang out, accompanied by a flash of golden light, followed by another resounding explosion. A soldier, wielding an AK and just emerging from the restroom, bore a grotesque visage. He collapsed with a thud, a piece of concrete mixed with blood and brain matter falling beside him. Qi, are you all right? Xiao Mu, Gustan and Livia exclaimed in alarm. Yet, they beheld Qi Tongwei clutching his left chest, blood gushing forth. He managed a grim smile, but in the next instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 55. Two fragments. Qi Tongwei felt as if his soul were adrift in a boundless void. He floated aimlessly, only to discover that this emptiness had its limits. How to describe it? A sensation akin to a container size? Was he dead again? This feeling was not unfamiliar to Qi Tongwei. He had experienced it months prior when Thanos had dispatched him using the Infinity Gauntlet. He had drifted in a void then too, but that emptiness had felt closer to nothingness. He had no substance, not even consciousness, only a fleeting awareness just before he was about to return to the era before the Han Dynasty. That was what death felt like. Yet now, in this void, he sensed his own existence. Though he could not see his physical form, he was acutely aware of it. Even more unsettling was the fact that within this container-sized void, there were other entities. When Qi Tongwei beheld one of these objects, he was overwhelmed with excitement. It was something he had once known intimately, a precious gift from his mentor and dear friend, Tony Stark, that had accompanied him through countless days and nights. Though it was now reduced to mere fragments, a prominent emblem indicated its identity, the nano spider suit. Oh God, what was he thinking? The suit was still here, albeit in two shattered pieces. Qi Tongwei felt his pupils widen in astonishment. He had struck gold. He was invincible. Those two fragments included one device, the web shooter. Upgraded by Stark, this shooter boasted over 500 firing modes. Naturally, Peter Parker had primarily used it as a web slinger, soaring between towering buildings with thrilling ease. Alas, it was merely debris now. Qi Tongwei found it perplexing that he could clearly sense the remnants within this void. The web shooter debris contained only a minuscule amount of nanospider silk protein solution. In its complete form, this solution would have sufficed for a week of escapades in the Marvel Universe. The critical issue was that many components had been damaged, and there was a lack of a power core. Frustrating, Qi Tongwei felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed a valuable item, but it was utterly useless in this era. First, repairing the shooter would require materials and components that were non-existent in this time. Being well-versed in electronics and engineering, he understood that anything available in this era was not suitable for civilian use, while anything that was not available had yet to be invented. He could create it, but that would necessitate climbing a mountain of technological disciplines, materials science, electronics, engineering, and so forth. Though small, the components represented a vast system of engineering. Qi Tongwei estimated that with an investment of around $200 million and a dedicated research and engineering team, he could have a chance of creating it within a year or two. As for the nanospider silk protein solution, he was fortunate that the raw materials and their properties were known to him. Establishing a laboratory and investing $50 million into materials research and reverse engineering could yield results within a year. What the hell? Qi Tongwei was utterly exasperated. He had originally intended to enjoy life upon his return, only to find himself embroiled in this predicament, leaving him both eager and helpless. This damn fate. Was it pushing him towards entrepreneurship? When it came to the power core, he could not overlook another fragment of the suit. This piece contained a fusion core from Spider-Man's suit. The core itself was not problematic. It was quite resilient. However, the challenge lay in its stable activation and control. Controlled nuclear fusion. One needed to control it. Otherwise, it was either useless or akin to a small hydrogen bomb. Stark Industries had an AI, but in this time, 1990, Java had yet to be invented. Where could he possibly find an AI? Heavens, you are impressive. Qi Tongwei felt utterly dumbfounded. What had he been thinking, wishing for some grand fate? To be given such a device, one would need to build a technological empire to make it functional. Frustrating. Rubbish. Yet, despite the irritation, he still yearned for it. The two fragments left Qi Tongwei in a state of complete bewilderment. As he forced himself to remain calm, he noticed yet another object within the void. What the hell is this? A 7.62mm bullet? Upon seeing it, Qi Tongwei sensed that something was amiss. How did this end up here? Lost in thought, he instinctively grasped the blood-stained bullet. In an instant, he was engulfed by a blinding light. He suddenly felt weakness and intense pain in his chest. Ah, ugh. The pain caused him to involuntarily groan. As the light faded, he gradually perceived a misty white surrounding him, which became clearer. He began to hear voices. Tongwei, you're awake? Director Zhang, Director Zhang. Secretary Qi is awake. Hurry and inform the ambassador. All right. Qi Tongwei then recognized the person before him as a familiar figure clad in a white coat. Dr. Bai, what are you doing here? Where am I? What happened? You're in the embassy's medical room. You were shot in the left chest and have been unconscious for nearly 10 hours. The ambassador is currently in a meeting discussing your transfer to a neighboring country for treatment. However, it's strange. You were shot, yet where's the bullet? The x-rays didn't reveal anything. Odd. Also, Secretary Qi, your body is remarkably resilient. Despite the large wound, it shows signs of healing. Although your lung lobe was perforated, there was no significant damage. For safety's sake, you still need surgical treatment. But what about the bullet? How peculiar. Doctor. Bai Kaming's musings were something Qi Tongwei had grown accustomed to. He was a master from this era's nuclear medical academy and had decent medical skills, though he had a tendency to be chatty. After spending several years in the emergency department of a major hospital, he likely sought a chance to practice his Chinese in the embassy. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The embassy's language environment was purely Mandarin. Dr. Bai, is this the bullet you mentioned? Qi Tongwei opened his palm to reveal the very 7.62mm bullet. Dr. Bai Kaming was taken aback. What on earth? How did this end up in Secretary Qi's hand? I don't remember that at all. Could have been during the bumpy ride back? Did Secretary Qi's muscle density somehow push it out? Such possibilities cannot be ruled out. It was also conceivable that Qi Tongwei found humor in watching Dr. Bai Kaming concoct a plausible explanation for the bullet's origin. Well, how considerate. It spared him the trouble of elaborating. After all, he understood that the bullet's origins were anything but simple. You finally woke up? You rascal. If anything had happened to you, how would I? Qi Tongwei felt a headache coming on as Ambassador Lu, who had been particularly irritable lately, stormed into the medical room accompanied by a throng of people. Chapter 56. Return the scene, Comrade Wei. You must not be reckless this time. I will handle that scoundrel Wu Zina. After all, you are primarily my responsibility. I command you to return to the country for treatment. Liu Shaokong had just conveyed the previous events to Qi Tongwei. Upon hearing the words, "You are primarily my responsibility," Qi, the director, couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment, yet was also quite touched. On the surface, he acquiesced. Yesterday afternoon, when Qi Tongwei was shot and fell unconscious, the soldiers from the Rocket Nation who had invaded the Mu family were all eliminated. The Mu family, concerned for his safety, drove Qi's van to the embassy. Upon seeing Qi injured and unconscious, the embassy personnel were taken aback. They disregarded any regulations regarding refugees. The rules were rigid, but the lives of embassy staff were paramount. If someone rescued the embassy personnel, it was a different matter altogether. Although Mu was a simple man, he was not foolish. He certainly would not disclose that Qi Tongwei had single-handedly dealt with those Raka soldiers and saved their family. That would be ungrateful. To be frank, it would only bring trouble to Qi. Their excuse was that when Qi Tongwei brought them food, they were ambushed by a Raka soldier. Qi selflessly intervened to save them. And the soldier, realizing he had shot a journalist from Xia, fled in fear of repercussions. Now, apart from the Mu family, there were no other witnesses left. Naturally, whatever they said would be accepted as truth. Liu Shaokong, Zhong Xiaoai, and Luo Dingda were not dim-witted either. However, being from Xia, they were often lenient with minor details. To put it bluntly, if Mu hadn't returned Qi Tongwei, his life could have been in jeopardy. It was fortunate that they returned just before dusk, without any Raka refugees noticing, allowing them to take in the Mu family. Upon hearing this account, Qi Tongwei silently praised Mu for his cleverness, feeling a sense of relief that his concern was not unfounded. Zhang Xiaoai then briefed him on the next steps. Tongwei, we consulted Dr. Bai, and your condition is stable. We will arrange a vehicle to take you to Saint Al-Arab, then transfer to Riyadh to fly back to the capital. People from the domestic side will be there to assist you. Thank you for the trouble you've taken, Director Zhang, Qi replied, feeling a sense of formality. By the way, We have reviewed the materials you filmed. They are formidable. This Rocket Nation is quite audacious. Liu Xiaokong interjected. Indeed, the footage is impressive, but it cannot be released just yet. It must be strategically timed for maximum impact. You must understand, Qi. Yes, Ambassador. I will comply with the organizational arrangements. Liu Xiaokong chuckled, then shifted his tone. However, regarding the Mu family. What do you mean? Qi Tongwei's heart sank at the implication. Luo Dingda spoke up. Tongwei, while the Raka army does not dare to search the embassy, they have no qualms about our vehicles when we venture out. Thus, it is currently safer for the Mu family to remain in the embassy. It will be troublesome to send them out. Qi Tongwei nodded in understanding, realizing they had no other option for the moment. They would take it step by step and see if they could assist them in escaping once the situation stabilized. Can I meet them? He asked. Certainly. Xinhua, please bring Muhammad over. Now that Tongwei is out of danger, everyone else can disperse and rest. All right, Ambassador. Tongwei, take care and rest well. Thank you, leaders. Rest assured, Qi Tongwei expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 3 in the morning. It seemed the embassy staff had not slept all night. Before long, Zhang Xinhua returned with Muhammad, who was visibly agitated upon seeing the man who had saved his family, regarding him as a savior. With no one around, Qi Tongwei asked Muhammad, Little Mu, what about those soldiers? Muhammad, clearly shaken, replied cautiously, We moved them to the bathroom of that house and locked the door. All right, I understand. You need not elaborate further. Qi interrupted. It's fine. I just wanted to gather information. This matter will no longer concern you. Remember that. Muhammad, unsure if he comprehended Qi's words, nodded earnestly. I may be leaving for home today to recuperate. You should remain in the embassy and stay out of sight. It should be relatively safe. As for your escape, I will figure something out, so don't worry, brother. Okay, Qi, we will follow your lead. We feel secure here in the Xia embassy. All right then, brother. I won't keep you. Go rest now. Take care, Qi. Muhammad responded before leaving. After Muhammad departed, Qi spoke to Dr. Bai. Doctor, I am no longer in serious condition. Please, get some rest yourself. Very well. Should anything arise, just ring for me, and I shall take a brief rest, Dr. Bai replied, reassured by Qi's stable condition, and left after turning off the light. Unbeknownst to him, once everyone had exited, Qi Tongwei swiftly got out of bed, donned the dark sportswear provided by the embassy staff, opened the window, and leaped from the third-floor medical room. He rapidly scaled the embassy's high wall and dashed away into the night. Qi's destination was none other than the dwelling where Muhammad and his family had previously taken refuge. He had made quite a stir this time, with 8 lives lost. Last time at the Selade mansion, he had been pursued and lacked the time to deal with the aftermath. This time, he hoped he had not alerted the upper echelons of the Raka army. He needed to ensure everything was handled properly. The embassy was a considerable 4 kilometers from the house. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Qi Tongwei arrived in just 6 minutes. He surveyed the area and found no signs of danger, allowing him to enter with ease. Inside, he discovered no signs of recent intrusion. Opening the bathroom door revealed a grim sight. 8 corpses piled high, along with a chaotic assortment of weapons and equipment. Even someone as seasoned as Qi Tongwei felt a shiver run down his spine. He imagined the trauma that the Mu family must have endured. More unsettling were the faces of the deceased, bloodied and mangled, the result of Qi's earlier actions. No, it was more accurate to say it was the doing of that gold brick. Seeing that everything appeared undisturbed, Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He reflected on the recent behavior of the Raka army, which, when not on military duty, had resorted to looting, pillaging, and committing heinous acts. The higher-ups turned a blind eye, meaning these soldiers likely would not report their misdeeds. This thought eased Qi's mind considerably. As for the bodies, he contemplated the bullet in his palm and resolved to take action accordingly. Chapter 57. Erasure of evidence. Clutching the bullet, Qi Tongwei felt a surge of thought. In the next instant, the bullet vanished from his grasp, appearing in a void that he could perceive. This void was a newfound aspect of his consciousness, emerging alongside the nano-spider suit's interface after he had been shot. As Qi Tongwei immersed himself in this realm, the sensation mirrored the chaotic state he experienced upon his rebirth at Handong University after being vanquished by Thanos. However, unlike before, he could distinctly sense the dimensions of this void and the items it contained. Qi Tongwei realized that this was indeed a dimensional space, likely birthed from the energy of the infinity gauntlet, akin to a universe accessible solely to him, with his body serving as the medium. Essentially, his very being was akin to a black hole, connecting to this dimensional realm. Perhaps this space had always existed, but it was only upon his return to this world, after being invaded by an extraterrestrial entity, that he inadvertently unlocked it. Now, Qi Tongwei understood that he could effortlessly retrieve items from this space with mere thought. The bullet, along with the fusion core of the spider suit and remnants of the web shooter, were at his beck and call. However, while in this void, his control over these objects was absolute. He could observe them from myriad perspectives. Thus, confronted with 8 corpses in the bathroom, Qi Tongwei suppressed his discomfort and began to touch each one. Seconds later, all 8 bodies had vanished, drawn into the void. He continued this process, collecting their scattered weapons and equipment, exhaling deeply, feeling the presence of the floating bodies and armaments within the space. Qi Tongwei's heart surged with exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Thanos. Not only had he been transported back, but he had also been gifted with this extraordinary artifact. Eagerly, he set about reclaiming any items that might bear traces of the soldiers, both inside and outside the room. Amusingly, the first task he undertook with this newfound spatial artifact was to clear away the remnants of the battle. Yet, he found joy in the endeavor. Observing nearly 2 cubic meters of debris floating in the void, which uplifted his spirits. With a mere thought, he activated the nano-spider suit's interface, only to be greeted with further delight. User, Qi Tongwei, Strength, 200, 05, 20,000, Speed, 12, 31, 200, Attack, for 62, 11, 30,000, 8, Defense, 151, 01, 280, 1, Endurance, 99, 10,000, Vision, 6, 51, 500, Perception, -500, -3,000, SpaceX, 1, 1950, to his astonishment. The act of eliminating 8 soldiers had indeed increased his attack power by 8 points. What puzzled him further was the inexplicable one in defense. Unable to fathom its reasoning, he chose to set it aside for future contemplation. What truly exhilarated Qi Tongwei was the newly appeared SpaceX parameter. After a moment's reflection, he grasped its significance. Incredible. The 119 was indicative of the volume of the 8 corpses, the heap of weapons, and various items left behind. Upon estimation, it indeed approximated to 119 cubic meters. This implied that his spatial realm boasted a grand capacity of 50 cubic meters. What a boon! The utility of this dimensional space surpassed even that of his former Spider-Man abilities. 50 cubic meters, an almost standard shipping container's worth. With the battlefield now cleared, Qi Tongwei hummed a tune as he made his way back to the embassy. He moved with stealth, not alerting a single soul. His round trip had taken no more than a mere 10 minutes. Even if questioned, he could easily claim he had merely stepped away to use the restroom. This era lacked the ubiquitous surveillance of the future, where cameras would proliferate. Lying on a hospital bed, Qi Tongwei engaged in serious reflection regarding his recent actions. Faced with the soldiers' erratic shooting and the mediocre precision of their AKs, no one could have predicted that the bullet would strike Ashana. Neither Director Qi nor Spider-Man would have turned a blind eye in such circumstances. In truth, he was aware that his spider sense had mitigated the most perilous outcome, resulting in the bullet merely penetrating a portion of his lung. With his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, as long as he survived, he would return to his former state. Now, the embassy had advised him to return home to recuperate, and he bore no objections. Little Mu was also tethered to the embassy for the time being, as the coming months would witness rampant resistance throughout Kavart, but the likelihood of it coalescing into a significant threat was minimal. Thus, the disappearance of a few soldiers was a trivial matter. The soldiers of Roka had nearly seized Kavart without a struggle, yet following their occupation, numerous soldiers had vanished without a trace. This opportunity to return home served as a prelude to his forthcoming plans for wealth accumulation. The upcoming months promised turmoil for Kavart. Yet for him, it signified opportunity. However, Qi Tongwei had overlooked a crucial detail. He genuinely risked succumbing to blood loss. Had he not been promptly returned to the embassy for emergency treatment, the outcome might have been dire. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. As the saying goes, a true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Yet, when faced once more with the specter of death, he couldn't help but introspect his recent conduct. He had espoused a carefree attitude, proclaiming that certain matters did not concern him, but now he recognized the folly of such thinking. On one hand, he had yet to fully eradicate the threat posed by Liang Lu. On the other, whether it was Zhong Xiaoai or Wang Mingzhu, their outwardly noble proclamations of neither taking initiative nor refusing responsibility now seemed hollow after his brush with death. In light of these revelations, Qi Tongwei became enlightened. He desired to break free from the confines of his previous existence and truly live for himself, rather than remaining ensnared in pretense and hesitation. With his regenerative superpowers, he could traverse the vastness of the world. Armed with this extraordinary spatial artifact, what forces on Earth could he possibly fear? If anything, it was those like Liang Lu who should be wary. Should anyone dare to wield their power against him, he would not hesitate to demonstrate his own defiance. At worst, he could make them vanish entirely. With clarity of thought, he recognized that since he had retrieved the bodies, the next inevitable step was to examine them. Rifles, bullets, grenades, these were mere trifles. The soldiers had engaged in unsavory deeds, and thus, they naturally bore items looted from the populace of Kavart. There was not an insubstantial amount. Cash totaling over 500 dinars, equivalent to over 30,000 Xia currency, alongside scattered gold weighing approximately 1 kilogram. Given that gold fluctuated around 55 yuan per gram in 1990, deducting for some wear and tear, it could still amount to over 40,000 yuan. While this haul may not have been exceptionally lucrative, it nonetheless multiplied Qi Tongwei's fortune several times over. He couldn't help but reflect on the perpetual nature of war. Indeed, the spoils of conflict were all too enticing. Chapter 58. An old couple before departing from Kawat, Qi Tongwei received a phone call from Zhong Xiaoai, who was naturally relaying a secret from Colonel Luo. Qi Tongwei couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Zhong Xiaoai was truly unperturbed by the cost of international calls, as she cried incessantly from the moment the call connected. After a prolonged period of sobbing, she finally managed to speak through her tears. Qi, Senior Qi, I'm worried about you. I want to come find you. Hey, Zhong Xiaoai, what nonsense are you talking about? I'll be back in the capital in a few days. What? Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed joyfully. Why are you returning to the capital? Isn't it obvious? You know I've sustained serious injuries. I need treatment. Otherwise, why would I be making this call? Ah, is that so, Senior? That's wonderful. Oh, no, I mean. Qi Tongwei understood her unspoken concern. All right, it's fine as long as you know. I won't keep you. See you in the capital. Okay. Zhong Xiaoai was overjoyed. It was unexpected that less than a month apart, she would see her beloved senior again. However, it was worth noting that his injuries were something she wished to avoid. That afternoon, the embassy arranged for transportation, and after a relentless 3 days and nights of travel, they successfully escorted Qi Tongwei back to the capital. Given that Qi Tongwei had suffered a gunshot wound, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly arranged for him to be treated at the Victory Hospital of the People's Army. Zhong Xiaoai, indeed resourceful, although she could not meet him at the airport, managed to see Qi Tongwei the moment he arrived at the hospital. The ministry was initially concerned about who would look after him, as Qi Tongwei had repeatedly pleaded with them not to inform his family. He understood all too well that letting his father, Qi Liangin, and siblings, Qi Tongde and Qi Tongxin, know about his serious injury would only cause them sleepless nights without any benefit. After all, he was in the capital, where the medical facilities were top-notch. He was well aware of his own condition. The injuries were not severe enough to warrant alarming his family. As anticipated, when the surgical expert at Victory Hospital examined Qi Tongwei's wounds, Zhong Xiaoai hurriedly inquired about his condition. Uncle Zhong, how is my senior's injury? Indeed, with the esteemed reputation of the Zhong family, thanks to Zhong Qianli's standing in the military, the hospital had several familiar faces. Even Director Zhang Huaiwen was someone Zhong Xiaoai knew. Qi Tongwei had long been accustomed to her privileged background. Zhong Xiaoai chuckled. You silly girl, no need to worry. If you had brought him a bit later, his wounds would have almost healed on their own. Really? That's fantastic. Zhong Xiaoai's relief was palpable, even more so than Qi Tongwei's. However, the surgery is still necessary. The laceration on his lung lobe hasn't healed yet. To prevent complications or other issues, it's safer to stitch it up, he explained. Qi Tongwei understood that the doctor was correct. Even though he had a strong recovery capacity and was not overly concerned about complications, issues such as hyperplasia could arise, potentially affecting lung function. He certainly did not wish to become a lung tuberculosis hero. All in your hands, Director Zhang. My life is entrusted to you. Qi Tongwei jested. You better not joke around. If anything happens to you here, Zhong Xiaoai might just tear me apart. Uncle Zhang, you were teasing me again that afternoon. Qi Tongwei underwent surgery. The procedure was primarily a straightforward organ stitching, and truth be told, it hadn't impacted the core area of the lung. Thus, under the skilled hands of the hospital's top surgical experts, the operation proceeded without incident. However, the anesthesiologist complained to Zhong Xiaoai, expressing disbelief that Qi Tongwei required more than double the standard dosage of anesthesia for it to take effect, leading him to question if he had mistakenly prepared the wrong medication. After the surgery, Zhong Xiaoai seemed resolute in her decision to care for Qi Tongwei until his discharge. Qi Tongwei saw no reason to object. After everything that had transpired, his once icy heart had warmed significantly, thanks to her presence. As for the remaining coldness, he had no expectations of her warming that part. Director Qi was a man of experience, well-versed in the complexities of life. Given that she was willing to care for him, he was more than willing to accept her assistance without hesitation. He had no qualms about it. After all, if she was unbothered, why should he be? He had even resolved that if Zhong Xiaoai dared to approach him, he would reciprocate without restraint. Unfortunately, just the day before, Zhong Xiaoai had faltered, realizing she was no match for the seasoned Qi Tongwei. The situation was rather straightforward. Qi Tongwei had just undergone surgery and was not in a position to move about comfortably. However, nature called. Thus, he patiently awaited Zhong Xiaoai to assist him. Presently, she was his only recourse. But Zhong Xiaoai could no longer hold her composure. As an innocent young woman, she was ill-prepared for such a scenario. Yet, poor Qi Tongwei was nearing desperation. Zhong Xiaoai, if you cannot assist me, go find a nurse. Zhong Xiaoai, who had been calm until now, felt her temper flare at his words. What kind of talk is that? Why can't you find a male nurse? How shameless. That won't do. I warn you, Zhong Xiaoai, if you find me a male nurse, I'd rather wet myself. Zhong Xiaoai was taken aback by Qi Tongwei's brazen remarks, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She could not comprehend his aversion to male nurses touching him. Qi Tongwei could not articulate his discomfort, whether in the present or in the Marvel universe. He was simply a straight man. He simply did not like male nurses coming into contact with certain areas of his body. Of course, this was purely a personal preference. Please hurry and find me a female nurse. You. Zhong Xiaoai pointed at him, fuming, but upon seeing his pained expression, she realized he might actually burst. What do we do now? Head to the restroom? Quickly, quickly. Once they reached the restroom, Zhong Xiaoai blushed and said, I can help you undress, but you'll have to manage the rest yourself. Don't worry, I promise to keep my eyes closed. Yet, Qi Tongwei looked utterly distressed. How can I manage this in my current state? Can't you assist me just a little? You rogue. Qi Tongwei was nearly in tears. Zhong Xiaoai, I told you to find me a nurse. In the eyes of doctors, they're only patients. There's no distinction between genders. Can't you handle this small task? Upon hearing Qi Tongwei insist on a female nurse, Zhong Xiaoai's embarrassment turned to anger. The two remained locked in a standoff for a while, but ultimately, Qi Tongwei could no longer hold back. I can't take it anymore. Help me quickly. With that, Qi Tongwei rushed to the toilet. In this era, even in the high-end wards of Victory Hospital, there were still squat toilets. Zhong Xiaoai was momentarily flustered and, in her panic, did not think of anything else. Some matters are daunting to begin. In any case, during that week, Qi Tongwei found himself in a mix of pain and happiness. A week later, Qi Tongwei's upper body had regained considerable mobility, rendering any assistance from Zhong Xiaoai unnecessary. Yet in this brief span of just 7 days, an unspoken rapport had developed between them, reminiscent of an old married couple. Zhong Xiaoai suddenly became acutely aware of her predicament. She had been embarrassingly forward for such a lengthy time, yet her relationship with Qi Tongwei remained undefined. This left her feeling utterly exposed. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the situation. Chapter 59. It has been approximately a week since the days of shamelessness have passed. Why do I say this? Although Qi Tongwei made no overt gestures, he had laid himself bare before Zhong Xiaoai. From Qi Tongwei's perspective, the one truly responsible was Zhong Xiaoai. Of course, Zhong Xiaoai did not share this sentiment. Finally, on the eve of Qi Tongwei's discharge from the hospital, Zhong Xiaoai, having just taken a stroll with him in the courtyard below, sat quietly in the chair beside his hospital bed, gazing at him in silence. Qi Tongwei felt a bit unnerved under Zhong Xiaoai's unwavering gaze, those captivating eyes of hers. "What's wrong, Zhong Xiaoai? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Qi Tongwei," she called, sending a shiver through him, for she usually referred to him as Senior Qi. Today, however, she chose a more distant address. It seemed that there was something significant she wished to discuss. "All right, go ahead," Qi Tongwei replied earnestly. "Qi Tongwei, what do you think our relationship is right now?" Seeing the serious expression on Zhong Xiaoai's face, Qi Tongwei initially considered making a jest but thought better of it. Instead, he responded earnestly, "What do you think?" As soon as he posed the question, he noticed Zhong Xiaoai's eyes glistening with tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. "Hey, don't cry. Let us talk this out calmly." Yet, Zhong Xiaoai paid no heed, her feelings of grievance mounting. "I take care of you every day, and my family constantly berates me. Yet you treat me like I am nothing? How much have I suffered for you? Why am I so cheap? Woe is me. Stop. Wait." Qi Tongwei sighed, realizing he could not evade this confrontation any longer. He had decided before returning home to face whatever was to come. Understanding women was something Qi Tongwei was well versed in. His experiences as Director Qi were extensive. Even as Spider-Man, he had shared profound connections with numerous female characters in the Marvel Universe. He rose from his bed, slipped on his slippers, and stepped forward to Zhong Xiaoai. Without hesitation, he gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lifting her chin with his hand. In his magnetic voice, he softly said, "You silly girl. What kind of prowess did Director Qi possess?" It was no joke. In that moment, Zhong Xiaoai's tear-streaked face flushed crimson. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Qi Tongwei realized he had scarcely begun to enjoy life in this world before nearly losing it again. He decided to cast aside his reservations and firmly grasped Zhong Xiaoai's shoulders, lifting her from the chair. "Xiaoai, do you not understand what I mean?" Zhong Xiaoai, her face aflame, retorted, "How am I to know what you mean? This is what I mean." With that, Qi Tongwei gently pulled her waist into an embrace. Her fair complexion turned visibly red from her ears to her neck. "Hey, Senior, what are your intentions?" Qi Tongwei grinned. "Just a little something." He leaned closer to Zhong Xiaoai, but suddenly she seemed to have an epiphany and push him away, using both hands to keep him at bay. "Qi Tongwei, you are deceiving me again." Seeing her indignant expression, Qi Tongwei chuckled, fully aware that evasion was futile. He had no intention of shying away. "All right, I won't tease you anymore, Zhong Xiaoai. So what about us? Shall we be in a relationship? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai's face flushed anew. "You rogue. Hey, isn't that how people speak these days? How can such a serious term be deemed rogue? Since you say I'm a rogue, I suppose I must indulge in some rogue acts." "Oh no," Zhong Xiaoai cried out in alarm. Qi Tongwei laughed, but made no move. "All right, no more teasing. Will you give me a definite answer? If not, I might find someone else." Zhong Xiaoai's anger flared. "What do you mean? What attitude is that? Who will you find? Is it that tall girl? You dare?" At that moment, Qi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback. What tall girl was she referring to? Yet, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Zhong Xiaoai knew? Realizing she had said too much, Zhong Xiaoai hurriedly replied, "Oh, never mind. Forget I said anything." Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she added, "I agree." "What? Speak up, I didn't hear you." As if to jest, Qi Tongwei feigned ignorance. for even Spider-Man's hearing could not miss her words. He could hear her heartbeat as clearly as day, deliberately teasing her. I said I agree, Zhong Xiaoai exclaimed, exasperated. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Since you've agreed, let us partake in what couples do. What do couples do? Oh, you rogue. Of course. Zhong Xiaoai ultimately did not allow Qi Tongwei to have his way entirely, though it is worth noting that he did manage to have some success. Just as the two were engrossed in their playful antics, the door to the hospital room was suddenly flung open with a force. A young man burst in, shouting, "You scoundrel! What do you think you're doing? Stop this immediately!" With that, the young man rushed forward and seized Qi Tongwei's arm. Yet with just one hand, Qi Tongwei caught the youth's wrists, applying slight pressure, causing the young man to yelp in pain. Ow! Let go, let go! It hurts! At that moment, Zhong Xiaoai recognized the intruder. Zhong Xiaoyang, explain yourself. What are you doing here? Who sent you? Hey, sister, please make him let go. It hurts. I might break. You even know pain? Don't let go, senior. She retorted, though her words were light-hearted. Noticing the familial resemblance, Qi Tongwei relaxed his grip. Through recollection, he realized that this high school boy must be Zhong Xiaoai's younger brother, Zhong Xiaoyang. Shouldn't you be in class today? What brings you here? Zhong Xiaoyang, still held by Qi Tongwei, defiantly replied, Sister, aren't you also skipping class? You tell me why you are here. Well, are you getting cheeky with me? Is your skin getting tight? Chapter 60. Hosting guests during this period, Zhong Xiaoai had indeed ceased attending school, dedicating herself entirely to caring for Qi Tongwei in the capital. In her family, Zhong Xiaoai was known for her fearless and assertive demeanor, having already confided in her grandfather, Zhong Qianli, about her intentions. Meanwhile, her mother, Yao Ruixiang, was preoccupied with her own responsibilities at the high court and could hardly keep a close eye on her daughter. Zhong Qianli was well aware of Zhong Xiaoai's feelings for Qi Tongwei and, while he did not wish to interfere too much, he felt compelled to inform Yao Ruixiang of certain matters. He was not intent on thwarting their relationship. The Zhong family had historically avoided forming cliques or pursuing advantageous marriages, which had contributed to their long-standing stability. However, there were some familial matters that he felt were better left to Zhong Xiaoai's parents to manage. Upon learning of the situation, Yao Ruixiang was taken aback, never having anticipated that her daughter's trip to the capital was for such a purpose. How would you not have mentioned this earlier? Aren't you worried your granddaughter might be taken advantage of? Yet, she hesitated to confront the situation directly, fearing it would create a scene. This led to her son, Zhong Xiaoyang, being dispatched to keep an eye on his sister. Today, he was on a mission, skipping classes to follow his sister to Victory Hospital. It was only when Qi Tongwei attempted to make an inappropriate advance towards Zhong Xiaoai that he could no longer contain himself. Enough, senior. Let her go. Zhong Xiaoyang, you stay put and answer my questions. Understood? He huffed. You must be Qi, right? I warn you. Keep your distance from my sister, or I'll have my friends waiting for you outside. Hey, you still haven't learned your lesson, have you? Zhong Xiaoai, incensed, seized Zhong Xiaoyang's ear. Ouch, ouch. Ouch. The tactic proved effective on anyone. After a while, Zhong Xiaoyang settled down and confessed to tailing his sister to the hospital, but he refrained from divulging anything about Yao Ruixiang. Zhong Xiaoai was well aware of her brother's intelligence. Currently, Zhong Xiaoyang was in the capital attending school under the care of their uncle, Zhong Onghua, who served as the deputy commander in the capital's garrison. The Zhong family had a strong military connection, with most of the current generation involved in the armed forces, while Zhong Xiaoai's parents were engaged in politics. This upbringing had shaped her fiery temperament, softened only in the presence of Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei, observing the way Zhong Xiaoai treated her brother, recognized that the boy was likely a timid figure at home, hesitant to challenge his sister. So, you're Xiaoyang? Since I'm being discharged today, let us have dinner together tonight. I'll treat you both. Zhong Xiaoyang regarded Qi Tongwei with a hint of disdain. Fine, I'll give you a chance, but only if it's somewhere decent. Is that so? Qi Tongwei chuckled, amused by the boy's sudden shift in demeanor. Zhong Xiaoyang's assessment of Qi Tongwei was influenced by Yao Ruixiang's phone call, which had painted him as a mere impoverished student. However, Yao Ruixiang's information was somewhat outdated. She was unaware that her daughter had developed feelings for a seemingly unremarkable young man who had fortuitously landed an internship abroad, albeit in a war-torn country. Zhong Xiaoai, being a high school student, did not inherently look down on those from humble backgrounds, as the Zhong family upheld strong values. However, having witnessed his sister's suitors throughout the years, most of whom hailed from affluent families, he found it hard to accept that his sister had suddenly taken an interest in an unknown poor boy. In his mind, the man who could win his sister's heart would surely possess extraordinary capabilities. Yet, Qi Tongwei appeared to him as nothing more than a pale-faced scholar. Far from what he envisioned. Little did Zhong Xiaoai realize that Qi Tongwei was far more formidable than he could possibly imagine. As for Zhong Xiaoai, she harbored no worries about Qi Tongwei's financial status. She understood he was quite wealthy, possibly earning more than many in her own family. The Zhong family, while comfortably situated within the bureaucratic framework, had never delved into commerce, resulting in a life that was decent yet not extravagantly wealthy. Despite enjoying the high privileges afforded by the state, Zhong Xiaoai was concerned about Qi Tongwei's abrupt wealth and his familiarity with the capital. She did not wish for her partner to lose face in front of her brother. Qi Tongwei had returned with hardly any luggage, having left with nothing but his own resolve. As they pondered their next destination, Qi Tongwei hailed a luxurious crown taxi outside the hospital, an emblem of status in the 1990s capital. Zhong Xiaoai found himself uncertain, questioning Qi Tongwei's intentions. What are you trying to prove? I'm curious to see where you'll take us. Xiaoyang, shall I sit in the front? Qi Tongwei asked, deliberately addressing him. Zhong Xiaoai retorted, why should you sit in front? I want the front seat. Zhong Xiaoai buried her face in her hands, exasperated by her brother's antics. This exchange suited Qi Tongwei's purpose perfectly. All right then, I'll sit in the back with your sister. Once inside the vehicle, Zhong Xiaoai realized he had been outsmarted, nearly fuming with frustration. Zhong Xiaoai, get your act together. Why are you even here? Are you on a mission for Mom? After Qi Tongwei provided a specific address to the driver, the latter cast a curious glance through the rearview mirror but said nothing further. The destination was anything but ordinary. The siblings, unaware of the significance, traveled along Anshang Street for about 20 minutes before the car turned around and halted in front of an impressive Western-style building. Let us get out. We'll dine here tonight, and I'll be staying here as well. Zhong Xiaoai stood before the opulent structure, momentarily speechless. He had visited this place once before during a military diplomatic event with their uncle. Above the entrance, 5 grand characters loomed, signifying the establishment's prestige. Chapter 61. Various auras. As he gazed at the 5 grand characters spelling International Club atop the building, Zhong Xiaoai couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. He didn't wish to appear timid before Qi Tongwei, so he stealthily approached his sister, Zhong Xiaoai, and whispered, Sister, without an invitation, can we really enter? They usually don't entertain guests without one. Be honest with me. Did Grandpa arrange this? Zhong Xiaoai shot him a disapproving glance and shrugged. You know Grandpa well enough. Arrange? That's just a pipe dream. Zhong Xiaoai stuck out his tongue. So, can we really get in? Zhong Xiaoai smiled broadly and replied, Let us just go in and see what happens. It was no wonder Zhong Xiaoai felt apprehensive. Although he had been here before, he had to admit that this place was indeed extraordinary. After all, it was the most influential and historically rich high-end social venue in the capital and throughout Xia country. The International Club was the successor to the West Gentlemen's Association, established in the 19th century, making it one of the earliest celebrity clubs in modern Xia. Its prime location and world-class accommodations, meeting rooms, wellness facilities, and dining options were simply unparalleled. However, the entry regulations were exceedingly strict. Even though the membership system had not yet been implemented, the approval process was even more stringent. Merely being wealthy was insufficient for entry. Thus, with a hint of skepticism in his eyes, Zhong Xiaoai followed Qi Tongwei as he boldly strode into the opulent, ancient building. As expected, before they could even cross the threshold, 2 impeccably dressed security personnel in black suits intercepted them. Apologies, sir and madam, but we do not admit outsiders. Please present your identification if you wish to enter. Despite the imposing presence of the 2 guards, Zhong Xiaoai remained unfazed. having grown up in a family of high-ranking military officials. However, he couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Qi Tongwei. Are you sure you can manage this? No need to put on a brave face. I understand your feelings. Before Zhong Xiaoai could finish his sentence, he watched as Qi Tongwei calmly reached into his jacket pocket and produced 2 identification cards, one green and one black, and handed them to the security personnel. The guard received them, scrutinized them closely, and with a solemn expression returned them to Qi Tongwei. He then stepped aside and gestured, "Mr. Qi, and this lady and gentleman, please proceed. Kindly cooperate with the security check." "Thank you." Surprised at being granted entry, Zhong Xiaoai leaned closer to Zhong Xiaoai and whispered, "Sister, I saw that the green document he pulled out said passport. Aren't passports usually red?" "That's a diplomatic passport," she replied. "And the black one must be his work permit." "But wait, sister, he has a diplomatic passport. Yet he just an intern? How does he possess diplomatic credentials?" "He holds a diplomatic rank, which qualifies him as an official diplomat," Zhong Xiaoai explained. As a scion of a prominent family, Zhong Xiaoai understood that it was not unusual for an official diplomat to enter such a venue, given that the international club ultimately served the foreign ministry. However, he was utterly astonished to learn that Qi Tongwei, a mere graduate student, had already attained a diplomatic rank. When did Handong University become so formidable? If he were a graduate student from the Capital Foreign Language Institute or the Foreign Affairs College, it might be understandable, but how could a student from the law department, who was also his sister's senior, have any connection to diplomacy? Feeling somewhat bewildered, Zhong Xiaoai was further astounded when Qi Tongwei inquired at the restaurant front desk and discovered that there was indeed a private room available for the evening. Without hesitation, he reserved one. Consequently, Zhong Xiaoai accompanied his sister and indulged in a sumptuous meal featuring an array of Western and Chinese dishes, a feast he seldom experienced. Qi Tongwei allowed him to order, and he chose a bottle of wine priced at 388 xia currency. To his surprise, Qi Tongwei disregarded it and instead ordered a bottle of red wine listed at $200, which made Zhong Xiaoai feel somewhat self-conscious. It was worth noting that in 1990, a bottle of Maodai only cost 125 xia currency. $200 could buy an entire case of it. Even someone as worldly as Zhong Xiaoai found this extravagant, questioning if he had perhaps overstepped by allowing Qi Tongwei, a supposedly impoverished student, to indulge in such opulence. While Qi Tongwei excused himself to the restroom, Zhong Xiaoai discreetly pulled Zhong Xiaoai aside and asked, "Sister, he just a poor student? Does he have money? He wouldn't leave us here as collateral, would he?" Zhong Xiaoai nonchalantly scooped up a spoonful of white sturgeon caviar. I'm not sure about his financial situation, but during our school days, he earned over 10,000 a month." "What? Is that for real? What does he do?" "His monthly income surpasses that of our entire family?" Zhong Xiaoai could hardly contain his astonishment. In 1990, civil servants' salaries had yet to be reformed, with the average monthly salary for civil servants across the nation being merely 168 xia currency. Zhong Qianli, a senior leader at the deputy central level, earned only about 1,000 a month, and since the entire family was largely within the system, it was indeed true that collectively they earned less than Qi Tongwei alone. After Zhong Xiaoai shared how Qi Tongwei made a living as a translator, Zhong Xiaoyang's disdain for him evaporated, and he eagerly dug into his meal. After all, if he was indeed wealthy, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. In the eyes of the Chinese populace during that era, those who could travel abroad possessed a certain aura. Even scions of influential families like Zhong Xiaoai were no exception. Moreover, the title of diplomat carried an exceptionally potent allure. Upon learning of Qi Tongwei's exceptional translation skills from Zhong Xiaoai finally grasped the source of Qi's confidence. With this newfound understanding, Zhong Xiaoai felt a sense of relief. It made sense. How could anyone his sister admired be truly unremarkable? After the meal, perhaps influenced by the wine he had consumed, Zhong Xiaoyang's attitude toward Qi Tongwei was no longer one of stark opposition. Rather, it had shifted significantly, at least to the point where he no longer regarded him with such hostility. Had Zhong Xiaoai mentioned Qi Tongwei's incredible physical strength, which even members of their military family had rarely encountered, Zhong Xiaoai might have been moved to bow to him on the spot. In Qi Tongwei's eyes, the meal was not excessively costly. After all, considering the prices of the time, the total bill was merely over 300 xia currency, excluding the bottle of wine priced at $200. Initially, Qi Tongwei intended to drive the two back home, but Zhong Xiaoai declined. My brother and I can return together. Aren't you concerned? No worries. You should head home and rest. Only then did Qi Tongwei relent. But he uttered a phrase that caused Zhong Xiaoai's face to flush suddenly. Chapter 62. No choice? Qi Tongwei inquired of Zhong Xiaoai. Xiaoai, I plan to return to my hometown tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Zhong Xiaoai's cheeks flushed as she playfully protested. You're going home. What does it matter if you take me along? Oh, that's an inevitable affair. I assent to it. No. You go your way, and I shall return to school. What are you staring at? Zhong Xiaoyang, witnessing his sister's playful demeanor, was taken aback by her glare, silenced by the familial bond. Qi Tongwei mused to himself. Indeed, I extended the invitation, yet she chooses to decline. Thus, the following day, Zhong Xiaoai bid farewell to Qi Tongwei as he boarded the train to Handong. While it was said she would hitch a flight back, observing her demeanor, Qi Tongwei surmised she had done this quite often. Yet such behavior was not uncommon in this era. Unbeknownst to Zhong Xiaoai, Qi Tongwei disembarked at Tianjin and swiftly made his way to the Tianjin airport, purchasing a ticket to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Upon exiting the airport, he hailed a cab to a grand edifice adjacent to the Bund, known as the famed No. 27 Bund, which exuded vintage charm without ostentation, yet thrived with lively foot traffic. As Qi Tongwei entered, he was promptly halted by the doorman. Hey, for business matters, please register at the reception over there. Having learned of the establishment as protocols from a Bayo, Qi Tongwei remained unruffled as he produced an identification document and discreetly offered a box of peonies. Hello, I am from the External Affairs Department, here to see a colleague from the Foreign Trade Division. Those who frequented this place were indeed ranked in hierarchy upon seeing the credentials. The doorman recognized him as a member of the External Affairs Department, which, while not directly overseeing foreign trade, wielded substantial influence in international economic matters. The offering of peonies indeed enhanced his standing. The doorman, seasoned and perceptive, acknowledged the distinction of a national official, altering his demeanor to one of respect. Allow me to escort you upstairs. He led Qi Tongwei to an antiquated elevator reserved for internal personnel, ascending directly to the fifth-floor office area. Upon arrival, the ambience was similarly vibrant, albeit less crowded than below. The doorman guided Qi Tongwei through several office clusters until they reached the Foreign Trade Division. The person I seek is right there. Could you kindly summon her? Upon seeing the desk, the doorman chuckled. No wonder. It's clear to see. Let me assist. He approached a young woman clad in a striking red suit, her figure graceful and vibrant, and announced, Miss Wang, a gentleman is here to see you. Oh dear. I said I wouldn't meet anyone. Look at this queue. It stretches to next week. Who is it now? Wang Mingzhu exclaimed, lifting her gaze to behold the handsome, fair face adorned with a mischievous smile. She gasped, unable to conceal her surprise. Li Shifu, you're here for me. Thank you. With a few hurried steps, she tugged at Qi Tongwei's sleeve, leading him to the tea room. With wide, sparkling eyes, she bombarded him with questions. How did you find me here? What brought you back? Her excitement was palpable. After several inquiries, Qi Tongwei responded to, but one, of course, I missed you. Gazing into his gentle eyes, the fiery Wang Mingzhu felt an emotional dam break. It was as if she were dreaming. She recalled how she had once been eager to win his affection, yet he had shown her little regard. Now, unexpectedly, he was professing such sentiments, leaving her in disbelief, though her heart fluttered sweetly at the compliment. Feigning indifference, she retorted, My mother says a man's words are often deceitful. However, considering you came all this way to see me, I suppose I can overlook it. By the way, weren't you supposed to be working abroad at that place called, what was it again? Kawate. Yes, Kawate. Why are you back? Reflecting on these matters, Wang Mingzhu felt a tinge of melancholy. She had thought Qi Tongwei would remain in Shanghai, only to discover he had ventured so far away. Had it not been for the news of him becoming a nationally recognized journalist, she might have remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Qi Tongwei understood a woman's psyche well and explained, "It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but there are strict protocols for overseas assignments." "Oh, you need not explain to me. I have no claim on you." Despite her words, her joy was undeniable. In truth, had he offered a single explanation, Wang Mingzhu would have comprehended the sincerity of his words, as she too was involved in foreign trade and understood the gravity of certain matters. Recognizing that only the department head, Jin Hua, could handle specific affairs regarding number 27. With her workday rendered moot, she promptly requested leave from Jin Hua, who valued her understanding of protocol. After Wang Mingzhu's departure, the office was abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the handsome gentleman who had come to visit the beloved Wang. The doorman, Old Li, remained on duty, boasting about the peonies while mysteriously revealing he is an official from the External Affairs Department, leaving everyone astonished. As they walked side by side down the street, Wang Mingzhu sensed an unspoken change in Qi Tongwei upon his return. He seemed different, as if something now stood between them. Uncertain of the cause behind this shift, she chose not to dwell on it, for was it not the very longing she had always wished to fulfill? Qi Tongwei resided once again at the Peace Hotel, primarily to remain close to Wang Mingzhu and propose an evening meal at the hotel's Western restaurant. However, she insisted on taking him to savor the best ribs and rice cakes in town. The owner, recognizing Wang Mingzhu, warmly welcomed the duo, as it was her first time bringing a male guest other than family. In this life, Qi Tongwei harbored feelings exclusively for these two women, each evoking distinct emotions. Zhong Xiaoai provided a sense of security, always quietly accompanying him in study or meals, a soothing presence. Conversely, Wang Mingzhu was a whirlwind of energy, direct and passionate, instilling an atmosphere of ease that made Qi Tongwei feel unburdened. Perhaps, for any man in this era, the greatest torment lay in choosing between two remarkable women. For Qi Tongwei, having lived 2 lifetimes, he initially felt troubled, yet he owed gratitude to Xiao Mu and to Shana, for after a revelation, he found clarity. Choose. Why choose at all? Naturally, he desired them both. Angdisin, come forth, let us see. Qi Peter Parker Tongwei was eager to discover who would support or oppose his decision. Chapter 63. Procurement in the magical city. Wang Mingzhu exhibited a somewhat unusual demeanor. Having dined with Qi Tongwei numerous times before, she had always taken the initiative to order an array of wines, even going so far as to intoxicate herself. Yet this time, she remarkably refrained from requesting any alcohol. Accompanying Wang Mingzhu, they enjoyed her favorite dish of pork ribs with rice cakes. The establishment served authentic flavors, with a slightly sweet and mild taste, complemented by the delightful ambience. Following their meal, the two took a stroll along the Bund. Director Qi took the initiative to grasp Miss Wang's delicate hand, making her feel like the happiest woman in the world at that moment. As they walked and chatted, Qi Tongwei recounted some of his experiences abroad, though he deliberately omitted details of his perilous encounters. Wang Mingzhu was astonished to learn of the tribulations he had faced in war-torn regions like Cavite. Naturally, her concern for him was profound. However, Wang Mingzhu was the type of person who would not impose her will on someone she cared for. She preferred to support him quietly and be by his side. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the evening grew late, Qi Tongwei gently suggested, "Why don't you stay with me tonight?" Bathed in the twilight glow, it was difficult to discern whether it was the sky or her face that flushed. Wang Mingzhu hesitated to meet Qi Tongwei's gaze, adjusting her glasses with a nervous smile. Qi Tongwei, I need to think about it. What is there to consider? Come with me," he urged, playfully scooping her up as she squealed in surprise. "Put me down. This is so embarrassing," she protested, but he laughed. "No way. I'm carrying you back." The Bund, even in contemporary times, remained the most cosmopolitan locale, with many others exhibiting even greater audacity than them. With foreign tourists milling about, their display attracted no unusual attention. Qi Tongwei, with remarkable strength, effortlessly carried the petite Wang Mingzhu back to the Peace Hotel. As they entered the lobby and stepped into the elevator, the proximity to their room sent a shiver of excitement through Wang Mingzhu, who, despite her previous boldness, felt bashful. She had toyed with Qi Tongwei, but had never ventured further. Now, as he seemed poised to take a significant step, she found herself momentarily dumbfounded, unaccustomed to such encounters. The ascent felt both prolonged and hurried, her heart racing as it threatened to leap from her chest. Qi Tongwei, perceptive as ever, was nearly amused by the sound of her heartbeat, though as a seasoned actor, he maintained his composure. Having previously arranged the ambience with the hotel, they entered the room adorned with red wine, candles, and fragrant roses, all set within a French suite that created an impeccably romantic atmosphere. Wang Mingzhu had indeed tempted Qi Tongwei before, and now that they had reached this threshold, she decided to let him experience just how fervently passionate she could be. Since returning to this world, Qi Tongwei, who had never truly engaged in such affairs, could no longer suppress his burgeoning desires. After months of being teased by two women, it was time to put his skills to the test. As they neared an intimate encounter, just as Qi Tongwei felt compelled to act, Wang Mingzhu flashed him a mischievous smile and said, "Qi Tongwei, I forgot to mention, I really can't tonight." Director Qi was taken aback. What? What do you mean? What's going on here? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him. He began to suspect that Wang Mingzhu had orchestrated the situation to lead him to this point only to deliver such disappointing news. True to his character, Qi Tongwei was not one to sulk or lament. He would not let Wang Mingzhu have the last word. While the anticipated events would not transpire, he was determined not to let her off the hook easily for her unexpected revelation. The following morning, he gently roused her, stroking her smooth legs and patting her soft cheek. "Wake up, dear," he said. "I'll be heading back to Cavid in a few days, and I have some matters to attend to before I go." "What are your plans?" "I still need to return to my hometown, Linsham." Wang Mingzhu, wishing to spend more time with him since their overseas encounters would lead to long separations, felt conflicted. However, Qi Tongwei had business to attend to in the magical city, and she too had obligations awaiting her on the 27th. Qi Tongwei first contacted Abeo, his reliable associate. "Ah, what brings our esteemed diplomat to the magical city?" Come in. Let me fetch Baogong," exclaimed Abeo's enthusiastic assistant, Lingzi. Upon meeting Abeo, Qi Tongwei was pleasantly surprised. "Ah, Baogong, you're truly embodying the demeanor of a Shanghai tycoon." He laughed. "How is business treating you?" Abeo, having thrived in foreign trade, had significantly increased his wealth. "Tongwei, it's been ages. I missed you. I saw you on television at the Central Station. You've done remarkably well, though I occasionally worry about you over there." Their reunion was filled with genuine concern from both Abeo and Lingzi regarding Qi Tongwei's work in Cavid. After conversing for some time, Qi Tongwei finally broached the main topic of his visit. "Why are you purchasing so many instant noodles?" Abeo exclaimed, suddenly understanding Qi Tongwei's intent. With years of experience in foreign trade, he was well aware of the shortages in the Asian market, especially during wartime. Qi Tongwei sought Abeo's assistance in procuring supplies from several major factories in the magical city, ordering 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, along with some cooked chicken and beef products, and arranged for their delivery to a designated port warehouse he had previously secured. Abeo, being a local expert, managed to gather 2 truckloads of goods within a day, costing a mere 20,000 yuan, having spent all but 10,000 yuan of his remaining funds. Qi Tongwei also handed Abeo over $2,000, which Abeo eagerly accepted. Although the deal was modest, Abeo was genuinely invested in Qi Tongwei, recognizing him as a person of significant potential. While unsure of Qi Tongwei's rationale for conducting business while working at the embassy, Abeo had a strong feeling that Qi Tongwei was destined for greatness and would surely find a way to resolve any challenges. Additionally, Qi Tongwei had tasked Abeo with sourcing a batch of food processing equipment, hoping for prompt procurement. Being an industrial hub, the magical city allowed Abeo to swiftly acquire the small to medium-sized food processing equipment, including ovens and baking machines, the day after securing the instant noodles. All the equipment was stored safely, and Qi Tongwei arranged for a vehicle to pick up Wang Mingzhu on the 27th, embarking on their journey back to Linsheng's Qi family village. However, upon arriving home, the first piece of news he received left him seething with anger. Chapter 64. To the bitter end, Qi Tongwei felt an unsettling peculiarity in his village. Strangely, even the typically carefree Wang Mingzhu sensed an eerie atmosphere upon entering Qi Wang. Qi Tongwei, puzzled, returned home only to find an even greater oddity. While Qi Jin should have been busy building with Qi, the construction site next door appeared to be only half finished and at a standstill. Upon entering the house with Wang Mingzhu, they were greeted by Qi Tongxin, who was diligently working on her homework at the writing desk in the main room. Qi Tongwei, perplexed, asked, Xin, why aren't you at school? She looked up, surprised to see her second brother had returned with another stunning young lady. This newcomer seemed slightly taller, but what mattered was that she was evidently not the same person. After a moment of confusion, Xin exclaimed excitedly, Father, brother, come quickly and see who's back. Father? Brother? They were both home? This left Qi Tongwei even more astonished. By this time of year, Qi Wang had typically finished harvesting the late indica rice and was entering a period of relative leisure. Yet they were not building nor tending to any agricultural tasks. It was uncharacteristic of the Qis. Before long, Qi Jin and Qi emerged from the inner room. Initially pleased to see his second son, Qi Jin's expression quickly shifted to one of fleeting awkwardness. He asked, Second son, weren't you on a mission? Why have you returned? Did it conclude successfully? Bound by regulations, Qi Tongwei could not disclose that he had been abroad. He merely stated he was executing a national task, without revealing the specifics. It seemed that in the relatively isolated Qi Wang, his role as a battlefield journalist had gone unnoticed. Yes, I'm still on task, but there has been little to do recently, so they granted me a short leave, he explained, omitting any mention of his injury. Father, brother, what is going on? Why are you both at home? Are you on leave too? Qi Tongwei attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke, but was met with the awkward expressions of Qi and Qi Jin's side, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Noticing the unusual tension, Qi Tongwei pressed his elder brother. What is really going on? Speak up. Qi, frustrated, raked his not-so-lush hair and, with a thud of his thigh, sank to the ground, lamenting, alas. We've encountered a grave situation in our village. Qi Tongwei was taken aback. What do you mean? Please don't scare me. What has happened? Has there been a disaster? Surely not. I just returned during the National Day celebrations, and this year was supposed to be bountiful. What could possibly be so serious? Qi Jin, with a weary tone, replied, Indeed, we have had a good harvest, but this year there's no one to collect our late indica rice. Seeing both father and brother sighing heavily, Qi Tongwei was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. Wait, what do you mean no one is collecting? Is the government not taking it? Is the grain station refusing? Qi shrugged. The grain station has declared that they simply won't accept any of our grains this year. Not accept ours? What does that mean? Which station won't take it? It's not just one station. Every grain station in the county has refused to collect from us. Brother, it's not just one station refusing. All the grain stations in the county are rejecting our harvest. The grain merchants from the black market are willing to buy, but they're offering only a tenth of the price for our premium late indica rice. It's utterly disgraceful. In his life, Qi Tongwei had never witnessed such absurdity. In all his years, he had never imagined that grain stations, an essential function of the state, would outright refuse to buy their harvest. Have you inquired as to why this is happening? Not only have we asked, but many of the villagers have protested at the grain stations, even escalating matters to the Grain Bureau. Ultimately, Director Wei from the Grain Bureau stated there was an official directive. Not a single grain from Qi Wang would be accepted. Preposterous. Is there really such a document? Did you see it? Of course not. How could the officials allow us, mere impoverished farmers, to see such things? The villagers are at their wits' end. Some families, needing to pay school fees, are resorting to silently selling their grain to unscrupulous merchants. Qi Jin was on the verge of tears, suppressing them as Qi Tongwei felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. The government refuses to accept our grain, and apparently, we may have offended some high official in the provincial capital. How could that be? We're just a group of impoverished farmers. How could we possibly offend such a figure? What kind of madness is this? Qi Tongwei's brow furrowed at the mention of having offended a provincial official. The gravity of the situation settled heavily on him. Food is the lifeblood of farmers, especially in this era where, historically, it was a given for farmers in Xiaogua to grow and sell grain. To have grown food only to have the government refuse to buy was akin to desecrating their very roots. What enmity could provoke such a drastic measure? How could such a thing occur? While the situation had not yet reached a point of total despair, there were still unscrupulous merchants willing to buy at a fraction of the price. It was blatantly an affront to their dignity. With suspicions brewing within him, Qi Tongwei was determined to uncover the truth. He took Qi Tong and Wang Mingzhu and rode a bicycle into the county, visiting several grain stations and the grain bureau, yet failed to obtain the clarity he sought. A clerk at the county grain bureau, perhaps moved by pity for the farmers of Qijia's Wang, hinted at a piece of information. The directive originated from the Municipal Grain Bureau of Lynching. Without delay, Qi Tongwei rented a vehicle, hastily consumed a meager lunch, and set off for the municipal seat of lynching, Luftang City. Chapter 65. Karaoke. Wang Mingzhu, unfamiliar with the surroundings, naturally followed Qi Tongwei wherever he went. She found joy in their time together, and the rigors of travel seemed trivial in comparison. By the time they reached Luftang City, dusk was approaching. After a brief inquiry, Qi Tongwei instructed the driver to take them to the Luftang Grand Hotel in the city center, which the locals had claimed to be the most luxurious hotel in the area. The hotel appeared to be no more than a 3-star establishment, yet to be fair, in this era, it was only slightly inferior to some upscale hotels in Jingzhou. In a small prefecture-level city, it could indeed be considered quite opulent. Characteristic neon signs illuminated the premises, and despite its modest size, it offered a comprehensive array of amenities, including dining, accommodation, bathing, and even the recently introduced karaoke. Having grown up in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Wang Mingzhu was no stranger to karaoke. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Luftang City had such facilities. You're right. Luftang's economy isn't at the bottom of Handong. It's my hometown, Linchan County, that drags it down, she remarked, clearly trying to consider Qi Tongwei's feelings. I actually find your hometown quite tranquil, Qi Tongwei teased, giving her nose a playful poke. You certainly know how to charm. In this era, it was still customary for unmarried couples to present a marriage certificate when checking into a hotel. As they approached the front desk, Wang Mingzhu felt her cheeks flush. Qi Tongwei, with the savvy of someone well-versed in such matters, spoke to the receptionist, explaining that they were in a hurry and had forgotten their documents. He discreetly slipped her several blue 100-yuan bills along with a pack of cigarettes. As expected, the receptionist responded courteously, "Oh, that's fine. Just remember to bring your documents next time. I'll help you check in." In this age, such small favors were effective regardless of gender. Wang Mingzhu muttered quietly to herself, "Oh, you seem quite familiar with this routine. Do you do this with other girls as well?" "Little Wang, what nonsense. This is my first time staying with a girl," Qi Tongwei replied earnestly, silently adding, "I'm not lying. This truly is my first time, not counting past lives." Who knows if that is true? Wang Mingzhu scoffed, but was evidently pleased with his response. The receptionist chimed in, "Sir, miss, we are the first hotel in Luftang City to have karaoke. We just opened last week, and guests can sing for free during their stay. Would you like to give it a try?" Wang Mingzhu, accustomed to attending karaoke events in Shanghai due to her work in foreign trade, was familiar with such social gatherings, which were unavoidable in her line of business. She encouraged Qi Tongwei, "Since we have no plans for tonight, why not let me show you around? I assure you, I'm quite good at karaoke." Qi Tongwei appraised her for a moment and replied with a smile, "You're right. I really have no plans tonight." "Very well. As a gentleman, I shall accompany the beautiful lady." How unrefined, Wang Mingzhu thought, quickly grasping the underlying meaning in Qi Tongwei's gaze. They dropped their luggage in their room and made their way to the KTV on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Upon seeing the outdated decor, Qi Tongwei chuckled to himself, realizing he shouldn't have had high expectations. Unexpectedly, despite the antiquated design, the place was bustling with energy. It was not yet 7 p.m., yet the cacophony of voices reverberated through the poorly soundproofed doors of the private rooms, permeating the hallways. Qi Tongwei figured that even if they returned to their room, the noise would prevent them from resting anytime soon. In this era, KTVs were still relatively new and lacked the extensive services of later years, offering a more straightforward experience. Although singing was free, drinks were charged. When the waiter presented the drink menu, Qi Tongwei frowned at the prices. The waiter assumed he was dissatisfied with the cost, unaware that Qi Tongwei found the offerings too lowbrow. To the waiter's surprise, Qi Tongwei ordered a dozen of the most expensive beers available, sending the server on his way, with the beauty beside him. And, as Wang Mingzhu sang one song after another with enthusiasm, he found himself intrigued. "To think you have such a talent for singing," Qi Tongwei remarked, noticing her slightly tipsy state. Wang Mingzhu, having had a few drinks, was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I have other hidden talents?" For Qi Tongwei, the evening was proving quite enjoyable, as he no longer had to worry about boredom. After some time of singing and drinking, Wang Mingzhu, her eyes glazed with alcohol, stopped singing. Although she had her own reasons for being cautious lately, her enthusiasm for Qi Tongwei remained undiminished. As they whispered sweet nothings to each other, Wang Mingzhu suddenly blushed. "I knew this place wasn't ideal," she huffed. "What's wrong?" Qi Tongwei inquired, puzzled. "You naughty boy, didn't you hear that?" she exclaimed, pointing to the sound coming from the next room. Initially oblivious, Qi Tongwei had only noticed the chaotic singing until he focused and faintly discerned a woman's moans through the thin walls. "Please, no." "Oh my! Ah!" Wang Mingzhu exclaimed. "Stop listening. What are you doing?" Though Qi Tongwei was at a loss for words, he couldn't ignore the situation. The sounds he heard were unmistakably distressing, and he realized the girl sounded as though she were in pain. "Stop listening, you terrible person," Wang Mingzhu protested, her cheeks flushed. "Wait, something is off here. It doesn't seem consensual," Qi Tongwei cautioned, his voice serious. "How could you even tell? Besides, what does it matter to you?" Wang Mingzhu retorted, though she too began to sense the gravity of the situation. They exchanged worried glances, anxiety creeping into Wang Mingzhu's expression. "What should we do? Should we call security?" In the early 1990s, the National 110 Emergency Response System had not yet been fully implemented. Public safety was largely maintained through community vigilance, often relying on local neighborhood committees. In high-end hotels like this one, security was typically limited to a few watchmen. Qi Tongwei shook his head, jesting. If security were going to intervene, they would have by now. But judging by those sounds next door, the situation does not appear promising. Chapter 66. Did you save me? Do not move from here, Qi Tongwei instructed, locking the door to the private room. "I will take a quick look and return shortly." Wang Mingzhu hesitated. "I am scared. I want to go with you." After a moment's thought, Qi Tongwei agreed, leading her into the corridor outside. They approached the wooden door of the adjacent room, straining to listen. Indeed, the sounds were emanating from within, but the clarity in the corridor was far less than in the private room. Wang Mingzhu struggled to hear and even attempted to press her ear against the door. Qi Tongwei quickly pulled her back, gesturing towards the bustling corridor. Realizing the inappropriateness, she sheepishly retracted. However, Qi Tongwei's acute hearing had already discerned the muffled cries of a girl inside the room. The voice was indistinct, but fragments like "help me," "save me," could be made out, suggesting a desperate plea, as if the girl were trying to call for help, but lacking the strength to do so. Qi Tongwei was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. Without further hesitation, he gently nudged the door, which burst open with a loud bang, the lock twisting in the process. Inside the dimly lit room, a man with slightly long hair, dressed in a floral shirt and bell-bottomed pants, an embodiment of contemporary fashion, was sprawled on the sofa, vigorously assaulting a girl clad in denim. Upon hearing the door crash open, he cursed loudly, "Who the hell?" As he turned, his vision was engulfed in darkness, and he promptly lost consciousness. Wang Mingzhu watched in astonishment as Qi Tongwei strolled into the room, effortlessly incapacitating the man with a swift strike to his neck. "Ah!" she gasped. As the man collapsed onto the sofa, he nearly pinned the girl beneath him, but Qi Tongwei swiftly seized the man's shirt and tossed him aside. The girl, lying on the sofa, had her top torn, exposing much of her skin, and her pants were partially pulled down. Wang Mingzhu instinctively shielded Qi Tongwei. "Don't look." She hurried to help the girl dress, managing to pull her pants up, but several buttons on her top had been violently ripped off, leaving her barely covered. Qi Tongwei removed his jacket and handed it to Wang Mingzhu, who draped it over the girl. Now, Qi Tongwei could see the girl clearly. She was young and innocent-looking, her ponytail disheveled. Though not as beautiful as Wang Mingzhu, she possessed a certain charm that evoked sympathy. Qi Tongwei glanced at the unconscious man, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Wang, we need to get her out of here. This isn't a safe place. With that, he scooped the girl into his arms and urged Wang Mingzhu to follow him out of the room. As she reached the door, he took a step back, closing the door behind them. Just before the door shut, Wang Mingzhu noticed Qi Tongwei's hand brushing against the man. Carrying the girl, they made their way down the corridor, attracting attention. Follow me. This way. Qi Tongwei, relying on his instincts, chose not to take the elevator but headed directly to the emergency exit. They hurried down the fire escape towards the 7th floor where they were staying. Qi Tongwei moved swiftly, while Wang Mingzhu struggled to keep up. Wait for me, Tongwei. Upon reaching the door of their room, Qi Tongwei did not allow Wang Mingzhu to enter. He ran inside with the girl, retrieving their belongings and handing them to Wang Mingzhu. We'll split up. You take the elevator to the 1st floor, and we'll meet outside the hotel. But what about you? Why are we leaving? Wang Mingzhu was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Listen to me, Qi Tongwei said seriously. You go first. I'll be down shortly. Trusting him unconditionally, Wang Mingzhu complied, entering the elevator. Qi Tongwei, still holding the girl, turned back towards their previous room. He shut the door and opened the window. With the girl in his arms, he leapt out. Panicking, Wang Mingzhu rushed to the 1st floor and sprinted to the entrance. To her astonishment, Qi Tongwei was already waiting for her with the girl. Let us go, he said calmly, leading Wang Mingzhu to the street. The hotel was situated in the city center, where taxis were plentiful. Qi Tongwei gestured for Wang Mingzhu to hail a cab, ensuring she got in the back seat first, then placing the girl beside her before joining them. The yellow taxi, a Tianjin to Fa, squeezed the 3 of them in the back. As Qi Tongwei instructed the driver to take them to the family quarters of the local tax bureau, he turned sharply to Wang Mingzhu and said, I need to tell you, Xiao Tang, you must not let your sister drink like that anymore. With her tolerance, she'll get into trouble out there. Wang Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback by his stern tone, instinctively responding, Oh, I understand. Only then did it dawn on her that Qi Tongwei was acting. Upon arriving at their destination, Qi Tongwei helped the girl out of the taxi while Wang Mingzhu paid the fare. As the taxi drove away, Qi Tongwei did not enter the family quarters, but instead led Wang Mingzhu and the girl through winding alleys, avoiding pedestrians. They reached a quaint commercial street lined with various small inns. With Wang Mingzhu's support, Qi Tongwei successfully booked 2 rooms. The owner was unlikely to keep a close watch on them, and they quickly entered one of the standard rooms. After freshening up, Qi Tongwei lay down on one bed, ready to rest. Wang Mingzhu, not bothering to wash up, turned off the lights and snuggled up beside him, utterly exhausted. She soon fell into a deep sleep, clinging to him. The next morning, the girl awoke with a throbbing headache. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself gazing at a stunning face adorned with silver-framed glasses. Curiously watching her, You're finally awake. How are you feeling? Where am I? The girl murmured. Wang Mingzhu, brimming with excitement, interjected, Oh, don't even mention it. Last night was so dangerous. If it weren't for us, you might have. The girl struggled to recall the last moments of her memory. Though hazy, she formed a rough understanding. Did you save me? It was us. We saved you, Wang Mingzhu replied. Only then did the girl turn her head and notice a handsome man sitting on the other bed, causing her to jump in surprise. Thankfully, with a lively Wang Mingzhu present, her fear subsided. I'm Wang Mingzhu, and this is my, boyfriend, Qi Tongwei. What's your name? The absent-minded Wang even managed to blush. The girl felt the fresh clothes she was wearing. Though slightly oversized, they were clean and fragrant, providing her with comfort. She steadied herself against the bed, slowly managing to sit up. You too. Okay, I'm Yun. Chapter 67. A moonless night with howling winds, He Yunjin was evidently reluctant to recall the events of the previous night. Fortunately, she was timely rescued by a pair of young individuals who appeared to be a couple. Their age was akin to hers. which naturally prevented any feelings of animosity from arising within her. Noticing He Yunjin's disinclination to elaborate, Wang Mingzhu, despite her curiosity, felt too shy to inquire further. As for Qi Tongwei, he was entirely uninterested in the matter. His intervention stemmed solely from his profound disdain for men who resort to coercion against women. In his past life, Gao Xiaoqin had suffered at the hands of that beast, Zhao Ruelo. Moreover, he had harbored no favorable impressions of the man from last night. "Thank you for saving me. I will find a way to repay you," she said gratefully. "No need, really," Wang Mingzhu replied bashfully, her large eyes wide with embarrassment. However, He Yunjin shifted the conversation. "You must leave here quickly. Gao Mingyuan has some influence in Liltang, and they will surely track you down, which could spell disaster." "Wang Mingyuan? Who is that?" Wang Mingzhu inquired. "Gao Mingyuan is the man from last night. He owns several game halls and has a karaoke business at the Liltang Grand Hotel. So he willed a bit of power here. After you struck him yesterday, he will not let it slide easily. You should really leave," she warned. "Leave?" Qi Tongwei scoffed slightly. He was uncertain whether Gao Mingyuan would let him off the hook, but he was certain that he would not spare Gao Mingyuan either. "I have some matters to attend to this morning. What about you?" To Qi Tongwei, this place seemed relatively secure for the time being, but it was not a long-term solution for He Yunjin. "I'll return to school. They probably won't dare to do anything there," she assured him. "A school? Is it safe?" Wang Mingzhu expressed her concern, noting that He Yunjin seemed to be of university or college age. "Our school is fine. You needn't worry," He Yunjin replied. "What school do you attend?" "The police academy," she answered. "Oh," Wang Mingzhu realized that should be somewhat safer. "You two stay in the room and don't go out. There's breakfast I just bought on the table. Eat it while it's hot. I'll handle some matters and return before noon." "All right, Tongwei," she responded. Qi Tongwei stepped out of the small inn and hailed a cab, aimlessly wandering through the city. He would stop occasionally, take a few steps, then switch to another car. In this era, the quickest way to learn about a city was through taxi drivers. After making several rounds and conversing with 5 or 6 drivers, Qi Tongwei gathered the information he sought. Upon encountering that man last night, he instinctively recognized him as the small-time thug named Gao Mingyuan. Something had felt amiss from the very beginning. In the grain bureau of Liltang City, the director's office, Wu Shuangling sipped tea while engrossed in a bureaucratic novel. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang, and he answered it. "Who is this?" "Oh, Director Wang? Rest assured, I've already taken care of that matter you mentioned. There will be no issues, I assure you." "Trouble? How could there be trouble?" "Do not worry, Director Wang. In the grain system, this small matter is nothing. You are too kind. We are friends. No need for thanks. Tonight? Very well, I will be there on time. It's a deal, ha ha ha." After hanging up, Wu Shuangling felt quite pleased. He never anticipated that taking care of such a trivial task would allow him to latch onto the provincial director so effortlessly. Noticing the time, he called the office to arrange a car to take him home for dinner. Wu Shuangling leisurely returned home in a small car, oblivious to the large bus following closely behind. "Driver, please follow that vehicle," he instructed. Isn't that a bit risky?" The driver hesitated. Qi Tongwei pulled out a 50 yuan note and handed it to the driver. "Driver, I'm new here and wish to pay a visit to the leader's residence. But I have no idea where he lives. Please assist me. It's broad daylight. What mischief could I possibly do?" "Oh, why didn't you say so? I understand. These days, everyone has their struggles," the driver replied, accepting the money without further suspicion, as if he had encountered many such requests before. Wu Shuangling's car stopped in front of a relatively new residential complex. Qi Tongwei disembarked and discreetly trailed behind, familiarizing himself with Wu Shuangling's residence before departing. Upon returning to the inn, He Yunjin had already gone back to school. He understood that even if she returned, she would do so with trepidation, but he felt confident that she would be safe for the time being. This was a matter for another day. Having traversed much of Liltang City, Qi Tongwei's keen perception allowed him to notice the movements of Gao Mingyuan's men. However, Gao Mingyuan's crew was rather pitiful, consisting of only a handful of individuals. In an era where Liltang City was not particularly large, had this been in Jingzhou, it would likely take years for them to locate him. This led him to deduce that those men had yet to find a backer. Qi Tongwei did not flaunt his success, but merely took Wang Mingzhu out for a couple of meals. Wang Mingzhu remained unaware of how Qi Tongwei's affairs were progressing. She was simply there to accompany him. In the early hours of the morning, Qi Tongwei moved the long leg pressing down on him aside, dressed quietly, and slipped out the door. Nightlife was rather sparse in this era, with many streetlights turned off. He sprinted soundlessly through the deserted streets and alleys until he arrived beneath Hou Liangping's apartment building. The moonless night and howling winds aided Qi Tongwei as he effortlessly climbed the wall to the third floor where Hou Liangping resided, slipping through an unsecured window. Inside, he discerned that only two individuals were present, a woman and a child. Director Wu is quite the busy man. He hasn't returned at this hour, Qi Tongwei mused, shaking his head as he began to search the house. Before long, he discovered what he sought in the study. After a quick perusal, he made his way back to the window and exited. At around 3 in the morning, a white Volga sedan pulled up outside the residential complex. The driver, Xiao Lu, assisted Hou Liangping, who was unsteady on his feet, as they ascended the stairs. Hou Liangping, exuberant, chatted with Xiao Lu about the evening's events. I tell you, Director Wang is truly a good brother. Such a trivial matter. Listen, Xiao Lu, from now on, whatever pertains to Director Wang is our Grain Bureau's concern. Got it? Understood, understood. Just take your time, Director, Xiao Lu replied as they approached the door. Director Wu, where are your keys? Oh, they're in my pocket, Hou Liangping said, pulling out a set of keys. Just as he was about to unlock the door, he suddenly paused, as if a sliver of clarity struck him. Turning to Xiao Lu, he asked with a smile, Xiao Lu, do I smell? Haha, anything off? Xiao Lu leaned in to sniff and chuckled. Director, don't worry. It only smells of alcohol and smoke. Your wife won't notice. Hid, good. You should head back soon, Hou Liangping replied, unlocking the door and stepping inside. Upon switching on the light, his first instinct was not to head to the bathroom, but to rush into the study. Pulling a sealed envelope from his pocket, Hou Liangping murmured to himself, This Wang Zheng, TSK, a man of refinement. Even for this small matter, he ensures his brother benefits. Truly a leader from the provincial capital, so generous. As he turned on the study light, Hou Liangping's eyes widened in shock. The effects of alcohol dissipated almost instantly. Ignoring the late hour, he shouted, Li Qin, come here, quick. Moments later, his wife, Wang Liqin, appeared, scolding him as she slipped on her slippers. Hou Liangping, it's late, and you come home drunk. Creating a ruckus? Hou Liangping, with bloodshot eyes, glared at her and barked, Wang Liqin, where is our safe? I see you are quite befuddled. Is the safe not located in the study? Where could it possibly be? Oh dear mother, where has the safe gone? Wang Liqin, upon witnessing the scene in the study, was left pale and trembling with fear. Chapter 68. A sleepless night previously at the Grain Bureau of Lincheng. Qi Tongwei had learned that the directive prohibiting the purchase of grain from Qi Jiazhuang originated from the Grain Bureau of Liltang City. Subsequently, throughout the day, Qi Tongwei roamed within Liltang City, and indeed, he acquired some pivotal information. Although it was not comprehensive and lacked evidence, when had Qi, the director, ever required evidence to act? It was laughable. Therefore, that very night, the industrious director Hou Liangping found himself in dire straits. He had been basking in the glow of his connections with a newly influential leader from the provincial capital. That evening, he rode in high spirits, only to be abruptly confronted by a harsh reality that knocked the wind out of him. In his study, the nearly half-ton iron safe that had been securely placed on the floor had mysteriously vanished. How could this not be alarming? Inside the safe lay over 200,000 in cash, which Hou Liangping dismissed as mere pocket change. After all, as long as he remained in his position, he could eventually recover it. However, the grave concern was that within the safe was also an account book. This book did not contain records of bribes or gifts, but rather records of some dubious dealings he had conducted. The thought of such information falling into the wrong hands sent shivers down his spine. Yet, what truly terrified him was the very occurrence itself. He had glanced at the safe daily. It had been there just hours before. Moreover, how could such a massive safe, which required the disassembly of windows and the combined effort of 8 workers to transport, simply vanished without a trace. Even Wu Shuangling, who typically dismissed superstition, found himself questioning whether there truly were ghosts in this world. It was all too bizarre. However, he dared not speak of it, let alone report it to the authorities. That night, it was destined for his family to remain wide awake, tormented by anxiety. Little did Wu Shuangling know, he was not alone in his insomnia. At the Liang Grand Hotel, within a KTV private room, upon the arrival of 2 underlings, Wu De hastily rose, inquiring, "What news? Has the elder brother been found?" "Brother Ma, there's still no word. How could a living person simply vanish in a thin air? Do you think the elder brother could already?" Wu De furrowed his brow. Though he was indeed apprehensive about such a possibility, he feigned composure, stating, "Impossible. Our elder brother is exceptionally capable. Do not let your imaginations run wild. While the boss is away, Brother Ma is in charge. He must remain unperturbed." Reflecting on the events from over a month ago, when he and the elder brother, Gao Mingyuan, had just been released from detention, they had journeyed a great distance to Hanbei, establishing a game hall that was set to take off with the introduction of exciting new machines. Gao Mingyuan was brimming with ambition, indulging in pursuits with female students and karaoke, living a life of splendor. Wu De had envisioned a prosperous future alongside his elder brother, but now, with Gao Mingyuan's disappearance, he felt despondent, wondering if he could manage the situation alone. By the way, Wu De continued, "Have there been any updates on that couple?" "Oh, Brother Ma, we just found out. We went to the taxi company and located the driver, who said he last saw them at the entrance of the tax bureau community. However, we inquired there, and no one fitting their description resides in that neighborhood." "And what about that girl, Hien?" "Brother Ma, we've also gathered information regarding her. Hien has returned to school, but it appears she has not left the campus since. As you know, the Liang Police Academy resembles a prison. If she does not come out, none of us can enter." Another underling proposed, "Brother Ma, why don't we seek out Director Wang? Regardless of the circumstances, he should have a way to get Hien out. She is probably the only one who knows their whereabouts." Wu De understood the significance of Hien, yet he hesitated to approach Director Wang after a full day and night had passed. His reasoning was simple. As a man of such high standing, it would appear inept to trouble him over their predicament. Moreover, he was not Gao Mingyuan, who had a close relationship with Director Wang. He was merely a lowly subordinate unworthy of such an audience. However, faced with the current situation, with Gao Mingyuan's fate unknown, Wu De found himself at a loss. Reluctantly conceding, "All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I will seek out Director Wang. For now, let us disperse. We can reconvene tomorrow." "Understood, Brother Ma." "Very well." Regardless of the chaos outside, Qi Tongwei had already returned to the cozy little inn, reclining comfortably. However, faced with the imposing iron safe and the 9 heaps of refuse, he found himself momentarily at a loss. He was acutely aware that both the safe and the refuse were not easily manageable, yet they felt remarkably secure within this space. Nevertheless, the mere thought of these heaps of junk plagued his mind, causing considerable discomfort. With a sigh, Qi Tongwei pondered, "Alas, what a nuisance. How can I discreetly dispose of this mess?" As he contemplated, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He decided to give it a try. Focusing his mind, he directed his thoughts towards a corner of the safe, and within mere seconds, he witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre, yet familiar scene. This very scene echoed an experience he had encountered just before his demise in his previous life. Chapter 69, Turned to Ashes. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, met his demise. One corner of the safe gradually transformed into dust, ultimately fading into nothingness. However, unlike the previous life where he felt the dispersal of those around him carried by the wind, this was a stillness, as if it were dissolving into a constellation of specks before slowly vanishing. Qi Tongwei's heart raced with exhilaration. He continued to manipulate the remaining sections of the safe with a thread of connection to the space, watching as they too slowly faded into oblivion. Finally, the contents of the safe were revealed. From now on, wouldn't it mean that opening the safe required no key? Inside lay stacks of cash, and upon inspection, Qi discovered an astonishing 230,000 yuan, which elicited a slight scoff from him. What a paltry sum, even less than what I have. Yet, it was more than sufficient for the villagers' purchases, with the remainder to be invested back in a Qi's family estate. It was laughable. This was 1990, after all. How much could the Grain Bureau Director possibly earn? In 1990, the salary of the Grain Bureau Director in Liting City would take at least 40 years to amass such wealth. Since it was the fruits of the people's labor, Qi felt justified in using it for the benefit of Qi's estate. Truly, it was taking from the people and giving back to them. In addition to the cash, there was an unexpectedly glitched black ledger. Qi, using his mind, opened it to find it indeed contained financial records. It seemed that ever since television dramas had begun featuring safes, they always contained ledgers. How utterly predictable. Glancing through it, Qi sneered, "Damn, this Director Wu is truly despicable. There's no limit to his corruption." With the contents now extracted, the safe had lost its purpose. Qi proceeded to use his mental command to erase it completely from existence. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qi's eyes sparkled with intensity. If a safe could be obliterated, then why not act on that thought? With a swift motion of his mind, he directed his focus towards the most unsightly remnants in the space, namely, the 8 corpses of the soldiers from the Roka Nation. As the 8 bodies slowly disintegrated into nothingness, Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was what true eradication of evidence entailed. It was as if they had never existed. No wonder the Marvel Universe coveted the Infinity Gauntlet. It was utterly extraordinary. However, according to the laws of energy conservation, such an occurrence seemed implausible. Could they truly vanish without a trace? At that moment, Qi sensed a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the space. He quickly activated the panel of his spider suit, only to find that the SpaceX data indicating the volume of the area remained unchanged. Oddly, he could distinctly feel the energy wave from the space. Should he attempt again? Presently, aside from debris, there were several hundred boxes of instant noodles he had purchased, along with a pile of food processing equipment. He concentrated and obliterated dozens of boxes of noodles. What to say? There was indeed a fluctuation in the space, but it was considerably less intense than when he had erased the 8 corpses. Was there anything else he could experiment with? Perhaps he could try erasing himself? Gazing at the unconscious Gao Mingyuan, who lay motionless in the space, Qi fell into contemplation. To be honest, he had instinctively brought Gao into the space for the safety of a few individuals that night. However, he had never before placed a living person, nor even an animal, into the space. As such, he was uncertain of Gao's current state. At least from Qi's perspective, he appeared no different from the 8 corpses he had dispatched. Yet, since Gao had not been dead prior to being brought in, Qi felt it inappropriate to release him now. Consequently, he concluded that Gao was in a limbo state, neither truly alive nor dead. In layman's terms, he was a SC Char Dinger's Gao Mingyuan. After some reflection, Qi decided it best to hold off. After all, the man had yet to commit any heinous acts deserving of death. What else lay within the space? Ah, yes, there was that kilogram of gold dust seized from the 8 Roka soldiers. Qi employed the same method and used his mind to erase approximately 100 grams of gold. Suddenly, he felt a much stronger surge of energy, though it quickly dissipated. Meanwhile, the SpaceX panel remained unyielding. It seemed there were changes, yet also none at all, and he had wasted 100 grams of gold in the process. Clearly, this void of space harbored many secrets he had yet to uncover. Nonetheless, the ability to obliterate evidence proved quite useful. Qi felt a twinge of frustration. In his previous life, he was a superhero, yet in this life, the abilities he had acquired seemed to serve only the path of crime. Ah well, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he chose to put such thoughts aside. It was now the dead of night. Any matters could be addressed come morning. He embraced the long limbs beside him and gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the outskirts, beside a desolate field, Gao Mingyuan rubbed his sore neck, struggling to open his eyes, and was taken aback. Wasn't I at the KTV? Where am I? And what about He Yun? Who just came in? Upon realizing he lay in the field, panic surged through him as he slowly propped himself up. Turning around, he was startled to see a tall, imposing man standing nearby, smoking a cigarette without casting a glance his way. Gao's heart raced. Who are you? The next moment, he was horrified to recognize the man. You are. Gao seemed to address the man. It felt more like he was talking to himself. How did you end up here? Why? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before the man without hesitation. Brother Qi, I beg your forgiveness. I was blind to your greatness. This incident was orchestrated by Zhong Xiaoai. I was aware, yet did not participate. I implore you to spare my life. Qi Tongwei was not surprised that Gao remembered him. After all, given Gao Mingyuan's keen intellect, he would not easily forget their encounter at the duck blood vermicelli soup shop in Jingzhou. Observing Gao's abject humility as he knelt in supplication, Qi felt a newfound respect for this rogue figure. Drawing from his past experiments and Gao's reaction, Qi deduced that items stored within the space, whether living or deceased, would be suspended in time. It was this realization that led him to regard Gao with a fresh perspective. For the first time since his rebirth, he found himself genuinely contemplating the worth of another individual. The urge to kill began to wane. Chapter 70, a grain of dust. Gao Mingyuan, who appeared to be timid, revealed a complexity upon closer examination. Within mere seconds of awakening, he swiftly discerned that he was no match for Qi Tongwei, neither in terms of the martial prowess he had previously encountered, nor in the formidable strength that was beyond his imagination, yet palpable in its supremacy. Without a hint of hesitation or wavering, he accepted his fate with resignation. With Qi Tongwei's intelligence, he recognized this as a natural instinct, an innate talent possessed by Gao Mingyuan. Whether or not he believed Gao had truly succumbed to fear, Qi understood that this man kneeling before him had completely capitulated. Such discerning judgment, such decisive resolution. Should this man rise to prominence, he would undoubtedly become a formidable leader. Gao Mingyuan knelt on the ground, his floral shirt damp with cold sweat, paralyzed by fear, unable to lift his gaze. Throughout his life, he had navigated the tides of fortune, seemingly sacrificing much, yet never truly suffering significant losses. But before this man, he felt an overwhelming despair, akin to a droplet of water confronted by the vast ocean, filled only with fear, devoid of any rebellious thought. This may well be the greatest hurdle he had ever faced, and whether he could overcome it rested entirely in the hands of another. Qi Tongwei extinguished his cigarette in the field and inquired, "Are you truly unaware of Wang Zhang's situation?" I am aware, Qi Go, I know," Gao Mingyuan replied hastily. "Oh," Qi Tongwei raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual in Gao Mingyuan's rapid response. It was Miss Liang, who had come to Liang as the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Using connections from the Liang family, her first action was to cite poor public safety as a reason to sever Qi's family's grain procurement. Noticing Qi Tongwei's silence, Gao continued, "Next, he plans to wait until I gain some influence before showing the villagers of Qi's family what he can do. He'll claim, 'Look, I'm just a small-time hoodlum running a few underground gambling dens, hardly a threat.' I suspect he will approach the villagers of Qi's family from the angle of gambling." Feeling the weight of immense pressure, yet suddenly emboldened, Gao Mingyuan declared, "Qi Go, I was wrong. I would never dare to harm a hair on Qi's family. If I even entertained such thoughts, may my whole family perish and suffer the worst of fates." To his surprise, he found himself uttering such venomous words in a flow, feeling as if all his wit and eloquence had been summoned in that moment, standing on the precipice of a profound abyss. Qi Tongwei finally responded after an extended silence. Gao Mingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The sensation was terrifying. Even with Wang Zhang's powerful background and Miss Liang's substantial influence, nothing compared to the sheer horror he felt in this life and death moment. Although he was unaware of what transpired just moments before awakening, he resolutely told himself, this man is not to be trifled with. Before him, he felt as insignificant as a grain of dust. "All right, I understand. You may leave." Gao Mingyuan did not dare to question. "Yes, Qi Go. Thank you, Qi Go." He bowed repeatedly before shakily rising, despite the blood obscuring his vision, and walked in a direction unknown to him, not daring to look back. He took a few steps when he suddenly heard a voice that made him stop in his tracks. Qi Tongwei asked, "He Yunjin?" Gao Mingyuan immediately turned and prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "That is Qi Ji's woman. Any fool who dares to entertain thoughts against her. I would risk my life and the lives of my brothers to crush him." Qi Tongwei had not intended to dwell on such matters, but the unexpected mention left him feeling slightly awkward. He acknowledged that Yunjin was indeed quite innocent-looking, but in all honesty, it was merely a chance encounter where he offered assistance. The notion that he, as the director Qi, could be swayed by mere appearance was beneath him. Well, perhaps not to that extent, he thought, dismissing the need to explain himself to someone like Gao Mingyuan. Silence fell once more. Gao Mingyuan remained before him, akin to a worshipper before an ancient deity, too afraid to raise his head, waiting for further instruction. After several long minutes, he finally mustered the courage to glance up. To his surprise, he spotted a piece of white paper on the ground, inscribed with a pager number. He felt that this number could either lead to a descent into irretrievable chaos or perhaps represent an opportunity for a turnaround in life. Gao Mingyuan, a lifelong gambler and loan shark, had never partaken in gambling himself. Yet, paradoxically, he possessed the strongest gambling instinct. Without a moment's thought, he resolved that when the time came, he must call that pager. From a distance, he saw Qi Tongwei walking away. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he was heading towards a vehicle parked at the edge of the urban-rural fringe. Gao Mingyuan exhaled heavily, and only after Qi Tongwei had entered the car and it had driven away did he dare to rise slowly and make his way towards what seemed to be the city center of Tang. Wang Mingzhu awoke to find the sun high in the sky. The next time she saw Qi Tongwei, he was already dressed, with breakfast he had brought from outside placed on the bedside table. Little did she know, Qi Tongwei had been up and out long before her. "Xiao Wang, let's return to Qi's family village today. I have some matters to settle before we head back to Modu," and then Wang Mingzhu paused, quietly asking, "Are you leaving the country?" "Yes, I must return to the embassy," he replied. Although she anticipated this outcome, it still left her feeling disheartened. "When will you be back?" Qi Tongwei shrugged. "I can't say for certain when I will return, but I might be back in 2 or 3 months. Wang Mingzhu's eyes brightened with surprise. "Really? You won't be there for long, right?" "Don't worry." Who has worried? "It's better if you never come back, you scoundrel." One shouldn't trust the words of men, and even less the words of women. Director Qi merely considered it idle chatter. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Qi Tongwei called for a car to take him and Wang Mingzhu back to Qi's family village. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. Upon reaching home, Qi Tongwei instructed Hou Liangping and Qi Tongda to prepare some food and drinks, while also asking his cousin, the village head Hou Liangping, along with several other village officials, to join them. He intended to provide an account to the villagers regarding their rice harvest and to outline the future of Qi's family village. Chapter 71. The prosperity of Tongwei in the main hall of the Qi family. Hou Liangping had arranged a large banquet table, laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. He had sent Qi Tongda to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure several bottles of Fengjiu liquor. This expenditure pained Hou Liangping, as he would never have indulged in such excesses were it not for Wei Wazi's insistence. During these times, one hardly dared to feast so extravagantly during the spring festival. When his cousin, the village secretary Hou Liangping, arrived with 5 or 6 village officials, Qi Tongwei distributed 2 boxes of cigarettes to each of them. This only deepened Qi Liangping's distress, and he felt an urge to reprimand his younger brother. Recently, Qi Liangping had been enduring a difficult period, plagued by deep melancholy due to the turmoil surrounding grain procurement. Officials from the township and county had visited him, offering only empty reassurances without any tangible assistance. However, upon seeing Qi Tongwei return, Qi Liangping felt a flicker of hope, especially considering Wei Wazi's newfound success and the lavish banquet hosted by Qi Genj, along with the high-quality cigarettes gifted by him. The clouds of worry began to dissipate slightly. Wei Wazi has indeed made it big. "Today, Uncle must share a drink with you," he exclaimed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Wang Mingzhu, a woman clad in a striking red coat, her figure elegant and striking, standing taller than him. The other village officials noticed her too, but dared not stare for long, their surprise evident. Qi Liangping speculated with a smile. "Who is this? A television actress? Surely, she cannot be Wei Wazi's partner?" Wang Mingzhu, typically boisterous, now exuded an air of grace and poise, which made Qi Tongwei's heart race. His uncle's words rang true. Women truly know how to perform. Yet, it was imperative to show respect to her in this moment. Uncle, indeed, this is my partner. Qi Tongwei introduced simply. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingzhu's heart soared, her voice soft and compliant as she addressed the elders. Uncle, dear uncles and brothers, I am Wang Mingzhu. You may call me Xiao Wang. Wonderful, Xiao Wang. Qi Liangping felt a surge of happiness for Qi Tongwei, oblivious to the fact that the true joy came from Wang Mingzhu. Oh, Genj, you didn't give me a heads up. I wasn't prepared with a red envelope. This is rather impolite, isn't it? Ah, well, I was going to mention it, but Xiao Wang insisted otherwise. Qi Liangping replied earnestly. Wang Mingzhu, observing the Qi family village's modest surroundings, understood that the locals were not affluent. However, Qi Liangping was considerate. He presented her with a red envelope containing 100 yuan, a considerable sum in this era, one that would not bring shame even in the bustling metropolis. Uncle, I have come to discuss an important matter with you all. First, regarding our village, there will be no rice harvest this year. This situation implicates me. I have offended someone, and the villagers are suffering the consequences. What? Qi Liangping exclaimed, his immediate concern not for the rice, but for Wei Wazi. Who have you angered? Will it have repercussions for you? You are the pride of our village. You must remain safe. While outside, we must remain humble. It is not shameful. If anything arises, Uncle will accompany you to apologize. We must show sincerity. We cannot let you suffer. Touched yet frustrated, Qi Tongwei reassured him, Uncle, do not worry. I have returned to clarify that it was all a misunderstanding, which has now been resolved. Coincidentally, I know a friend who needs to purchase a large quantity of grain, offering a price higher than the state procurement rate. Really? Is that true? How wonderful. Are you serious, Wei Wazi? We will finally escape this year of poverty. Qi Tongwei, moved by the villager's sincerity, took out 2 stacks of cash wrapped in newspapers and placed them on the table. Uncle, dear uncles, brothers, this is indeed real. I have brought back the money for grain procurement, 12,000 yuan. We require 20,000 jin of late indica rice this year, priced at 6 mao per jin. Uncle, you can arrange the grain collection tomorrow. Qi Liangping, stunned and incredulous, finally relaxed after Qi Tongwei's repeated reassurances, allowing accountant Zhong Xiaoai to safely secure the funds. Quietly, Qi Liangping began to plan for the evening, suggesting that the village committee members stay at the committee office, keeping watch as a precaution. During this era, the villages still maintained militia, albeit in use for many years, with leftover firearms and ammunition from past military readiness. In the 1980s, conflicts between villages had escalated to the intensity of small battles, not merely sensationalist news. Thus, Qi Tongwei felt secure regarding the safety of the villagers. Unless a truly heinous act was committed, typical violent offenders would think twice before causing trouble in a village dominated by the prominent Qi, Zhao, Han, and Li families, comprising over 100 households. They would soon learn the true meaning of a people's war. However, it was evident that Wang Zheng had meticulously plotted against them, and Qi Tongwei had to acknowledge the precision of his tactics. He was unable to intervene from abroad, targeting those who had nurtured him, leaving the local farmers feeling powerless. Fortunately, Qi Tongwei noticed in time that since they were unwilling to adhere to the rules, he too could play his cards differently. The moment was not yet ripe. But when the time came, he would employ the necessary means to resolve the troublesome Liang Lu situation. Qi Liangping, and the village committee members were witnessing such a substantial amount of cash for the first time, gaining a more tangible understanding of Qi Tongwei's remarkable success. The older brothers lauded Qi Liangping, bolstering his confidence. After a few rounds of drinks, Qi Tongwei broached a second matter. Uncle, dear uncles, I have another issue to discuss upon my return. Wei Wazi, you are the literary star, full of ideas. Just speak your mind, Qi Liangping said, his face flushed from the drink, speaking grandly. Indeed, we all support you, Wei Wazi, the others chimed in. I wish to undertake a venture in the village. Perhaps establish a factory? Excellent. Wei Wazi, I have long harbored this thought. Qi Liangping exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Which prosperous village does not have a collective enterprise? There are those manufacturing wires, brick kilns, or precast slabs, all far wealthier than us. Yet Qi Lianqing glanced at the 2 bundles of 12,000 yuan, his expression troubled. Wei Wazi, I know this money was a significant effort on your part, and logically, the village's young and old should owe you this favor. However, you also know that with around 100 households in the village, each family relies on this 6 or 700 yuan to get through the year, to pay for medical treatment, to send children to school. Qi Tongwei realized that Qi Lianqing misunderstood his intentions regarding the grain money, and he chuckled, waving his hand. Uncle, you're mistaken. Rest assured, the funds for the factory are already secured. The equipment has been fully procured and may arrive tomorrow. We do not require any financial contribution from our fellow villagers. However, the land for the factory and the workforce, can we arrange that? Hearing this, Qi Lianqing and the village officials felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 72. Establishing the factory upon hearing the news. Qi Lianqing instantly envisioned a multitude of prosperous futures for the villagers of Qijia's Wang, his heart swelling with excitement. He immediately declared, Hey Wei Hua, why didn't you mention this sooner? You startled me. Is this even a matter for concern? Our village may be poor, but the dilapidated houses at the east end, remnants left by ancestors over centuries, belong to the village committee and the collective. You can use them as you wish. As for manpower, you may choose anyone from the village. It would be their fortune if selected. Just ensure they have meals. Uncle, that 1T due. They need to be paid. I'll offer a monthly salary of 100 yuan. Qi Tongwei hesitated slightly as he stated this figure, understanding that some matters must be approached gradually. In this era, workers in Lincheng earn just over 100 yuan a month, while civil servants receive a little over 200. He further explained, Uncle, we are just starting out, and funds might be a bit tight, but once we're on the right track, salaries will gradually increase. By next year, it shouldn't be a problem to raise it to 300 or 400 a month. He failed to notice that everyone, including Qi Tongwei, was visibly stirred, their faces flushed with excitement, akin to having taken a potent tonic. The first to speak up was unexpectedly Qi Tongxin. Brother, can I go? Can I work at the factory? Qi Tongwei responded, What chaos are you trying to create? You should focus on your studies, you yellow-haired girl. But brother, isn't it better to start working directly? It would save money for the family, and with my earnings, we could have meat every day. Upon hearing this, Qi Tongwei felt a pang of sorrow. In the past, his family had only supported him in his education, while his younger sister had to labor early on, eventually working in the city. He had provided little more than financial support for their father's old age. It was his sister who had shouldered the burden alone. The old Qi family had their fair share of beauty, but life had worn his sister down into a weary visage. She had married into a mediocre family, her husband lacking ambition, and had given birth to a son who merely added to the family's troubles. Qi Tongwei had to intervene to resolve issues involving some rascals in the village who had caused distress to young girls. But that was a tale for another time. At present, none of this had transpired. Qi Tongwei maintained a stern demeanor and, reaching over Wang Mingzhu, playfully ruffled Qi Tongxin's hair. Startled, Wang Mingzhu instinctively shielded her sister. Hey, what's with you? Why hit her? It's none of your concern. Qi Tongxin was surprised by her sister-in-law's protective stance, but dismissed it, knowing Qi Tongwei would never truly hurt her. In Wang Mingzhu's embrace, she stuck her tongue out at her second brother in a teasing manner. You little rascal, listen well. Don't entertain those frivolous thoughts. Just focus on your studies. I will give you 100 yuan every month. He thought to himself that whether his sister studied or not was inconsequential. He would ensure she lived like a princess. However, Qi Tongxin's character was still forming, making it difficult to articulate certain truths. Qi Tongxin widened her eyes and asked, Really? Brother, you're not just boasting, are you? Wang Mingzhu, fond of Qi Tongxin, chimed in, I can vouch for this. Your brother can certainly manage it. If not, I'll take care of him. Haha, thank you. Sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law made Wang Mingzhu's heart flutter with joy as she excitedly offered Qi Tongxin a chicken leg. Brother, can I really go to work? Qi Tongwei was also stirred, and even Qi Liangping seemed ready to speak up. In truth, Qi Lianqing and the others were equally eager, but hadn't dared to ask directly. Hearing Qi Tongwei's enthusiasm, Qi Lianqing's leadership as village secretary shone through as he interrupted, addressing both Qi Tongwei and Qi Liangping. Come now, you two. Let us not complicate matters. Are you even capable of working? You have your own responsibilities. And with Tongwei not in the village, who will manage the factory? Qi Tongwei held great respect for his uncle, Qi Lianqing. Though the Qi family was poor, they had never fallen into despair, always remaining united thanks to the wisdom of this old secretary. Qi Liangping was about to decline, but Qi Lianqing, fully aware of the situation, stated that this was a collective enterprise. Without Tongwei, none of this would have come to fruition, and it was imperative that the father and son duo take charge. Ultimately, Qi Tongwei set the tone. The initial management would be led by Qi Lianqing along with the village committee. The collective must remain intact and clear. However, for the equipment and startup capital he provided, he would retain a 10 stake, which would effectively belong to Qi Liangping and his family, while the remaining 90 would belong to the collective, with dividends distributed at year-end. Qi Lianqing, being astute, realized that the village was getting a significant advantage, given the few dilapidated buildings were hardly worth much. Yet, Qi Tongwei was resolute. Financial considerations were secondary. What mattered was that the Qi family remained united. He then outlined the factory's preliminary plans, starting with a food processing plant, which was intrinsically linked to his future aspirations. The necessary equipment was already secured, and raw materials would soon be procured. The villagers were enthralled by Qi Tongwei's vision of a bright future, and that evening, they celebrated with a hearty feast. As Qi Lianqing departed with funds in hand, he ordered trusted militia members to maintain order at the village committee. Qi Tongwei found himself both amused and bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. The following morning, Qi Tongwei set out, claiming he had errands to run and needed to retrieve equipment, insisting no one accompany him. Meanwhile, Qi Lianqing organized a grain collection in the village committee courtyard, with villagers of all ages participating, while accountant Sun kept the records. Some village officials distributed payments, while others weighed the grain, and the villagers wore expressions of sheer joy. Wang Mingzhu had initially wished to witness the spectacle, having never seen such a scene in the bustling metropolis, but was persuaded by the mischievous Qi Tongxin, who recounted tales of the village as formidable gossiping aunties. When Qi Tongwei returned later that evening, he drove in with 2 trucks, one large and one medium, purely to maintain discretion. The fatigued Qi Lianqing and village officials promptly enlisted strong hands to assist with unloading. Within half an hour, rows of equipment designated for food processing had been offloaded and moved into the pre-prepared factory space. Though the old houses were somewhat worn, they were not entirely dilapidated. Qi Tongwei had not expected the village to provide a sterile environment. However, basic sanitation was essential for food processing. Qi Lianqing had already organized dozens of women to clean the walls, ensuring a tidy space. The other truck was filled with sacks of flour. Qi Lianqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. These 2 trucks likely contained goods worth hundreds of thousands, representing a significant boon for Qi Jia's Wang. The villagers worked diligently through the night, storing the machinery and grain in the warehouse and factory. That evening, the Qi family treated everyone to a sumptuous dinner, and as laughter and joy echoed through the mountain village, no one was aware that a certain leader at the grain bureau in Liang City was already in a state of panic. Chapter 73, Culinary Delights of Ka Country in the City of Liang. At the grain bureau, Director Wu Shuangling's mood was particularly grim. After a bizarre incident at home the previous night, he spent the day on edge, feigning normalcy at work. Although the day was uneventful, he was acutely aware that trouble was looming. As the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon, he sighed with relief, ready to conclude his day. Director Wu often met with a certain Miss Li Wanges in the evenings, and he had grown accustomed to leaving work early. At that moment, however, his trusted aide, Lu Dali, head of the grain management section, burst into the office, flustered and drenched in sweat. "Director, there's trouble." Wu's heart sank. "What is it? Speak quickly." "Director, during today's inventory at the Southern Grain Depot, we discovered that 50,000 gene of flour is missing." "What?" Wu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a revelation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was not an unfamiliar scenario for him, and a sense of relief washed over him. Although startled, he became irritated at the triviality of the matter. Is this something worth alarming me over? Just investigate quietly. It must be one of our own. Keep it under wraps. Haven't I told you? We can gradually deplete the old grain without fuss. You've worried over nothing. We've managed fine for years. Indeed, regardless of the grain type. The rampant corruption of these rodents who pilfer and trade was a grave offense. Yet Lu Dali pressed on, Director, you may not be aware, but this batch is newly harvested autumn grain meant for circulation. Wu furrowed his brow. This posed a slight complication, yet it was nothing insurmountable. He instructed Lu Dali to summon the head of the finance department, both of whom were his confidants, to discuss how to handle the grain. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly mundane issue would evolve into a noose tightening around their necks. The grain procurement and distribution policy remained in place until the end of 1992. In his quest to appease Wang Zheng's fleeting whims of power, Wu Shuangling inadvertently brought calamity upon the villagers of Qi Tongwei. Had it not been for the 12,000 in grain requisition funds provided by Qi Tongwei, the villagers would have been left to endure the harsh winds of starvation. That year, they surely would have had to tighten their belts to survive, even risking dealings with unscrupulous grain merchants, rendering their year's toil nearly futile. Some suggested covertly selling to relatives in neighboring villages, yet the repercussions of being discovered would entail dire consequences for those involved. In truth, the planned economy left no room for maneuver. Each village's quotas were strictly defined, with none allocated to Qi Tongwei. The thought that Liang Lu would resort to such despicable tactics to undermine his fellow villagers filled Qi Tongwei with profound hatred. It was one thing to oppress him personally, but to involve his family was an unforgivable transgression. Qi Tongwei resolved to condemn Liang Lu and her accomplices to a fate worse than death. Reflecting on their past as husband and wife, he considered offering a lifeline to Gao Xiaoqin and their only son, but Liang Lu showed no inclination to grant any clemency. Liang Lu, if your intention is to punish me, so be it. But to seek revenge in such a manner, I cannot let you escape unscathed in this lifetime. Your actions have sealed your fate in my heart. I once cherished our past, but now I see no reason to spare you. Determined, Qi Tongwei vowed to settle this score eventually. Time was of the essence. He gathered the most skilled cooks in the village and imparted to them the methods he had learned for crafting a traditional dish. Kawate flatbread, a beloved staple of traditional Arab cuisine, is made from dough topped with vegetables, cheese, and spices, then baked to perfection. For the adept cooks of Xia country, it was a simple task provided the ingredients were at hand. Within days, over 100 villagers worked efficiently to produce 20,000 flatbreads, which Qi Tongwei had packaged into bags, ready to be transported that evening. Unbeknownst to the villagers, these so-called foreign delicacies would quickly tire the palate despite their initial appeal. Qi Tongwei procured them at a mere price of 1 huaxia coin each, resulting in a daily profit of 10,000 coins for the villagers. Some questioned whether so many flatbreads could actually sell, but the villagers, though impoverished, had lived in peacetime for over 40 years and could hardly fathom that this quantity would not suffice even for 1/20th of the population of Kawate City in a day. Qi Tongwei urged them to ramp up production, ensuring everything was vacuum-packed for preservation, capable of lasting a year. However, he had no intention of selling these goods in Xia country. The Qi Tongwei food factory had begun to operate smoothly with the production of Kawate flatbreads. Qi Lianjin and Qi Tong had been restless, struggling to grasp the intricacies of management. Fortunately, Uncle Qi Liansheng and the village officials provided support, preventing any major mishaps. Before departing, Qi Tongwei made a critical decision, aware that it would impose considerable pressure on his father. Yet he trusted in his father's inherent stubbornness, knowing he would eventually grasp the situation. After settling the 20,000 procurement fees paid to the food factory, he deposited the remaining 110,000 cash into an account at the credit union in Qi Lianzhen's name, with his father overseeing the factory's finances. Qi Tongde, the novice accountant, would have the opportunity to learn without significant errors. The village committee members were astute enough to understand the significance of their roles. With the space filled with Kawate flatbreads, Qi Tongwei, accompanied by Wang Mingzhu, as well as Qi Tongde, Qi Tongexine, and village accountant Zhong Xiaoai journeyed to the bustling metropolis. The siblings, who had only visited Jingzhou once, and Zhong Xiaoai, who had never left Lincheng, were about to experience the grandeur of a big city for the first time. They were fortunate enough to stay at the Peace Hotel, a favored establishment of Qi Tongwei. Wang Mingzhu, the little landowner, delightedly took her relatives on a 2-day tour of the vibrant streets. That evening, the illustrious Bao Zong hosted a lavish banquet for the Qi family at the renowned Hou Liangping restaurant. Although Qi Tongwei regarded Bao Zong as an ordinary friend, to the Qi family, he was an extraordinary figure. Fortunately, having grown accustomed to the elegance of the charming Wang, they maintained their composure, impressed by Bao Zong's generosity as they exchanged toasts. After the introductions, Qi Tongwei transitioned into serious discussions. Chapter 74, Cooperation Achieved. Bao. Today, I invited my elder brother, younger sister, and Zhao from our village to meet you because there is a matter at hand. He, Tongwei, there's no need for formality between us. Please go ahead. Thus, Qi Tongwei shared with Bao the details of establishing a factory in Qi to produce goods for export to Kuwait. What he required from Bao, and even Wang Mingzhu, was assistance in handling the customs clearance procedures for exports from Modu, transporting them by sea to the nearest port, Daman, in northeastern Central Arabia. Bao, being an experienced foreign trader, primarily engaged in trade with Xiangjiang, was well acquainted with the maritime trading history between Xia and Central Arabia, and he could easily connect with freight forwarding companies familiar with that region. Qi Tongwei had resolutely decided to become a hands-off manager, entrusting all affairs related to customs clearance, maritime shipping, insurance, contracts, Central Arabia tariffs, loading, and warehousing entirely to Bao. The responsibilities of the Qi team were relatively simple. They would ensure the handover of goods to Bao, including the logistics from Lianqing to the port in Modu. As a foreign trader, Bao was not one to shy away from complexities. Qi Tongwei's willingness to delegate these tasks to him signified potential profits for Bao. Qi Tongwei, known for his trust in his associates, promptly negotiated the transaction prices with Bao for all processes, asking him to prepare a contract for the next day, which would be signed by Qi Tongde, the newly appointed manager and sales director who had yet to commence his duties. Despite the era not prohibiting officials from engaging in commerce, Qi Tongwei, with long-term vision, had already registered a so-called company in Lincheng under the guise of a collective cooperative. Qi Tongde, listening to his elder brother, and Bao discussing the intricate details of import and export trade, had completely given up on understanding the matter. Qi Tongxin, on the other hand, found the conversation quite tedious after a few exchanges. Conversely, Zhong Xiaoai, one of the few in Qi with educational attainment just below Qi Tongwei, who had dropped out in the 3rd year of junior high, diligently absorbed the knowledge, albeit incomprehensible to him. He recognized that his distant cousin, Qi Tongwei, was providing him with an invaluable opportunity, a rare chance in life to be supported by someone influential, and he felt compelled to seize it, even pulling out his old leather notebook to take notes. Even though he did not fully grasp the conversation by the time they finished, he understood that each standard container could hold approximately 7,000 flatbreads. Qi Tongwei had already arranged for his father to control production capacity, targeting a monthly output of about 35,000 flatbreads, which amounted to exporting merely 5 containers. More than that, given the turmoil of the times, Qi Tongwei had yet to devise a proper means to transport goods from Daman to Kuwait. The state of unrest was expected to persist for a considerable duration. Ultimately, it was calculated that the shipping cost for each container from Modu to Daman was approximately 1,500, equivalent to 6,000 Xia currency, including various customs, insurance, and storage costs. Bao confirmed the details via phone, ultimately pricing each container at 12,000 Xia currency. This price was notably lower than what would be expected in later years, where it could reach around 80,000 to 90,000. Thus, the flatbreads produced by the Qi factory had a factory price of 1 Xia currency per piece, with a total cost of 7,000 Xia currency per container, resulting in a rival price at Daman of merely 19,000 Xia currency. The price more than doubled. And while Qi Tongwei was aware that Bao would not incur losses, he also knew that Bao would not take advantage of him. Thus, he proactively increased the price to 13,000 xia currency per container, making the arrival price 20,000 xia currency. When distributed over the factory price of 1 xia currency per flatbread, the cost per piece had risen to approximately 285 xia currency. But this cost was entirely borne by Qi Tongwei, having no bearing on Qijia's weighing. However, the 1 xia currency factory price was already sufficient to guarantee the factory's operational profits, as the raw material cost per flatbread, excluding equipment depreciation and labor, was only about 30 to 40 cents. Of course, once Qi Tongwei sold the goods abroad, the profit from the sales would be his alone. The 110,000 xia currency for Qi Liang'an and the previous 20,000 xia currency for procurement, on the surface, appear to be direct purchases from Bao's trading company. Once Qi Tongwei settled the 110,000 xia currency, that procurement amount would eventually be paid by Qi Tongwei to the food factory through Bao. In reality, it was Qi the director who was orchestrating the entire affair. After the feast, Bao called 2 vehicles to transport them back. Qi Tongwei shared a car with Bao for their return journey. Thank you, Bao. We are friends. It is only natural. You are helping me prosper, so I should be the one to express my gratitude. By the way, this is an advance payment. I'll give you this for now. Isn't this a bit hasty? As Qi Tongwei handed him a stack of dollars, Bao accepted it gladly. Despite the official exchange rate being 4.78, the black market rate had soared to 5. Qi Tongwei ultimately provided him with 5,000, equivalent to 23,900 xia currency at the standard rate. What astonished Bao was that Qi Tongwei also presented him with a hefty amount of gold. This is 5,000 2 kilograms of gold. Just consider a kilogram. I understand there will be some loss and fire expense, so please don't decline. Bao had no doubt that the gold Qi Tongwei gave him was genuine. After all, this was an advance payment, and he could verify its authenticity upon returning. Qi Tongwei's generosity was already well known to him, which did not come as a surprise. What amazed him was Qi Tongwei's unpredictability in business, casually using gold for transactions, indicating that he had substantial connections abroad. Nonetheless, this also demonstrated Qi Tongwei's capabilities. At present, this business was merely a fraction of his previous ventures. However, given Qi Tongwei's current momentum, his future prospects appeared boundless. In any case, Bao calculated a total of 80,000 xia currency for Qi Tongwei, without taking undue advantage of him. Consequently, Qi Tongwei found himself entirely impoverished, with only a mere 1,000 and a few thousand xia currency left, barely enough to settle his lodging and book a flight. Thankfully, the embassy would reimburse him. As for the 500 Kuwait dinars during wartime, they were temporarily as good as worthless paper. However, it can be said that not long into the future, Qi the director would no longer depend solely on that meager reimbursement and overseas allowances for sustenance. Upon returning to the Peace Hotel, Qi Tongde, Zhou Xiaoai, and Qi Tongxin retired to their rooms to rest. Wang Mingzhu accompanied Qi Tongwei to bid farewell to Bao, uncertain of when they would meet again. After sending Bao off, Qi Tongwei turned to the graceful figure of Wang Mingzhu and gently said, "Xiao Wang, I'll be flying back to Kuwait tomorrow. Will you keep me company tonight?" Wang Mingzhu's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, burying her head against Qi Tongwei's chest as they ascended the stairs together. Wang Mingzhu understood that tonight was unavoidable. In fact, she had long since prepared for this, having come to unconsciously accept this man. Despite his mysterious aura and the black hole-like allure he possessed, she felt drawn to him. In the luxurious French suite, with fine wine, flickering candles, and a warm atmosphere, accompanied by a beautiful woman, as soon as they entered the room, the couple embraced passionately. After a while, Wang Mingzhu gasped for breath and pleaded first, "Brother, I can't take it anymore. Please let me go. Today, I certainly want to let you off." "Oh, you naughty boy. Wait, I need to." "What do you need to do first?" Wang Mingzhu blushed, saying, "I need to take a shower. You should wash up too." With that, she dashed towards the bathing area. The French suite featured a private bathroom equipped with a large bathtub, already filled with warm water and rose petals. Oh, that sounds splendid. Why not bathe together? It will save water. Wang Mingzhu, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, "Oh, it's not about saving water, you rascal. Hurry up and get out." Without further ado, she pushed Qi Tongwei out and locked the door. Alas, in the end, Qi Tongwei still managed to have his way. Xiao Wang had forgotten that the bathroom in the French suite had two doors, one leading to the living room and the other to the bedroom, which naturally could not obstruct Director Qi. The night by the Huangpu River was thick with darkness, the dazzling lights reflecting upon the river surface. A pair of soulmates, like two converging streams, stirred up waves of emotions. However, what Wang Mingzhu had not anticipated was that this night, which she had long awaited for over 20 years, would transform from a blend of joy and sorrow into an indescribable anguish. Qi Tongwei was equally helpless. He finally comprehended just how burdensome this body truly was. Chapter 75. A rather irreverent tale. Qi Tongwei lit a cigarette, glancing at the hapless Xiao Wang, who lay sprawled like a rag doll, already lost in slumber after pleading for mercy just moments ago. Staring at the dismal panel before him, Qi Tongwei felt a wave of exasperation. Stark, is this truly acceptable? By all accounts, whether or not Stark was behind this, Qi Pa-ku had to take the blame. Today, he discovered just how absurdly the panel's data presented itself. First, he was met with an overwhelming array of figures. Attack power 0, 0, 1, attack power 0, 0, 1, attack power 0, 0, 1. 2,877. Qi Tongwei felt a creeping unease. Can such a meager increase truly enhance one's attack power? Although it did not escalate as swiftly as killing, it had nonetheless granted him a significant boost of 28.77 in attack power, akin to slaying 28 foes, coupled with the previous enhancement from incapacitating Gao Mingyuan. It perfectly summed to 28.87. Now, with attack for 90, 98, 30,000, 28, 87, he was nearly matching Tyson's left hook of 500 kilograms. The troubling part was, it seemed this would only escalate further in time. Could it be? Was Stark's logic embedded in the intellect designed to encourage life and deter death? Is this the conduct of an arms dealer? Damn Stark. What left him further astounded was the statistic he had long believed merely indicated endurance. Endurance. 99, 10,000. Qi Tongwei had never fully grasped the unit of this value. Only tonight did he realize that this unit was minutes. Damn Stark. Damn you, Spider-Man. Qi Tongwei could hardly contain his frustration. A human male's baseline data was already remarkable, yet the initial data provided to him upon crossing over was an astonishing 99. Moreover, the endurance statistic had an additional 001 appended to it. With the absurdity of his circumstances, Qi Tongwei surmised that for every hour of activity, his endurance incremented by 0.01. Sighing deeply, Qi Tongwei reconciled that, all things considered, today had been somewhat satisfactory. Truly, Xiao Wang had endured much. Extinguishing his cigarette, he embraced Wang Mingzhu and drifted into a deep slumber. The following midday, "Go back. I will return in a while," he reassured them. "Take care, brother heir, and travel safely. Be careful, Tongwei. We await your return." They echoed as a group escorted Qi Tongwei to Hangzhou Airport. Wang Mingzhu, feeling a touch frail, clung to her man with reluctance. They held each other tightly for what felt like an eternity, only parting when the boarding announcement beckoned them to do so. The BY-747 of the Saint Oliver Airlines soared into the sky, and Qi Tongwei, surrounded by cargo, brimming with anticipation for his return to the life in Kuwait. His journey commenced from the magical city, with a transfer in the fragrant harbor, flying directly to Riyadh and then taking a vehicle to Kuwait. At that moment, Kuwait had been designated a no-fly zone by the local nation. Should any passenger aircraft venture into its airspace, it could very well be shot down by Loka's SM missiles. In the 2 days of travel, numerous events transpired. In Lufeng City, the grain storage at the Food Bureau had been robbed without a trace. Yet Wu Shuangling's mood had since settled considerably. Such is human nature. With the winds calming, one tends to feel reassured. Therefore, When his confidant Liu Dali informed him that a reporter from the Xinhua news agency was coming to interview him, Wu Shuangling found himself momentarily bewildered. Xinhua News Agency, the most prestigious news organization in Xiaogua, he did not believe he possessed the gravitas to warrant their attention. When Liu Dali, visibly shaken, explained that Xinhua was there to investigate the grain shortage incident at the storage, it was as if thunder had struck Wu Shuangling's ears. It was over. He had not anticipated matters would escalate so swiftly. He needed to act quickly to mitigate the situation: bribery, obfuscation, detention. He planned to seize the moment. Before heading to the scene, he placed a call to Wang Zheng. "Director Wang, my brother is in a bit of a predicament. I hope you can lend a hand." He lamented the situation, and Wang Zheng, being reasonable, immediately offered to inquire on his behalf. Wu Shuangling, in desperation, felt he had no choice but to seek assistance, for he harbored a suspicion that this incident was somehow linked to the matter he had facilitated for Wang Zheng. Had Qi Tongwei been present, he would surely have commended Wu Shuangling for his astute conjecture. Wu Shuangling instructed Liu Dali to ready 2 trucks of grain storage workers, while he himself traveled to the grain storage where the reporters had already arrived. Upon arrival, Wu Shuangling realized his hopes had been dashed. A middle-aged man, reportedly a journalist from Xinhua's Handong provincial branch, confronted him directly with a microphone. "Director Wu, we have received information from the public regarding severe shortages in the grain stocks at Altang City. What measures do you plan to take regarding this matter?" Wu Shuangling furrowed his brow. After all, he was a dignified official, and to be cornered by a mere reporter was undeniably embarrassing. Yet as he stood there, he found himself dumbfounded. The caliber of Xinhua's reporters was beyond his usual encounters. Their presence could hardly be trivialized. Upon seeing who accompanied him, Wu Shuangling was left utterly speechless, left to resign himself to his fate. Who would have imagined that the Xinhua reporter from Handong's provincial branch would be accompanied by Minister Liu Xiaoai, the head of the municipal committee of Altang City? While others might be inconsequential, this minister, though not under his direct purview, was indeed a genuine leader of the municipal committee. However, unbeknownst to him, beside Minister Liu stood Hou Liangping, the head of Xinhua's Handong branch. Minister Liu was infuriated by the situation. Despite her anger, she had to uphold the integrity of Altang City. Yet, who could have predicted that Hou Liangping, a cadre of equal rank to the municipal committee secretary, would personally intervene? Understanding the political ramifications, she realized this issue was beyond Altang City's control and could very well reach the higher echelons. The moment Hou Liangping arrived, she promptly reported the situation to the secretary of Altang City's municipal committee, Li Gaocheng. This sealed her commitment to cooperating fully with Xinhua's interview and providing every possible convenience. As the Xinhua reporters urged the staff to pry open the lock of the number 3 grain storage, revealing its barren interior, Wu Shuangling recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Liu Xiaoai's expression darkened. At that moment, she wished she could bury Wu Shuangling alive. Hou Liangping sighed in relief. He had taken a political risk on behalf of his old friend Wu Xi, but he had no choice. Loyalty to 1S network was paramount. With the grain storage now open, he felt assured that the third-quarter performance of the Handong provincial branch in the central government was secured. From this moment forth, the grand saga of the Altang City grain system's embezzlement scandal unfolded. The case would later reveal an extensive web of corruption, its nature shocking and appalling, sending ripples throughout Handong province and even the entire nation. The central government was incensed. Although the reasons were initially unclear, the once high and mighty Wu Shuangling, whose reckless authority nearly toppled the entire Qi family village, was brought low. Director Qi had always believed that if one could not solve a problem, one should eliminate those who created it. If you could achieve the first step, others would follow. Who could be blamed for that? In contrast to the significant dilemmas faced by the Xinhua branch in Asia, the minor incident being reported by the Handong branch truly paled in comparison. Chapter 76. The President's Invitation in the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi. Wu Xi, the president of the Asia branch of the Summer News Agency, received a gratitude-filled call from his classmate, Hou Liangping. The gratitude was for the invaluable news leads he had provided. Hou Liangping initially thought he was merely doing Wu Xi a favor, But to his surprise, it turned out to be a stroke of fortune. Naturally delighted, Hou Liangping could not have anticipated that the small news of a minor grain storage deficit would directly resolve their branch's performance issues for the year. It was a joke. All were aware of the systemic problems at the grassroots level. A minor deficit in grain storage was a common reality across various regions, hardly warranting alarm. Yet, Hou Liangping remained oblivious to the fact that in the modest city of Liang, the Grain Bureau and its storages had fostered numerous corrupt officials. Thus, he could hardly be blamed for inflating performance metrics. After hanging up, Wuxi did not regard Hou Liangping's matter as significant. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the footage and photographs he had developed, which caused him distress. Prior to this, he had spent considerable time in the restroom, having been questioned by the office director about his health. What could Wuxi say? Surely, he could not admit to feeling nauseated by the very news footage his subordinates had sent him. That would be quite embarrassing. He endeavored to suppress his discomfort, dismissing the office director and sitting alone in his office, overwhelmed with emotions. Never before had he felt the irreplaceable emotional value that the journalism profession bestowed upon him as he did at that moment. Why had he felt nauseous? Because of his shocking content. Why was it shocking? Because it depicted the horrifying atrocities of war preserved in reality. Why was he overwhelmed? Wuxi was acutely aware that such first-hand material, once showcased on the international stage, would undoubtedly stir a tempest, rekindling painful memories of the devastating Second World War for countless individuals around the globe. At that moment, he was not indecisive as the president of the Asia branch. Though holding a position equivalent to a departmental head within the system, he was merely a cog in the wheel. The true decisions rested with the higher-ups, beyond his influence. What truly stirred him was the serendipitous discovery of a brilliant new talent flourishing in the temporarily vacant Kawate journalist station. Qi Tongwei continuously surprised him, igniting Wu Shi's eagerness to nurture this talent with proper resources and recognition. He had done everything within his power, yet it still felt insufficient. It was no jest. The news materials Qi Tongwei had provided were poised to create a significant impact on the course of the war once revealed to the world. An unrecognized gem had brought him such joy that he could foresee an opportunity to vie for a position among the high-ranking figures at the Summer News Agency's headquarters due to these reports. How could he not be stirred, his heart racing with exhilaration? Thus, upon hearing of Qi Tongwei's return to Kawate, he immediately instructed the Asia branch to secure a direct flight from Abu Dhabi to Riyadh for himself. A talent of such caliber was undoubtedly worth his personal attention. Concerning the news, he signed off without hesitation, ensuring that the sensitive materials were encrypted and sent back to the headquarters of the Summer News Agency. When Qi Tongwei's flight from Hong Kong landed in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, he was greeted by colleagues from the local journalist station. Qi Tongwei had planned to head straight back to Kawate upon exiting the airport, as even with a dedicated vehicle, the journey would still take over 10 hours, and he was eager to return. However, his colleagues insisted he wait, mentioning that President Wu Shi wished to see him. Qi Tongwei, having immersed himself in the system for many years, recognized the importance of this meeting as Wu Shi had extended a temporary position and benefits to him, making it inappropriate to decline an audience with his superior. After a lengthy 22-hour journey, involving a layover in Hong Kong, Qi Tongwei arrived at Riyadh International Airport on the morning of November 15th. His colleagues swiftly transported him to the journalist station located in the city center. In the meeting room, Qi Tongwei encountered President Wu Shi for the first time, a man often scolded by Ambassador Liu Shaokong, yet an old acquaintance. Wu Shi was a complex individual. Having traveled extensively during the early days of Summer Country's opening up, he embodied both a literary flair and a rebellious spirit. Qi Tongwei found this duality of character to be quite normal, yet Wu Shi's palpable excitement upon meeting him was somewhat overwhelming, even for someone as seasoned as Qi Tongwei. Regardless of Qi Tongwei's impending report back to Kawate, Wu Shi arranged for a lavish lunch with prominent members of the journalist station. The Seat journalist station, unlike the modest Kawate branch, was well-equipped, boasting over 10 full-time staff members. Additionally, there was a dedicated chef from Summer Country, ensuring the meal was of high quality, featuring renowned liquors brought in by the journalists. Qi Tongwei was wholly unaware that this lavish arrangement was orchestrated by Wu Shi. After all, he was still a part-timer at Summer News Agency. How could they fail to extend their hospitality to strengthen ties with him, especially with the prospect of drawing him away from the Kawate embassy? Wu Shi was acutely aware of the potential. Once the headquarters approved Qi Tongwei's work, he could swiftly become a prominent figure in the summer country media landscape. Given the power of the news he had uncovered, he might even rise to global prominence within the field. However, the outcome of the gathering left Wu Shi dissatisfied. Despite their best efforts, 13 journalists consumed 16 bottles of various prestigious wines and all succumbed to inebriation except one, Qi Tongwei. It was no joke. Qi Tongwei's exceptional endurance was evident in more ways than one. Henceforth, the legend of Qi Tongwei's ability to hold his liquor began to circulate within the Summer News Agency. The luncheon was not in vain, as it not only solidified his relationships with President Wu Shi and his colleagues at the Seat journalist station, but also addressed a matter that had long been on his mind. Encouraged by President Wu Shi, the affluent station chief, Wang Chong, effectively resolved this issue for him. What was this pressing concern that occupied Qi Tongwei's thoughts? At this juncture, amidst chaotic wartime conditions, he possessed the extraordinary capability to overcome challenges. Yet, there remained one essential tool that he lacked to effectively manage various affairs in Kawate. Chapter 77. Modes of Transportation. What kind of tool? Naturally, it refers to modes of transportation. The Xinxi News Agency is not short on funds, as even at the Kawat correspondent station, there is a Mercedes-Benz van. However, what Qi Tongwei truly requires now is a nimble and versatile vehicle, preferably a rugged and durable one capable of long-distance travel. In simpler terms, an off-road motorcycle. The Xinxi News Agency's branch in Seter Arab is the second largest after the main station at the Defy correspondent station, and it is indeed financially affluent. When Qi Tongwei expressed this need, Wang Zhong, who had been addressing him as brother, readily agreed. My dear brother, if you're not in a hurry to return to Kawat tomorrow, let Xiaoqin accompany you to explore the market in Riyadh. We can cover the expenses from the station. If Kawat faces difficulties, our brother station cannot turn a blind eye. As Wang spoke, he surreptitiously glanced at Director Wu, who beamed at the treatment his favored protege was receiving. Raising his glass, he exclaimed, Old Wang, your awareness is indeed growing. Come, let us drink again. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of mutual assistance among brother stations. You are doing exceptionally well. Wang Zhong, smiling, quickly raised his glass. Under your leadership, Director, the tradition of supporting one another in times of need has become well established, right, Tongwei? Qi Tongwei, a figure of considerable stature, understood well that Wang Zhong's apparent assistance was, in reality, a means of currying favor with Wu Shi. Yet, he had no choice but to accept this goodwill. Thank you, Brother Zhong. From now on, your matters and those of the Seter station will be my concerns as well. Feel free to ask me anytime. No more need for words. It's all in the drink. Qi Tongwei promptly poured himself a glass of the freshly opened Lao Bai Fun, filling it into a goblet meant for red wine. And without hesitation, he downed it. Whoa, Tongwei, take it easy. Brother, slow down. What a straightforward fellow. Wu Shi and Wang Zhong, along with the present journalists, were initially astonished, later applauding Qi Tongwei's impressive drinking capacity. They were unaware that Qi Tongwei's resilience was 5 times that of an ordinary man. Tongwei, a motorcycle, aren't those metal-clad contraptions a bit too dangerous? Wu Shi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Director, with the ongoing turmoil in our country, many areas are inaccessible by car. A motorcycle is advantageous. Wherever it cannot go, I can push it through. Its mobility far surpasses that of a car, Qi Tongwei explained. Oh, I see. You have a point, Tongwei. Wu Shi nodded, recalling the invaluable footage Qi Tongwei had captured, realizing the risks he had taken to obtain them. As Xinxi News Agency, they did not expect to broadcast all materials, and over 90 of the footage captured by Qi Tongwei was deemed unsuitable for airing. However, due to the agency's special status, 99 of those images could be presented internally. Wu Shi valued this aspect greatly. Otherwise, he would not have hastily assisted Qi Tongwei by contacting Huang Bing, the head of the Handong branch, upon receiving a single phone call from him. The goodwill extended by Wu, she was certainly a factor. But the news leads provided by Qi Tongwei, which included specific grain storage locations and solid accounts, were crucial. If the Handong branch could not uncover a significant story from that, they might as well pack up and go home. It was akin to Wu Shi delivering a political achievement to Huang Bing. Though Huang remained unaware that Wu Shi's generosity stemmed from the even greater accomplishments Qi Tongwei had brought him. My brother, a motorcycle is indeed well suited for the current reporting conditions in our country, but I still recommend you purchase a reliable second-hand model. It doesn't have to look great. As long as it's durable, that's what matters. Otherwise, it would seem like a gift to those officers in Raqqa. Exactly, Brother Zhong, I share that sentiment. As long as its performance is stable, the less conspicuous, the better. However, I have a question. Given the current situation, with the Iraq army setting up checkpoints along the border and extracting tolls, how do you plan to transport the motorcycle back to Kuwait? That you needn't worry about. I have my ways. My brother certainly has his methods. Come, let us drink. Qi Tongwei possessed a space akin to that of a shipping container, and for him, who still needed room to transport materials, a motorcycle that occupied minimal space was the optimal choice. To Wang Zhong, Qi Tongwei, though young and with little experience, surprisingly navigated the intricacies of Kuwait adeptly, demonstrating a certain wildness in his approach. However, in journalism, interacting with various individuals was commonplace, and encountering capable informants was not unexpected. That night, the hosts and guests reveled, with everyone except Qi Tongwei succumbing to intoxication. The following day, Qi Tongwei rose, brimming with energy. Aside from the station's driver, no one accompanied him to the market, as they were all incapacitated from the previous night as festivities. The driver, Lao Zhang, who had spent 8 years in Riyadh and was well acquainted with the area, directly took Qi Tongwei to the largest second-hand market in the locality. Riyadh was also a haven for the wealthy of the region, many of whom had a penchant for motorcycles. It was possible to find all manner of global motorcycle brands in the market. Consequently, the second-hand vehicle market here was located in the most bustling commercial district, with establishments decorated as lavishly as luxury boutiques. The minimum standard for vehicles was Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, and Koenigsegg, all of which circulated with ease. Qi Tongwei found this reasonable. After all, the so-called luxury car gatherings in future metropolises might very well have been modeled after this era as Riyadh. After browsing for a while, he soon discovered a well-maintained 1984 Kawasaki KLR 600 at a shop specializing in modified motorcycles. In Riyadh, the Kawasaki KLR 600 could only be considered a mid-range motorcycle. The owner had purchased it for leisure, avoiding excessive modifications, only adding some off-road accessories. The entire body was painted in a desert yellow, appearing robust yet unassuming. Qi Tongwei was not a motorcycle enthusiast. He merely sought a mode of transportation, deeming that there was no need for an extravagant purchase. This model, even in pristine condition, was priced at just over $3,000, while this used one, regardless of its upkeep, was merely $950, equivalent to a little over 4,500 yuan in summer currency. Even in the current era of summer, it could not be considered expensive. Lao Zhang, surprised by Qi Tongwei's choice of such an affordable vehicle, remarked, Reporter Qi, with the procurement approved by Station Chief Wang. Are you sure about purchasing such a low-priced motorcycle? I'll find it hard to report back. His observation was not unfounded. Wang Zhong had hinted at the need to maintain face with Director Wu, as long as the price did not exceed $5,000. He could approve it on the spot. The Riyadh correspondent station had ample funding each year and would not falter on such matters. However, Qi Tongwei remained resolute, primarily because the Kawasaki KLR 600 was known for its reliability, boasting a 37-horsepower single-cylinder water-cooled engine, a top speed of 160 km/h on the highway, and a range of 350 kilometers when fully fueled. It was a renowned rugged rally bike of the 1980s, perfectly suited for long-distance off-road adventures and explorations, especially in a terrain like that of Asia, characterized by deserts, Gobi, and mountainous regions. Moreover, a brand-new Kawasaki KLR 600 adorned with racing colors would practically make him a target in a war-torn area. This motorcycle, in its faded yellow hue, appeared old and unremarkable, ideal for his purposes. On another note, while Wang Zhong was willing to assist, if he appeared too greedy, it would leave a poor impression. After all, navigating within a bureaucratic system meant that public funds should be conserved whenever possible, leaving no room for criticism. The following day, Qi Tongwei had the correspondence station assist in arranging the shipping of his newly acquired motorcycle, flying directly to the northeastern border city of Daman in Setar Arab. From Daman, he crossed the border, brandishing complete diplomatic credentials, and navigated through the numerous checkpoints set up by the Rock Army, once again stepping onto the territory of Kuwait. Chapter 78. Returned to the embassy after navigating through numerous checkpoints and undergoing rigorous inspections at 4:30 p.m. on November 16th. Qi Tongwei finally arrived in the southeastern port city of Shuai Bay, located over 200 kilometers from the capital, Kuwait City. The entire city was under martial law with a nighttime curfew, if he wished to avoid being pursued by the RPG rockets of the Roka Army. His motorcycle would be of little use within the city limits. Relying on his Spider-Man-like danger sense, he skillfully evaded the patrolling military forces of Roka, racing through the alleys of Shuai Bay and heading toward the northern suburbs. His speed was nearly comparable to that of the renowned athlete Usain Bolt, yet for long-distance running, he could only maintain a steady pace of about 25 kilometers per hour, which, nonetheless, was sufficient to shatter the marathon world record of the era. Seizing the moment, he decided to test his endurance. After sprinting past the northern edge of Shuai Bay, he plunged directly into the arid expanse of the Gobi Desert, knowing that traversing the inner-city highways would be foolish due to heavy military presence. After nearly 4 continuous hours of running, covering a distance of 75 kilometers, Qi Tongwei began to feel fatigue set in, his speed dropping to below 20 kilometers per hour, slightly lower than that of marathon world record holders. He paused to take out some soup dumplings he had purchased before leaving the magical city and enjoyed a few, washing them down with a sip of pickled vegetable and shredded pork soup, which was indeed authentic and delicious. Everything in his spatial realm remained unchanged when retrieved, making it a perfect solution for food delivery. At that moment, Qi Tongwei noticed a new update on his Spider Suit S interface. Speed 12, 39 to 100, 0, 08. Inching closer to Bolt's remarkable speed of 12, 42 meters per second. It was evident that for every 10 kilometers he ran, his stats increased by 0.01. Qi Tongwei couldn't help but speculate about the absurdity of his situation. In this advanced modern society, why was he compelled to rely solely on his legs instead of utilizing vehicles like cars, motorcycles, or airplanes? With a renewed sense of purpose, he took out his Kawasaki KLR 600 motorcycle from his spatial realm and carefully navigated the relatively firm terrain of the desert, heading towards Kuwait City. Traveling at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour across the desolate landscape, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Kuwait at 11:30 p.m. He swiftly returned to the embassy without disturbing anyone, retreating directly to his room to rest. The following morning, he feigned a casual return, climbing over the wall and knocking on the door just in time for breakfast. Upon learning of Qi Tongwei's return, Liu Xiaokong eagerly summoned him to join the leaders for a meal. "You rascal, you're finally back. We thought you'd arrive tomorrow," Liu Xiaokong remarked, his tone stern yet filled with concern. "You're such a worry. Wasn't it agreed that we would send a vehicle to fetch you from a border? How did you get back?" The military attach, Luo Dingda, appeared somewhat displeased, contemplating how to explain the situation to the superiors if something had gone awry. "I happened to catch a ride with a friend, so I didn't want to trouble the unit," Qi Tongwei casually responded while savoring a bowl of spring noodles prepared by the cafeteria chef. "Catch a ride?" The leaders nearly choked on their food. "I can't believe you, Qi Tongwei. Under normal circumstances, hitching a ride is fine, but during these chaotic times, who knows how much effort you exerted to return from Sate al-Arab." Despite their exasperation, they understood Qi Tongwei's intentions to ensure the safety of his colleagues at the embassy. Covering hundreds of kilometers amidst unpredictable gunfire, sending a vehicle for his pickup would have been fraught with peril. Fortunately, everyone at the embassy knew that this young man was remarkably capable and audacious, often managing to evade danger. The last time he rescued that Kuwait youth who had been shot by a 7.62mm bullet, most would have met their end, yet he emerged unscathed and full of vitality. Within the embassy, Qi Tongwei possessed an undeniable charm. His presence seemed to dispel the ominous clouds of war, bringing forth laughter and joy in his company. The situation in Kawat had recently stabilized somewhat, following the occupation of the entire territory. The forces of Mombasa had shifted their focus from plunder to maintaining order. After nearly a month of conflict, the Roka army had exhausted their resources for looting, leading to an impending humanitarian crisis. For the past few weeks, Kawat City had faced severe shortages of water, food, and electricity. Economically, the exile of the Kawat monarchy and the prevailing uncertainty had rendered the Kawat dinar virtually worthless. Mombasa's forces attempted to implement the Roka currency, but it was met with widespread rejection by the local populace, including their own troops. The true currencies of value became the US dollar, gold, and even items like cigarettes and food. Spontaneous resistance among the citizens of Kawat persisted, albeit ineffectively, as the overall military situation had stabilized. While the surface appeared calm, the nation's economic paralysis had plunged it into deeper chaos. Meanwhile, the Roka military continued to exploit the local populace without restraint. Wealthy individuals had long fled Kawat at the onset of war, while those unable to escape faced dire fates, often losing their families and homes. President Mombasa had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the nation deteriorated completely, what use would their occupation serve? Under his strict orders, he executed a few soldiers who had defied orders against looting, managing to restore a semblance of order, albeit too late. For Qi Tongwei, however, the increasing turmoil within the country only served to facilitate his forthcoming financial ventures. Chapter 79. Embassy Evacuation. As the situation remained dire, the embassy, after thorough deliberation, reluctantly decided to temporarily evacuate from the nation of Kawat, acknowledging that the sovereignty of Kawat had, in fact, been compromised. Furthermore, with the prolonged deprivation of water, electricity, and food, the embassy's strategic reserves were on the brink of depletion, making daily operations increasingly untenable. In recent days, seizing the opportunity presented by a slight stabilization outside, the considerate Muhammad took the initiative to leave the embassy, accompanied by his 2 wives and daughter. It was Colonel Luo Dingda who sought the assistance of local power brokers to secure them a place of refuge. In the ensuing days, the embassy commenced an urgent process of document destruction, with smoke billowing into the sky throughout the day. "What? You intend to remain in Kawat?" exclaimed Liu Shaokong in astonishment. "Indeed, Ambassador. There is still much news to report. After all, I am currently the temporary head of the press station here, and my presence is essential for effective reporting. But if the embassy cannot sustain itself, how can you stay?" The ambassador questioned. "Rest assured, Ambassador, I have friends here as well. In times like these, the value of the news obtained is even greater. Damn it, that scoundrel Wu Shi, is he willing to sacrifice your life for political gains?" Liu Shaokong fumed. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Shi, the head of the Xinxin News Agency's Asia branch, had not coerced Qi Tongwei to stay. It was Qi who had volunteered to remain in Kawat for reporting purposes. In recent days, some of the news footage captured by Qi Tongwei had gradually made its way back to the homeland through various channels. However, as the channels dwindled, international fax lines had been completely severed, and aside from satellite phones, future communications might rely on personal couriers. The question of how to transmit this material after the complete evacuation of the embassy loomed large. Without the ability to relay news, what purpose does your stay serve? Return with us to the homeland. Life is unpredictable, Tongwei. You are still young, Liu Shaokong advised, his tone laden with gravity. He had experienced the unpredictability of life firsthand. His career had seemed to ascend smoothly after being assigned to the capital and later appointed ambassador to an oil-rich nation. Yet, he had sacrificed much. His wife alone cared for their young daughter, and their marriage was on the verge of collapse. As fortune would have it, upon arriving in Kawat, he found himself amidst a war between nations, with the embassy now facing closure and uncertainty about the future. Qi Tongwei, still youthful and promising, sparked a reflection in Liu Shaokong. Perhaps for this young man, emerging from humble beginnings, carving a path through adversity was indeed possible. Thank you for your concern, Ambassador. A man must know when to act, and when to refrain. Since you entrusted me with this responsibility, and later President Wu designated me as the temporary head, I cannot flee in the face of danger. You stubborn mule, Lu Xiaokong sighed. But even if you stay, what will you do when communications are severed? Take the embassy's maritime satellite phone. At least you'll be able to make a call back home if needed. But how will you transmit news? Thank you, Ambassador. President Wu assured me that I could act independently. If necessary, I can go to the press station and set Al-Arab, where they can assist in relaying information. Should there be significant developments, I can return home for a brief period, with travel expenses covered, Qi replied with a cheeky grin. Lu Xiaokong was left speechless. What do you mean, travel expenses? In times of war, do you think you can simply return? Public transport is non-existent. Civilian vehicles are a rarity. Are you expecting to hitch a ride on a tank from the Raqqa military? Just avoid drawing their attention. Qi Tongwei nodded in acceptance of Lu Xiaokong's concerns, smiling silently. What a joke. Let them worry about being on my radar. To Qi, the Raqqa military was merely a tool for data collection and spoils of war. He longed for the opportunity to discreetly eliminate them at the first chance. Of course, this matter was not for outsiders to know. Ultimately, Qi Tongwei was fulfilling the duties of a war correspondent. Ambassador, there's no need for further discussion, as long as Xinxi News Agency exists. The voice of the people of Xia will not vanish. Despite Lu Xiaokong's earnest attempts to dissuade him, he was moved by Qi Tongwei's unwavering determination. He never anticipated that a talented young translator he encountered in the metropolis would possess such fervor and steadfast beliefs, willing to remain in a war-torn nation for the sake of an enduring voice. It was a sentiment that filled him with admiration. Before departing, the embassy provided Qi Tongwei with ample provisions and fuel, which he gratefully accepted. No amount was too much in his eyes. Once the embassy withdrew entirely, however, no one would remain to ensure safety. In a war-torn country, one could not expect that after an evacuation, the invaders would kindly safeguard the embassies of foreign nations. Damage to facilities was inevitable. Thus, all movable equipment would be relocated, while the immovable would either be destroyed or left to ruin. They would first relocate to a temporary office in southern Set Al-Arab for a time. Should the war persist, they would eventually return home, only to return once stability was restored. The embassy of Xia had already withdrawn relatively late. Other nations had long since evacuated, leaving only the embassies of the beautiful nation and Xia still holding their ground. The beautiful nation's embassy was unique. They had no intention of retreating, eagerly awaiting any action from Raqqa. Their aircraft carrier stationed in the Persian Gulf was already poised for deployment. However, Mombasa was no fool, deploying troops for protection and ensuring ample supplies, treating them like a grandchild catering to a grandfather. Such is the truth of this world. Truth is only ever valid within the range of cannon fire. Tongwei, if the situation deteriorates, hastily drive towards the border, displaying a red flag. The Raqqa military will not dare to confront you openly. Once you reach Set Al-Arab, you will be safe. Before the convoy departed, Lu Xiaokong and Luo Dingda imparted their final words of caution to Qi Tongwei. Qi nodded solemnly. Watching the convoy of various embassies escorted by the Raqqa military fade into the distance, Qi Tongwei felt a surge of joy. With the organization gone, he was now free to act without oversight within the borders of Kuwait. He could indulge in his desires without restraint. As expected, no sooner had the personnel of the Xia embassy departed than several seasoned veterans from the Raqqa military descended upon the embassy's facilities, pillaging them completely. Chapter 80. The great benefactor Qi at present, the embassy, aside from some furniture and tableware, had little of value to offer. Qi Tongwei was filled with indignation, but was not foolish enough to engage in conflict within the embassy. There would be ample opportunities to settle the score later. The soldiers from the kingdom of Luoka, having stormed the embassy, were oblivious to the peril they were in. Qi Tongwei, concealed in the shadows, meticulously documented the scene with his camera. The footage included not only the happenings at the embassy of Xia, but also the looting of embassies from various nations, juxtaposed against the well-guarded embassy of the beautiful country. While some patriotic citizens in Kuwait were sporadically organizing resistance, soldiers in Luoka were greedily scavenging the remnants of the nation. Unbeknownst to them, A wandering specter from the east was faithfully chronicling these events from the darkness. One day, this disgraceful chapter of history would be laid bare for all to see. Qi Tongwei stealthily made his way to the new hideout of Muhammad's family. The little Mu family was overjoyed to see him. After some pleasantries, Qi Tongwei cut straight to the point. Little Mu, I have a business proposition for you. Muhammad, don't jest. We are merely struggling to survive, living day by day. Are you serious? Qi Tongwei handed Muhammad a cigarette, which he inhaled deeply, almost fainting from the shock. Qi Tongwei steadied him, lighting a cigarette for himself, and chuckled, Brother, your statement holds truth, but precisely because life is arduous, this business will not lack a market. What do you say? Shall we collaborate once more? Muhammad harbored a lingering apprehension towards Qi Tongwei, given their past dealings. Yet, in retrospect, he realized that Qi Tongwei's previous advice to limit his investments in silk had been fortuitous. Otherwise, he might have lost everything. Presently, he had a few $1 million deposited in a Swiss bank and had stashed away additional cash and gold for emergencies. During wartime, the dollar and gold had become the only hard currencies here. Meanwhile, goods in Kuwait were available yet scarce, with even expired food items becoming coveted commodities. Qi Tongwei, with an air of mystery, proposed, What do you think of this business? He produced a red-packaged item from his bag and handed it to Muhammad. Upon receiving it, Muhammad's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this instant noodles from Xiao? Qi, this is incredibly rare. Where did you acquire this? Did the embassy save some for you? Haha, where it came from is immaterial. Suffice it to say, I have my channels. Are you interested in this business? There were indeed consumers for instant noodles in Kuwait, although their culinary preferences differed from those in East Asia. In times of peace, the market would not compare to that of Xiao, but during wartime, any food was a blessing. The very notion of steamed buns, typically disregarded by the people of Kuwait, would likely incite a frenzy. Little Mu was exhilarated. Even if the business did not materialize, he understood the significance of instant noodles to the populace. Qi, this business is certainly feasible. You have no idea. People are so desperate for food in Kuwait that they would sell their daughters for it. Cough, cough. I don't want their daughters. Money will suffice. What price are you selling the noodles? $2 per pack. What do you think? Qi Tongwei felt a flush of embarrassment. Reflecting on the arduous journey he undertook from Xiao, carrying noodles that amounted to less than 11 cents per pack. Selling them for $2 seemed reasonable, did it not? What? Only $2? That's incredibly cheap. Muhammad exclaimed. Qi, this won't work. That price is too low and will lead to chaos. Qi Tongwei never anticipated that the price he deemed outrageous was considered a bargain by Muhammad. It was no wonder that so many engaged in foreign trade. The profits were exorbitant. Nevertheless, it underscored the harsh reality of war. People were reduced to desperate measures. Qi Tongwei did not raise the price, for his primary aim was not merely to sell noodles. At this price, I can provide you with 500 boxes. Can you manage that? Only 500 boxes? No problem. You have no idea. We formed an underground team to seek out essential supplies. Thanks to this group, the residents of the affluent area where I used to live, along with several surrounding communities, are surviving. Over 10,000 people. 500 boxes of noodles won't even make a ripple. Qi Tongwei realized that this was indeed the best time to engage in such commerce. He had not anticipated that Little Mu had already established his channels. Observing him in the bustling city, Qi had underestimated his acumen for business in Kuwait. Let us settle on this. I will give you 30% of the profits, sound good? Without mutual benefit, no relationship remains steadfast, regardless of how close. Although Little Mu initially declined, Qi Tongwei remained insistent, and eventually, he accepted with gratitude. Though it was a modest venture compared to past endeavors, in these tumultuous times, being able to eat and earn was a blessing. Qi had, once again, ignited a flicker of hope in Little Mu's family amidst the darkness. After a brief pause, Qi Tongwei continued, Little Mu, take a look at this as well. He withdrew a large vacuum-sealed yellow and white object from his coat. What is this? Little Mu exclaimed, with his daughter Ashana bouncing with excitement. Daddy, Daddy, it's flatbread. I want to eat it. Little Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. His daughter had not tasted such food in ages, having once been a picky eater. Yet now, her eyes sparkled with delight. Qi Tongwei smiled and tore open the packaging, handing it to Ashana. The little girl, clutching the flatbread larger than her face, took a joyful bite. Ah, so delicious. The adults chuckled in amusement as Qi Tongwei produced another piece of flatbread for little Mu and his two wives, Guston and Livia. Try it. How does it taste? They cautiously took a bite, and tears streamed down Guston's face. Oh, this tastes just like my mother's cooking. If only I knew how she was doing now. Guston's family in the eastern city of Ahmad had completely lost contact, with their fates uncertain. Livia's situation was no better. Her parents had fled abroad. But communication was cut off. Though they agreed that this flatbread could not rival the offerings of Kawat's finest restaurants, it had certainly reached the level of ordinary home-cooked fare. Gee, we can sell this flatbread for $10 each. It will surely create a frenzy. Qi Tongwei was taken aback. Even if they sourced it through the Abayo Trading Company, the cost would not exceed 60 cents each. Was Little Moo suggesting a 17-fold profit? Robbery. Qi Tongwei felt somewhat uneasy. No, let's not price it at $10. $5 each will suffice. Qi, you truly are a benevolent soul. You are a messenger sent by the Almighty. Chapter 81. Profit earned with tears of anger, Muhammad readily accepted Qi Tongwei's terms. Even feeling that he had incurred no costs and yet gained a substantial profit of 30%, which seemed somewhat unethical. However, Qi Tongwei insisted repeatedly, imparting to Muhammad a sense of trust while also conveying a heavy responsibility. With this burden, the business commenced. Qi Tongwei became a hands-off manager, solely responsible for transporting the 500 boxes of instant noodles and the initial batch of 3,000 flatbreads to their designated location within their group. This arrangement swiftly elevated Muhammad's status within the newly established organization named the St. Raphael Mutual Aid Society. The undercurrents of society are ever present, even amidst the turmoil of Kawat. The founder of this mutual aid society was a wealthy individual named Jihad, whom Muhammad had previously known, a young man from an ordinary family who had gradually built a thriving business in grain and oil distribution. He had always aspired to mingle with the upper echelons of Kawat society, often trailing behind a group of wealthy second-generation elites, flattering them. The fairness of the world is uncertain. Those once perched atop the social hierarchy have fled the country due to the war, while others, like young Mu, have encountered benevolent benefactors, narrowly escaping disaster and finding refuge in civilian communities. Jihad's wealth, too, was plundered at the onset of the war. Nevertheless, being of humble origins, he resembled resilient wild grass. As long as he was not eradicated and was allowed to exist in a corner, he possessed the capacity to thrive against all odds. Among the myriad of people from various walks of life who bowed to the Rakan National Army in this chaotic situation, he managed to carve out a niche for himself. He was no saint and certainly would not extend a chance to those second-generation elites who had once looked down upon him. At most, he would refrain from offending them, which was his strategy for survival in the small nation of Yashi. Yet, he showed relative kindness to the more ineffectual Muhammad, offering him a role within the organization to run errands and deliver goods, simply because young Mu had never held any lofty position. Perhaps due to his family's lack of recognition, Jihad found himself contemplating the absurdity of life. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. But does that mean a fallen camel is comparatively larger? Where did this unassuming young man from a family of oil magnates find such connections? Jihad and his associates believed that even the Rakan National Army, amidst this disarray, could not procure such high-quality food. The turmoil brought to Kawat by the Mombasa conflict was not merely warfare, but the emergence of a society reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Qi Tongwei's sole demand from young Mu was to ensure that his own involvement remained concealed, at least until the war concluded. As for the future, Qi Tongwei's presence was uncertain. In fact, the batch of instant noodles had been procured through a factory in his homeland that produced for the Sawadi nation. Packaged in Sawadi and English, making it unlikely for the average person to associate it with Xia country. Jihad gained a profound understanding of the multiple avenues available through his connections. Initially, his acceptance of Muhammad into the mutual aid group was merely a strategic move, yet it had unexpectedly yielded significant rewards. If the previous mutual aid society resembled a refugee camp where people huddled together for warmth amidst chaos, the introduction of Qi Tongwei's food supplies instantly fortified the organization's cohesiveness. Everyone was astounded that it was Muhammad, the seemingly unremarkable son of a financial magnate, who provided two products: instant noodles from Sawadi, astonishingly priced at just $2 a pack. While they did not align with local tastes, in times of war, who will be picky? The 500 boxes contained a total of 10,000 packets of noodles, with 4,000 sold within a single day. And the remaining stock likely wouldn't last long. As for the flatbreads, they were even more remarkable. Kawat's beloved delicacy, robustly made and priced at just $5 each. The members of the Mutual Aid Society speculated that Muhammad might either be a spy for Raqqa, attempting to buy the loyalty of the Kawati people, or perhaps engage in charitable acts. Given the unusually reasonable pricing in these tumultuous times, what they did not know was that, even at this price, Muhammad had allocated 10 of the revenue to the St. Raphael Mutual Aid Society. Within a day, all 3,000 flatbreads were sold out. After a day of surreptitiously documenting the movements and atrocities of the Raqqa National Army, Qi Tongwei decided to visit young Mu to assess the situation on the first day of business. Upon arriving at Muhammad's temporary residence, he found him there, animatedly recounting the dramatic events of the day. When Muhammad presented him with a sum of cash and gold amounting to 16,100, Qi Tongwei patted Muhammad on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done, brother. Trust me, this is just the beginning." Having spent only 5,000 Xia currency, approximately 1,045, to procure the 500 boxes of instant noodles and the 3,000 flatbreads, he had realized a profit exceeding 15,000 within a single day. Qi Tongwei was certain of profitability, yet he was astonished by the rapidity of it all. He pondered the peculiar nature of Kawat, despite being entirely occupied by enemy forces. How could the populace still possess such wealth? Was this the legacy of a nation blessed with oil, leaving its citizens impoverished yet rich in resources? Indeed, as one of the nations with the highest per capita GDP in the world, even ordinary Kawati citizens concealed unimaginable sums of money in unseen places. Not to mention, many of their assets were invested abroad. He could hardly fathom that a small organization, born amidst the war and reliant on young Mu's efforts, could possess such formidable purchasing power, nearly depleting his inventory in a single day. It appeared that the production capacity he had discussed with Qi Lian was somewhat conservative. However, even if production increased, shipping remained a challenge. Despite the continuous arrival of goods in the port of Daman, the final mile of transportation would require human effort to traverse the treacherous routes of Set el Arab. With a limited capacity of just 50 cubic meters, he could only accommodate the needs of the affluent Kawati populace, who had nowhere else to spend their wealth. When Qi Tongwei informed Muhammad that food supplies would be limited, although young Mu felt regretful, he understood the circumstances. In his eyes, the fact that Qi Tongwei had managed to procure such a significant quantity of food was nothing short of miraculous. He dared not ask for more, as this was not a time of peace. Before departing, Qi Tongwei assured Muhammad that he would strive to provide as much food as possible. Upon returning to the embassy, Qi Tongwei unhesitatingly picked up the maritime satellite phone and dialed the number. Chapter 82. Ineffectiveness. I apologize. Baogu, it's me, Tongwei. I'm sorry for calling you so late. I wanted to inquire whether that batch of goods has already set sail. Not yet? That's wonderful. It's like this. I need to trouble you further. Tongwei explained everything, instructing about to utilize his advance payment in one go, which meant completing the arrangements for 6 containers, a total of 42,000 packets of flatbreads, along with their maritime transport. He initially considered contacting Qi Jiazhuang, but since there was only one telephone installed at the village committee, and it was already 11:30 at night in Xiagua, he realized he would have to notify them the following day. After hanging up, Tongwei felt a sense of relief. Thanks to the embassy's evacuation, he was free. Just moments ago, he could effortlessly make a call to the homeland via maritime satellite phone, a luxury that would have been denied if the embassy officials were present. In this era, maritime satellite phone charges were exorbitant, reaching up to $7 per minute. Yet Director Qi was unconcerned about the cost, deciding to bear it himself. After all, he had finally accumulated some wealth and deemed it necessary to invest in a maritime satellite phone. Relying on public resources for too long was not advisable. It is worth noting that, at this time, maritime satellite phone equipment was cumbersome, designed for vehicles, vessels, or aircraft. The embassy's phone, originally housed in a secure room, was now stored in a safe space to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Roca military, being even bulkier than a desktop computer of later years. However, once he reached the capital of Set al-Arab, he intended to procure a set of equipment, even if it cost up to $10,000. In an age devoid of mobile phones, having a means of communication was of utmost importance. Once business stabilized, making money would merely be a matter of time. The next day, Tongwei contacted the Qi Jiazhuang Village Committee, instructing Hou Liangping to ramp up production to the current maximum of 10,000 packets daily. Even over the phone, he could sense his father's excitement. After all, to Hou Liangping, the 110,000 grain procurement funds entrusted to him by Wei Hua, as long as they had not entered the food factory's public account, still belonged to the party mentioned by Wei Hua. The newly appointed factory director, still adjusting to his new role, transformed after hanging up the phone. With a grand gesture, he rallied the entire village, young and old, to work fervently, raising the daily production capacity to an impressive 12,000 packets. Old Qi felt as though he had returned to the fervent days of high yields. Having arranged matters back home, Tongwei discreetly sought out Muhammad. Before he could discuss business, Muhammad handed him a stack of American dollars, $400 to be precise. Noticing Muhammad's slightly disheveled appearance, Tongwei inquired, "What's this?" Today, early in the morning, the remaining 300 boxes and 6,000 packets of instant noodles were sold out. What do you plan to restock? Muhammad seemed somewhat embarrassed. The members of the Mutual Aid Association had panicked upon hearing that the instant noodle stock had sold out in a day, leaving only the less popular Sawadi noodles. In the chaos, with food being a scarce commodity, the common folk had no luxury to be picky. They hastily pooled their resources to snatch up whatever was available, nearly overwhelming Muhammad in the process. It was only thanks to Jod's keen insight that they were able to protect the young fortune maker, returning him to safety while calming the anxious crowd with reassurances that more food supplies would indeed arrive, albeit with the ongoing conflict complicating transportation. Yet, Muhammad was not entirely pleased. While earning money was gratifying, one also needed to live to enjoy it. Tongwei chuckled, Muhammad, so it's about that. I'm here to inform you that I will be making another trip to Set al-Arab tonight to secure more supplies. Rest assured, your issue will be resolved. Next time, there will be at least 500 packets of flatbreads, though instant noodles may not be included. Tongwei needed to make space for motorcycles and the maritime satellite phone, as otherwise he could only transport over 7,000 packets at full capacity. Upon hearing this, Muhammad was indeed thrilled. As long as there were goods, Tongwei was his benefactor. Please be cautious out there. It's quite chaotic. Do not worry. You know me well enough, Tongwei reassured him. Muhammad nodded, watching as Tongwei rode away on his somewhat outdated motorcycle, gradually disappearing into the distance. Employing various tactics, Tongwei navigated through numerous checkpoints, riding through the desolate expanse leading to the border of the two nations. The 6 containers carrying 42,000 packets of flatbreads, facilitated by a bow, would take nearly a month to reach the nearest port, Daman. In that time, the citizens of Kuwait, who had begun to relish the taste of these treats, would be devastated to learn that they were merely a fleeting delight, potentially directing their ire towards the philanthropist Muhammad. To ensure his brother's safety and protect his own financial interests, Director Qi had no choice but to embark on yet another arduous journey to Set al-Arab. In Liftang City, Wang Zheng had not been faring well lately. This was not solely due to the recent double regulation incident involving Wu Shuangling. Although he had delivered a sum of money to Director Wu, given his background, such a trifling amount was unlikely to attract serious trouble. He was far more concerned about whether the matter entrusted to him by the Liang family princess had been properly executed by Wu Shuangling. Unsatisfied with the situation, He dispatched a trusted aide from the lynching Public Security Bureau to discreetly investigate, only to receive disappointing news. It was unclear why Director Wang was concerned about a grassroots police station in a village, but the report detailed the villagers of Qi Jiazhuang working diligently on production, vividly depicting their industriousness. Wang Zheng found himself at a loss upon reading this report. What nonsense was this? The villagers of Qi Jiazhuang showed no signs of oppression and had even established a collective food production cooperative? How could he possibly explain this to the princess? While he was still grappling with this headache, the telephone on his desk rang. Hello, this is Wang Zheng from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Who is this? Zheng, it's been a few days. I hear your career is quite prosperous lately. The mocking tone of Liang Lu made Wang Zheng's headache worsen. As anticipated, for the next half hour, Liang Lu spared no effort in ridiculing his ineffectiveness. She seemed to know everything that transpired in Qi Jiazhuang, clearly indicating that, besides Wang Zheng, she had other informants in Liang City. One of Wang Zheng's uncles held a deputy director position in the provincial department, and his connection to Liang Lu stemmed from their childhood in the same courtyard. Now, being mocked by the Liang family princess, he could only seethe in frustration, swearing profusely over the phone until he finally managed to placate Liang Lu. Having been in Liang for just over a month, his first task had already gone awry, leaving Wang Zheng feeling despondent. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble about the privileged youth who, having been slighted by a pretty boy, were so eager to exert their influence. Were they truly so idle? With such energy, they could easily become professors at any university. Grumbling aside, he still had matters to attend to. After ending the call, he suddenly recalled the younger subordinate, Gao Mingyuan, whom he had brought from Jingzhou. It seemed he had not been diligent in reporting back to him lately, which was not a good sign. Resolving this concern, he promptly called his liaison to inquire about Gao Mingyuan's recent whereabouts. Meanwhile, he pondered how to approach the situation in Qi Jiazhuang. What Wang Zheng could not fathom was the bizarre and terrifying inner journey that his subordinate, Gao Mingyuan, had recently undergone. Chapter 83. A global shock on a crisp autumn morning. Gao Mingyuan stood alone amidst the dark fields on the outskirts of Liang City, his heart gripped by an overwhelming sense of fear and astonishment. Watching the figure of that living ancestor recede into the distance, he trembled as he hugged his shivering arms, struggling to make his way towards the city center. After more than 2 hours of arduous walking, he finally reached the edge of the urban area. Fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a taxi driver returning from the suburbs, allowing him to ride back to the Liang Grand Hotel. Inside the warm room, as Wuda, nicknamed Scar, recounted how he had searched for Gao Mingyuan for an entire day and night. Gao's face was drenched in cold sweat in front of his younger brothers. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their leader's peculiar reaction. They had assumed he had just regained consciousness after being knocked out, only to learn that he had been missing for more than a day. Gao Mingyuan was left dumbfounded, suddenly recalling the inexplicable terror that gripped him upon encountering Qi Tongwei, a sensation that had long been absent from his life. For someone like Gao Mingyuan, who had not felt awe in many years, this experience served as a poignant reminder of its weight. 3 days later, at the Liang Police Academy, Ian had not stepped outside the school gate for several consecutive days. As the situation continued, she felt embarrassed to borrow personal items from her classmates. Mustering her courage, she decided to sneak a glance outside the gate, only to be startled by the sight of Gao Mingyuan waiting alone. Panic surged within her, and upon seeing him call her name from a distance, she fled back to her dormitory. What left Ian more unsettled in the following days was that whenever she found an opportunity to peek outside the school gate, she would always catch sight of Gao Mingyuan standing there like a statue. Half a month passed, and with sleepless nights weighing heavily upon her, her eyes bloodshot and her complexion pale, she felt that if this continued, she would either go mad or perish from the suffocating pressure. Resolute, she finally stepped through that large door, only to witness a scene she would never forget. There, before her, knelt Gao Mingyuan, once a notorious figure in the gray areas of Liang City, who now bowed before her without a word, striking his own face hard with his palm. Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if the script of her life had gone awry. After some time, she managed to interrupt him, exclaiming, "Wait, stop, Gao Mingyuan, What are you doing? Such a proud individual. How could he easily subject himself to such humiliation in front of the bustling police academy? Yet for those inherently wise, the choice between life and face becomes a matter of clarity and conviction. Gao Mingyuan was one such individual. He understood that even if he possessed 9 lives, they would not suffice for the whims of that living ancestor, Mr. Qi. Upon hearing He Yun's voice, a colossal weight lifted from Gao Mingyuan's heart. He spoke with trepidation, addressing her as sister. He admitted, previously I was in the wrong. I was blinded by ignorance. From now on, whatever you say, I will follow without question. The sheer volume of his declarations left He Yun momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by sister? Follow her orders? It was all so incoherent, yet she instinctively sensed his fear of her. As long as he feared her, she felt a sense of safety. After a while, she managed to calm her thoughts, contemplating whether this was linked to her earlier rescue. Hesitantly, she ventured, "Are you referring to Qi?" To her astonishment, the moment she uttered his name, Gao Mingyuan suddenly bowed his head and struck the ground with a thud, blood trickling down as he pleaded, "Sister, please don't say that. I understand. I know. All right, stop," she urged, unable to explain the misunderstanding that had unfolded. Yet, witnessing a man of considerable stature and presence humbling himself before her stirred an unusual curiosity within He Yun. She found it hard to imagine what kind of person the dashing man who had once saved her truly was. At that moment, a shadow in her heart seemed to lift, granting her a newfound sense of freedom. This incident stirred quite the commotion at the academy. Many were aware of Gao Mingyuan's background, connected intricately to the second-in-command of the Luteng Police Department, while some presumed He Yun was just another flower destined to fall. The day's events shattered many preconceived notions, casting an air of mystery around her. As He Yun regained her freedom, she found herself trailed by Gao Mingyuan each time she left the school. Reluctantly, she instructed him not to follow her, yet she did not dismiss him entirely, secretly enjoying the feeling of being protected. Though Gao Mingyuan seemed to comply on the surface, he dared not exhibit any hesitation in his actions. Each time she departed, despite her rudimentary knowledge of tracking, he incensed the watchful eyes of others. However, she felt no malice from them, gradually growing accustomed to this protective presence. By the end of November, an unexpected whirlwind of public opinion erupted internationally. Yet, the epicenter of this tempest was not one of the domineering empires, but rather a historic nation represented by a renowned news agency, Xia Country News Agency. On November 30th, the overseas edition of the Xia Country Daily published a startling report titled "The Shame of Modern Civilization," a chronicle of atrocities in the Kawat War. The article presented a detailed account and numerous graphic images depicting the brutal actions of the Luoka military against the civilian populace of Kawat during the ongoing conflict. In an instant, Luoka, which had occupied Kawat for over 40 days, became the target of global condemnation. President Mbesa of Luoka, in a desperate bid to counteract the backlash, poured substantial resources into crafting rebuttals across major international media platforms, asserting that the reports and images were fabrications intended to discredit his nation. He even summoned the Xia Country ambassador for a formal reprimand, threatening to expel diplomatic personnel from Xia Country. The world was left in shock. Chapter 84. All for naught in the beautiful nation. Within the White House, President Boss vehemently berated Carter, the director of the CIA. "You incompetent fool. Did you not claim to have the most comprehensive understanding of the Mbesa military's operations against Kawat? How could that Eastern fellow get the upper hand? What are your agents even doing? Mr. President, the Mbesa forces have been exceedingly cautious lately, having eliminated several key figures, which has caused the remaining soldiers to exercise greater restraint," Carter replied. "Is this restraint? The scale of the photographs in their newspapers far exceeds the reports you provided to the White House. All that funding wasted." Boss's voice rose in indignation. "I don't care what methods you employ. Find that journalist from Xia Country reporting on this incident. If you fail, you'll pay dearly. Go now." Feeling the weight of his superior's wrath, Carter hurriedly called his subordinates to vent his frustrations before hastily arranging a follow-up plan to address the situation regarding the Xia journalist. In the capital of Roka, within the National Assembly building, Mbesa had just concluded a press conference, vehemently condemning the baseless reports from Xia country. He asserted that Roca's military actions in Kuwait were purely justifiable and posed no threat to the civilian populace. Upon returning to his office, he unleashed a torrent of verbal fury upon the commander of the defense forces and the head of the intelligence agency. Unlike the officials from the beautiful nation, Mbesa's anger could lead to violent repercussions. The defense commander begged for mercy, while the Minister of Intelligence, Akadin, reported, "Your Excellency, our intelligence indicates that during the evacuation of the Xia embassy, one individual, a diplomat named Qi Tongwei, who also moonlights as a journalist for Xia News, was notably absent. He was the first to report on our military actions and has not yet left the country." What were you doing? Such critical intelligence should have been reported sooner. Mbesa's rage surged, veins throbbing. Akadin, trembling, struggled to explain. It was customary for nations to retain some personnel, including journalists, even when evacuating embassy staff. They had not anticipated that the fortunate individual who reported Roca's invasion of Kuwait would have such a stroke of luck again. However, this time, the situation was far more serious. Xia News had published the report without disclosing the journalist's name. Yet Roca's intelligence apparatus was well aware that only one reporter remained in Kuwait, Qi Tongwei, suppressing the urge to execute the intelligence minister. Mbesa acknowledged that he had at least received some information. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the beautiful nation had yet to grasp even this basic detail. "I don't care what you do. Within 3 days, bring him to Dajiba. If you can't retrieve him alive, a corpse will suffice. Can you manage that?" Akadin, drenched in sweat, hastily agreed. Half an hour later, elite troops from Roca surrounded the Xia embassy in Kuwait. A division commander ordered over 1,000 soldiers to storm the premises, turning the embassy upside down. They found nothing. Immediately, reports reached the defense commander and the intelligence minister. Akadin felt his heart sink, yet he forced himself to remain calm. He ordered the ground troops to withdraw from the embassy while ensuring that surveillance was established around the area, with sentries monitoring continuously. On one hand, they would lie in wait. On the other, he commanded all troops stationed in Kuwait to enter a state of high alert and commence a citywide search. Yet, this search proved futile. At that very moment, Qi Tongwei was in the cafeteria of the Xia News Bureau in Riyadh, relishing a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. "My brother, you've stirred up quite the storm. You've nearly provoked Mbesa into a confrontation with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs," his colleague Chong remarked. "Come on, it's merely a war of words. When has our military ever been intimidated?" Qi replied dismissively. "Indeed, as long as he retains his sanity. He won't dare to act too recklessly. Does he really think our military is as flimsy as those in Kuwait? However, your current situation is not so rosy. Although they didn't publish your name, it's not difficult to guess you're the one behind it." Just then, an aide from the bureau rushed into the cafeteria. "Director Wang, President Wu is on the line for Director Qi." Though Qi Tongwei held the position of acting director, his prior support from Wu, she had established him as an equal to Wang Chong in the eyes of the bureau's journalists, who treated him with respect despite his youth. Upon entering the office, Qi realized that since his arrival in Riyadh, he had already reported to Wu Shi, making the call unsurprising. "Qi, we have a serious situation. Colonel Luo just called, inquiring about your whereabouts." "What is the matter, Director?" Qi asked, concerned. "Colonel Luo has intelligence indicating that Roca's military is conducting a citywide manhunt in Kuwait, and our comrades believe you are the target. You must not leave the bureau. Stay here and keep a low profile." He then instructed Wu Shi to maintain strict confidentiality regarding Qi's presence in the bureau. Wang Chong felt uneasy, realizing that many colleagues were aware of Qi's presence, and while the domestic comrades might be reliable, there were certainly some locals who could not be trusted. After hanging up, Wang advised Qi to remain in his room, assuring him that meals would be delivered and he should not venture out. Qi felt the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. As expected, the various intelligence agencies were relentless, and Kuwait was devoid of any trace of Qi Tongwei. The nearest Xia News Bureau in Riyadh, as well as the Xia Embassy in Saudi Arabia, became prime targets for foreign intelligence operatives. Later, Luo Dingda also communicated through a secure line, warning that the number of foreign agents around the bureau had surged, urging them to exercise extreme caution. Though Qi stayed confined to his room, his instincts warned him that danger was closing in. While he was unconcerned for his own safety, he worried greatly for his colleagues. As fate would have it, that evening, a robbery occurred outside the bureau, a not uncommon event in Riyadh. Strangely, the armed robber's motorcycle broke down right in front of the bureau, prompting a fierce gunfight with a group of wealthy individuals' bodyguards, all miraculously without casualties. In a panic, the robber sought refuge inside the bureau, causing immediate chaos among the journalists. After all, he was armed. Chapter 85. Assault within the station. The Xi'an News Agency's bureau in Sed Al Arab serves as the second largest reporting station of the agency's Asia division. Unlike the diminutive Kavat station, which operates within the confines of the Xia Embassy, this bureau functions independently. It is a rare sight in the densely populated Riyadh, boasting a three-story office building surrounded by a courtyard, merely a straightforward news organization. Aside from employing a few local Arab security personnel, there were no substantial professional security measures in place. These guards, indeed registered and qualified private military contractors, or PMCs as commonly referred to, faltered when confronted by armed assailants who opened fire without hesitation. The two robust guards at the entrance, upon witnessing the immediate threat, fired a shot that merely sparked the ground beneath them before surrendering in fear, discarding their weapons. Upon entering the premises, the limited number of staff members at the bureau meant that the main door on the first floor could not be secured in time. Even if it were, the glass door offered no ballistic protection. Hearing the gunfire, Wang Chong peered through the window from the second floor, only to see the two guards lying on the ground, feigning death. His instinct was to conclude that the station was under siege. Alarm coursed through him as he heard the shouts of his colleagues outside, clearly panicked. Being a man of the Northeast, he felt a surge of adrenaline and shouted down the corridor, "Lock all the doors, get down, and stay hidden." Several courageous male journalists echoed his call, quickly creating a chorus of alarm. However, the response was met with a barrage of gunfire. Wang Chong had little choice but to lock his office door, a wooden barrier that provided scant comfort. He believed the two armed guards on the first floor had at least attempted to return fire, but he was mistaken. Although their pay was decent, perhaps they deemed the situation not worth the risk. They surrendered without a fight. The relentless gunfire stemmed from the four guards, exchanging shots with the assailants and targeting the journalists. Distress cries began to echo from the stairwell, tightening Wang Chong's chest with dread. The attackers continued their assault, pursuing staff from room to room. After clearing the first floor, the sounds of gunfire indicated they had ascended to the second floor. This unusual pursuit among 5 individuals was unlike typical robberies, where thieves would flee chaotically. Instead, they systematically breached each room, with the 4 following closely behind the lead assailant. Staff members at the bureau, bewildered, soon realized that remaining still and compliant rendered them less of a target. The assailants would fire a warning shot, inspect them briefly, and then toss them aside. It dawned on everyone that this was not a confrontation between bodyguards and robbers. They were clearly in cahoots. Astonishingly, who else but a group of bodyguards and robbers could exchange so many rounds without a decisive outcome? The seasoned journalists quickly deduced that these intruders were indeed searching for someone. Wang Chong, having previously engaged in some covert operations, understood that a few individuals were privy to the truth. Everyone comprehended that these brigands were after that very person. When Yerkstein entered, he observed several armed Arabs and initially felt a rush of adrenaline. However, he was taken aback when they surrendered immediately after a gunshot rang out, allowing him to enter the courtyard with ease. Their operation was far smoother than anticipated. As they moved through the structure, the tactical finesse required waned, leading them to search rooms in a brutish manner. As a mercenary leader with Blackwater, Yerkstein found himself disdainful of targeting unprotected civilians. It lacked the thrill he craved. Nevertheless, their mission was to locate a person rather than to kill, and they refrained from aiming for lethal areas when encountering resistance from the bureau staff. The bounty for this assignment was a mere 20,000, not substantial, but better than nothing. Rumor had it that a few Japanese women had arrived at the Lion nightclub, and he intended to indulge once the job was complete. As the task proved increasingly mundane, The team's patience waned, and they began firing indiscriminately at anyone who appeared out of place. Just as they began searching rooms on the second floor, a man's voice rang out in English from the hallway. "You're looking for me, aren't you? I'm Qi Tongwei. Come at me if you dare. Fuke you, son of a bai." This outburst invigorated York Stein and ignited fury in Wang Chong, who cursed under his breath, questioning the reckless bravado of the young man. Yet, he understood that Qi Tongwei's declaration was a desperate attempt to protect his colleagues from further harm. That kid. He's got guts, Wang Chong mused, having already alerted the authorities and the embassy, chastising the slow response time while cautiously inching toward the door to observe. York Stein and his team spread out, advancing towards the third floor where Qi's voice had come from, while remaining vigilant against potential threats. Little did they know, their precautions were entirely unnecessary, for they were about to confront an unforeseen adversary. Upon reaching the third floor, Stein heard a gunshot fired by their frontman, the African-American operative Bam. "Damn it, he missed. He's in that room," Stein shouted. "Go, go, go." He thought it fortunate that their target had eluded Bam, whose shooting skills were second only to his. In tactical formation, the five positioned themselves by the door, with Stein signaling Bam to initiate the assault. Bam kicked open the door, firing to suppress angles before entering. One by one, the others followed suit. "Damn it, the room is empty," Stein exclaimed. "The window." He escaped through the window. Time was of the essence. Bam rushed to the open window, instinctively raising his weapon to shoot downward, only to realize that the building's design meant the window led to the roof of the first floor, not the ground. Finding it vacant, he leaped through the window. Suddenly, Stein and the others heard a loud thud. They hurried to the window, only to discover that Bam had vanished. Chapter 86. Doubts of existence. The observant Bill was the first to rush to the window, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The other three also caught sight of Bam, the assailant, lying motionless on the second-floor platform, clearly unconscious. The earlier noise had unmistakably been his fall. "Stay concealed and search for the target," came the urgent command. "Damn it, wasn't he just an ordinary reporter?" Stin exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. "Boss, the target has entered the adjacent room on the left, just slipped through the window," Bill shouted. "Split into two groups. Bill and Lori, follow me through the door. Joseph, you take the window. Let's move, but Joseph, be cautious," Stin commanded, leading the two towards the neighboring room. As they reached the doorway, Joseph's voice echoed, "Boss, there are no protruding footholds in this building. The two windows are 2 meters apart. I have no idea how that damn guy got over. Let's talk. Let's go through the front door." Stin was somewhat irritated and didn't dwell on how Qi Tongwei had managed to cross over, pushing Bill forward as they entered the adjacent room. They stationed Joseph and Lori at the windows of the left and right rooms to keep watch. Stin signaled with a unique gesture, and Bill raised an eyebrow before kicking open the door, yet he didn't rush in. Stin had already pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it inside. Then he and Bill dove to the ground to take cover. Boom! The small room erupted in a flash of fire, spilling out through the door and windows. As Stin and Bill scrambled to their feet, guns drawn, they entered the room. Damn it, the target is gone. The room, charred and in disarray, showed no sign of Qi Tongwei. Lori's anxious voice filtered in from the window. "This is bad. Joseph is missing." He didn't come to the window to scout. Lori had gone to the left room, reaching the window only to find that Joseph had not emerged from the very window where Bam had fallen. Stin and Bill rushed to the window to investigate, but hadn't even reached it when a familiar thud sent their hearts racing. "No, it's Lori. Fouquet." The two were both alarmed and furious, temporarily setting aside the concern for the possibly missing Joseph as they dashed into the left room. Entering this room meant they couldn't use grenades, for there might be teammates inside. Stin and Bill expertly opened fire to secure several corners. "Lori." They saw Lori collapsed on the floor near the window, life uncertain. Bill rushed to him, while Stin remained at the doorway, vigilant. "What the hell is this?" Stin cursed inwardly, his heart pounding with anxiety and rising dread. In just 3 minutes since Qi Tongwei had revealed himself, 2 teammates were unconscious, and another's whereabouts were unknown. Most troubling was that they hadn't even seen the man's face. Those vampires from Blackwater. Is this what you call an ordinary reporter? Damn it. Fukayu. 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 Stin couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses at the management of Blackwater, gun raised, watching as Bill cautiously approached Lori. Kneeling beside him, Bill gently touched Lori's carotid artery. Boss, he alive, just unconscious. Bang. The moment Bill spoke, an object flew in through the window, striking him squarely in the head. With a dull thud, Bill collapsed. Fouquet. Stin was genuinely startled. The object that hit Bill continued to fly a few meters into the room before coming to rest. When he saw what lay on the ground, Stin had never felt such existential doubt. There on the floor was a pale object. It seemed, perhaps, could it be a pancake? By the heavens. Stin, almost in tears, cursed, realizing that the thing that knocked Bill out was indeed a pancake, a food item resembling a pizza. If he wasn't mistaken, they had eaten it before, an air of flatbread. Damn it. Bang, 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 bang. The journalists in the entire building had experienced a calamity today. Initially thinking that the security in Riyadh was decent, they were confronted by a group of armed thugs, with several colleagues already injured. Time passed, and the hallway fell silent, save for the low moans of the wounded. Suddenly, Wang Chong heard a knock at the door, puzzled. Chong, it's me, Tongwei. Open up, it's all clear now. Wang Chong, startled, quickly stood up from under the table to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by that enviable handsome face, the dashing Qi, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Oh brother, why so impulsive? We should have just waited for the police. Qi Tongwei smiled at this remark, but said nothing. Police? Huh, it's been 10 minutes. Has there been any sign of them? Chong quickly summoned the brothers to help tie up those thugs. What? Tie them up? You subdued them? Wang Chong could hardly believe it. Rallying people to bring the captured thugs to the secure room on the first floor where weapons were stored, stripping them of their clothes and binding them tightly. You've trained, haven't you? This is incredible. Indeed, Captain Qi is a martial arts master. Amazing. Captain Qi, did you train at Shaolin or Wudong? Why didn't I hear any of those thugs shout Chinese Kung Fu earlier? Qi Tongwei scratched his head and chuckled. Nothing much, nothing much. I've never trained in martial arts. I just have some strength since I was young. What the hell, some strength? Wang Chong and the others secretly scoffed, even as they were astonished. Within 3 minutes, personnel from the embassy arrived, sending 5 plainclothes armed police officers, along with Colonel Wang Qian, the diplomatic officer at the Arab embassy, and Meng Dongping, the office director, who rushed over. After another half hour, the police finally made their tardy appearance. Wang Chong and Meng Dongping conferred, deciding that Qi Tongwei should remain upstairs and not show himself. The police conducted their routine inquiries, inspected the scene, and pretended to take 4 individuals into custody, requesting a reporter from the station to accompany them for questioning. Wang Chong arranged for the office director, Han Feng, to go. However, less than half an hour later, the police returned hastily, with the lead officer stating, "We heard from a few bodyguards that there is still one of your companions missing. We need a person involved, Mr. Qi Tongwei, to come to the police station for questioning." Wang Chong, Meng Dongping, and Wang Qian exchanged glances, their hearts racing with alarm. Chapter 87. A pair of pants. The police at the Riyadh Police Department were almost indistinguishable from the group that had stormed the embassy. They spoke blatant falsehoods, claiming that the thieves were merely bodyguards. The journalists present were not gullible. Both groups had clashed without sustaining any injuries and had joined forces to assault the staff, compelling Qi Tongwei to intervene. Now, they were asserting a connection between bodyguards and thieves. Was there no sense of shame? Meng Dongping exchanged glances with Wang Chong, who immediately addressed the group of officers. There is no one here by the name of Qi Tongwei. Those individuals are part of the same group, deliberately inflicting violence upon the journalists. According to international conventions, we reserve the right to pursue legal action. The leading officer, named Defy, the chief of the Riyadh diplomatic precinct, merely laughed at Wang Chong's words. Don't be ridiculous. We have verified Qi Tongwei's entry record from yesterday. He is indeed a journalist from your agency. Don't waste our time. He is your agency's journalist, not ours. His entry is his own business. Please leave. Wang Chong did not mince words. Meng Dongping interjected, Officer, please leave. This is the Summer Kingdom's overseas press office, which possesses diplomatic rights. I am the head of the Summer Kingdom's embassy office in Seattle, Arab, and I have been ordered to investigate the attack on our press office. Our embassy will soon notify your foreign ministry about this incident. We express our deep regret over the occurrence and reserve all rights, including holding your diplomatic precinct accountable for failing to protect our institution. You're putting us in a difficult position. If you cooperate, things could go smoothly. Otherwise, once we apply for a search warrant, we will have no choice but to conduct a forced search, Liangping retorted. Meng Dongping was unyielding. Feel free to apply. But let me remind you, according to international conventions and international laws, local police must have the dual authorization of Congress and the foreign minister to search foreign institutions. The Riyadh Metropolitan Police do not possess that authority. The arrival of the embassy officials was quite timely. The local police clearly did not dare to be overly aggressive, especially with Colonel Wang Qian standing nearby, accompanied by two plainclothes armed police officers. Although they were unarmed, Liangping recognized the futility of his position and retreated to his patrol car to contact his superiors via police radio. All injured personnel were loaded onto ambulances and taken away, with police officers outside checking each one, ultimately leaving when they found no one they were looking for. The press office promptly closed its doors, but a line of police cars outside severely affected its operations. Wang Chong then led Meng Dongping and Colonel Wang Qian to Qi Tongwei's room. You must be Comrade Qi Tongwei. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am Meng Dongping. I am Wang Qian. Colonel Luo has also mentioned you. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts expert as well. He chuckled. Director Meng, Colonel Wang, it's nothing. It's my job. I couldn't just stand by while the press office was attacked, Qi Tongwei replied. Meng Dongping took a keen interest in this young man, who had recently made quite a name for himself, especially since Qi Tongwei was also a diplomatic attaché at the embassy of K8. It was surprising that he had managed to achieve such results while working as a temporary employee at the summer news agency's K8 press office. Upon hearing Meng Dongping's words, Wang Chong immediately objected. What temporary employee? Director Meng Tongwei was the acting station head. By the way, I just received a fax from headquarters, officially appointing Comrade Qi Tongwei as the station head at the K8 press office, with the rank of mid-level journalist. Brother, it's your treat. Qi Tongwei was bewildered, and Meng Dongping smiled, saying, I have long heard that Comrade Qi possesses extraordinary abilities. Perhaps we have underestimated him. By the way, the ministry has also issued a document confirming that Comrade Qi has completed his internship and is officially appointed as a third-level diplomatic secretary at the K8 embassy. Congratulations, brother. This is a legitimate position. You graduated not long ago, and your rank is nearly catching up to mine. However, the K8 station is quite small. Otherwise, you would be receiving the treatment of a deputy division level. The Riyadh press office was considered a major station, and Wang Chong, as a seasoned journalist, enjoyed treatment equivalent to a department-level position within the system. Given the influence of Qi Tongwei's reporting, it was only natural for the summer news agency to appoint him as station head. Although Ambassador Liu Xiaokong had returned to the homeland, his influence remained, and it was clear that the Ministry of External Relations would not allow their talent to be poached by the summer news agency. Both sides were vying for preferential treatment for Qi Tongwei, who had not expected such rapid advancement. His classmates back home would never have imagined that while they would have to endure a year of probation to attain a deputy director-level position, Qi Tongwei had already been awarded a full department-level treatment after just 2 months of internship, with a position equivalent to an actual department-level role. If the personnel were properly allocated, it could even equate to deputy division-level treatment at the press office. Such was the terrifying nature of wartime mechanisms. In this line of work, the fear of being on the front lines was palpable, especially since Qi Tongwei had joined the party during his undergraduate years. By the way, Tongwei, there were 5 bandits. What happened to the last one? Colonel Wang Qian inquired, voicing his curiosity. Oh, I was fortunate enough to take down 4. The last one fled when the situation turned unfavorable, Qi Tongwei replied. Indeed, it seemed that the police and the bandits were 2 sides of the same coin. That is not mere luck. That is a natural gift. Have you ever measured your punching power? Wang Qian asked. No, but I have been strong since childhood. Qi Tongwei responded. Wang Qian nodded, recognizing that the military had already investigated Qi Tongwei's capabilities. There are no tricks involved. He simply possessed immense strength. During his school days, he had a record of knocking out a thug with a single punch. Such extraordinary talents do exist among the populace. Have you ever considered training in the military? Wang Qian suggested. Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and Meng Dongping's eyelids twitched in agreement. The military is even more ruthless. They recruit openly as if we don't exist. Now is not the time for such discussions. The Riyadh authorities are likely unreliable. Various forces are at play, and we do not know their true intentions. Someone is trying to capture Tongwei. It is no longer safe to remain at the press office. We need to transfer him to the embassy as soon as possible. Wang Chong frowned. But it seems the police outside will not be leaving anytime soon. How do we resolve this? Colonel Wang Qian replied. Director Meng, Station Head Wang. For now, Tongwei should stay at the press office. I will arrange for a squad of armed police to take over security here, and we will look for an opportunity to transfer Tongwei. Both Meng Dongping and Wang Chong agreed. The embassy and the Summer Kingdom's foreign ministry were exerting pressure on the Seidal Arab authorities. However, the police's surveillance of the press office had intensified. Colonel Wang Qian reported that those monitoring from outside were no longer just police officers. Military personnel and foreign agents had infiltrated the area. As for which country they belonged to, it seemed unlikely they were from Loka. Their methods resembled those of the police state. Qi Tongwei was indifferent. He could leave at any moment if he wished. However, the press office's vehicles faced layers of scrutiny when attempting to go out. Even more concerning was that several colleagues had been involved in car accidents while driving their private vehicles. Although everyone was unharmed, it was evident that these incidents were targeted. Targeted at whom? It was all too clear. Even more absurdly, news from the embassy indicated that their diplomatic staff faced similar encounters. Yet the local investigations concluded that ordinary citizens were responsible for the accidents. Damn those ordinary citizens. Qi Tongwei thought. Did ordinary citizens spend their days trying to cause trouble for the Summer Kingdom's comrades? Qi Tongwei himself was unconcerned, but seeing his innocent colleagues suffer because of him was utterly frustrating. Chapter 88. Chaos in the city on a serene night with a clear sky. A handsome man took a warm shower in the communal bathroom of an office area. After shaving and applying some lotion, he donned a freshly launched white tracksuit from the Liang Ning brand, paired with a pair of sleek sneakers. He stretched his limbs elegantly before opening the window and gracefully scaling down to the first floor, eventually stepping into the courtyard. With agility, he climbed over the wall beside the gate, then descended from the outer wall. The night in the city of Yashi was illuminated with bright lights, while rows of vehicles lined the streets. Despite the stillness, the red and blue lights flickered, creating a dazzling spectacle. Approaching a parked car, he politely tapped on the window, but received no response. After knocking again, a weary-looking officer in a police uniform inside finally rolled down the window and unleashed a torrent of curses. The man in white, maintaining his composure, pointed to a nearby no parking sign and politely said, "My apologies, officer. Parking is prohibited here. No need to thank me. Goodbye." The officer, still cursing, instinctively drew his gun, intending to issue a warning, but a vague sense of familiarity struck him. The man in white proceeded to knock on another police car, uttering similar words. It was not until he had knocked on 4 police vehicles that the officer in the first car suddenly recognized him, exclaiming in panic, "It's him!" He frantically pressed the siren and, without hesitation, fired at the man. However, the man in white effortlessly twisted his body, evading the bullets as they whizzed past him. The officer leapt from his vehicle in pursuit, but the man in white, with a powerful sprint, took off running. Realizing he was no match for his speed, the officer hurried back to his car, starting the engine while grabbing the radio and shouting frantically, "Director Lakafi, all units, be advised. The target has been spotted, running in the 10 o'clock direction. Pursue at once." Within moments, police sirens echoed as 1, 2, 10. Then 20 patrol cars surged into action, racing after the man in white. Yet his speed was astonishing. The lead police car was unable to catch up, even as they sped ahead. Soon, 20 police cars, some of which collided with each other, followed in chaotic pursuit. As they reached a T intersection, the first police car was close to apprehending him, but had to slow down to make the turn, nearly causing a pile-up behind. What kind of monster is this? How can he run so fast? Is he Jamaican? No, he's just from Xia country. Damn it, keep chasing. Although the man in white was sprinting, his movements were fluid and rhythmic. Just as the lead police car was about to close in, he darted into another alley. The city of Riyadh, being one of the major urban centers in the Yashi region, boasted a complex network of roads. After nearly 2 kilometers of pursuit, with the police cars trailing behind, they found themselves perpetually on the verge of catching him, only for him to evade into another street. Finally, he reached a straight road spanning several hundred meters. The officer, with bloodshot eyes, floored the accelerator of the E-86 patrol car, unleashing immense power, while the following units aligned beside him. Yet, the man in white swiftly veered into a narrow alley, forcing several patrol cars to collide and block the way. Fortunately, 2 cars managed to stay on his trail. They chased him to the end of the alley, only to find another road ahead. You want to escape now? That road was a major thoroughfare, almost a kilometer long with no intersections. The police cars burst forth from the alley, barely slowing down as they made a wide turn, propelled by inertia for over 100 meters, only to discover, to their shock, that he had vanished. 2 patrol cars continued to chase after the direction where the man had last disappeared. It was now 4 a.m., and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. However, being a large city, a few vehicles still passed by. Upon realizing the man had vanished at the intersection, several cars followed into the unknown. While groups of police officers disembarked, searching the nearby buildings and stopping vehicles one by one, yet yielding no results. The sudden gunfire and sirens startled the staff at the press station. Wang Chong rubbed his eyes, perplexed by the late-night commotion caused by the police. Suddenly, there was a frantic knock on his door. "Station Chief. Station Chief. It's bad, it's bad. Station Chief." Startled, Wang Chong hastily opened the door, still in his pajamas. "What's going on?" "It's terrible, Station Chief. Qi Station Chief is missing." "What?" That night, and well into the following day, the city of Riyadh was engulfed in the blaring of police sirens. Various patrol cars and undercover officers scoured the streets, inspecting vehicles and individuals. Such a scene had not been witnessed in years, leading to numerous complaints from citizens and affluent individuals, placing immense pressure on the authorities. Director Wade of the Riyadh Police Department berated Director Lakafi of the Diplomatic District. "If we don't capture that journalist today, you can strip down and return to your hometown. Get moving." "Yes, sir." Wang Chong, despite facing numerous checkpoints, managed to reach the embassy safely. Under the guidance of Meng Dongping and Wang Qian, he met with Ambassador Tang Shui of the Set Arab Embassy and reported, "Ambassador," as the police violently stormed into search. "We destroyed the note which read, 'Report to the embassy and branch. Do not cause further trouble for the organization. Contact upon reaching a safe location, Qi Tongwei.'" Ambassador Tang sighed softly. This is our comrade." With that, he picked up the phone and dialed Liu Xiaokong's number. After several days of martial law, the city of Kuwait gradually returned to its lackluster order after finding no leads. Mohammed awoke early and stepped outside, intending to assist the Mutual Aid Society in distributing supplies. Just a few steps away, he encountered a well-dressed man in a pristine silk robe, adorned with sunglasses and a gold chain. The epitome of a typical wealthy individual from Yashi. "Hey, brother, I have a business proposition for you. Interested?" Young Mu, feeling somewhat skeptical, looked up as the man removed his sunglasses, revealing an incredibly familiar handsome face, causing an instant surge of joy. Chapter 89. The County Chief Takes Action. Muhammad. The flavor of this batch of Arabic flatbreads seems inferior to the last one. Still, it's better than nothing, sighed Jihad, the founder of the St. Raphael Mutual Aid Society. After all, Qi Tongwei had procured these directly from Riyadh, scouring the entire city for suppliers, and wary of approaching large restaurants, had turned to several modest eateries and food factories with acceptable offerings. It simply could not compare to the honesty in the ingredients provided by the Qi family's food factory. Muhammad nodded in agreement. Indeed, but this too has been transported through exceedingly difficult channels. Jihad, you are well aware of the current tense situation. Jihad's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, "Muhammad, when might you introduce your friend of considerable influence?" Perhaps recruit him into our mutual aid society? I truly apologize, but the circumstances are too perilous. Moreover, he is elusive, communicating solely through me. I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Once the war concludes, I shall certainly introduce him to you, Muhammad replied, resolutely withholding any information about Qi Tongwei. This not only safeguarded Qi Tongwei, but also provided a measure of protection for himself. This air of mystery significantly elevated Muhammad's standing within the mutual aid society. Jihad, a shrewd businessman, cleverly positioned young Mu at the forefront while remaining in the shadows, ensuring financial gain without incurring loss. This strategy was indeed prudent, for their loosely organized group had long been under the scrutiny of the local national army, particularly during a time of such material scarcity, when they managed to procure a beloved staple like Arabic flatbread. However, the immediate priority for the military was locating that journalist from Xia country. Furthermore, in a bid for self-preservation, the Mutual Aid Society would bestow offerings upon the military overseeing their region. For the time being, the local military leader had yet to report the situation to the higher echelons of the Ministry of Defense, although local intelligence personnel had already caught wind of the developments. In Xia country, Linshan County, Qi Family Village welcomed an unexpected group of visitors today. The Joint Enforcement Team from the Industrial and Commercial Administration, Health, Food, and Public Security. Hundreds of villagers from Qi Family Village had gathered outside the food factory, with Qi Liangping and Qi Liangyan at the forefront, standing resolutely against the enforcement team dispatched from the city. The purpose of the enforcement team's visit was clear: to confiscate machinery and seal the food factory. Just a few days prior, another group had come, claiming they had received reports that the factory's qualifications were not compliant. Qi Liangping attempted to appease them with flattery and even offered bribes, but to no avail this time. In a short span of a few days, the situation had escalated dramatically. Although the Qi Family Village Food Factory was a collectively owned cooperative, it had been registered with the county's Epidemic Prevention Station, which managed health and food safety in various regions. They had just commenced production a month ago and had even paid taxes. Notably, Abayo had diligently ensured that a portion of the procurement funds, approximately $10,000, provided by Qi Tongwei, reached the factory, thus facilitating foreign exchange. In these times, generating foreign revenue, even if only $10,000, was a remarkable achievement in the impoverished Linshan County, marking a promising start. Yet, it was unclear why such a large group had come to impose a shutdown today. Qi Liangping could not fathom the reasoning, nor could the entirety of Qi Family Village. Only Qi Liangyan harbored suspicions that perhaps this was related to Wei Wazi. Zhao Ligan, the captain of the Public Security Bureau security team, pointed at Qi Liangping and spoke with an air of authority. As the village secretary, you should be well aware of the gravity of this situation. Our joint action indicates that there are concrete leads suggesting you are operating illegally. We will not overlook the wrongdoings of the guilty, nor will we wrongfully accuse the innocent. Once the facts are clarified, and if you are proven innocent, you will naturally be allowed to continue your operations. However, your gathering here is considered a challenge to the government. This is a violent act against the law. Qi Liangping refused to back down. Do not intimidate me. An old farmer. Our procedures are stamped and approved by various county departments. The county has raised no objections. Your actions seem to defy the law. Another leading member of the enforcement team, Deputy Director Wang Yud, feeling somewhat exposed, attempted to maintain a firm stance. What do you mean by that? The county is under our city's jurisdiction. The reports were made directly to the city. We must ensure the health of the public. Village accountant Zhong Xiaoai, who also served as the factory's accountant, quickly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. The food produced by our factory is not sold domestically. It's exported. How can anyone report us?" The villagers, initially bewildered, began to grasp the situation upon hearing Zhao's explanation. Who would report something that is sold to foreigners? No local would bother, they exclaimed. Indeed, how can the government bully the common folk? A chorus of dissent erupted among the villagers. Zhao Ligan felt a headache coming on. Originally, he had been sent by Wang Zheng with the expectation that this would be a straightforward matter involving a small village workshop. He had not anticipated the villagers' united front. After all, having lived in poverty their entire lives, they were not about to relinquish the chance for prosperity. As both sides remained locked in confrontation, a voice suddenly called out, "The county leaders have arrived. Make way." Leading the delegation was Lu Cheng, the township head of Shigo, accompanied by several county officials. The foremost figure, unremarkable in appearance with dark skin and sharp eyes, approached the crowd. Qi Liangping and the others were uncertain. Could it be that the county officials had come to shut down their factory? Yet they stood their ground, and the crowd grew more chaotic. At that moment, the leading man raised his hands to calm the crowd and declared, "Fellow villagers, please remain calm. I am Ishueshi, the county chief of Lincheng. I have not come to shut down your factory. I am here to understand the situation. Lu Township Head has already briefed me, and I have consulted with officials from the county's Economic and Trade Bureau, the Epidemic Prevention Station, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Rest assured, your factory will not be shut down." The members of the joint enforcement team were taken aback. With the arrival of the county chief, it was clear he stood in solidarity with the villagers. Chapter 90. Special Conference. The eminent Ishueshi is well known in the city, and many deputy directors have heard of him. Some even know him personally. It is said that he is a principled leader, possessing remarkable abilities, yet lacking connections, which is why he serves as the mayor in the impoverished Lincheng County. However, despite his lack of background, he is still a county head, unequivocally the second in command in the area, a position not easily challenged by the group of deputy directors. Zhou Liangping, sensing the gravity of the situation, opted to invoke higher authority. He stepped forward, prompting the villagers to do the same. Startled, he quickly reassured them, "Please, everyone, do not be anxious. I merely wish to speak with Mayor E. I mean no harm. Mayor E. I am Zhou Liangping, the captain of the public security team in Liang City. We have already reported our joint law enforcement actions to Vice Mayor Hou Liangping, and the orders for today's operation were jointly signed by Vice Director Wang and several key directors in the food, industry, and health sectors. We are acting on a tip from the public, which is entirely reasonable and lawful." However, Ishueshi stood his ground without yielding. He was a staunch reformist and pragmatic leader. A rural enterprise, though unassuming in appearance, had emerged as Lincheng County's sole export enterprise this year, generating 10,000 in foreign exchange within just a month of operation. For a national-level impoverished county, this achievement was extraordinary. If the business were to expand, the future would be unimaginable. Captain Wang, Director Li, Director Mi, we have met at previous meetings. But I must ask, shouldn't you have informed the county in advance about this operation? Is it appropriate? Zhou Liangping was momentarily taken aback by this question. He quickly recovered, stating, "This operation was instructed by the city to maintain confidentiality, which is why it may seem abrupt. Rest assured, Mayor E, we will jointly provide a written explanation to the Lincheng County government afterward. But you could clarify the situation right now," Ishueshi interjected. "As I have aforementioned, our procedures in this county are legal and compliant. Just because someone is reported does not mean the accusations are valid. Where is the evidence? Is it acceptable to enforce the law without proof?" Ishueshi had already shown leniency to these officials, who claimed that the villagers were violently resisting the law. In truth, what they called joint enforcement was merely violent law enforcement. Did they think he was ignorant of the internal regulations? Joint enforcement? Did they even bring police? Were they armed? Zhou Liangping found himself in a difficult position and stepped closer, saying, "Mayor E, we understand your predicament, but this has been approved by Vice Mayor He, and..." He lowered his voice. "Vice Director Wang, you know this as well. In a few days, that title may be dropped, and soon he could be Secretary Wang. Wang Zheng was currently under evaluation for a cadre position, poised to be appointed as the head of the Public Security Bureau in Liang City, with a high likelihood of concurrently serving as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee." Ishueshi was well aware of these developments, yet he could not simply turn a blind eye. He remained resolute, insisting, "Do not forget that he is not Secretary Wang yet. Even if he were, I cannot allow you to bully the citizens within my jurisdiction." Zhou Liangping was taken aback. How could Ishueshi be so obstinate? Yet, given his position, it would be easier if Wang Zheng were present, as they were both legitimate power holders at the department level. However, as a captain barely enjoying the privileges of a deputy director, how could he possibly contend with a full-fledged county mayor? Furthermore, The police were not foolish. Who would dare to act against the county mayor? Thus, the joint enforcement team retreated in defeat, leaving the scene quietly, and a crisis seemed to dissipate into thin air. Yet, Ishueshi and the villagers of Qi remained unaware that a far greater crisis loomed ahead. Over 10 days had passed since Qi Tongwei's escape, and the search efforts in Riyadh had yielded no results. Meanwhile, Qi Tongwei had secretly made several trips between Site El Arab and Kuwait, increasing his running speed to 12.89 meters per second, surpassing even Jamaica's Bolt. He had also supplied Muhammad with 3 batches of nearly 18,000 flatbreads. Had it not been for the need to accommodate motorcycles and some of his equipment, he could have supplied over 20,000 flatbreads. The cost of procuring flatbreads from Site El Arab had proven to be significantly higher, with each costing 3, thereby narrowing his profit margins. Nevertheless, the speed of delivery was advantageous, and once the first batch of flatbreads produced in Qi arrived at Damong port in a week, costs would further decline. In this manner, he managed to earn over 70,000, carrying nearly 90,000 in cash with him. He resided in a deserted house in Shuaibei City, a southeastern port city in Kuwait, rendered empty by the ravages of war. It was here that Qi Tongwei utilized a maritime satellite phone to contact the Site El Arab embassy. "Hello, this is Qi Tongwei. I need to speak with Director Meng Dongping." The embassy operator, having received prior instructions, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name before hastily notifying Director Meng to come. "Tongwei, I was worried sick. You finally called. Where are you now?" Reporting to Director Meng, "I am currently in Kuwait." "What? Kuwait? You rascal. I hardly know how to express my feelings. Are you safe there?" "Rest assured, Director Meng. Absolutely safe. I am reporting this to reassure the embassy." "Yes. Although the search for you in Riyadh has not ceased, the intensity has lessened significantly. Please return as soon as it is safe." "Understood, Director Meng. I am currently alone and mobile, which actually enhances my safety. I will return at an opportune moment and keep you updated periodically." Meng Dongping refrained from elaborating further. The embassy's phone lines were monitored daily to prevent eavesdropping, which ensured a degree of safety. However, some unusual signals inevitably raised suspicions. Communications checks at the summer news agency's Riyadh bureau had revealed signs of eavesdropping, prompting the embassy to lodge a formal protest with the Site El Arab authorities. After ending the call, Meng Dongping reported this matter solely to Ambassador Tang Shui and Colonel Wang Qian. Ambassador Tang subsequently communicated this through secure channels to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the capital, upon receiving the news of Qi Tongwei's safety, a collective sigh of relief washed over the senior officials, who began to assess Qi Tongwei's character earnestly. An exceedingly detailed report had already made its way to the desk of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, landing in the hands of the top figure at the Summer News Agency. Simultaneously, at the request of the Central Military Commission, the Second Bureau of the Central Military Commission's General Staff also reviewed this report. Consequently, that afternoon, a special conference focused on Comrade Qi Tongwei was convened by the General Staff's Second Bureau, with Major General Chang Yue briefing the Chief of Staff. "Report, sir. Based on the comprehensive evaluation of the Second Bureau regarding the diplomatic attache at the Embassy of Kuwait and the head of the Summer News Agency's Kuwait Bureau, Comrade Qi Tongwei, the following information is provided. Since October 5, 1990, when this comrade began his work in foreign affairs and as a war correspondent, all news materials and imagery sent back to the country have exhibited extremely high military intelligence and strategic value. Currently, the authorities in Mombasa and possibly the CIA have launched a high-profile capture operation against this comrade, which is believed to be due to these reasons." Chapter 91. Adroit Measures in the Conference Room. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, with distinguished individuals seated upright. Major General Chang Yue, director of the Second Bureau of the General Staff Department, continued his report. "Currently, based on the data captured by this individual, our understanding of the current military equipment and troop deployment of the Kingdom of Luoka is even more comprehensive than during the Luoking-Lu War, providing significant reference value for our Army's modernization efforts. Furthermore, Our investigations indicate that this individual possesses exceptional personal combat and counter-surveillance capabilities. Although he has only undergone basic police training in the university's political science department and lacks specialized military training, he has managed to evade capture from the invading Luoka forces, the police of Settlabilia, and other unidentified foreign powers with apparent ease, successfully reaching the kingdom of Kawat. At this moment, an elderly man adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder interrupted. Are you suggesting that this rascal has outmaneuvered the armies, police, and agents of several nations? And he has managed to vanish without a trace, confidently traveling abroad? Indeed, sir, Zhong Xiaoai replied. He is truly a remarkable talent. If what you say is accurate, he is akin to Zhao Zilong, who ventured in and out of Changshan 7 times. Why hesitate? Bring him to your second bureau. You are in dire need of such individuals. Zhong Xiaoai felt a bit embarrassed, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Sir, it's not that we haven't considered it, but you may not be aware that Minister Liang of the Foreign Affairs Department and Director Chen of the Xiaxin Agency are fiercely protective of this individual. It is rumored that both departments are vying for him at this moment. I do not care. The army desperately needs talents like him. I am adamant about securing this individual. By the way, sir, there's another matter. Our investigation reveals that Qi Tongwei frequently sends letters from abroad to a professor at his university. The content of these letters is quite normal, merely discussing foreign anecdotes and news footage. Enough of this nonsense. Prepare a vehicle. I must head to the Central Military Commission. Despite Qi Tongwei's apparent revelry abroad, it was evident that he could not evade the scrutiny of the higher-ups. That evening, an emergency meeting was convened by the Central Military Commission at Qi Tongwei's behest, with Minister Liang of the Foreign Affairs Department and Director Chen of the Xiaxin Agency in attendance. During the meeting, several high-ranking officials engaged in a polite yet heated argument. Minister Liang was particularly vocal, as Qi Tongwei's personnel records and files resided within the Foreign Affairs Department. His diplomatic acumen and social skills demonstrated at the Kawat Embassy were exceptional, and the reports he drafted had even garnered commendations from the elders of the Central Military Commission. Director Chen, representing the Xiaxin Agency, found himself in a difficult position. Unlike Minister Liang, who was assertive in his stance, Chen had to acknowledge that Qi Tongwei had significantly contributed to their agency, recently gaining influence comparable to established imperialist media organizations. However, Chen cleverly remarked, Chief of Staff Li and Minister Liang, let's not rush. We hold Qi Tongwei in high regard as well, and we have no objections to his arrangements. We will maintain our style, but we will always keep a part-time position for him, ensuring he receives the appropriate benefits. The deputy elder of the Central Military Commission chuckled at Chen's ingenuity, recognizing that this approach would offend no one while effectively retaining Qi's services. Given the leniency of the era regarding part-time roles, the deputy elder seized the opportunity to declare the meeting adjourned. Once Minister Liang and Director Chen departed, the deputy elder turned to the remaining chief of staff Li, suggesting, Old Li, let us establish a confidential file within your bureau, one that remains undisclosed and unacknowledged, providing this individual with necessary safeguards and decision-making authority. What do you think? Li was taken aback. Sir, you truly are insightful. I assure you the task will be accomplished. Good. Now you may return to your duties. Li left with a sense of exhilaration, recognizing the wisdom of the higher-ups in their perspective. What department was the general staff? Did they need to announce everything to the world? Upon returning, he promptly arranged for a secure phone call to attach Wang Qian at the embassy in Settlabilia. Wang Qian, this is Zhong Xiaoai. Wang was startled, reporting to Director Chong, please provide your instructions. After hanging up, Wang felt a surge of excitement. Qi Tongwei was indeed a cunning individual, and with this call from the Second Bureau, it signified that Qi was now considered one of their own. However, due to confidentiality restrictions, while he could inform the attach abroad to cooperate, he could not yet disclose this to Luo Dingda back home, for fear of the surprise it might incite. Wang swiftly made his way to the ambassador's office. Ambassador, I have received an order from higher-ups. When Comrade Qi Tongwei reaches out to our embassy again, he must contact me. This simple directive startled Ambassador Tang. Officials of his rank understood that the Central Military Commission was taking action, yet he could only keep this information to himself, as regulations forbade him from reporting upward. He nodded in acknowledgement. Qi Tongwei, who had struggled mightily in his previous life, had never truly caught the eye of Zhao Lichuan, nor had he ascended to the ranks of provincial-level officials. Little did he expect to attract the attention of high-ranking leaders so soon in this life, even before graduating. Not long after, the Qi family food production cooperative was shut down. When Yi Xueshi learned of this through a call from an old subordinate, he felt a bittersweet pang but remained helpless. No matter how cautious he had been, he could surmise that this matter was far from a mere frivolous report. It undoubtedly involved higher-level struggles. Of course, he could never have imagined that the source of this conflict stemmed from a female teacher's absurd jealousy towards a male student. Yet he was powerless to alter the course of events, as a transfer order had come through, moving him from Linshan County to Jinshan County in Luzhu City. Logically, one would feel pleased to be promoted from a poverty-stricken county to one with some industrial foundation, yet he felt no joy whatsoever. He understood that he had been moved due to this unpleasant incident, feeling nothing but bitterness and regret. The so-called duty of an official is to benefit the people, yet he could not even protect the hard-working citizens under his governance. Yi Xueshi felt an overwhelming sense of desolation and helplessness. How had the world come to this? Wang Jingye successfully assumed the role of director of the Public Security Bureau in Liang City, but did not secure the coveted position of secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Instead, he was merely appointed as the deputy mayor, without a seat on the standing committee. He understood all too well that his failure to handle the situation involving Qi Tongwei had resulted in repercussions from the Liang family princess. This time, Liang Lu did not even bother to call him. She simply leveraged her connections within the province to have Yi Xueshi transferred from Liang City, a clear signal of her displeasure. At this moment, Wang Jingye felt little anger towards Liang Lu, but directed his frustration towards his childhood friend, Gao Mingyuan. Chapter 92. Mingyuan's departure. On a night 10 days prior, Wang Zheng summoned Gao Mingyuan to a room at the Grand Hotel in Liang City. Yuan, there's a task that requires your attention. Zhenggu, please go ahead. It's regarding the Qijia Village Food Factory. The higher-ups have given directives. It must be eliminated. Do you have any suggestions? Gao Mingyuan was taken aback. You, a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, are so blunt about it? Eliminate it? There are indeed methods. The simplest being to set it ablaze, clean and swift, a decisive end. But how dare he? Zhenggu, I'm not quite clear. Please elucidate, Gao Mingyuan replied. Wang Zheng's irritation flared. Do you want me to teach you? Aren't you the one who excels at such matters? Having reached this point in their conversation, Gao Mingyuan recognized he could no longer withstand Wang Zheng's pressure. He had previously assisted Wang Zheng with numerous illicit deeds, rising from a street thug to a businessman of modest means. However, since that fateful incident, he had come to realize that no amount of wealth could ever compare to the value of life itself. He sighed and said, Zhenggu, in truth, I have encountered Qi Tongwei after that incident. What? Wang Zheng was startled, taken aback by the revelation that this unassuming subordinate had been concealing matters from him. Zhenggu, some truths should not have been mine to divulge, but your kindness over the years compels me to speak. Qi Tongwei is quite formidable. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him. Wang Zheng interrupted, his expression darkening. Are you instructing me on how to act? A poor student from a destitute village has fled to a war-torn wasteland abroad, and whether he survives is debatable. What can he possibly achieve? Wang Zheng, with his roots in a family of officials, remained dismissive of Qi Tongwei, blinded by arrogance and a naive reverence for Liang Lu, especially her father, Liang Chuanfeng's authority. Brother, this matter, I truly cannot manage, Gao Mingyuan replied. Wang Zheng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, I see your wings have grown. Enough. Do not speak further. Get out. Gao Mingyuan understood this was an order to leave Liang for good. Although reluctant to abandon the fruits of his labor, he recognized that life took precedence. He bowed to Wang Zheng and exited. Upon leaving the Grand Hotel, Gao Mingyuan sent a message and took a cab to the Liang Police Academy. He was puzzled as to why Gao Mingyuan had summoned her at such a late hour. Yet over time, she had come to trust him. She knew his feelings were rooted in a genuine reverence, not mere respect, and that this reverence was directed toward another individual. What is so urgent that you call me out at this hour? Can it wait until tomorrow? He remarked coolly. Gao Mingyuan extinguished the cigarette he had been holding and said, Sister-in-law, I am leaving Ultang tonight. What? Your KTV and gaming hall are thriving, and you're just leaving? Alas, I too find myself without choice. Before I depart, I wish to share a few words with you. Oh, please go ahead. My decision to leave is also tied to Mr. Qi's affairs. At the mention of Mr. Qi, he felt a jolt of realization. She had long suspected Gao Mingyuan's reference to her as sister-in-law stemmed from a misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Mr. Qi, yet she had refrained from clarifying. My former brother, as you might be aware, has asked me to undertake actions detrimental to Mr. Qi. What kind of actions? Hearing this, he felt a surge of anxiety. Rest assured, sister-in-law, how could I dare to confront Mr. Qi? I still wish to live. However, once I leave, there will be no one left in Ultang to protect you. Fortunately, Wang Zheng is still unaware of your connection to Mr. Qi and our prior dealings. During this time, you should. Gao Mingyuan hesitated slightly before continuing. Focus on your studies and maintain a low profile. It should be fine. He smiled faintly, her expression somewhat sorrowful. She understood her own reality. As the belle of the police academy, her brilliance could not be concealed, and even without Gao Mingyuan, many would covet her. As a vulnerable woman without support, her future was uncertain. I understand. Thank you. Gao Mingyuan perceived her concerns and suddenly inquired, Sister-in-law, do you have any contact with Mr. Qi? I have not been in touch with him. With keen perception, Gao Mingyuan quickly grasped the underlying truth and sighed in resignation. However, I do have Miss Wang's contact information that she provided before leaving. Miss Wang? Gao Mingyuan recalled hearing her name mentioned by subordinates, but had never met her beyond a reception desk and servers. Could it be? Is this the pager number? As he spoke, Gao Mingyuan recited the pager number Qi Tongwei had given him. Yes, that's it. Gao Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, I advise, you might consider reaching out to Miss Wang. Ideally, you could establish contact with Mr. Qi. He appeared to seize upon a revelation. Her eyes, sparkling as she nodded, understood, and you. Take care. Goodbye, sister. With that, Gao Mingyuan departed from the Ultang Police Academy, feeling a profound sense of melancholy as he prepared to leave the city where he had only just begun to settle. Yet, as he packed his belongings and boarded the vehicle to depart, he felt as though a shadow that had long clung to his fate was finally dissipating. Tongwei, your uncle called and informed me of the situation. Do not fret. The equipment has merely been relocated, the factory sealed. The villagers are unharmed, and I will return the remaining advance payments to you shortly. Bao Ge, as long as everyone is safe, that is sufficient. Please keep the funds for now. We will have further collaborations. Rest assured. Oh, by the way, Bao Ge, I will arrange for someone to wire some money internationally. Please convert it to 100,000 xia renbai and send it to my father. No need, I still have. Bao Ge, let's keep things clear. Tell my father not to worry. Provide him with this money. I have other arrangements in the village. All right, you cannot contact me easily over there. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Thank you, Bao Ge. After ending the call on the satellite phone he had recently procured from the black market in Riyadh, Qi Tongwei's expression turned grim upon learning about the closure of the Qijia village food factory. He was already accustomed to Liang Lu's machinations. It was merely a continuation of the capriciousness of power. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Shortly, they would comprehend the truth. What was lost would be reclaimed from the very source it was taken. Chapter 93. The Voice of the Summer Nation as December unfolds. The climate in the Asia West region reaches its most temperate state of the year, with maximum temperatures at 20 degrees and minimums at 10 degrees. Recently, 42,000 imported flatbreads arrived at the port of Daman, and it took Qi Tongwei a week to transport them all to Kuwait. Although this amount is merely a drop in the bucket for the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Kuwait, it significantly enhances the quality of life for those covered by the St. Raphael Mutual Aid Society. Mohammed has almost replaced God as the most influential figure within the society, with many families silently offering prayers for young Mu. Meanwhile, the discreet director Qi has amassed considerable wealth during this time, with cash and gold amounting to nearly 600,000 $000 USD. Back home, he would easily be considered a tycoon in his native Lin city. Having established contact with Qi Tongwei, a seasoned veteran of the public security system from a previous life, suddenly realized the complexity of his current identity. Empowered by ZC with decision-making authority, he now operates akin to a clandestine agent, effectively holding a license to kill. Nonetheless, this newfound status proves advantageous, providing him with a robust support network. One evening, Qi Tongwei deftly evaded the numerous hidden sentinels surrounding the streets of Riyadh and scaled the walls to enter the embassy. However, upon entry, he immediately sensed that he had been detected. Who goes there? Freeze! The embassy, while not overly crowded, was under constant surveillance, and the usual 4 guards had now escalated to 6 elite armed police officers on duty. Despite his extraordinary abilities, Qi Tongwei required time to recuperate. Thus, he had always exercised caution and refrained from underestimating anyone. Yet, he had felt no threat from previous encounters with robbers or the soldiers of the country of Roca. Today, however, the 6 armed officers, particularly the 2 stationed at the lookout, evoked a sense of danger he had not felt since facing overwhelming enemy fire. These soldiers are formidable, Qi Tongwei mused. At 1 o'clock in the morning, having stealthily infiltrated the embassy, he felt an undeniable thrill. The 6 soldiers formed a tactical encirclement, each poised for confrontation. In response, Qi Tongwei raised his hands behind his head and softly exclaimed, "Comrades, I am Qi Tongwei, the 3rd Secretary of the Kuwait Embassy and the head of the Summer News Agency's Kuwait Bureau. Please inform Ambassador Tang Shui and Colonel Wang Qian of my presence." Before long, Wang Qian, alerted to the situation, arrived at the security office window, where he found Qi Tongwei bound. After a moment of amusement, he quickly entered, exclaiming, "Oh dear, loosen those ropes immediately." "My apologies, Tongwei, but during these extraordinary times, we must exercise utmost caution. However, you should be more mindful. You can't just waltz in unannounced." Qi Tongwei understood and brushed it off. "Colonel Wang, I would have preferred to enter openly, but there are 432 unidentified plainclothes officers outside, and the police are either agents or guards. Look at the situation." Wang Qian was taken aback. They were not to be underestimated. Over the past few days, they had determined that approximately 400 to 500 officers, both covert and overt, were surveilling the area, yet none had managed to pinpoint Qi Tongwei's precise entry method. What sort of enigma is this guy? He wondered. No wonder the higher-ups had conferred powers upon him. Unbeknownst to Wang Qian, Qi Tongwei's remarkable ability to sense danger was a passive perception skill. Regardless of the number of guards, human attention invariably wavers. While an ordinary person might miss it, Qi Tongwei could detect the fleeting moments of distraction among the watchful eyes, seizing the opportunity to scale the embassy's walls, which appeared the most challenging to climb. Upon receiving the news, Ambassador Tang Shui and Director Meng Dongping quickly rose and summoned Qi Tongwei to the ambassador's office. This marked Tang's first encounter with Qi, and he was struck by the young man's striking presence. No wonder the assessment report highlighted his exceptional social skills in Kuwait. His charm was undeniable. Tang was also surprised, as one would expect Qi, who had been on the run, to appear disheveled, yet he looked immaculate, resembling a civil servant on holiday. Indeed, Qi Tongwei thrived in the external environment, akin to a dragon in the sea or a tiger in the mountains. With his skills, if he wished to remain hidden, no one could touch him. News of Qi Tongwei's arrival at the embassy quickly reached the upper echelons. An embassy symbolizes a nation's sovereignty, and its safety was, on the surface, assured. Although many were curious about Qi Tongwei, for security reasons, Tang Shui limited knowledge of his presence, placing him in a suite, not quite confinement, but a form of house arrest, where he could only meet a few leaders and guards. The return of VIP Qi brought forth a flurry of activity within the Summer Nation's diplomatic department, and the long-prepared initiatives of the Summer News Agency began to unfold. The following morning, through the Central Television's international channel, a bombshell report from the Summer News Agency shocked the world, fully unraveling the veil surrounding the invasion of Kuwait. The Mbesa regime and military were in disarray. What on earth was happening? The report detailed the plundering of various embassies by the Kuwait military during the withdrawal of foreign missions, exposing the clandestine searches and looting conducted by scattered soldiers. While the global community was aware of the situation, it was an unspoken rule that some matters should not be aired publicly. As one individual aptly put it, some issues, once weighed, are far heavier than anticipated. Exposing such sordid affairs would undoubtedly embarrass numerous nations, particularly the old colonial powers. Of course, the Summer Nation was an exception, as it was their own news agency unveiling the story, which lent a semblance of righteousness to the report. Consequently, major countries, including the United Nations, directed their ire towards the country of Roca, condemning Besa for war crimes and demanding sanctions against him. News headlines and public outcries surged, while Qi Tongwei, the Summer Nation's war correspondent who had garnered attention at the onset of hostilities, reappeared on screens across the globe. This decision by the Summer Nation's Central Propaganda, Foreign Affairs, and news agencies underscored Qi Tongwei's secured status, aiming to demonstrate to the world that these exclusive reports and evidence were undeniably sourced and disseminated by the Summer Nation. This was the unequivocal voice from the ancient land of Huaxia, a statement not to be undermined. In an instant, citizens worldwide, along with numerous media outlets, deepened their understanding of the Asia-West situation and broader global dynamics, perceiving the Summer Nation's narrative as the most authoritative source. Moreover, it rekindled memories of the handsome war correspondent who had first reported the outbreak of war. In just a few days, the name Qi Tongwei had become a household name across many nations. Although ZC felt somewhat uneasy about Qi Tongwei's clandestine identity in relation to this matter, upon reflection, they dismissed their concerns. After all, who doesn't have a public persona? Nations worldwide engaged in similar practices. Diplomats and journalists often bore hidden missions, a well-established norm. Thus, this also served as a protective measure for Qi Tongwei's covert operations. Chapter 94. Renowned what the Xia News Agency did not anticipate was that the war photographs taken by Qi Tongwei, despite not yet being released in high definition, garnered a substantial following among various peace and photography organizations, both domestically and internationally, purely through television broadcasts and newspaper prints. This phenomenon was beyond the expectations of news agencies, such as the Associated Press and Reuters. Could Qi Tongwei's personal influence truly expand in such a manner? Many of his undeniably authentic journalistic works, despite their shocking perspectives, were even recommended as exhibition pieces for prestigious awards like the Hasselblad International Photography Award, the International Photography Award, IPA, and the Budapest International Photography Awards, among other influential international photography award committees. Countless photography enthusiasts were astounded, struggling to fathom how Qi Tongwei managed to capture such powerful images. Some of his photographs, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed an undeniable emotional impact, depicting the brutality of war, the tragedies faced by civilians, and the cruelty of invading nations. Many of these images were regarded as unquestionable masterpieces. One significant reason for their intense impact was the sensation they evoked. Many appeared as if taken right in the midst of the action. Some uninformed individuals within the industry even speculated whether Qi Tongwei might be an accomplice to the forces of the local nation. However, those connected to the news community were well aware of the truth. Qi Tongwei was being hunted by the entire local military, a fact that was no secret among journalists. Numerous news organizations expressed their resolute protest against the local nation and extended support to Qi Tongwei. The mystery surrounding how Qi Tongwei captured these photographs perplexed even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xia News Agency, and the ZC Second Bureau, as they understood that these images were all captured surreptitiously. Candid shots often reveal more clarity than staged ones. Who could they turn to for an explanation? If the situation weren't so outrageous, they might have suspected that Qi Tongwei had paid the local military for a staged shoot. But who would dare to earn such money when their life was at stake? Ultimately, they attributed this phenomenon to Qi Tongwei's exceptional ability to conceal himself and evade detection. Sometimes, even Tang Shui and Wang Qian found themselves contemplating whether Qi Tongwei was safer out in the field than hiding within the embassy. It was entirely understandable that Qi Tongwei's works were lauded by countless international photography exhibitions and award committees. After all, war imagery has always held a unique position within the realm of photography. For instance, the renowned Pulitzer Prize for Photography in the United States, being a journalism award, carries a strong journalistic attribute, with many award-winning pieces reflecting the harsh realities of war, characterized by their striking impact. Consequently, several esteemed photographers frequently mentioned the Pulitzer Prize in relation to Qi Tongwei's work in the media, yet the Pulitzer Committee remained silent. The global media, particularly within Xia's journalism circles, were acutely aware of the underlying reasons. During this era, the relationship between the United States and Xia was relatively amicable, for reasons that were self-evident. When one is not sufficiently powerful, they may appear outwardly friendly, yet harbor disdain. Conversely, when one possesses considerable strength, they may not exhibit friendliness, but rather a sense of respect. The reason the Pulitzer Prize Committee disregarded Qi Tongwei was simply due to the political correctness of Zhong Xiaoai. Amidst a global media landscape that was largely anti-war and condemning of the local nation and its actions, the United States remained notably silent. Especially after Qi Tongwei's reports on the local nation's assaults on various embassies were released, nations around the world harbored a collective frustration towards the United States. The reasoning was straightforward. While embassies for various countries were looted, the American embassy remained unscathed. It was evident that while other nations evacuated their embassies from Kuwait, the American embassy continued its operations as usual. International observers could easily draw a conclusion. The United States, often seen as a protective shield, was merely the foremost nation supporting invasion and all forms of inhumane behavior. World police? No, world thugs. The United States? The nation most adept at infringing upon human rights while claiming to protect them. As for public opinion, they could control their own, but managing the sentiments of foreign nations proved far more challenging. In the capital of the United States, Washington, D.C., within the president's office, President Bowes was utterly taken aback by how events had escalated to this point. The news was all too accurate, leaving him a loss for words, and he directed his ire towards Mbesa and Xia. In front of his government officials, Bowes slammed his fist on the table in frustration. What kind of incompetent army has Mbesa assembled? Can they truly defeat the British and the Loka? How could such a scandal even surface? Secretary of State Rowena interjected, Mr. President, this isn't even our biggest issue at the moment. Xia has already reached out through diplomatic channels, informing us that they possess even more explosive news material that has yet to be reported. President Bowes felt a wave of dread wash over him. Rowena had clearly grasped the essence of what explosive news meant. It was undoubtedly direct evidence of the local nation's war crimes, rape, pillaging, and the slaughter of innocents. The possibilities were as broad as one could imagine. In the initial stages of the war, the United States had tacitly accepted the local nation's invasion, provided it did not infringe upon American interests. However, with the emergence of these scandals, their self-proclaimed status as the world police was being thoroughly undermined. In reality, the leaders of the BY nations had already conferred about military action against the local nation. The local nation was insignificant. They could be dealt with whenever deemed necessary. The crux of the matter was that mobilizing for war was no simple feat. Even the United States could not engage in an unprepared conflict. Moreover, they had yet to negotiate a protection fee with the Kuwait royal family. The one who paid the most would naturally receive the most protection, a fact that needed no further explanation. They had originally held the reins of control over the situation, but now it had all been thrown into disarray by a Xia journalist. The more Bowes pondered, the angrier he became, pointing an accusatory finger at CIA Director Carter. What is the CIA even doing? Didn't you say that journalist from Xia was missing? How the hell do you explain this? How dare Xia allow him to appear on camera? Carter did not dare to retort, his mind racing at the thought of merging with the FBI. In these times, who could claim to be above reproach? With a grim expression, Bowes issued a final ultimatum to Carter. I'll say this one last time. I do not want to see that Xia journalist making any public statements or releasing any news. Understood? Upon returning to CIA headquarters, Carter immediately convened a meeting with several department heads, first venting Bao's frustration upon them. Then, he turned to Ward Albert, the head of covert operations. Among the group of bewildered supervisors, "You've been in operations for so many years, spending a fortune and nurturing so many personnel. Isn't it time you put that to use? What the hell have you been doing with your plans for years? Shouldn't we be hearing something from you?" Ward Albert was sweating profusely, bewildered by the sudden onslaught. "What did I do to deserve this? Who did I provoke?" He stammered weakly. Carter covered his face, gritting his teeth as he uttered a name. After the meeting, the CIA, the world's largest intelligence apparatus, sprang into action. Qi Tongwei inadvertently became the primary target of a clandestine operation that had been meticulously planned for years by C1A. The operation was codenamed Treadstone. Chapter 95. Return to the homeland in the summer nation, Handong, Jingzhou, when Chief of Staff ZC Li was on the phone with the venerable leader, Zhong Xiaoai. Extolling the virtues of Qi Tongwei, Zhong merely chuckled and remarked that he did not concern himself with the affairs of the young, leaving them to their own devices. Yet, he could not conceal his satisfaction. This young man was indeed to his taste. Little did he know, however, that within the Central Military Command and ZC, the notion of Qi Tongwei potentially being Zhong Xiaoai's granddaughter's husband had long ceased to be a secret. During this time, Zhong Xiaoai was somewhat vexed by her grandfather, who incessantly brought up Qi Tongwei. The romantic whims of youth are often poetic, yet how could an elder comprehend such delicate emotions? Finally, she retorted, "If you keep mentioning him, I shall cease visiting you." This silenced him, for Zhong Xiaoai could hardly bear to have his precious granddaughter visit him less frequently. In fact, he felt that their shared interest in Qi Tongwei was rekindling the closeness they had in her childhood. Zhong Xiaoai felt similarly. She found herself opening up to her grandfather, watching the news reports about the person she missed dearly. She could hardly believe that the student council president she once dismissed had now blossomed into a rising star on the global stage. Yet, her female classmates were constantly discussing him, making her ears weary, evoking a complex mix of pride and unease within her. In the capital, at the Summer Nation Import and Export Corporation, newly promoted officer Chen Yang was being fervently pursued by a young man, rumored to be the son of a deputy minister from the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Though she had yet to acquiesce to his advances, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. How could the man from the war-torn country compare? However, it wasn't long before the overwhelming media attention on the luminous Qi Tongwei made it impossible for her to ignore his newfound brilliance. Today, a female colleague inquired, "Chen Yang, I hear that diplomat Qi, the journalist Qi, is also your alumnus. Do you know him?" Chen Yang was at a loss for words. To say she knew him was an understatement. He had pursued her for 6 long years, only to suddenly declare his abandonment. To assert she did not know him would not be entirely accurate either, as they were now like strangers. Yet, reflecting on how Qi Tongwei's efforts paled in comparison to the suitor pursuing her, Chen Yang found a sense of equilibrium. At Handong University, Chairman Hou Liangping seemed to bask in glory, his work imbued with vigor. Yet, it was not he who shone most brightly in newspapers or on campus, but rather the so-called poor Qi donkey. Even his close friend, Chan